Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 1079 to Chapter 1161. Smoke rose from all directions as the battle raged on. The demonic cultivators were too few. One sect, 3 palaces, and 8 great powers outnumbered the demonic cultivators by 5 to 1. The disparity between the two sides was too great. Demon cultivators were constantly being killed. Of course, there were also cultivators from one sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 factions being killed. However, the number of casualties on the demon side was far greater than that of the sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 factions. Even if I die, I'll drag you bastards down with me. A demon cultivator chose to self-destruct, destroying both his body and soul. However, after self-destructing, a huge destructive force was produced. In an instant, dozens of corpses from the sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 factions were devoured. After the first person self-destructed, more and more demon race cultivators chose to self-destruct when they saw that they were about to be killed. It was extremely tragic. They used their own lives to race against time, hoping that more people could escape. Pooh! Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and moved through the crowd. With one slash, he killed several experts. In a chaotic battle, it was best not to use powerful divine abilities. There were too many cultivators in a chaotic battle. Using powerful divine abilities would consume a lot of energy. Once you used up all your energy, the enemy would not give you time to replenish your energy. When the time came, the army would swarm you. No matter how strong you were, you would be killed. Lin Feng, you're quite brave. You still haven't escaped. Ying Yutian sneered. He quickly flew over, holding the heaven-shattering sun and moon saber, and slashed at Lin Feng. Clang, the weapons in their hands clashed fiercely. Lin Feng was forced to retreat. This Ying Yutian was indeed worthy of being the imperial uncle of the great Qin Empire. His cultivation was too strong. Ah, wretched cries rang out from afar. Some of the cultivators from the one sect, 3 palaces, and the 8 great powers had rushed to the side of the ordinary Yao cultivators and began massacring them. Many of them fell into pools of blood. Mother, mother! A child of about 3 or 4 years old knelt beside a dead woman and cried. Little bastard, go to hell. In the next moment, an expert from the upper heaven gate wielded a giant hammer and smashed the child into meat paste with a single blow. People were constantly being slaughtered. The ground was littered with corpses. Lunatic! Lin Feng's expression was gloomy as he turned around and charged towards the experts from the one family, 3 palaces, and the 8 great forces who were slaughtering the commoners. Sword intent! Blade storm! Lin Feng slashed out with his sword, and dense sword chi shot out in all directions. The storm of swords was formed and swept towards the cultivators of the one sect, 3 mansions, and the 8 great forces. Puff, tearing sounds rang out one after another, and the bodies of the experts were directly torn to shreds. Dozens of experts had been killed by Lin Feng in an instant. Princess Shuiyao also led a group of demon cultivators to protect these ordinary demons. Kill this brat. Someone pointed at Lin Feng and shouted loudly. Then, a group of people quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. There were hundreds of people, and all kinds of attacks came at him. Lin Feng was a little overwhelmed because the leader of the people who attacked him was an ancient giant. Why involve the innocent in a battle between cultivators? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The masked cultivator walked over and said coldly, the demons of the South Continent should be executed. A single sentence caused the deaths of countless people. You speak so casually. You view human lives as ants. Have you ever thought that one day, you might also become an ant in the eyes of others? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The masked cultivator sneered and said, I don't know if that day will come, but I do know that you won't live past today. Kill this brat. The masked cultivator also participated in the battle against Lin Feng. In addition to another ancient giant and hundreds of experts, Lin Feng was surrounded by danger. There were many wounds on his body, and he was dripping with blood. His body was dyed red with blood. In the distance, a few experts of the older generation with unfathomable strength stood. They didn't attack, but they coldly glanced at the battlefield. One of the experts of the older generation from the upper heaven gate said, there were originally 100 million people in the demonic territory, but now there are only 30 to 40 million left. More than half of them have been moved away. An ancestor of the Zhongxing family said, "It's a pity that we can't eliminate them completely, but those who escaped are nothing to be afraid of. Kill them." Deafening battle cries rose and fell. The demonic territory was incomparably chaotic. The battle continued, and blood and death were everywhere. Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of experts and was heavily injured. He used the Great Void technique and jumped out of the encirclement. The demonic cultivators had gathered together. There were originally 30,000 of them, but now there were only 20,000 left. 10,000 had already died in battle. The experts of the 8 great powers, 1 family, and 3 prefectures attacked again. The situation was very dangerous. An ancient seal appeared in Princess Shuiyao's hand. She burned her life force to worship the seal. "Great Phoenix Seal, please release a trace of your imperial aura to protect the demonic cultivators and resist these sinners." The seal was called the Phoenix Seal, and it was the great imperial weapon of the Phoenix clan. Princess Shuiyao had brought the great imperial weapon with her to activate it, but it was obviously very difficult for her to activate it alone. Life force ignition: many people burned their life force to help Princess Shuiyao activate the Phoenix Seal. Finally, the Phoenix Seal was activated. It flew into the air and released a trace of its imperial aura. Poof, the 8 great powers, 1 family, and 3 prefectures were heavily injured. After the Phoenix Seal released its imperial aura, at least 10,000 experts were instantly annihilated. Is that a great imperial weapon? It's too terrifying. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb when he saw that. Great imperial weapons were stronger than gods and demons. The demonic cultivators' morale was greatly boosted, and they were about to activate the great imperial weapon for a second attack. At that moment, the void split open. An ancient divine gate flew out of it. Tianluo Divine Gate. It was a great imperial weapon passed down from the upper heaven gate. The great imperial weapon also released its imperial aura and collided with the Phoenix Seal. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Crack, crack, the earth continued to crack, and huge cracks appeared. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The great imperial weapons did not really collide. It was just a clash of auras, but it was already enough to completely destroy the demonic cultivators' territory. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the impact of the collision would be. It might even destroy half of the South Continent. Fortunately, the 2 great imperial weapons did not really collide. Instead, they faced each other in the air. Kill, the experts of the 8 great powers and the 1 family, 3 prefectures, and the others attacked again. An even more intense battle broke out, and countless people died tragically. Lin Feng and the others could no longer protect the ordinary people of the demonic cultivators. Many of them were single-handedly slaughtered by the cultivators of the 8 great powers and the 1 family, 3 prefectures, and the others. The demonic cultivators' territory had completely turned into hell. Everywhere was filled with slaughter and death. It had been a long time since such a large-scale war had broken out in the world of cultivators, but Lin Feng had participated in battles in the secular world. Even in the secular world, there was a rule that everyone abided by, and that was to not kill ordinary people. But now, in the world of cultivators, they wanted to exterminate everyone. Lin Feng sighed when he saw the ordinary beasts who had died tragically. The 3 families of the South Continent were afraid of King Zhangpeng. They wanted to get rid of him. Actually, the ordinary beasts had been killed by them casually. Since they had already decided to get rid of King Zhangpeng, killing a few million more beasts was nothing to them. "Little boy, die," said Yutian, staring at Lin Feng in the crowd. He raised his sun and moon sky-shattering saber and slashed at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng didn't intend to fight against Yutian. He used the Great Void technique to dodge Yutian's attacks. A moment later, Lin Feng appeared a few dozen meters away. He slashed with his sword and killed a dozen strong cultivators. Lin Feng killed them all. Green Manta Scorpion King, come out. Lin Feng waved his hand and summoned the Green Manta Scorpion King from his pouch. "Summon all the insects," said Lin Feng. "Yes, master," said the Green Manta Scorpion King in a strange voice. Then, the Green Manta Scorpion King's swarm flew out. During those few years, Lin Feng had been raising the insects. He had been feeding them all sorts of precious herbs to help them evolve. Even if he didn't have to, he would also provide them with a lot of spiritual stones. Therefore, the size of the insect swarm had increased by dozens of times. The dark green mantis scorpion king now had the strength of a quasi-immemorial tycoon. Because its entire body was filled with poison, even an immemorial tycoon would suffer if they were careless. If that happened, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Lin Feng was surrounded by a dense swarm of insects. Lin Feng dashed left and right in the crowd, and the swarm of insects moved together with Lin Feng. Wherever he went, the experts of the one sect, 3 mansions, and the 8 great powers were either killed by Lin Feng or devoured by the swarm of insects. Of course, the swarm was constantly being killed, and their numbers were gradually decreasing. Lin Feng felt a little heartache, but this was war. As long as the dark green mantis scorpion king did not die, the swarm could continue to grow. I've been nurturing my insects for so many years, but I've never been willing to use them. I've been waiting for this rare opportunity. Ying Yutian, prepare to die. Lin Feng saw Ying Yutian not far away and immediately rushed towards him. With such a large swarm, no matter how strong Ying Yutian was, he didn't dare to fight back. He turned and ran. Lin Feng used the Great Void technique to stop Ying Yutian, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Then, the dark green mantis scorpion king led the swarm and rushed over. The dense swarm of insects pounced towards Ying Yutian. Sky-splitting sun and moon slash. Ying Yutian was really too strong. He used the sky-splitting sun and moon saber technique to send Lin Feng flying. Then, a dense swarm of saber lights shot towards the swarm. Countless poisonous insects were killed, and their corpses fell like rain. Forbidden weapon, dark demon ruler. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he took out the treasure he had obtained from Emolang. This dark demon ruler could be used 3 times. After Lin Feng took out the dark demon ruler, it became 100 meters long and swept towards Ying Yutian. There was a loud bang as Lin Feng's dark demon ruler sent Ying Yutian flying. At that moment, the dark green mantis scorpion king, who had been hiding in the swarm, quickly rushed to Ying Yutian's back and tore his body apart with its claws. Poison immediately poured into Ying Yutian's body. Ah! Ying Yutian let out a blood-curdling scream as he slapped the dark green mantis scorpion king away. The dark green mantis scorpion king's carapace was shattered, and it was badly injured. However, its defense was strong enough that it didn't die. Ying Yutian was poisoned. He wanted to force the poison out of his body, but at that moment, the swarm of poisonous insects surrounded him and kept biting his body. Die! Lin Feng took advantage of Ying Yutian's poisoning and shouted. He rushed in front of Ying Yutian and pierced his chest with his sword. I'm going to die at the hands of a junior like you. How could this be? Ying Yutian murmured in disbelief. There's a god watching over you. You're helping the evildoer. Even death can't wipe out your crimes. Lin Feng pulled out his sword. In the next moment, Ying Yutian was eaten by the swarm of insects until only his bones were left. Lin Feng led the swarm of insects in a killing spree. With the help of the insects, 6,000 to 7,000 experts from the 8 great powers were killed by Lin Feng and the insects. Apart from Ying Yutian, Lin Feng also found an opportunity to kill Gong Sun Bai, who was one of the 4 clear skies and white suns experts. Of course, Lin Feng was also heavily injured. His left chest had been pierced through, and it had almost taken Lin Feng's life. Boom! A terrifying chi filled the air. In the distance, a few old experts who hadn't made a move yet finally attacked. They were quasi-rebirth realm experts. Although they hadn't stepped into the rebirth realm yet, they weren't far from it. Little bastard, you killed 2 of our strongest experts. You deserve to die. An old man attacked Lin Feng. His name was Gong Sun Hai. Lin Feng had killed Yu Wenqing before, and now he had killed Gong Sun Bai. The upper echelons of the sect couldn't bear it anymore. Gong Sun Hai slapped Lin Feng with his palm. Bang! Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning and was sent flying. He fell to the ground and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Quasi-rebirth realm experts are indeed terrifying. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and looked at Gong Sun Hai with a gloomy expression. At the same time, the other three quasi-rebirth realm experts, Tuobayi, Zhongxingyi, and Shangguanyan, also joined the battle. With them attacking, the experts of the Great Rocks were almost defeated. Elder Jin, Princess Shui Yao, Thousand Piao Shui, the Peacock Race's Elder Kongqing, the Nine-Tailed Fox Race's Hu Hongwan, and the other experts were all defeated and heavily injured. Although they were also ancient experts or experts comparable to ancient experts, the difference between them and the three quasi-rebirth realm experts was too great. Brat, I'll suppress you. I'll obtain your secret first before killing you. Gong Sun Hai's expression was indifferent as he used a sealing divine ability to envelop Lin Feng. He wanted to suppress Lin Feng. Kill all the demons. Leave none alive. In another direction, the three quasi-rebirth realm experts gave the order. The experts of the sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 major powers were greatly motivated. They started a massacre, and the ground was covered in corpses. Suppress Princess Shui Yao and kill the rest. Tuobaye's expression was cold. He took the lead and suppressed Princess Shui Yao. On the other hand, Masayoshi Zhong and Shangguanyan rushed towards Old Jin and the others. Now, not to mention the lives of the ordinary people of the Great Rock King tribe, even the upper echelons of the Great Rock King tribe were about to die. Of course, Lin Feng was also in a precarious situation. He was locked down by a quasi-rebirth realm expert and couldn't move. He could only watch as his opponent suppressed him. Do you think there's no one left in the demon race? At this critical moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the Great Rock's territory. In that instant, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the depths of the abyss. A sickly middle-aged man was walking through the air. Rock King, when the cultivators of the one sect, 3 palaces, and 8 great powers saw the man walking towards them, their expressions changed. Whoosh! Lin Feng took advantage of this rare opportunity to use the void travel technique to get rid of Gong Sun Hai. Princess Shui Yao and the others also took the opportunity to retreat and get rid of the other 3 experts. The 4 experts didn't chase after Lin Feng, Princess Shui Yao, and the others. Instead, they looked at the Rock King with serious expressions. The Rock King is still alive. This is really a blessing for the devil race. When they saw the Rock King, many people were so excited that they almost burst into tears. The Rock King was very important to the devil race. Many times, he was like a god in many people's hearts. However, Lin Feng frowned slightly because he could feel the Rock King's condition. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. It seemed like he was hanging on to his last breath. It was this last breath that kept the Rock King alive. The slaughter has caused the devil race and the other powers to suffer great losses. Retreat now. The Rock King will lead the South region. The Rock King said. Whether it was for the one sect, 3 palaces, 8 great powers, or for the devil race, this was the best outcome because no more people would die. However, the one sect, 3 palaces didn't want to end like this. Gong Sun Hai sneered, Rock King, do you think we will fall for your trick? The Rock King frowned slightly, what do you mean? You're heavily injured, to the point where you're barely hanging on to your life. That's why you can't fight anymore. Once you fight, the last breath in your body will leak out, and once that happens, you'll definitely die. That's why you want us to leave now. Then, you'll have time to recuperate. At that time, you'll have a chance to recover, Gong Sun Hai sneered. King Zhangpeng remained silent in the air. He then said, you're right, I can't do anything because of my body. I hope you can leave, partly because of myself, but mostly because I don't want to see more people die. Do you really think that I'll believe your nonsense? Tuobayi sneered. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. The people from the one sect, 3 palaces, and 9 palaces had already steeled their hearts to kill the Great Rock King. Since that's the case, even if I have to use my last breath, I'd like to ask you guys for advice, said Lin Feng. The Great Rock King stepped forward. Uncle, please don't do anything. Jin Xingyuan said with a trembling voice. When the 9 death knells rang out, the Great Ping King was indeed dead. Once there was no more qi in a person's body, that person would die. Qi formed the complex life structure of the human body. At this moment, Xianxia took out the 9-colored snow lotus, the holy artifact of the Snow Lady clan. It was said that the nine-colored snow lotus could allow cultivators to produce qi within their bodies. Thousand Piao Shui fed the nine-colored snow lotus to the Great Rock King. However, the Great Rock King did not wake up. While the Great Rock King was in a deep slumber, one sect, 3 palaces, and 8 major powers invaded the demon race's territory. The nine-colored snow lotus did have a miraculous effect. In the end, the Great Pink King woke up. He appeared immediately. However, what he saw was a river of blood. The Great Pink King was naturally heartbroken. However, the Great Pink King knew that the current strength of the demon race was far from being comparable to the one sect, 3 palaces, and 8 major powers. If they continued fighting, there would only be more casualties. Moreover, his body would not be able to hold on for much longer. In order to protect the lives of the demon race, the Great Pink King proposed a ceasefire. However, it was clearly wishful thinking on his part. Gong Sunhai and the others did not agree. 300 years ago, you were besieged and failed your reincarnation tribulation. Now that 300 years have passed, what level has your strength dropped to? Gong Sunhai walked towards the Great Pink King step by step, a sinister smile on his face. Tuoba Yi, Zhongxingyi, and Shang Guanyan had no intention of making a move. They were all quasi-rebirth realm experts. The strong had their own dignity. It was naturally impossible for 4 quasi-rebirth realm experts to besiege the Great Pink King, who was on his last breath and had failed his reincarnation tribulation 300 years ago. In their eyes, this was an insult. Great Pink King, let me have a taste of your demon abilities. Gong Sunhai sneered and stepped forward, a powerful force emanating from his body. An expert of Gong Sunhai's level would naturally be able to condense force. This was the force of battle. With each step Gong Sunhai took, his aura grew more terrifying. Everyone looked anxiously at the 2 figures hovering in midair. Naturally, the Yao clan cultivators were also extremely nervous. The Great Pink King was on his last breath. Could he be a match for a quasi-rebirth realm expert like Gong Sunhai? Topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Suddenly, Gong Sunhai attacked, his magic power spreading to the sky. A vast ocean and endless mountain range condensed in the air, all of which shot towards the Great Pink King. In an instant, the void was shattered by this move that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The power of this move was so strong that it made one's soul tremble. A quasi-rebirth realm cultivator is too strong. How will the Great Pink King block Gong Sunhai's attack? Lin Feng muttered. The terrifying attack was about to hit the Great Pink King. At that moment, the Great Pink King stepped forward. His body transformed into a beam of killing light. No one knew what kind of ability it was, but it tore apart the Great Pink King's attack. It instantly arrived in front of Gong Sunhai. Puff, Gong Sunhai didn't even have time to react before his body was split in 2. Cough, 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 the Great Pink King reappeared, coughing violently. Each time he coughed up blood. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was completely shocked. That was an expert at the quasi-rebirth realm. And he was killed just like that. The Great Pink King is too strong, isn't he? He suffered multiple recoils from his Dao injuries? How can his cultivation be so terrifying? He killed a quasi-rebirth realm expert in an instant. That's incredible. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The Great Pink King was so strong, but the heavens were jealous of geniuses. Now that he was coughing up blood, it was obvious that the Great Pink King couldn't hold on much longer. Uncle! Jin Xingxin cried. Seeing the Great Pink King coughing up blood, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Who else? Finally, the Great Pink King stopped coughing up blood. He raised his head and looked at Tuoba Yi, Zhongxingyi, and Shang Guanyan. Let's have a taste of your abilities. The 3 powerhouses stepped out, each of them wielding a supreme treasure of the pinnacle Dao artifact level. Then, they split into 3 directions and surrounded the Great Pink King. Ganging up on him? Seeing this scene, many people revealed indignant expressions. The 3 of them were quasi-rebirth realm experts and had 3 peak Dao treasures. The Great Pink King's body was in such a bad condition. With the 3 of them working together, they only needed 1 attack to kill the Great Pink King. Then, they would be able to kill the Great Pink King. For experts like Tuobayi, Zhongxingyi, and Shangguanyan, this wasn't a difficult task. The 3 peak-grade Dao artifacts of the 3 experts were emitting shocking waves of energy. Tuobaye's Dao artifact was called the Sky-Shaking Axe. Zhongxingyi's Dao artifact was called the Bright Extinguishing Spear. Shangguanyan's Dao artifact was called the Chaotic Sky Spear. The 3 treasures were activated by the 3 experts, emitting waves of energy that could distort the void. These were peak-grade Dao artifacts. Actually, quasi-rebirth realm cultivators could only release their strongest attacks when they activated a peak-grade Dao artifact. The power of a peak-grade Dao artifact was even more tyrannical than a divine artifact. Although a divine artifact's quality surpassed a Dao artifact's, there was a factor in whether or not the divine artifact's power could be activated. For example, there were 2 weapons. One was a large saber that could cut through iron like mud. The other was a dagger. Which of the 2 weapons had more destructive power? Of course, it was this saber that could cut through iron like it was mud. Its lethality was even greater. However, if you let a 3-year-old child use these 2 weapons, the more suitable weapon would be the dagger because a 3-year-old child would be able to pick it up. No matter how strong the large saber was, if a 3-year-old child couldn't pick it up, it wouldn't have any destructive power. This logic was exactly the same as whether a divine artifact or a Dao artifact was more suitable for a quasi-rebirth realm cultivator. The 3 peak-grade Dao artifacts were activated, and the 3 experts attacked the Great Ping King with the peak-grade Dao artifacts. The 3 of them not only chose to work together to deal with the Great Ping King, who was on his last breath, but they also used peak-grade Dao artifacts. One could say that they were despicable or shameless. However, the 3 of them didn't care about what others thought, they only wanted to kill the Great Ping King. The 3 old ancestors are activating 3 peak-grade Dao artifacts to attack together. This time, victory should be in their hands. Let's wait and see how the Great Ping King dies. The cultivators of the One Sect 3 palaces discussed softly. The ones who hated the Great Ping King the most were naturally the cultivators of the Upper Heaven Gate. This was because the old ancestor of the Upper Heaven Gate, Gongsun Hai Gang, had just been killed by the Great Ping King. As for the cultivators of the Fiend race, they were all extremely worried. After all, the Great Ping King's injuries were too severe. The other party had 3 experts working together, this battle was indeed too dangerous. Tuobayi was the first to attack. He wielded the Sky-Shaking Axe and cleaved at the Great Rock King. Buzz. Along with bursts of violent fluctuations surging out, a huge axe light condensed in the void. This axe light was condensed from murderous aura. It was more than 10 meters long, and it slashed towards the Great Rock King. It was like Pangu's axe that split the heaven and earth. With this chop of the axe, even the void was torn apart. A terrifying blow instantly came crashing down. When Tuobayi made his move, Xingyi also made his move. The radiant extermination technique in his hand flew out and sliced through the void. Puff, the void was like a thin piece of paper, instantly being torn apart. The great destructive wheel of destruction slashed towards the head of the Great Rock King, wanting to decapitate it. Such power was truly terrifying beyond compare. Shangguanyan's attack also came. He displayed an extremely profound spear technique called Man-Spear Unity. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the void, aiming for the Great Rock King's chest. Seeing that the 3 experts had already made their moves, the onlookers were either excited, nervous, or worried. For example, the cultivators of the One Sect, 3 palaces, and the 8 major powers were all excited. In their opinion, the Great Rock King would not be able to withstand the attacks of the 3 experts. On the other hand, Lin Feng, Jin Xingyuan, Elder Jin, Princess Shui Yao, and the others were worried. The attacks of the 3 quasi-rebirth realm cultivators, especially when they were using peak-grade Dao artifacts, were too powerful. They were worried that the Great Rock King would not be able to withstand it and would be killed on the spot. Facing the attacks of the 3 experts, the Great Ping King naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for his death. Everyone saw that when the attacks of the 3 experts were about to land on the Great Ping King's body, the Great Ping King suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Their attacks landed in midair. What's going on? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Even Lin Feng's void travel was not able to do that. This was because if anyone was locked on by a powerful attack, it would be difficult to escape. Take Lin Feng for example. Although he knew void travel, if he was locked on by the opponent's sacred art or Dao artifact, he would not be able to use void travel. This was because the sacred art would be forcefully interrupted by the opponent's attack. However, the Great Rock King disappeared in an instant as if he had teleported. Could it be the speed of his physical body? He could teleport? Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. His face was instantly filled with shock. It was indeed possible. If the speed of his physical body could reach the level of teleportation, even if he was locked on by the opponent's sacred art or Dao artifact, he could still teleport away. Behind. Suddenly, Tuoba Yi and Zhong Jingyi exclaimed and pointed behind Shang Guanyan. Shang Guanyan was shocked and moved to the left. However, it was too late. The Great Rock King appeared behind him silently. He raised his right hand and slashed at the void. Pooh! Shang Guanyan's head was instantly chopped off and his headless corpse fell from the sky. Instant kill, another instant kill. The Great Rock King's strength was indeed too tyrannical. He had already instantly killed 2 quasi-rebirth realm cultivators. At this moment, Tuoba Yi and Zhong Jingyi's attacks had already arrived. However, just as their attacks were about to land on the Great Rock King, he disappeared again. Tuoba Yi and Zhong Jingyi's faces turned pale with fright. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Now that the Great Rock King could appear and disappear so mysteriously, the two of them were terrified. Pooh! Silently, a beam of killing light shot out from the void. In the next moment, Zhong Jingyi's head soared into the sky. The third quasi-rebirth realm expert was instantly killed. Cough, 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 the Great Rock King appeared and coughed violently. He constantly coughed out blood and his body swayed as if he was about to fall. Die. Tuoba Yi snorted and slashed his axe at the Great Rock King. The Great Rock King raised his right hand and flicked it lightly. Clang, the peak Dao artifact sky-shaking axe was sent flying. The Great Rock King extended his right hand and pointed it at Tuoba Yi's head. A golden light condensed and Tuoba Yi's head was instantly pierced through. His body was sent flying and his corpse fell to the ground. The 4 quasi-rebirth realm experts are all dead. Everyone revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The Great Rock King was too terrifying. Cough, cough, cough. The Great Rock King coughed violently in the air, constantly coughing out blood. Even so, who would dare to underestimate him? Boom! Just as everyone had yet to recover from their shock, the void split open and an old man stepped out. That old man sent a palm strike at the Great Rock King. Bang! With a muffled sound of collision, the Great Ping King was sent flying by the old man. His body fell to the ground. The old man wore a white robe and emitted an immortal reincarnation aura. He was actually a rebirth realm expert. This rebirth realm expert had suddenly appeared and sent a palm strike at the Great Rock King. The Great Rock King was only hanging by a thread. Now that he had received a terrifying attack from a rebirth realm expert, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. King Zhanpeng was about to hit the ground when he finally managed to stop himself from falling. He finally landed on the ground. His clothes were stained with blood and his face was pale. Asterisk cough 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 asterisk he kept coughing. Every time he coughed up blood. His body swayed slightly, as if he was about to fall to the ground. Many of them cast worried looks at the Great Rock King. At present, the Great Rock King's injuries must have worsened. Additionally, the opponent was a rebirth stage cultivator. This was a level of strength that could cause others to despair. Rebirth realm cultivators were extremely rare in the Tianwu continent. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Such a person could only be found in the Supreme Ancient Era. The beasts naturally felt a deep sense of despair. After all, a rebirth realm cultivator was enough to dominate everything. This is troublesome. A rebirth realm cultivator has appeared. Demon Lord, let's make another deal. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. He hated making deals with the Demon Lord because the Demon Lord was insatiably greedy. But now, even a rebirth realm cultivator had appeared. How could they fight this battle? King Zhanpeng had been hanging on by a thread. He had attacked continuously, but the rebirth realm cultivator had slapped him again. Now, King Zhongpeng only had half a breath left. How could he fight against a rebirth realm cultivator? Moreover, King Zhongpeng had failed to pass the rebirth tribulation. In other words, King Zhongpeng hadn't reached the rebirth realm yet. Even though King Zhongpeng's strength was heaven-defying, compared to a rebirth realm cultivator, he was still worlds apart. Hearing Lin Feng's transmission, the demon lord said, "Of course. This time, I need 10% of your undying divine blood." Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He really wanted to strangle the demon lord. That bastard, that was too much. Stop. I'll wait and see. Lin Feng replied fiercely. Now that the situation was unclear, he naturally wouldn't immediately make a deal with the demon lord. The demon lord sat on top of the lone grave. He squinted his eyes and looked at the Rock King, who was on the verge of collapsing. He seemed to be in deep thought. You only have one last breath left to hang on to your life. You didn't die even after being hit by my palm. You really surprised me. The old man who had attacked looked indifferent. Logically speaking, the qi in your body should have been dispersed by me, but you're still alive. If I'm not wrong, you must have eaten the 9-colored snow lotus. That lotus can gather qi, so your qi hasn't been dispersed. Cough, cough, cough. The great Rock King coughed 3 times and coughed up 3 more mouthfuls of blood. His face turned even paler. The great Rock King took a deep breath and said, "That's right, I ate the 9-colored snow lotus. That's why I'm still alive. You are indeed a peerless genius. Even after 300 years, your Dao injury still hasn't been able to take your life. However, everything will end today. I will kill you and use the soul-searching grand art to search your soul's memories to see what secrets you are hiding." The old man looked indifferent. The old man's identity was very mysterious. Even the cultivators of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups were whispering to each other about who he was. "Gong Sun Qian, we knew you weren't dead." At this moment, 2 voices came from the void. Then, 2 old men walked out. One of the 2 old men was wearing a gray robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. Ancestor, when they saw the 2 old men, the higher-ups of the Audiobook clan and the Zhongxing clan cried out in alarm and hurriedly bowed to them. The old man in the gray robe was called Tuoba Yuan. He was the strongest cultivator of the Audiobook clan and had been cultivating for 9,700 years. The old man in the cyan robe was called Zhongxing Fu. He was the strongest cultivator of the Zhongxing clan and had been cultivating for 9,800 years. Only the higher-ups of the Audiobook clan and the Zhongxing clan knew about them. Ordinary elders and juniors didn't even know about them. No need for formalities. The 2 old men waved their hands. "It's our ancestor. He's not dead," shouted the cultivators of the Supreme Gate of Heaven. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Gong Sun Qian. Gong Sun Qian's background was even greater. Gong Sun Qian was from 15,000 years ago. When he was 1,000 years old, he became the patriarch of the Supreme Gate of Heaven. He didn't retire until he was 9,500 years old. After that, he lived for more than 10,000 years. Many people thought that Gong Sun Qian was about to die, but nobody had thought that he would live until he was 12,000 years old. 3,000 years ago, there was a rumor that Gong Sun Qian had died. Who would have thought that a cultivator who died 3,000 years ago would appear in front of everyone again? No need for formalities. Gong Sun Qian waved his hand. The cultivators of the Supreme Gate stood up. "A 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year tortoise, how can Gong Sun Qian live longer than a tortoise?" Lin Feng muttered. "Brat? What are you talking about?" Lin Feng's words couldn't escape Gong Sun Qian's ears. He coldly glanced at Lin Feng. Many people looked at Lin Feng. The cultivators of the Supreme Gate were gnashing their teeth. They hated Lin Feng very much. Lin Feng compared Gong Sun Qian to a 10,000-year tortoise. In their eyes, Lin Feng was desecrating Gong Sun Qian's dignity. Lin Feng said, "Am I wrong? This senior has lived longer than a 10,000-year tortoise." Pfft. Seeing Lin Feng say that Gong Sun Qian lived longer than a 10,000-year tortoise, many people couldn't help but laugh. This guy is really... Princess Shuya shook her head. She didn't know how to describe Lin Feng. At this time, he still dared to mock a rebirth realm cultivator. He was simply fearless. Princess Shuiyao couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. Even the great Ping King couldn't help but smile. Gong Sun Qian's mouth violently twitched, but he didn't have any intention of attacking Lin Feng. An expert of his level disdained to attack Lin Feng. When the great Ping King dies, we'll kill that brat first. The masked cultivator from the upper heaven gate, Dongfang Ri, and the other experts, looked gloomy. They looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Gong Sun Qian didn't attack Lin Feng. He knew that even if he didn't attack, the disciples of the upper heaven gate would still help him kill Lin Feng. The three of you are here. It seems that this old man is too late. At that moment, an old man's voice came from afar. Another old man had arrived. He was originally a dozen li away, but in just a few steps, he had already arrived. It's the ancestor. The expert from the Shangguan clan shouted excitedly. He hurriedly saluted the old man. For rebirth realm cultivators. Lin Feng took a deep breath. A rebirth realm cultivator could kill the great Ping King with a flick of his finger. Not to mention four, on the side of the monster race cultivators, every one of them felt a deep sense of despair. On the other hand, one sect, 3 prefectures, and 8 influential groups were magnificent. Great Ping King, since you're a peerless genius, we'll give you a dignified death. You can end it yourself. Gong Sun Qian looked at the great Ping King indifferently. In Gong Sun Qian's opinion, the great Ping King wasn't an ant, but he wasn't much stronger than an ant. Gong Sun Qian's confidence came from his strength. A rebirth realm cultivator could indeed look down on the Tianwu continent. In the Tianwu continent, it was impossible to become a god. Even if there were gods, they were from ancient times and had never left the Tianwu continent. It was just like the old man who had appeared when the astral behemoths had attacked the spatial tunnel. Although he was a god, no one knew his identity. The only reason he had remained on the martial heaven continent was because he was its guardian. Only when the martial heaven continent was in great danger would these gods appear. Otherwise, they wouldn't appear. Beneath the gods were the reincarnation realm experts. A portion of them would risk their lives to cross the endless sea and head to the central world on the other side of the ocean to seek a chance to break through to the godhood realm. But in reality, not all rebirth realm cultivators would do that. Because it was too dangerous. Since it was a 9 out of 10 chance of dying, it meant that the success rate was extremely low. Many people would not take such a risk unless they were at the end of their lives. Only then would they enter the endless sea domain. The 4 rebirth realm cultivators who had appeared now represented the peak strength of the Tianwu continent. Gods did not appear. Rebirth realm cultivators were the strongest. You can't shake my heart with just one sentence. King Zhanpeng raised his eyes and looked at Gong Sun Qian. Although he looked dignified, he was not afraid. Lin Feng admired King Zhanpeng's state of mind. In such a dangerous situation, he was still calm. If King Zhanpeng hadn't been plotted against in the past, his cultivation level would have been unfathomable. It seems like you're still stubbornly resisting, but it's futile. You won't be able to change anything. Gong Sun Qian walked step by step towards King Zhanpeng. The ancestor is going to attack. King Zhanpeng will definitely be killed by our ancestor. The cultivators of the upper gate of heaven discussed animatedly. It was as if they could already see Gong Sun Qian's strength. In fact, after Gong Sun Qian appeared, these people were all in a state of excitement. Boom! Gong Sun Qian attacked, his palm slashing towards King Zhanpeng. 10,000 axe lights condensed in the air and slashed horizontally. This technique was called 10,000 axe slaying immortals. It was an extremely powerful ancient technique. It condensed 10,000 axe lights and was said to be able to slay immortals and gods. When Gong Sun Qian attacked, many people felt their souls trembling. Gong Sun Qian was like a god, they had to look up to him. How terrifying! Lin Feng looked dignified. Rebirth realm cultivators were indeed terrifying. Cultivators at that level were infinitely close to gods. Their strength was close to gods. Just as the attack was about to hit Big Rock King moved to the right and avoided Gong Sun Qian's attack. Zhanpeng's eyes. But now, they had underestimated King Zhanpeng's strength. Zhanpeng was King Zhanpeng. On Zhan king. Was to him. Him Zhan emperor. Is this the speed of your physical body? You deserve to be called a great golden-winged peng, your physical strength is incredible. Legends say that the great golden-winged peng has the fastest speed in the world. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Gongsun Qian looked at King Zhanpeng, who was 20 meters away from him. As expected, his physical strength is incredible, thought Lin Feng. He had suspected that King Zhanpeng's teleportation was a result of his physical strength. Now it seemed that it was true. King Zhanpeng could do that because of his race. In the Tianwu continent, perhaps only King Zhanpeng could teleport. Gods could do that. Lin Feng wasn't sure because he had never seen a god. If you only had that technique, you wouldn't have been able to kill me, said King Zhanpeng as he walked towards Gongsun Qian. At that moment, everybody realized that King Zhanpeng's qi was increasing with each step he took. He was accumulating force. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the force inside Chu Zhanpeng's body. King Zhanpeng had condensed 9 kinds of force. Terrifying, how terrifying. I've only learned 3 kinds of force, but King Zhanpeng has 9. Thought Lin Feng. Comprehending force was extremely difficult. Normally, those who could comprehend 1 type of force were called geniuses, those who could comprehend 2 types of force were called monstrous, those who could comprehend 3 types of force were heaven-defying, and those who could comprehend 4 or more types of force were just legends. Very rarely did such people appear, but the Rock King was able to comprehend 9 types of force, which was enough to shock the world. How arrogant. Gongsun Qian's expression was cold. He used another powerful primordial sacred art. This divine ability was called Icebound World. Icebound World, even the void had turned into an icebound country. King Zhanpeng was surrounded by ice, but at that moment, King Zhanpeng's body was burning. The world of ice melted. Golden rock fire. Gongsun Qian frowned. That was King Zhanpeng's original demonic fire, it was extremely powerful. Today, I'll let you have a taste of the technique I've been practicing for 13,000 years, said Gongsun Qian coldly. Great cutting technique, shouted Gongsun Qian Peng. He used a peerless technique. 3,000 great ways. Lin Feng was astonished. The great cutting technique was one of the 72 types of 3,000 great ways. It was stronger than many ancient techniques. It was comparable to emperor's techniques. The void seemed to have been cut into pieces by a saw, and the void power kept surging out of the cut void. Once someone was enveloped by the void power, they would be sucked into the dark void world and die without a burial place. But King Zhanpeng was moving through the cut pieces. A peerless technique like the great cutting technique couldn't hurt King Zhanpeng. It was unbelievable. This technique is called the soul-splitting technique. Abruptly, the great rock king in the air inclined his head, his voice emotionless. After that, King Zhanpeng condensed 9 types of force and took 81 steps. His qi was as strong as it could get. Everybody saw King Zhanpeng turn into a dazzling beam of qi and fly towards Gongsun Qian. The sky was being torn apart. King Zhanpeng's qi reached Gongsun Qian in a flash. How is that possible? Gongsun Qian couldn't believe it. He could feel how terrifying that attack was. He wanted to move to the side to avoid King Zhanpeng's attack. But Gongsun Qian was astonished to find that he couldn't move at all. No. Gongsun Qian shouted in fear. Slash, a moment later, blood splashed everywhere. Gongsun Qian was cut in half by King Zhanpeng's qi. How is this possible? This is definitely not real. Our eyes must be playing tricks on us. Many people from the one sect, 3 palaces roared in disbelief, especially the cultivators from the upper heaven gate. They could not accept the scene in front of them. That was a rebirth realm expert, but he was killed by the great rock king in one move. This was too inconceivable. Heavens, the great rock king is so strong. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, as if a monstrous wave had been set off in his heart. The battle strength that the great rock king had displayed had deeply shocked Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng had never seen such a terrifying figure like the great rock king. 9 forces, raising one's battle strength to the limit. Then, accumulating power. 1 hit, 1 kill. It was enough to make one's blood boil. Cough cough, the great Rock King's figure appeared. He coughed violently, constantly coughing up blood. His body was on the verge of collapse. This time, the great Rock King could not hold on any longer. Great Rock King, Uncle, Senior. Lin Feng and the others looked at the great Rock King worriedly. The great Rock King, who was hanging on by his last breath, was naturally in a terrible condition. After continuously attacking, the great Rock King had almost reached his limit. The great Rock King's current situation was that he could die at any time. This was what made Lin Feng and the others extremely worried. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others really wanted this battle to end. Both sides had suffered heavy losses in this battle. If they sat down and negotiated, the great Rock King would also be able to survive. However, the cultivators from the 1 sect, 3 palaces, and the 8 great powers obviously had no intention of negotiating. They wanted the great Rock King's life. The great Rock King struggled to stand up before falling to the ground. However, his body continuously swayed a few times, and he almost fell to the ground. It could be seen that the great Rock King's current situation was extremely dangerous. Old ancestor, you died so miserably. The experts of the Upper Heaven Gate cried bitterly, because they realized that all of this was real and not a dream. The ancestor of the Upper Heaven Gate had already been killed, and the people of the other 3 great powers, Tuoba, Zhongxing, and Shangguan clan, were actually secretly delighted. Gongsun Qian had been killed by the great Rock King, so the power of the Upper Heaven Gate would definitely be reduced. The Upper Heaven Gate had always been suppressing the 3 major powers, and now they finally had a chance to breathe. Although the Upper Heaven Gate and the 3 palaces were allies, they were also fighting openly and secretly, not giving way to each other. You broke through to the rebirth realm. Why is it like this? Back then, you clearly suffered a Dao injury and failed your tribulation. The ancestor of the Zhongxing family, Zhongxing Fu, looked at King Dapeng in disbelief. The other 2 rebirth realm experts, Tuoba Yuan and Shangguan Qi, became solemn as well. They looked at the Dapeng king gloomily. The fact that the great Ping King was in the rebirth realm was out of everyone's expectations. The Dao injury is real. However, it did not say that one would fail to transcend the tribulation if they were injured in the middle. The great Rock King raised his eyelids. This piece of news was undoubtedly earth-shattering. Even the many elders of the demon clan were shocked beyond words. Obviously, the elders of the Yao clan did not know that the great Rock King had broken through to the rebirth realm. They only knew when the great Rock King displayed his terrifying strength. He really hit it well. The 3 rebirth realm experts took a deep breath. The murderous intent in their eyes became even stronger. The great Rock King made them afraid, and now, they would not let him go. If the great Rock King was allowed to recover, the 3 of them did not dare to imagine what would happen in the future. The other 8 major powers were reinforcements that the Upper Heaven Gate and the 3 palaces had paid a huge price to invite. In reality, the upper echelons of the 8 major powers had already regretted participating in this battle. Firstly, the intensity of the battle had far exceeded their expectations. The number of casualties was too great. Secondly, the strength of the great Ping King was simply too terrifying. If the great Ping King was killed today, it would be fine. But even if the great Ping King didn't die, the 8 major powers would still have a grudge against him. Even if the 8 major powers were archaic powers, they would still feel that it was difficult to deal with such a terrifying existence. Let's attack together and kill him, shouted Shangguan Qi coldly. He took the lead and rushed towards the great Rock King. Tuoba Yuan and Zhongxing Fu also rushed towards the great Rock King. The 3 of them surrounded the great Rock King from 3 different directions. Will the great Rock King be able to withstand the attacks of 3 rebirth realm cultivators? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel worried. The great Rock King had just killed Gongsun Qian. That was because of many reasons. Gongsun Qian had underestimated the great Rock King and the great Rock King had prepared his attack. However, Shangguan Qi, Tuoba Yuan and Zhongxing Fu did not intend to underestimate the great Rock King. They would not give him a chance to attack. Heaven and Hell, Reversal of the Milky Way, eternal instant, the three rebirth realm cultivators attacked with their most powerful attacks. Those three rebirth realm cultivators had used incredible techniques in the ancient times. The heaven and hell technique condensed the heaven world and the hell world. The two worlds resonated with each other and oppressed each other. The Milky Way reversed and evolved into an endless Milky Way world. The Milky Way was like a grain of sand as it turned upside down. One star after another came crashing down. The entire Milky Way was like a Milky Way stripe. It was hard to imagine how terrifying such power was. The eternal instant was a divine ability used to confine space. Even time seemed to be constricted. Between heaven and earth, the eternal instant, 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 the eternal instant. The three rebirth realm cultivators' attacks were not only powerful, but they also complemented each other. It was as if they could destroy the world. Many people's faces turned deathly pale. They sat down on the ground and stared at the center of the battle in terror. I came from beyond the heavens, I came from eternity, I came from all worlds, I came from the universe, I walked between heaven and earth, I became the scorching sun during the day, I became the bright moon at night, I illuminated the world, I was eternal. A deep voice resounded. The great rock king walked in the air. As the great rock monarch spoke, a scorching sun and a bright moon rose from his body. The sun and moon merged into one. They turned into a yin-yang Dao diagram. The Great Yin-Yang Art. The Great Yin-Yang Art, ranked 6th among the 3,000 Great Dao. The Great Rock King is really powerful. You've even learned a supreme technique that's been lost since ancient times. Inside the demonic bead, Yao Jun, who was sitting on the lone grave, suddenly stood up. He was extremely shocked. The Yin-Yang Dao diagram appeared in the sky. It tore apart the heaven and earth, destroying the three rebirth realm cultivators' divine abilities. Pu, Tuoba Yuan was split into two. Pu, Shangguanqi's arm was torn apart by the Yin-Yang Dao diagram. Pu, half of Zhong Jingfu's body exploded. In one move, one of the three rebirth realm experts had died and two were injured. The entire territory of the demon race was completely silent. Whether it was the demon race, the one sect, 3 palaces, or the cultivators of the 8 major powers, they were all shocked speechless. The battle prowess displayed by the Great Rock King was simply too heaven-defying. The Great Pin King was too terrifying. Who would have believed that it was real before? He had killed a rebirth realm cultivator and injured 2 others in one move. Run! Run! Shouted the cultivators of the monster race. Nobody dared to stay. They had only come to help the one sect and 3 prefectures because they had received benefits from them, but things had gotten out of their control. If they didn't leave now, they would be killed by the Great Pin King. The cultivators of the monster race were scared out of their wits. After the cultivators of the monster race and 3 prefectures fled, the cultivators of the one sect and 3 prefectures also fled. Run! Shang Guanqi and Zhong Jingfu, who were lucky enough to survive, didn't dare to stay. The Yin-Yang Dao diagram spun rapidly in the void, chasing after the two, wanting to kill them. Bzzz. At this moment, a cloud of black fog surged over. That cloud of black fog communicated with the supreme treasure of Heavenly Net Divine Sect. Another Rebirth Realm expert appeared. Since this Rebirth Realm expert could communicate with Heavenly Net Divine Sect, he was clearly an expert from Upper Heaven Gate. The Divine Gate of Tianluo released a powerful attack towards the Great Pin King. It was an attack from a great imperial weapon. The Great Pin King didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated and dodged the attack. The mysterious cultivator from the Supreme Gate of Heaven didn't stop. He took the Divine Gate of Tianluo and left quickly. The Great Pin King was too strong. Besides, the monster race also had the Phoenix Seal. They were obviously afraid of the Great Pin King. The Great Pin King turned into his real body and quickly fell to the ground. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly flew over and caught the Great Pin King. Oh no, the qi is gone. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Once the qi was gone, the Great Pin King would die. Hurry up and feed the Great Pin King. Qian Piaoshui took out a 9-colored snow lotus. The 9-colored snow lotus was extremely precious, and even the Snow Lady clan didn't have many of them. This kind of heavenly treasure was also one of the few that could be used. Lin Feng dissolved the 9-colored snow lotus and fed it to the Great Ping King. In the Great Rock King's body, a stream of qi was formed with great difficulty. Why is this happening? Why is her aura so weak? Jin Xingyuan's face turned pale. Qian Piaoshui sighed. Usually, the first time you consume a natural treasure, it will have an amazing effect. The second time you consume it, the effect will be very weak. Quick, bring the Great Rock King back to his palace to rest. Elder Jin said. Lin Feng carried the Great Rock King on his back and brought him back to the palace. The Great Rock King laid on the bed, his countenance as pale as paper. His current situation wasn't ideal. This is the sacred ice coffin. Let's seal the Rock King inside and bring him back to the monster continent. Xianxia took out a supreme treasure. It was forged from 10,000-year-old ice, and it was rumored to be the ancient coffin where the ice god slept. Later on, it was obtained by the Snow Maidens. This coffin could seal a cultivator's life force and prolong their life. The elders placed the Great Rock King's body inside the sacred ice coffin. Then, the elders strengthened the seal. That night, the sacred ice coffin boarded a spaceship and left for the monster continent. Lin Feng and the others left as well. In the spaceship, Lin Feng had his own room. While resting, he transmitted his voice, "Demon Lord, can the Great Rock King survive?" The qi in his body has already dispersed. Even though the second 9-colored snow lotus is keeping him alive, he's still sealed in the holy ice coffin. It's hard to say if he'll survive or not. Maybe he'll need some luck to survive. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng sighed. He naturally hoped that the Great Rock King could recover. I still have some immortal medicine. I don't know if it can save the Great Rock King. Lin Feng frowned. It's a Dao injury. Immortal medicine can't save him. Of course, the Great Rock King isn't simple. Maybe he can come back from the dead. The Demon Lord said. The spaceship quickly flew through the spacetime wormhole. Lin Feng and the others were on a spaceship called the Godly Rock. It was said that the Godly Rock was built with the bones of a heavenly dragon and the wings of a fallen golden rock. It was 50 times faster than ordinary spaceships. It would normally take 3 years to travel from the southern continent to the monster continent, but it only took them 20 days. Where do you want to go once we reach the monster continent? Why don't you come back to the wasteland with me? Lin Feng smiled at Feng Yarao, who was leaning against the railing of the spaceship. Feng Yarao spat at Lin Feng and said, "Who's going back with you?" "I want to go back to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and then go to the East Sea to find my father." "Do you want me to go with you and ask for your hand in marriage from your father?" Lin Feng asked. Xian Yarao blushed and harumphed, "Ask for my hand in marriage? If you're not afraid of death, I won't stop you from going to see my father." "Of course I'm not afraid. Would father-in-law have the heart to destroy 2 people who are truly in love with each other?" Lin Feng smiled and put his arm around Xian Yarao's waist. "Who's in love with you?" Xian Yarao pushed Lin Feng away and ran away. That seductive and enchanting vixen was probably the only time when she was in front of Lin Feng, she would lose her head. 23 days later, the Godly Rock finally arrived at the monster continent. Under Kong Cheng's lead, everyone arrived at the Peacock clan's territory. Lin Feng initially hoped to see the Peacock Holy Leader, but the Peacock Holy Leader wasn't in the clan. According to Kong Cheng, the Peacock Holy Leader had left 5 years ago and hadn't come back. Lin Feng didn't know what he was doing. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity that he couldn't see the Peacock clan's holy leader. Xian Yarao disappeared the night they arrived at the Peacock clan's territory. Perhaps she was worried that Lin Feng would follow her to ask for her hand in marriage. "When the holy leader comes back, I hope he can find a way to save King Zhangpeng," said Kong Cheng. Lin Feng stayed at the Peacock clan's territory for 10 days, and then he decided to go to Huanyu. The Peacock clan had a space-time wormhole that led directly to the northern wasteland city. Lin Feng said goodbye to everyone and entered the wormhole. On a mountain peak in the distance, Qian Piaoshui's clothes were as white as snow, and her silver hair was fluttering in the wind. She looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. How could she forget what had happened with Lin Feng that day? She really wanted to say goodbye to Lin Feng, but she was worried that if she stayed in contact with Lin Feng again, she wouldn't be able to extricate herself. She hesitated a few times, but in the end, she didn't have the courage to say goodbye to Lin Feng. She could only watch Lin Feng leave. Lin Feng disappeared into the teleportation portal. At the top of the mountain, there was only a sigh echoing in the air. The beautiful woman had already left. In the teleportation plaza of Northern Wasteland City, the space-time wormhole started shaking violently. Then, a young man came out of the wormhole. It was Lin Feng. I'm finally back in Huangyu. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The chi of Huangyu was familiar and comfortable. Not long after Lin Feng came out, the space-time wormhole started shaking violently again. Then, more than 30 cultivators came out. They were led by a young man. The young man looked to be in his 20s. His face was pale, and he looked like he had overindulged in debauchery. He was obviously a member of a large family. Get out of the way. Can't you see that our young man is going out? You lowly commoners dare to block his way? Do you want to die? Shouted a guard arrogantly. Immediately, a cultivator sneered and said, Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Is Northern Wasteland City a place where you can be so arrogant? The guard sneered and said, Our young man is a direct descendant of the ancient Ning family of Ning Prefecture. Northern Wasteland City is nothing. You lowly commoners dare to talk nonsense in front of our young man? Do you want to die? Many people's expressions changed when they heard the name of the ancient Ning family of Ning Prefecture. There were 72 prefectures in the north, and the 16 prefectures in the south. The 16 prefectures of Serene Cloud bordered the 8 prefectures to the south. One of the 8 prefectures was called the Tranquil Prefecture, and the primordial Ning clan was the ancient clan that ruled the Tranquil Prefecture. Hearing that these people were from the Ning clan, the indignant cultivators quickly shut their mouths and retreated to make a wide path for this group of people. The group of people left arrogantly. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He had seen many descendants of ancient families, but Lin Feng had only interacted with geniuses. He hadn't interacted with that young man before. That person is called Ning Shubai. He's not simple. He's the nephew of the leader of the ancient Ning family, said a cultivator from a teleportation portal. A cultivator who walked out of the teleportation formation said. He probably came from the Ning prefecture as well, so he knew Ning Shubai. Those ancient clans are really arrogant, murmured Lin Feng. Said someone with a sigh. Another cultivator said, They're really strong. They're qualified to look down on us. The cultivators in the teleportation plaza dispersed. Lin Feng left and found an inn to stay. He rested for a day before leaving for the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng's return to the Blue Cloud sect had caused quite a stir. After all, Lin Feng was a core disciple and he had fought Huangfu Qing Tian. Everything on the Supreme Peak proceeded in an orderly manner. After returning to the Supreme Peak, Bei Bei and Little White played around on the Supreme Peak. In the evening, Shi Weizhu, Bai Ying, Wang Hu, and the others held a simple banquet for Lin Feng. There were only 7 people on the mountain, so they were all very familiar with each other. After the banquet, Lin Feng took out 7 million top-quality spirit stones and gave each of them 1 million top-quality spirit stones for cultivation. The 7 of them had never seen so many top-grade spirit stones. They were all dumbfounded. Usually, they could only use high-grade spirit stones for their cultivation. They had never seen top-grade spirit stones. But now, top-grade spirit stones were piled up like a mountain. This made the 7 of them feel as if they were in a dream. Senior brother, did you find a top-grade spirit stone mine? Asked Wang Hu excitedly. Lin Feng smiled and said, I saved up some top-quality spiritual stones when I was traveling. You can use them to practice cultivation. You'll progress much faster with them, but remember, don't show off your wealth. Don't let other people know about it. Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others quickly nodded. They knew what those top-quality spirit stones meant. Even if they were the descendants of ancient powers, it would not be easy for them to take out 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Not to mention an ancient force like the Blue Cloud sect. Yin Yang realm cultivators like them usually didn't have top-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Now that they had obtained so many top-grade spirit stones, they naturally had to keep this secret. Otherwise, it was very likely to cause a fatal disaster. At the end of the banquet, Shi Weizhu and Bai Ying looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Then, they turned around and left. Lin Feng went to Shi Weizhu's room first. Bai Ying, who was in the room next door, heard the sounds coming from Shi Weizhu's room. She was very disappointed. Even though she knew that Lin Feng would go to Shi Weizhu's room first, she couldn't help but feel jealous. In the second half of the night, Lin Feng went to Bai Ying's room again. Bai Ying couldn't help but throw a little tantrum. However, after Lin Feng coaxed her, Bai Ying became a docile kitten. The next day, Lin Feng went to Spirit Beast Peak. Wang Hu accompanied Lin Feng. They came to Spirit Beast Peak mainly to see how the little tyrant dragon was doing. After a few years, the little tyrant dragon had grown to 5 meters tall. It was very fierce. It was obviously an overlord in Spirit Beast Peak. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, the little tyrant dragon hurriedly ran over. It lay on the ground and rubbed its head against Lin Feng. It seemed very intimate. Lin Feng patted the little guy's head. At this time, Bibi and Little White ran over. When the little tyrant dragon saw the two of them, it actually trembled in fear. Lin Feng couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't understand what was going on. Why was the little tyrant dragon so afraid of Bibi and Little White? Previously, when Bibi and Little White came here to play, they accidentally intruded into the little tyrant dragon's territory. The little tyrant dragon has a very strong concept of territory, so it attacked Bibi and Little White. It just didn't expect that. Wang Hu had a bitter smile on his face. There was no need for Wang Hu to say the rest. Lin Feng already knew the rest. It must be that the little tyrant dragon was tortured by Bibi and Little White. Bibi and Little White might be young, but their abilities were heaven-defying. They weren't something the little tyrant dragon could compare to. Yaya, Jaya, Bibi and Little White waved their little claws and cried out. Are you saying that you saw a strange person? Lin Feng asked. Bibi and Little White quickly nodded. Lin Feng let Bibi and Little White lead the way. The two little fellows quickly brought Lin Feng and Wang Hu to a valley at the intersection of Spirit Beast Peak and Spirit Medicine Peak. This place was densely covered with tall trees, and it was gloomy and cold. Wang Hu and the rest usually didn't come here. When Lin Feng and Wang Hu arrived, they saw a person lying in the forest. They didn't know if he was dead or alive. When the two of them came to the person's side, Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. The person lying here was actually the old drunkard. They didn't know how long the old drunkard had been lying here. His body was almost covered by the newly grown weeds. Isn't this the old drunkard? He disappeared for 3 months without a trace. Why is he lying here? He can't be dead, right? Lin Feng said if someone else had been lying here for so long, they would most likely be dead. But this old drunkard must be drunk. Carry him back. Yes. Wang Hu nodded. After checking, he found that the old drunkard was still alive. He carried the old drunkard and returned to the main peak with Lin Feng. Wang Hu placed old drunkard on the bed. Lin Feng shook old drunkard, but old drunkard was still sleeping soundly. He had no intention of waking up. Wang Hu said, "Do you want to splash some water on him to wake him up?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "It's no use. Apart from drinking, this old fellow only knows how to sleep. If he doesn't want to wake up, no one can wake him up." Lin Feng was very familiar with old drunkard. He lowered his head and whispered into old drunkard's ear, "Old drunkard, wake up. I brought you Myriad Flower Building's 1,000-year-old wine. Hurry up and try it." Ah? Myriad Flower Building's 1,000-year-old wine? That's good. Ordinary people can't buy it. Old drunkard, who had been sleeping soundly, immediately sat up. He looked very impatient, as if he wanted to start drinking immediately. Where's the wine? Where's the wine? Brat, did you trick me into bringing Myriad Flower Building's 1,000-year-old wine just to wake me up? When the old drunkard saw that Lin Feng's hand was empty, he looked at Lin Feng ferociously. Lin Feng didn't have the 1,000-year-old wine. Lin Feng took out a jug of wine and tossed it to old drunkard, saying, "Why would I trick you? Just drink it." The old drunkard uncorked the bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Then he shouted excitedly, "It's really the 1,000-year-old wine of the 10,000-flower building. This jar of 1,000-year-old wine is worth 100 top-grade spirit stones. Boy, you're rich now? You're actually willing to buy wine like this," said Lin Feng, waving at Wang Hu. Wang Hu understood tacitly and left. Lin Feng walked over to a chair and sat down, smiling. "I have a lot of alcohol like that. You can have as much as you want. My dear brother." Old Drunkard was so excited that his entire body trembled. He wanted to rush over and give Lin Feng a bear hug, but Lin Feng hurriedly dodged and said, "I don't like this kind of thing, and you stink. You'd better wash yourself later." Old Drunkard said indifferently, "What do you know? This is called penance cultivation. Have you heard of Buddhist monks who practice asceticism? This is my cultivation method." Lin Feng was speechless. Ascetic Buddhist monks only drink 1 sip of water every day, and then they travel around the continent of the celestial martial continent barefoot. You eat fish, eat meat, and drink alcohol all the time. How can you compare with ascetic Buddhist monks? The Old Drunkard replied, "I didn't say that I wanted to compete with them on food or drink. I wanted to compete with the ascetic monks to see who could go the longest without bathing." Hearing the Old Drunkard's words, Lin Feng nodded and didn't fall to the ground. Lin Feng could not be bothered to persuade the Old Drunkard. He asked, "Is Tian Zhongdao in contact with you?" "You don't say." "Last year, I went out on a trip with Tian Zhongdao, but he abandoned me halfway and ran off by himself." "How disloyal," the Old Drunkard said indignantly. Lin Feng said, "I think it's most likely that you're hanging around some tavern and not leaving." After being exposed by Lin Feng, the Old Drunkard did not feel awkward at all. He said, "I told Tian Zhongdao that drinking is a form of cultivation, but he didn't listen." Lin Feng sighed helplessly. "Even if drinking is a good way to practice cultivation, it's not suitable for us." "Tian Zhongdao left you behind, that's good. If it had been me, I would have beaten you up if you hadn't left," said Lin Feng helplessly. The Old Drunkard said, "I haven't exercised in a while. Didn't you want to beat me up? Let's go out and train." "Forget it, you old geezer. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally cripple you with a single punch," Lin Feng said. The Old Drunkard was furious and said, "Bro, I'm only 18. When Lin Feng and the shameless Old Drunkard were together, it was inevitable that they would bicker. That night, Lin Feng discovered that the Old Drunkard had quietly left Sovereign Peak again. He used his void travel technique to follow behind the Old Drunkard. The Old Drunkard was very mysterious. Lin Feng had always suspected that the Old Drunkard had entered the Blue Cloud sect with a secret. However, Lin Feng had never found out what that secret was. Soon, Lin Feng followed the Old Drunkard to the back mountain of the Blue Cloud sect. The place was overgrown with weeds and was deserted. Lin Feng did not know why the Old Drunkard had come here. He wandered around for a long time before leaving. After the Old Drunkard left, Lin Feng appeared. "That old geezer is always so mysterious. What is he looking for?" Lin Feng was puzzled. Back in the Green Cloud 12 Peaks, the Old Drunkard had often come out in the middle of the night, seemingly searching for something. However, the Old Drunkard had probably failed to find it. After entering the inner sect, the Old Drunkard had begun searching everywhere for what he was looking for. Moreover, every time he went out in the middle of the night, Lin Feng would naturally be interested in the Old Drunkard's movements. However, when Lin Feng had asked the Old Drunkard had been very tight-lipped and had not revealed anything. Lin Feng wandered around the overgrown back mountain, but he could not find anything special. For half a month, the Old Drunkard would go out in the middle of the night and head to the back mountain. Lin Feng would follow him every day, observing the Old Drunkard's every move. The Old Drunkard would often sit cross-legged on a rock at the peak of the back mountain, seemingly sensing something. When the Old Drunkard left, Lin Feng would also go to the spot where the Old Drunkard was meditating and immerse his mind in the forest, trying his best to blend in with the forest. However, Lin Feng did not sense anything. He did not know if the Old Drunkard had sensed anything. After a month, the Old Drunkard stopped going to the forest and would come to Lin Feng's place every day to ask for wine. Lin Feng persisted. For 3 months, he would go to the back mountain and meditate on the rock where the Old Drunkard was sitting, trying his best to blend in with the forest. Finally, after 3 months, Lin Feng sensed something. It was hazy, and he could not see clearly. Like a dream, a blurry figure appeared in his line of sight. It was unknown whether the figure was a man or a woman, but it stood there without moving. When the sun rose, Lin Feng woke up with a shocked expression. There really was a secret hidden here. The old drunkard must have learned the secret of this place, which was why he did not come again. The old drunkard is definitely not simple. He sensed the abnormality here so long before I did. Just how strong is his comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth? Lin Feng took a deep breath. The old drunkard was a bit frivolous, but it was this frivolous appearance that hid his terrifying strength. After another 3 months, Lin Feng finally comprehended the secret of this place. In the boundless void, the sky had split open, and one life planet after another was devoured. Many worlds larger than the Tianwu continent were swallowed up by the cracked sky. Countless life forms died. Even ancient gods were devoured and died tragically. The blurry figure Lin Feng saw appeared. Heaven mending art. A faintly discernible voice resounded in that ancient world. She had used the heaven mending technique to mend the sky and repair the cracks in the sky. Only then was the apocalyptic calamity resolved. Lin Feng was immersed in this mysterious world while comprehending the true essence of the heaven mending art. This was a supreme technique comparable to the archaic dragonesque elephant art, one of the top 10 techniques in the Immemorial era. Why did someone with such heaven-defying talents like Huang Fuqing Tian join the Blue Cloud sect? It was all for this supreme heaven-mending art. However, Huang Fuqing Tian had never been able to find the method to cultivate it. Now, Lin Feng had obtained the sky-patching technique. The illusory world disappeared and Lin Feng opened his eyes. A cultivation technique was imprinted in his mind. This was the method to cultivate the heaven-mending art. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to finally obtain this technique. This was a great fortune. If he could successfully cultivate it, his cultivation would greatly increase. The key point was that this heaven-mending art was too heaven-defying. Mending referred to the heavenly Tao. It was said that when cultivated to grand completion, one would be able to make up for past mistakes. For example, when 2 cultivators were fighting, one of them would be heavily wounded after being struck on the chest by the opponent. If one were to use the heaven-mending art at this time, time would be reversed and they would return to the time when the opponent was struck on the chest. At this time, the injured cultivator would know in advance what the opponent was going to do. Thus, after reversing time, not only would he be able to easily dodge the opponent's attack, he would also be able to condense a powerful technique to counterattack. This was the heaven-mending art, a chance to start all over again. Of course, in order to reverse time and start all over again, he had to reach the realm of great perfection. This kind of peerless absolute art was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was not an easy task to cultivate to the great perfection realm. However, Lin Feng was confident in himself. He believed that he would be able to cultivate the heaven-mending art to grand completion. Once he cultivated the heaven-mending technique to perfection, this ability would definitely play an extremely crucial role. Lin Feng left the back mountain and spent the next night drinking with the old drunkard. The old drunkard loved drinking the most and could be considered old drinking buddies with Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng's alcohol tolerance was far inferior to the old drunkard's. Lin Feng was dead drunk, but the old drunkard wasn't done yet. In the following days, Lin Feng began to comprehend the heaven-mending art. While Lin Feng was studying the sky-patching technique, a dozen core disciples of the yin-yang layer were seated cross-legged in a palace. They were all practicing cultivation. Suddenly, a terrifying sound spread in the air. This fluctuation woke up a dozen core disciples who were cultivating. They opened their eyes and looked at the void. They saw a mirror with ripples condensing in the void. An illusory world appeared in the mirror. It was a vast ocean. A cultivator walked over from afar. It was Huang Fuqing Tian. First senior brother. Everyone hurriedly got up and saluted Huang Fuqing Tian. Yes. Huang Fuqing Tian nodded and said, Wang Zhanlong will return soon. Open the white jade box I placed in the treasury and give it to Wang Zhanlong. Huang Fuqing Tian had a treasury filled with many treasures. Huang Fuqing Tian had one key, Lu Mengyan had another key, And the other key was in the hands of a dozen Yin-Yang realm disciples who had submitted to Huangfu Qingtian. They put the key in a stone box covered with a large formation. 12 jade talismans were needed to open the stone box. Each of these disciples held a jade talisman in order to prevent someone from stealing the treasures in Huangfu Qingtian's treasure house with the key alone. Yes. The disciples hastily replied. Huangfu Qingtian continued, go to the eastern region and find Lu Mengyan in the eastern region's holy empire. Tell Lu Mengyan to return to the sect and wait for me there. The disciples hastily nodded. The mirror condensed from the energy in the void dissipated. It seems like first senior brother is going to dual cultivate with Lu Mengyan. It's not dual cultivation, it should be plucking. Only by plucking can one obtain the greatest benefits. As long as first senior brother plucks Lu Mengyan, he'll be able to break through to the life and death realm. First senior brother has been in the life and death realm for almost 10 years. As long as he breaks through, he'll be able to reach the peak of the life and death realm. Haha, once first senior brother reaches the rebirth realm, he won't be far from the god realm. At that time, we'll all have a meteoric rise. The disciples discussed excitedly. 10 days later, a tall and sturdy man in his 30s arrived at the Blue Cloud sect. Wang Zhanlong, he's back. After seeing the man, many people cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran away. Wang Zhanlong was an extremely terrifying existence. He had entered the sect 10 years earlier than Huangfu Qingtian. Moreover, it was rumored that Wang Zhanlong had swallowed the blood of a huge dragon, causing his body to mutate and become abnormally powerful. Originally, the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect wanted to promote Wang Zhanlong to the position of vice sect master, but Wang Zhanlong's character was cruel and many people opposed it. Therefore, the sect master had to withdraw this decision. Later, Wang Zhanlong left the Blue Cloud sect. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Wang Zhanlong arrived at the Blue Sky Peak with an indifferent expression. He coldly looked at the dozen core disciples of the Blue Sky Peak. When they saw Wang Zhanlong's glance, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Everyone's heart was filled with shock. Wang Zhanlong's cultivation was too terrifying, wasn't it? Huangfu Qingtian wants to give me something. Take me to get it. Wang Zhanlong said. The disciples on the Green Sky Peak didn't dare to delay any longer. They brought Wang Zhanlong to the treasury and retrieved the white jade box. Wang Zhanlong revealed a look of joy when he opened the white jade box. He immediately kept the white jade box. The others were unable to see what treasure was inside the white jade box. Asked a core disciple. Brother Wang, the Blue Sky Peak has already prepared a place for you to stay. We'll take you there now. No rush. Before resting, I'll kill someone first. Wang Zhanlong stepped out of the Blue Sky Peak and walked outside. The core disciples of the Blue Sky Peak were startled. Who was Wang Zhanlong going to kill? They followed him all the way to the Sovereign Peak. Lin Feng, get your ass out here and face your death. Wang Zhanlong clasped his hands behind his back and said in a thunderous voice. The entire inner sect of the Blue Cloud sect heard Wang Zhanlong's voice. Many people were shocked. Who was provoking Lin Feng like this? Countless silhouettes flew towards the Sovereign Peak. Who dares to cause trouble in my Supreme Peak? Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Ma Yong, and Lu Ge flew out and coldly stared at Wang Zhanlong's group. Seeing this person, Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Lu Ge, and Ma Yong's expressions turned serious. They didn't recognize this person, but when they saw the dozen or so core disciples on the Green Sky Peak not far away, they more or less guessed this person's origin. Many disciples, elders, and attendants of the Blue Cloud sect arrived one after another. Ordinary disciples recognized Wang Zhanlong, but only the older ones. Such disciples were rare in the Blue Cloud sect. Therefore, many disciples were pointing at Wang Zhanlong and discussing his identity. However, many elders and deacons recognized Wang Zhanlong. When they saw him return, the expressions on their faces immediately became very interesting. Xianxia said, Wang Zhanlong is back. Why is he looking for trouble with Lin Feng? When Xianxia joined the Blue Cloud sect, Wang Zhanlong was about to lead the Blue Cloud sect. Therefore, Xianxia knew Wang Zhanlong. Guoxiao said, I'm guessing that this matter has something to do with the Blue Sky Peak. Lin Feng's cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds these past few years. It seems like Huangfu Qingtian can't sit still anymore. On the surface, he's abiding by the 10-year agreement and won't make a move against Lin Feng. However, he can find someone else to deal with Lin Feng. Wang Zhanlong is most likely someone Huangfu Qingtian found. Xianxia frowned slightly and said, Wang Zhanlong's strength is terrifying. Should we tell Lin Feng not to come out so that he won't have a direct confrontation with Wang Zhanlong? Although Lin Feng's cultivation has improved tremendously, there's still a huge gap between him and Wang Zhanlong. When Wang Zhanlong left the Blue Cloud sect, he was already able to suppress many elders. So many years have passed, and no one knows how strong Wang Zhanlong is, but he's definitely much stronger than before. Guishao said, Lin Feng is someone who knows when to advance and when to retreat, so we don't need to say anything. He knows how to deal with all kinds of things. Now, let's wait outside and see how this matter will unfold. Qin Yao thought about Lin Feng's character, and it was indeed the same as what Guishao said. She nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, she looked at Wang Zhanlong, Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others. At this time, Wang Zhanlong looked at Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Lu Ge, and Ma Yong indifferently and said, I asked Lin Feng to come out and face his death, not you small fries. Are you disciples of the Supreme Peak? Well, since he doesn't want to come out, I'll break your legs first and see if he comes out. If he still doesn't come out, I'll cripple one of you every half an hour until he comes out. Many people couldn't help but gasp when they heard Wang Zhanlong's words. It was rumored that Wang Zhanlong was ruthless and cruel. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. Wang Zhanlong thought highly of his cultivation and had always been arrogant and domineering, without any scruples. Life and death were just a matter of thought. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhanlong raised his right hand and was about to suppress Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others. At this time, a sneer came from the void. You dare to behave so atrociously in my Supreme Peak? Are you tired of living? The void trembled slightly as Lin Feng stepped out. It's Lin Feng. What kind of technique is that? He stepped out of the void? That's really mysterious. It's been rumored that Lin Feng obtained a great opportunity. It seems that the rumors are true. This is going to be interesting. It seems that the two of them are going to fight. I wonder who will win. Wang Zhanlong made a name for himself more than 10 years ago. He's more than 10 years older than Lin Feng and has cultivated for more than 10 years. That's a huge advantage. I think Wang Zhanlong will win this battle. That's right, I think so too. It won't be easy to defeat Wang Zhanlong. Many people started discussing spiritedly. Obviously, the Blue Cloud sect's disciples, elders, and attendants didn't think highly of Lin Feng. It was widely rumored that Lin Feng had obtained a great opportunity. However, Wang Zhanlong had obtained a great opportunity as well. At this time, the old drunkard, Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and Wu Shou'er flew out. Shi Weizhu's expression changed slightly when she saw Wang Zhanlong. Wang Ying noticed the change in Shi Weizhu's expression and asked, Who's that? He's called Wang Zhanlong. He's been an expert for more than 10 years, but he left the sect many years ago. I don't know why he's back and wants to challenge Lin Feng. Could it be related to the Clear Sky Peak? Shi Weizhu frowned. She couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. She had been in the sect for more than 10 years. Back then, Wang Zhanlong had been a lofty figure, and he had left a deep impression on her. She was naturally worried when she saw that it was Wang Zhanlong who had come to challenge Lin Feng. Wang Ying and the others grew worried when they heard Shi Weizhu's words. Only the old drunkard took a sip of wine and smiled meaningfully. Wang Zhanlong looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, At least you're not a coward. You asked me if I wanted to die by coming to Venerable Peak to behave atrociously, right? Let me tell you, I don't want to live anymore. Today, either you kill me, or I kill you. Let's fight in the life and death arena. Do you dare? Many people were shocked. Wang Zhanlong was determined to kill Lin Feng. Wang Zhanlong. You've left the sect for so many years, and you've come back to threaten to kill a core disciple of the sect. The sect can't help but suspect that you've betrayed us and joined another faction. The sect has reason to suspect that you've come to help another faction eliminate our Blue Cloud sect's genius disciple. The sect wants to re-examine your identity. Grand Elder Guiyan said in a low voice. Humph. Grand Elder Guiyan, you can't scare me with your words. I want to kill this brat today, and no one can stop me. Wang Zhanlong said indifferently. Impudent. Grand Elder Guiyan's expression sank. He had always been close to Lin Feng, so he naturally didn't want to see Lin Feng and Wang Zhanlong fight in the life and death arena. He knew how terrifying Wang Zhanlong was. If Lin Feng and Wang Zhanlong fought in the life and death arena, they would most likely die. Guiyan. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I can kill you in 3 moves. Do you believe me? Wang Zhanlong's expression turned cold, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng knew that Wang Zhanlong was telling the truth. Wang Zhanlong was indeed very terrifying. Grand Elder Guiyan was no match for Wang Zhanlong with his cultivation. Seeing Grand Elder Guiyan's gloomy expression, Lin Feng said, Grand Elder, there's no need to get angry over a dog that doesn't know his place. It's just a dog that bites randomly. Isn't it a simple matter? You don't need to worry about me. Wang Zhanlong sneered. Brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I wonder if you'll regret your foolish words when I break every bone in your body. Wang Zhanlong flew towards the life and death arena and coldly looked at Lin Feng. Brat, get over here. I'll take your head in 10 moves. Elder Guiyan knew Lin Feng's character. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't afraid of Wang Zhanlong, he stopped trying to persuade him and said, Wang Zhanlong's cultivation is terrifying, so you must be careful. Lin Feng nodded and flew towards the life and death arena. Seeing Lin Feng flying towards the arena, everyone knew that Lin Feng was going to fight Wang Zhanlong to the death. This caused a huge uproar. One of them was a senior core disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. He had become famous 10 years ago and his strength was unfathomable. The other was a rising genius of the Blue Cloud sect. Although many people felt that Lin Feng wasn't a match for Wang Zhanlong, they still thought that the battle would be very exciting. Wang Zhanlong was the first to land on the battle stage. Lin Feng also landed on the battle stage. Many elders, deacons, and disciples of the Blue Cloud sect gathered to watch this duel. Brat, normally I wouldn't bother to fight a nobody like you, but I have an agreement with someone, so you must die. Wang Zhanlong grinned and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Wang Zhanlong has an agreement with someone? Is it Huangfu Qingtian? Even if someone raised this question at that moment, there were many people who suspected that Wang Zhanlong might have been sent over by Huangfu Qingtian. Now it would seem like this possibility was even greater. But so what? The world of cultivators was filled with all sorts of deceit, intrigue, and schemes. There were too many of them. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had a 10-year agreement. Huangfu Qingtian cherished his reputation and wouldn't attack Lin Feng during that time. But that didn't mean that he couldn't find someone else to attack him. Withering Glory Fist. Wang Zhanlong sneered and unleashed a tyrannical spirit technique. All the flowers and trees in the surrounding forest withered. That withered Glory Fist was extremely strange. When Lin Feng was enveloped by that fist, he had the feeling that his body was about to be drained of all his strength. Oh, this withering Glory Fist is quite interesting. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He used the heaven patching art, which he had just cultivated to minor completion. The withering Glory Fist exhausted Lin Feng's spiritual energy, but Lin Feng could use the heaven patching art to give himself another chance. His exhausted spiritual energy instantly recovered. At this time, Wang Zhanlong arrived in front of Lin Feng and fiercely punched. Lin Feng jumped and disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, he appeared behind Wang Zhanlong and kicked him. Bang! Wang Zhanlong was blown away by Lin Feng's kick. He was pushed 30 meters away before he finally stopped. This time, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They thought to think that Wang Zhanlong would win. How could he be repelled in the first exchange, and he seemed to have suffered a little bit. You broke my withering glory. Wang Zhanlong looked gloomy. Lin Feng said indifferently, this withering glory fist is indeed unique, but unfortunately, you haven't cultivated it well enough. If you want to exhaust my spiritual energy, you'll need to cultivate for a few thousand years. Little brat, you're quite arrogant. But if you act so arrogantly in front of me, you'll die even more miserably. Wang Zhanlong laughed evilly. Said Lin Feng indifferently. You're arrogant, of course you're arrogant. But you, the first time we fought, you were forced to retreat, and you still look fearless. I really don't know why you're so confident, said Lin Feng indifferently. Soon, I'll show you how strong I am. As soon as he finished speaking, a black fog poured out of Wang Zhanlong's body. Wang Zhanlong was shrouded in black mist, and an evil aura emanated from his body. Demonic arts? Many of the spectating cultivators couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. According to the rules of the Tianwu continent, if a righteous cultivator dared to practice demonic arts, he would be considered a demon and would be hunted down. Of course, many demonic arts were extremely powerful and couldn't be stopped. Some righteous cultivators also practiced them, but even if they did, they wouldn't use them so openly. At most, they would use them in a battle of magical powers. They were afraid of being exposed. But Wang Zhanlong didn't seem to have any misgivings. It's not demonic arts. Maybe it has something to do with the dragon's blood that Wang Zhanlong swallowed. He swallowed the blood of a demonic dragon, said one of the great elders who was watching the battle. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's roar resounded. Then, a gigantic creature appeared in the black fog. It was a demonic dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its roar shook the sky. Demonic dragon claws. With a rumbling sound, the demonic dragon stretched out its huge claws towards Lin Feng. He condensed a demonic dragon? What kind of attack is that? Many people cried out in shock when they sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Mo Long's body. The aura of Mo Long made many people feel a suffocating pressure. Many disciples with lower cultivation levels were trembling all over. Only after retreating further away did they feel a little better. The mountain-like claws descended from the sky. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward and punched the demonic dragon's claws. Bang, the two sides collided fiercely, and a sound that sounded like a war drum was heard. Then, the arena shook violently. Lin Feng was actually pushed back by this attack. This demonic dragon isn't just a simple body of energy. It's also fused with 32 demonic dragon bones. This is a demonic dragon condensed from a divine ability and bones. It's 10 times stronger than a demonic dragon condensed from a divine ability. Kid, let's see how you'll die. Wang Zhanlong stood in the black fog and looked down on Lin Feng like a demonic god. He was obviously very confident in the demonic dragon. Lin Feng said, so that's how it is. No wonder it's so powerful. Whoosh! The demonic dragon attacked Lin Feng again. This time, it spat out a ball of dragon's breath. Because the demonic dragon had fused with 32 demonic dragon bones, it could control many of the demonic dragon's abilities when it was still alive, such as its innate divine ability, dragon's breath, and some other divine abilities. Its attack power was quite terrifying. Lin Feng twisted and turned in midair, dodging the dragon's breath attack and rushing towards the demonic dragon. Demon destroys the world. Suddenly, 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from the demonic dragon's eyes. They locked onto Lin Feng and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had dodged the dragon's breath attack and was about to reach the demonic dragon, but the demonic dragon's attacks were endless. Now, the 2 beams of light from the demonic dragon's eyes were impossible to dodge. Bang! Lin Feng swung his fist to block, but the 2 beams of light were too terrifying and sent him flying. Rumble. At that moment, the demonic dragon's huge tail whipped towards Lin Feng. The mountain-like tail smashed towards him, causing the void to crack. This attack was too terrifying. Oh my god, is Lin Feng going to be crushed by that gigantic dragon's tail? Many people cried out in alarm. Many people were excited to see this. Of course, there were also some people like Shi Weizhu who were worried for Lin Feng. The demonic dragon was too powerful, and they were worried that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand its attack. Humph, Lin Feng snorted coldly. When the dragon's tail came crashing down, he made a gesture as if he was hugging a large wine jar. Then, he hugged the dragon's tail in his arms. Lin Feng shouted and moved his hands, lifting the demonic dragon up and smashing it towards Wang Zhanlong, who was not far away. Wang Zhanlong's expression changed and he had no choice but to retreat. With a clang, the demonic dragon's huge body was smashed into the arena by Lin Feng. More than half of the arena collapsed. The demonic dragon roared furiously and swung its tail, throwing Lin Feng into the air. Then, the demonic dragon soared into the sky and pounced towards Lin Feng again. The demonic dragon has a spirit. It seems that this demonic dragon is similar to an avatar. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. You have good eyesight. However, you won't be able to escape death today. Wang Zhanlong laughed sinisterly. His hands kept changing seals, and runes condensed and entered the demonic dragon's body. The demonic dragon roared at the sky, and its aura suddenly doubled. Wang Zhanlong still has a way to increase the demonic dragon's battle power? He has so many tricks up his sleeve. This demonic dragon's strength has at least doubled. Can Lin Feng still withstand it? Lin Feng isn't simple either. I thought he was going to be smashed to death by the demonic dragon's tail, but I didn't expect him to suppress the demonic dragon. I think that even if Wang Zhanlong can defeat Lin Feng, it will be a tough battle. He won't be able to defeat Lin Feng so easily. Some people discussed in low voices, expressing their opinions on this battle. At this moment, the demonic dragon attacked again. Its huge tail whipped towards Lin Feng, and it opened its bloody mouth to spit out dragon's breath. At the same time, its dragon claws came clawing towards him. The three attacks came at the same time. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped in the void, displaying the white tiger's killing intent, the heaven-punishing fighting will, and the battle aura. Stacking together, Lin Feng's aura was raised to the extreme. Body as a saber, splitting the heavens. Lin Feng roared and leaped into the air. Then, it turned into a dazzling ray of light. This was a move that Lin Feng had comprehended after watching the Rock King make his move. The Great Ping King transformed into killing intent, instantly killing the Rebirth Realm expert. How terrifying was this? Why do cultivators like to watch other people fight to the death? He wanted to comprehend something from other people's battles. Of course, this wasn't easy. It required luck and comprehension. And Lin Feng was lucky enough to comprehend the Rock King's move. His body turned into a sky-splitting blade, slicing through the void and instantly arriving in front of the demon dragon. Puff, he slashed down with his saber. The demon dragon's huge body was directly torn in half. Then, Lin Feng turned into a blade of light and continued to slash at Wang Zhanlong. What kind of move is this? Many people were shocked. He turned into a blade of light and even cut down the demon dragon. This move was too terrifying, and it shocked many people. The blade of light Lin Feng turned into instantly arrived in front of Wang Zhanlong and slashed at him. Wang Zhanlong's expression was gloomy. Clearly, he was extremely angry that his clone had been cut down. Immortal Shattering Finger. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Wang Zhanlong pointed his right hand at the void. Clang. He pointed at the blade of light that Lin Feng had turned into. Lin Feng, who had turned into a blade light, was forced back to his original shape. The celestial breaking finger was extremely powerful, and he was blown away. Thundercloud Destruction Fist. Wang Zhanlong's attacks were endless. He stepped forward and punched at Lin Feng. Endless lightning condensed on his fist. The lightning intertwined with each other as Wang Zhanlong's fist swept out. Endless lightning poured out towards Lin Feng. Its power was terrifying. Lightning spells. You really know a lot of spells. Lin Feng was shocked. You're about to die, and you still dare to be distracted? Wang Zhanlong sneered. That's not necessarily true. Sky Tyrant Thunder. Dense lightning appeared around Lin Feng. The Sky Tyrant Thunder was the #1 spell of the Immemorial era. It was a spell created by the Immemorial God of Thunder, and it was able to suppress all other spells of the Immemorial era. Therefore, the lightning condensed by Wang Zhanlong's Thundercloud Destruction Fist was instantly devoured by Lin Feng. Without the lightning's support, the spell could no longer display its power. Wang Zhanlong hadn't thought that such a thing would happen. His spells of the Immemorial era had been completely suppressed. Wang Zhanlong didn't dare stay and quickly retreated. Explode. At that moment, Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant Thunder to condense a huge lightning ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Lin Feng raised the gigantic ball of lightning in his hand and released it. It exploded in the air. The energy of the explosion instantly submerged Wang Zhanlong. PFFF Wang Zhanlong was blown away. His body was dripping with blood, and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely miserable. Many people couldn't believe their eyes. Wang Zhanlong had been injured by Lin Feng again. Swoosh. Lin Feng stepped forward and threw a supreme reincarnation fist at Wang Zhanlong. Wang Zhanlong's expression changed greatly. Lin Feng was too fast. He was so fast that he couldn't react. Wang Zhanlong hurriedly threw a punch to meet Lin Feng's attack. The two sides collided again. Gotcha! Gotcha! Wang Zhanlong's arm was broken. Lin Feng's punch then landed on Wang Zhanlong's chest. Wang Zhanlong was blown away. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. His face was as pale as paper. Is this all you've got? It's far worse than I thought. A piece of trash like you dares to say that you can kill me in 10 moves? You're overestimating yourself. Lin Feng looked at Wang Zhanlong indifferently. All the cultivators were discussing spiritedly. Clearly, Lin Feng's powerful strength had shocked everyone. Even an expert like Wang Zhanlong was no match for Lin Feng. What level was Lin Feng's cultivation? Today's battle is really satisfying. Wang Zhanlong was injured, but his face showed a trace of a sinister smile. It's been a long time since someone was able to injure me like this. However, do you think you can defeat me like this? I said that I can take your head in 10 moves, so I can definitely do it within 10 moves. You're already qualified to make me take out this divine tool. Evil Dragon Blade, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhanlong waved his right hand and a treasure flew out. It was a dark brown dagger with fierce evil dragons drawn on it. A destructive aura spread out from the evil dragon blade. The evil dragon blade shook the void, and the surrounding void was immediately torn apart. The evil dragon blade emitted a terrifying divine aura. That divine aura suppressed the world. When they felt the divine aura of the evil dragon blade, many people's faces became deathly pale. It was as if they were facing a god. Thump thump thump, countless people couldn't help but kneel on the ground, their bodies trembling. The divine aura was so vast that everyone felt like they were suffocating. How could mere mortals contend against a divine artifact? Now that the divine artifact was releasing its divine aura, a terrifying aura permeated the air. Many people were unable to withstand the divine artifact's aura and were forced to retreat. The evil dragon blade hovered above Wang Zhanlong. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, "Brat, I have a divine artifact. What are you going to use to fight me? Once a divine artifact appears, who can contend against me? Isn't killing you as easy as slaughtering a dog?" Wang Zhanlong, who had a divine artifact, was extremely arrogant. His words were filled with contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What divine artifact? It's just a semi-finished divine artifact. Who are you trying to scare?" Ordinary people might not be able to tell the difference between a divine artifact and a semi-finished divine artifact, but Lin Feng could. Lin Feng had the Black Dragon Sword and the Spring and Autumn Sword, both of which were divine artifacts. A true divine artifact had the feeling of the Great Tao returning to one. On the other hand, a semi-finished divine artifact could only display its sharpness. It could not restrain its aura. The evil dragon blade was like that. Thus, Lin Feng concluded that the evil dragon blade was only a semi-finished divine artifact. Of course, a semi-finished divine artifact was terrifying enough. It surpassed a peak Tao artifact. Most importantly, if one had not broken through to the God realm, it would be very difficult to activate a divine artifact's power. Thus, if Wang Zhanlong used the same 2 treasures, a semi-finished divine artifact and a divine artifact, the semi-finished divine artifact's power would be even greater than a true divine artifact's. Wang Zhanlong also knew this. He sneered and said, "Brat, do you think we can activate a true divine artifact with our cultivation? Even if we can activate a portion of a divine artifact's power, we'll have to burn a large amount of our lifespan to activate it. If we kill 1,000 enemies, we'll lose 800 of our own lifespan. However, a semi-finished divine artifact can activate a portion of its power without burning our lifespan. A semi-finished divine artifact only needs to activate 1/100th of its power. Let alone you, even the strongest ancient powerhouse will be killed." Many people nodded when they heard Wang Zhanlong's words. The best was the one that was suitable for oneself. Wang Zhanlong's words could be summarized in a simple manner. However, not everyone could understand this logic. Evil Dragon Blade. Slash. Wang Zhanlong sneered and began to activate the Evil Dragon Blade. Whoosh. The Evil Dragon Blade flew towards Lin Feng at lightning speed. It cut through the void and directly slashed towards Lin Feng. Puff, like a piece of paper, the void was instantly torn apart and space-time power spread out. Any cultivator struck by the space-time power would instantly die. The Evil Dragon Blade was truly worthy of being a semi-finished divine artifact. Its power was astonishing. Seeing the Evil Dragon Blade slashing towards Lin Feng, many people cried out in alarm. The Evil Dragon Blade was such a powerful attack. Could Lin Feng block it? At this moment, no one believed that Lin Feng could withstand this attack. The reason for that was because that attack was simply too terrifying. Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and the others were even more pale. The attack of a semi-finished divine artifact was very likely to kill Lin Feng, so they were naturally very worried. At this moment, Lin Feng unhurriedly took out the regal sword tomb. The regal sword tomb flew into the air, and Lin Feng formed a seal with both hands. Open! He shouted, and a rune entered the regal sword tomb. The regal sword tomb automatically opened, and 3 treasured swords flew out from the sword slot. Whoosh, the cold air was oppressive. Black Dragon Sword. Spring and Autumn Sword. Undying Sword. Under the regal sword control art, the power of these 3 treasures was increased tenfold. Now that they flew out, they immediately collided with the Evil Dragon Blade. Clang, 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 a series of collision sounds rang out, and in the blink of an eye, dazzling lights shot out. The Evil Dragon Blade was immediately suppressed by Lin Feng's 3 treasured swords. How is this possible? Wang Zhanlong exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Why is it not possible? You have a treasure, but others can't? What kind of logic is this?" When the surrounding cultivators saw that Lin Feng's treasures were suppressing Wang Zhanlong's treasures, they were very shocked. However, many of them remembered that Lin Feng was also a person with great luck. Therefore, it was not particularly inconceivable that Lin Feng could take out such a treasure. Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and the others finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Life Essence Combustion, God Awakening. Wang Zhanlong also knew that the situation was unfavorable for him, so he began to burn his life essence. He wanted to use it to awaken the Evil Dragon Blade's weapon spirit. This way, the Evil Dragon Blade's power could be displayed. The reason Wang Zhanlong did this was because he knew that although the quality of Lin Feng's treasures surpassed the Evil Dragon Blades, it was much more difficult to awaken the weapon spirit of a divine tool compared to a semi-finished divine tool. Wang Zhanlong wanted to use this time to kill Lin Feng in one fell swoop. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this, so he did not give Wang Zhanlong this opportunity. Lin Feng directly took out the heaven-devouring jar. He sneered at Wang Zhanlong and said, "This Evil Dragon Blade is not bad. I've taken a fancy to this treasure." He waved his right hand, and the heaven-devouring jar flew above the Evil Dragon Blade, releasing an extremely powerful devouring force that enveloped the Evil Dragon Blade. The devouring force released by the heaven-devouring jar isolated the Evil Dragon Blade from Wang Zhanlong's aura. Even if Wang Zhanlong burned his life essence, he could not activate the Evil Dragon Blade. "You want to devour my treasure? Brat, you're courting death." Wang Zhanlong roared as he charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng said coldly, "You can't stop me anymore. Devour." Lin Feng continuously formed hundreds of seals, pushing the heaven-devouring jar's power to the maximum. The heaven-devouring jar directly devoured the Evil Dragon Blade. Ah! Wang Zhanlong, who was charging towards Lin Feng, grabbed his head with both hands. He let out an incomparably shrill scream. The heaven-devouring jar had directly erased the spiritual imprint he had left in the Evil Dragon Blade. "My treasure! My semi-finished divine weapon! Little bastard, you actually stole my treasure. I won't rest until you're dead." Wang Zhanlong endured the pain in his head and charged towards Lin Feng like a madman. Heavens! A semi-finished divine weapon was stolen just like that? Many people were dumbfounded. These people's hearts were in turmoil. Even a semi-manufactured divine artifact could be forcefully plundered. Just what kind of treasure was that artifact that looked like a broken jar just now? Lin Feng rose up in the air and looked at Wang Zhanlong indifferently. Wang Zhanlong, I know that Huang Fuqing Tian sent you here. I'll kill you today, and the next time I see Huang Fuqing Tian, I'll kill him. Lin Feng stepped forward. He used the 9 steps of death and took 5 steps in a row. Bang, Wang Zhanlong's body exploded, his body and soul destroyed. He's dead. Wang Zhanlong is dead. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Many people were shocked to see what was happening in front of them. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Wang Zhanlong, 10 years ago, he was already strong enough to suppress the Great Elder. After so many years, how strong had he become, but he had still been killed by Lin Feng. Many people were guessing how strong Lin Feng was. He could probably already fight against Huang Fuqing Tian. It had only been a few years, but Lin Feng had already become so strong. Back then, when Lin Feng and Huang Fuqing Tian had agreed to fight to the death in 10 years, nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be able to defeat Huang Fuqing Tian. But now, it seemed that Lin Feng wasn't just a match for Huang Fuqing Tian. He might even be able to defeat or kill Huang Fuqing Tian. After all, there were still 5 years before the battle. During those 5 years, Lin Feng might surpass Huang Fuqing Tian. Lin Feng returned to the Supreme Peak under the respectful gazes of many people. Let's go and join the Supreme Peak. Many people rushed to the Supreme Peak. Back then, because Lin Feng and Huang Fuqing Tian had fought to the death in 10 years, Lin Feng wasn't favored. Therefore, no one wanted to join the Supreme Peak. But now, Lin Feng had killed Wang Zhanlong and become famous. Naturally, many people wanted to join the Supreme Peak. Lu Ge and Ma Yong stopped everyone. Lu Ge said, "Everyone, please leave. The Supreme Peak isn't recruiting anyone. Lu Ge, you're just a disciple of the Supreme Peak. What right do you have to stop us? We want to see senior brother Lin. We sincerely want to join him," said an elite inner disciple with a cold smile. Immediately, many people responded. They wanted to rush to the Supreme Peak to see Lin Feng. Lu Ji's expression suddenly became gloomy. He said, "Why didn't you join the Supreme Peak when it was recruiting? Instead, you avoided him like he was a snake. Now that senior brother Lin Feng has become stronger, you want to join him? Let me tell you, it's too late. How dare you? How dare a disciple of the Supreme Peak who does odd jobs act in such a disrespectful manner in front of us? Who gave you the guts?" An elite inner sect disciple called Lu Jidong said coldly. He was currently ranked 5th on the Mountain River list, and was just a step away from stepping into the Yin Yang realm. There was a reason why Lu Jidong dared to reprimand Lu Ge. Lu Ge had been in the inner sect for many years. His talent was mediocre, and his cultivation was mediocre. He was the kind of person who did not have much of a future. In the sect, strength reigned supreme. Lu Jidong reprimanding Lu Ge was simply too normal. Lu Ji's expression suddenly darkened as he looked coldly at Lu Jidong. He naturally knew this Lu Jidong. To be precise, the two of them had some sort of relationship. Lu Ji's grandfather's generation was a worker in Lu Jidong's family. When Lu Ji's grandfather was in his 40s, he saved some money and went out to find a way to open a bricklayer shop. His business gradually became prosperous. To be honest, Lu Ge and Lu Jidong were from the same sect, but they were no longer related by blood. Lu Jidong was a proud son of the heavens, while Lu Ji's talent was ordinary. Although they came from the same place, but regardless of family background, talent, or future, Lu Ge and Lu Jidong were naturally worlds apart. So in the past, Lu Ge had suffered a lot in front of Lu Jidong, but Lu Ge endured it because he could not afford to offend Lu Jidong. Seeing Lu Jidong arrogantly reprimanding him, Lu Ji's temper flared up. If it was in the past, when he did not have any strength, he could endure being reprimanded and humiliated by Lu Jidong. But now, he was a Yin Yang realm expert. How could he continue to swallow his anger? The surrounding disciples looked at Lu Ge with disdain, obviously waiting to see Lu Ge make a fool of himself. But at this time, Lu Ji's body emitted a terrifying qi. Lu Ji's qi surged out from his body as he walked towards Lu Jidong and said coldly, "Lu Jidong, who do you think you are? You dare to make a fuss in front of me? Do you think I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Qi, you broke through the Yin Yang realm." Lu Jidong cried out in disbelief, his entire body trembling. The surrounding disciples were also extremely shocked. Lu Ji's talent was so poor, but he actually broke through to the yin-yang realm. This was too inconceivable, causing waves to surge in their hearts that could not be calmed down. "Kneel down and apologize," Lu Ge shouted coldly. With a plop. How could Lu Jidong not kneel down? If Lu Ge was still the trash Lu Ge of the past, he would have slapped him to death if he dared to speak to him like that. But now, Lu Ge was a yin-yang realm cultivator, high and mighty. If he dared to disobey Lu Ge would slap him to death. Who would speak up for him? In front of absolute strength, any status was useless. What mountain river list fifth? A rising star? A sect genius? All of these were useless. Lu Ge was a yin-yang realm expert, and ordinary disciples had no status in front of a yin-yang realm disciple. "I was wrong, senior brother Lu. Seeing that we came from the same place and are from the same sect, please spare me." Lu Jidong looked pleadingly at Lu Ge. At this moment, Ma Yong said, "Lu Ge, let's just forget about today's matter. There's no need to argue with these people." Lu Ge nodded. He originally thought that he would be excited to see Lu Jidong, whom he used to look up to, kneel down and beg for mercy. But when he saw Lu Jidong kneel down and beg for mercy, Lu Ge felt indifferent. At this moment, Lu Ge knew that he was no longer the Lu Ge of the past who had no talent and no strength. And the Lu Jidong that he used to look up to was no longer on the same level as him. Cultivation determined a person's horizons. Lu Ge waved his hand dispiritedly and said, "You can leave. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Lu Jidong felt as if he had been pardoned. He thanked him profusely and quickly left. He did not dare to stay in this place any longer. Supreme Peak does not allow trespassers. If anyone dares to trespass Supreme Peak, don't blame me for not showing mercy," Ma Yong said coldly. Then, he left with Lu Ge. Lu Ji's talent is mediocre, but he's already broken through to the yin-yang realm. Just now, Ma Yong seemed to be the leader. Could it be that Ma Yong is also in the yin-yang realm? There are only 7 people on the Supreme Peak. Normally, Ma Yong and Lu Ge go to the Supreme Peak to get some benefits. Obviously, they have the lowest status on the Supreme Peak. Strength determines a person's status. Could it be that all the people on the Supreme Peak have broken through to the yin-yang layer? Heavens, that's possible. They must have obtained a lot of cultivation resources from senior brother Lin Feng. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to break through. Many people discussed spiritedly. They were extremely envious and regretful. Why didn't they join Supreme Peak when they were recruiting? The disciples who regretted it the most were the ones who had followed Lin Feng to the ancient barbarian mines. Back then, Lin Feng had sent Wang Hu to invite them to join Supreme Peak. Only Mo Yuning, Wu Shou'er, Lu Ge, and Ma Yong had joined Supreme Peak. The others didn't think highly of Lin Feng's future after his 10-year battle with Huangfu Qingtian, so they had refused. But now that they saw that even someone as mediocre as Lu Ge had broken through to the yin-yang realm after joining Supreme Peak, they were all pounding their chests in regret. If they had joined Supreme Peak back then, wouldn't they also be in the yin-yang realm? However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how regretful they were, they no longer had the chance to join Supreme Peak. Senior brother Lin Feng is here. Many disciples of the Blue Cloud Sect's outer sect, Heaven Mending Peak, looked excitedly at the handsome youth walking down the mountain. Lin Feng had long since become a rising star in the sect. His status was even higher than the Grand Elders. Many people were discussing Lin Feng's current strength. Heaven Mending Peak, which had almost been abolished in the past, received a lot of attention because of Lin Feng. Countless new disciples wanted to join Heaven Mending Peak. Elder Xianxia and the others came to welcome Lin Feng. When Lin Feng joined Heaven Mending Peak, there were only 100 disciples, and none of them were talented. Xianxia was the only elder. Today, Heaven Mending Peak had a few dozen elders and 3,000 to 4,000 disciples. Elder Xianxia had also been promoted to Grand Elder. Lin Feng chatted with Elder Xianxia and the others for a while, then went to visit Peak Master Yu Budian. Yu Budian had a gentle temperament and was aloof from worldly affairs. However, the Fire Qilin had said that he couldn't see through Yu Budian. Lin Feng was very grateful to Yu Budian because Yu Budian had repeatedly reminded Lin Feng to establish his own Dao. The two of them weren't master and disciple, but they were even closer than that. A lone peak, a dilapidated palace, and a lush forest. Lin Feng and Yu Budian sat cross-legged with tea boiling in front of him. A faint fragrance filled the air. Yu Budian poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. The tea had a faint green color. Yu Budian gestured for Lin Feng to taste. Lin Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Suddenly, he had a special feeling. He felt as if he had a very special connection with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even the divine ability formations in his dantian were about to activate. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. He had tasted some famous teas before, such as snow tea, dragon spirit tea, and so on. However, he had never tasted tea with such amazing effects. This is great Tao tea. Yu Budian said. I've never heard of it. Please enlighten me, senior. Lin Feng said. Yu Butian said, when the world was first created, some natural spiritual items were born. One of them was a tea tree called the Grand Tao Ancient Tea Tree. It is said that the tea leaves produced by the Grand Tao Ancient Tea Tree are compatible with the Grand Tao and can help cultivators gain a deeper understanding of various Taos. Lin Feng said, there's actually such a heaven-defying thing in this world? Jibu Tian said, with the passage of time, the Great Path Ancient Tea Tree has long since become a legend. Perhaps there are still some left, but no one knows of them. Only a very small amount of tea leaves have been passed down. Lin Feng knew how precious this great Tao tea leaf was. Now that Mi Budian had taken it out, it was obvious that he wanted Lin Feng to comprehend the Tao. Lin Feng was touched, but he didn't say any words of thanks, because it would be too polite. Lin Feng didn't leave. He was cultivating on the lonely peak. Lin Feng easily entered a deep state of comprehension of various Taos. A few of his divine abilities were now restless, as if they were about to be promoted to perfection. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng was in seclusion for 10 days. Finally, he promoted the archaic dragonesque elephant art, the great sky-covering hand, and the archaic star-plucking hand to perfection. Too intense. Sword Intent and Sky Splitter had also been promoted to perfection. Battle Force, the White Tiger Killing Intent, and the Heaven Punishing Battle Intent had also been promoted to perfection. However, Lin Feng's cultivation of the 3,000 Taos, including the Great Death Technique, Great Purification Technique, Great Bewitching Technique, and Great Ice Technique, were still at the Greater Mastery realm. Obviously, it was very difficult to promote the 3,000 Taos to perfection. As for the Heaven Patching Technique, which he had just learned, it had been promoted from the Lesser Mastery realm to the Greater Mastery realm. Other than the 3,000 Taos, all his other divine abilities had been promoted. Even though Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the next cultivation level, his fighting abilities had increased tremendously. By the time Lin Feng came out of seclusion, it was already night time. Only now did he realize how different the mountain peak was at night. The plants on the peak seemed to have a life of their own. They were growing madly. Even an ordinary blade of grass had grown to 3 or 4 meters tall. As for the vines on the cliff, they seemed to have transformed into huge green dragons that danced in the air. Such vigorous vitality. Lin Feng was shocked. He could sense the boundless vitality of the world. He walked towards the place with the densest vitality. At the peak of the mountain, Lin Feng saw Ji Budian sitting cross-legged. Countless branches danced around him. Boundless vitality surged out of his body. Lin Feng was stupefied. He had never seen a person with such a strong life force. Ji Budian opened his eyes. The madly growing plants returned to their original state. This is the Tao of nature, said Ji Budian. Ji Budian said, comprehend nature, become one with nature, become a part of heaven and earth. Lin Feng savored Ji Butian's words. He felt that the short sentence contained countless truths that were worth pondering. Lin Feng cultivated with Ji Budian for half a year. During this time, Lin Feng's understanding of the Tao deepened. Lin Feng's realm had also risen to the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the creation realm. He was only a step away from the 7th heavenly layer. On this day, Wang Hu came to the heaven patching peak to look for Lin Feng. He brought a letter with him, one that Wutian Dugu had ordered his men to deliver. Dugu Wutian had been converted by Lin Feng and had become Lin Feng's slave. Lin Feng had left Dugu Wutian in the divine land of the eastern county to protect Shangguan Fair. He also wanted Dugu Wutian to expand his power in the divine land of the eastern county. I heard that master has returned. I obtained a great treasure. I wanted to personally deliver it to master, but the journey is long. I was afraid that something might happen, so I ordered someone to deliver this letter. I hope that master will personally come and receive it. The content was very simple. Dugu Wutian's name was written at the bottom. Lin Feng was very curious. What kind of treasure did Dugu Wutian obtain? He was so cautious. It seemed that this treasure was not simple. It had been some time since he returned to the desolate region. Now, Lin Feng planned to go to the divine land of the eastern county to see Shangguan Fair and the others. He bid farewell to Ji Budian and returned to the supreme peak. He told Shi Weizhu and the others that he would be leaving. Then, he went to the divine land of the eastern county with the 2 cultivators who had come to deliver the letter. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the Outyin ancient capital of the eastern county. This was originally the territory of the Outyin clan, but now it had become Lin Feng's base camp in the eastern county. However, the name of the Outyin ancient capital had been changed. It was now called Lin City. Obviously, Dugu Wutian had asked someone to change it. People came and went in Lin City. It was very lively. It was 10 times livelier than when the Dugu clan had controlled the ancient city. Not long after he entered Lin City, he was slightly stunned when he saw a beautiful female cultivator in front of him. It's her. Huang Linger, who was once a delicate and charming young girl, had now grown into a slender and elegant woman. She had a slender figure, a charming face, and fair skin. Her pink dress accentuated her perfect figure, making her seem even more alluring. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't forget Huang Linger. She was also a student of the Azure Dragon Institute, and she had always been secretly in love with him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. However, Lin Feng had an ambiguous relationship with Huang Linger's sister, Huang Shilan, so Lin Feng had always kept a distance from the passionate Huang Linger. After that, Lin Feng left the divine land of the East Province and never saw Huang Linger again. In the blink of an eye, close to 10 years had passed. When they met again, Huang Linger already had a handsome young master by her side. With Huang Linger's beauty, there was naturally no lack of suitors. Eventually, there would be an outstanding man who could capture her heart. Lin Feng arrived at the city lord's mansion and saw Dugu Wutian. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, Dugu Wutian hurriedly knelt down and saluted. Rise. Lin Feng said. Yes. Dugu Wutian replied and stood up. Lin Feng looked at Dugu Wutian and asked, What treasure is it that made me come here personally? Master, please follow me. Dugu Wutian said. Lin Feng nodded. Dugu Wutian led the way in front, and Lin Feng followed behind him. They entered an underground treasury, which was densely covered with restrictions. Clearly, Dugu Wutian was very careful and placed the treasure in an isolated area. Lin Feng saw the treasure in the treasury. It was a broken stone tablet. Heaven-shaking stone tablet. Heavens, the demon lord exclaimed. Obviously, the demon lord recognized the broken stone tablet. Moreover, from the demon lord's reaction, this heaven-shaking stone tablet should have a shocking origin. Master, this is the legendary heaven-shaking stone tablet. It was created from the heaven-shaking stone that was formed at the beginning of the world, Dugu Wutian said. You've done a good job. There are 3 million top-quality spirit stones in this ring, a high-level Dao item, and all kinds of medicinal pills. There are also more than 30 books of spells. Take them and cultivate, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng tossed a storage ring to Dugu Wutian. Thank you, master. Dugu Wutian was overjoyed after receiving the storage ring. He quickly bowed to Lin Feng and thanked him before leaving. Lin Feng was the only one left in the treasury. Lin Feng asked, Demon Lord, what is the origin of this heaven-shaking steel? The Demon Lord said, the heaven-shaking stone tablet is very mysterious. It is said that there are 9 heaven-shaking stone tablets in the world. Of course, there are also 18 heaven-shaking stone tablets. As for how many there are, I don't know. Every heaven-shaking stone tablet hides a shocking secret. This heaven-shaking stone tablet is broken in the middle. It seems that something unbelievable happened in the past. A huge secret? What kind of secret is it? Lin Feng asked. I'm not sure. The heaven-shaking stone tablets are very mysterious. I once saw a heaven-shaking stone tablet kill a great emperor. The demon lord said. It's that terrifying? Lin Feng gasped. Great emperors looked askance at the world. How could such a person be killed so easily? The heaven-shaking stone tablet had killed a great emperor. It was too shocking. Lin Feng felt as if he was in a dream, as if he was listening to a fairy tale. Lin Feng knew that the demon lord would not lie, and there was no need for him to lie. This heaven-shaking stone tablet should have been broken in two and lost its divinity, the demon lord said with a frown. How could such a precious treasure be broken? This is unbelievable. It was indeed as the demon lord had said. This was too strange. The heaven-shaking stone tablet, which could kill a great emperor, had been broken. What kind of existence could break a heaven-shaking stone tablet? Lin Feng asked. Is there a realm above great emperor? The demon lord said, I don't know. I've never seen or heard of such a realm. Lin Feng frowned. Then does that mean this broken heaven-shaking stone tablet has become a useless rock? The demon lord said, of course not. You can refine this treasure and nourish it. Perhaps you can find other parts in the future. If you can find the broken heaven-shaking stone tablet, that would be terrifying. With this treasure, you can kill a great emperor. Hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng felt his blood boil. Kill a great emperor, who would dare to say such a thing, and now, the heaven-shaking stone tablet that he had obtained could kill a powerhouse of that level. Lin Feng put the heaven-shaking stone tablet into his dantian and nourished it with magic power. He hoped to imprint his own aura on it. Lin Feng then left the treasury. The next day, Dugu Wutian reported to Lin Feng about the territory and power that Lin City had gained over the years. Dugu Wutian was quite capable, and he had recruited many powerhouses. About half of the East County's divine prefecture was now under Lin City's control. Right now, Lin City is strong enough to annex the entire East County's divine prefecture. As long as Master gives the order, we can quickly conquer the other 9 ancient cities, said Dugu Wutian. That's enough territory. The East County's divine prefecture is barren. What's the point of unifying the East County's divine prefecture? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng's vision was too high. Not to mention the Eastern Province, even the 72 provinces in the north were just a small place compared to the vast starry sky world. Lin Feng's goal was to become a god. When that time came, he could have as much territory as he wanted. It wouldn't be difficult for him to rule a planet with life. He naturally didn't care about the East County's divine prefecture. I was too narrow-minded, said Dugu Wutian. You don't have to blame yourself. Continue to recruit as many top-notch experts as possible. Tell them that if they join me, not only will they receive the most precious cultivation resources, but I will also reward them with primordial divine abilities, said Lin Feng. Yes, Master. I will do my best to recruit as many top-notch experts as possible, said Dugu Wutian quickly. Master, said Dugu Wutian quickly. Late at night, a cold aura enveloped Lin Feng's residence. Ning Hanshuang? Lin Feng opened his eyes. Outside the room, a black shadow flashed past. He quickly chased after it. It's really you. Seeing the white-clothed woman in front of him, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. What? Are you here to kill me? Ning Hanshuang stopped and said, I didn't say that I was here to kill you. Then why did you come to my residence? Why didn't you sleep in the middle of the night? Is it because you're lonely and cold? Do you want me to accompany you? Lin Feng glanced at Ning Hanshuang's exquisite body. Of course, Lin Feng was only teasing Ning Hanshuang because he knew what kind of person Ning Hanshuang was. She would do anything to achieve her goals, and she was vicious and merciless. However, Lin Feng did not expect Ning Hanshuang to be so different from her usual self. She smiled and said, Yes, I am indeed lonely and empty. If I want to find a man to rely on, I'll have to see if you have the guts to do so. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He did not know what was wrong with Ning Hanshuang's brain. Why would she say such explicit words to him? However, Lin Feng did not believe her. He calmly said, forget it. I don't want to become the second Du Guxian. Back when Ning Hanshuang and Du Guxian had gotten engaged, Ning Hanshuang had wanted Du Guxian to bring her into the Dao Heaven secret realm. She would then kill Du Guxian and take over the secret realm for herself. However, Du Guxian had been killed by Lin Feng, which had ruined her plan. Du Guxian is nothing. He still died at your hands. Perhaps we can make a deal, a very fair deal, Ning Hanshuang said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, what kind of deal? Ning Hanshuang said, I can become Dao companions with you, but I will have to share your secrets. How about that? Dao companions? Why don't you let me have a taste tonight? I'll consider whether I should agree or not. Lin Feng said. Ning Hanshuang said, no problem. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Shall we go to your room or mine? When Lin Feng heard Ning Hanshuang's words, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He said speechlessly, is this still the vicious Ning Hanshuang that I know? People change. Ning Hanshuang said. The grudge between us is too deep. That's why I don't trust you at all. Lin Feng said calmly. Ning Hanshuang smiled and said, actually, it's not much of a grudge. You didn't get the Dao Heaven secret realm, so it's nothing. As for the Ning clan, if you didn't kill them, I would have wanted them dead. Why is that? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Ning Imo Sun and my biological father were friends, but he was greedy for my mother's looks, so he poisoned my father and took my mother as his concubine. My mother was pregnant at that time, so she had to drag out an ignoble existence. When my mother died when I was 10 years old, I already knew about my background. All these years, I'd been enduring, waiting for the opportunity to take revenge. Ning Hanshuang said. Lin Feng fell silent. He had not expected Ning Hanshuang to have such a pitiful background. He asked, who is your father? Han Xianyun. Have you heard of him? Ning Hanshuang asked. So it's him. I heard that more than 20 years ago, this person rose to fame. He shone brilliantly in the battle of the heavenly geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures and won a lot of face for the East County. Later, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that he was killed by poison. Lin Feng said. That's right. Ning Hanshuang nodded. Then why don't you go to the Han clan to acknowledge your ancestors? Lin Feng asked. Return to the ancestral home? Who would believe that? Back then, my mother and father had pledged their lives to each other. So what if I can return to the ancestral home? My parents are dead, and if I go to the Han clan, I will be looked down upon by countless people. Ning Hanshuang said. Lin Feng was speechless. It was just as Ning Hanshuang had said. This world was cruel. Family ties were thin in large clans. Moreover, their closest relatives were already dead. Did you kill Ning Mashuan? Lin Feng asked. Ning Hanshuang's delicate body trembled slightly. She bit her lip and did not say anything. It seems like you didn't have the heart to kill him. After all, you still have feelings for him. Your surname is still Ning, and you didn't change it to Han. It seems like you must be in a lot of pain. You want to avenge your biological father, but you don't want to kill your adoptive father. He's not my adoptive father. Ning Hanshuang said coldly. Alright, it doesn't matter who he is. It has nothing to do with me. Now that you've said it out loud, do you feel better? How about this, give me your first time, and I'll help you kill Ning Mashuan. You don't have to feel so conflicted anymore. Lin Feng said with a smile. I can give it to you now. Do you dare to do it? Ning Hanshuang sneered and looked at Lin Feng. Who says I don't dare? Tonight, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lin Feng glared at Ning Hanshuang's hot body. Come with me. Ning Hanshuang rushed into the distance. Lin Feng followed behind Ning Hanshuang. He frowned slightly. Lin Feng didn't fully believe Ning Hanshuang's words. This woman had a vicious heart. She would do anything to achieve her goals. Therefore, it was not a big deal for her to lie and deceive herself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng ran away. Swish, swish. After Lin Feng ran away, more than 10 figures appeared in the darkness. These people emitted an extremely cold aura. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely know their origins. 9 Nether Assassins. These people were all assassins from 9 netherworlds. This was because the auras of the 9 underworlds assassins were extremely similar. If one saw one 9 underworlds assassin, they would know the identity of the other 9 underworlds assassins. Said the leader of the group. It seems like Lin Feng is very vigilant. He doesn't believe the story you told him. Ning Hanshuang frowned slightly. She said coldly, just surround and kill him. Why go through so much trouble? This person isn't simple. He's very vigilant. It'll be easy for him to escape. The leader of the assassins in black said. So, I've failed the test? Ning Hanshuang's face was as cold as ice. It's not that easy to become an assassin from 9 netherworlds. It doesn't matter if he doesn't believe it. In any case, he doesn't know that your story was made up. Continue to interact with him. The leader paused for a moment before continuing. Let me tell you, assassins from 9 netherworlds don't have virgins. If you want to become an assassin from 9 netherworlds, you have to break your own virginity. Only then can you truly understand the meaning of 9 netherworlds heartlessness. Using your virginity in exchange for Lin Feng's life is a good deal. Of course, if you don't want to do this, it's fine. Once you pass the test, as the person who recommended you, I don't mind helping you break your virginity and turn you into a real woman. When the leader of the 9 nether assassins looked at Ning Hanshuang, his eyes revealed a lustful glint. Humph, Ning Hanshuang looked coldly at the leader of the assassins from 9 netherworlds, then quickly flew away. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. Sir, this Ning Hanshuang actually dared to give you that attitude. She's too arrogant, said one of the assassins indignantly. It doesn't matter. Capable people all have personalities. This Ning Hanshuang is vicious and merciless. She's simply a person who was born to be an assassin. She's worthy of being groomed by 9 netherworlds. The leader of the assassins from 9 netherworlds spoke in a sharp, ear-piercing voice. It sounded like the cry of a malicious spirit. Anyone who heard it would feel their hair stand on end. Swish. After the group of assassins from 9 Nether Assassin Dynasty left, the void trembled and Lin Feng walked out from the void. These assassins from 9 Nether were best at concealment. However, even they were unable to discover Lin Feng's presence. Just as I thought, Ning Hanshuang is scheming against me. She actually has connections with people from 9 Nether Assassin Dynasty, which really surprised me. Lin Feng's brows rose slightly. After 9 Nether Assassin Dynasty accepted the mission, they had already tried to assassinate him 3 times but failed. According to the rules of the Jiu Assassin Dynasty, if Lin Feng failed 3 times in a row, he would become the most important person to assassinate. At that time, the assassins of the Jiu Assassin Dynasty would come and kill Lin Feng. These people are just small characters, the real powerful people shouldn't have appeared yet. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He immediately thought of Ning Hanshuang. Were her words really a lie? Lin Feng felt that it didn't seem like it. Perhaps Ning Hanshuang wanted to scheme against him, kill him and then take his head to join 9 Nether Assassin Dynasty. However, Lin Feng felt that Ning Hanshuang's words and her tragic background were highly likely to be true. Of course, no matter if it was true or not, Lin Feng didn't care. He didn't have the time to care about what a woman who wanted to kill him had experienced. Late at night, Huang Linger and that handsome man whom Lin Feng saw previously came to a small courtyard in the northwest corner of Proud Heaven ancient capital. That handsome man was called Xianxia and he was the grandson of one of Green Cloud Sect's elders. Green Cloud Sect was an ancient sect in South Region's Changzhou. South Region's Changzhou was located in the south of East Region's Divine Continent. In this state, there were 3 ancient sects which were much stronger than East Region's Divine Continent. 5 years ago, Huang Linger happened to save an injured prostitute by chance and that prostitute was one of Green Cloud Sect's elder's daughter. That beautiful woman then brought Huang Linger to South Region's Changzhou to cultivate. This time, she came to South Region's Changzhou with Xiaozi on a mission so Huang Linger didn't even return home to visit her family. Junior Xiaozi and Junior Huang Linger request to meet Senior. The 2 of them spoke respectfully outside the small courtyard. Come in. Just as he finished his words, the courtyard's door opened automatically with a creak. The two of them carefully entered the room and saw that the door was open. A ball of will-o'-the-wisp flickered in the room. Xiaozi and Huang Linger felt a chill in their hearts. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the will-o'-the-wisp in the room. "Did you bring the netherworld jade?" A sinister voice from within the room. "We brought it," Huang Linger said. She took out a white jade box and opened it. Inside, there were 3 pieces of black jade. "Are you Yang Lu's disciple?" The presence in the room. Yang Lu was the woman whom Huang Linger saved back then. Huang Linger hurriedly replied, "Yes. That last Yang Lu has already told this seat some things about you and the things that you need to exchange. This is a bottle of Heavenly Moon God Falling pills, a total of 36 bottles. Take 1 pill every 10 days. When all 36 Heavenly Moon God Falling pills have been consumed, you should be able to enter the Yin-Yang realm. After you enter the Yin-Yang realm, go into closed-door cultivation for 3 years. 3 years' time should be enough for you to refine the medicinal effects that have yet to be absorbed. After you've finished refining, your cultivation should be able to rise to Yin-Yang realm's 7th or 8th heavens," the mysterious presence in the room said. The next moment, a porcelain bottle flew out. It was obvious that this bottle contained the Heavenly Moon God Falling pills. Following that, a suction force gushed out and sucked the white jade box containing the netherworld jade over. "Thank you, Senior." Huang Linger was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. "No need to thank this seat. This is a deal between this seat and your Grand Master. Originally, it was Yang Lu who came to exchange for the benefits she needed. This time, she actually sent you over. Looks like that last Yang Lu likes you a lot." The Grand Master he was referring to was Yang Lu's father. "Also, little boy, since you escorted Huang Linger here, you've done some good deeds. I'll reward you with a bottle of Dragon Strength Divine Blood pills. There are 12 pills in total. Take them once a month. After taking them, your blood will become 10 times more vigorous, and your strength will also increase by 10 times. Even though the Dragon Strength Divine Blood pills can't help you break through to the Yin-Yang layer, after your blood has greatly increased, you'll definitely be able to break through to the Yin-Yang layer after a few years of hard work." As soon as he finished speaking, another porcelain bottle flew out and landed in Xiaozi's hand. Xiaozi thanked him profusely. "All right, you can go now. We'll take our leave." The two of them bowed and left the room. "I want to go home." "What about you, senior brother?" asked Huang Linger. "Since I have nothing to do, I'll go home with you. Ever since I left with Master, I haven't been back for 5 years. Let's go buy a griffin and ride it through the night," said Huang Linger. Xiaozi nodded and walked towards the market with Huang Linger. When they were about to reach the market, they saw a river in the city. They walked towards the bridge. At that moment, Xiaozi looked around and saw that there was no one around. He slapped Huang Linger's back and sent her flying more than 10 meters away. Wah! Huang Linger coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She fell to the ground and couldn't move anymore. "Senior brother Xia, why did you sneak attack me?" Huang Linger looked at Xiaozi in shock and anger. Xiaozi sneered, "I didn't want to attack you at first, but you got 36 Heavenly Moon Soulfall pills, and I only got 12 Dragon Strength Divine Blood pills. I didn't want to give up. I also wanted the Heavenly Moon Soulfall pills, so I had no choice but to attack you and take them for myself. Aren't you afraid that Master will find out? If he does, you'll die without a grave," said Huang Linger, her face pale. "What's there to be afraid of? Didn't I say that I met a bad guy and you were killed by him? Back then, didn't your master get a treasure from that old bastard and was targeted and almost died? Your master won't suspect that, right? Even if she suspects, it doesn't matter. She has no proof that I killed you." Xiaozi smiled ferociously. "You're a beast with a human face. I curse you to die a horrible death." Huang Linger cursed Xiaozi, her face filled with despair. "What's the point? If curses were useful, there wouldn't be so many people in the world who would kill others for their treasures." Xiaozi curled his lips and said, "But before I kill you, I don't mind enjoying myself." After saying that, Xiaozi put Huang Linger on his shoulder and walked towards a small forest not far away. "Let go of me, you bastard." Huang Linger had no strength left, so she could only curse Xiaozi. Go ahead and curse. The more you curse, the better I'll feel. Do you know that? I've been eyeing you for a long time. I've always wanted to taste this delicate rose with thorns. Now, I've finally found the chance. Don't worry, I've always been kind to women. I'll let you die after you've enjoyed yourself to the fullest. Xiaozi Guang laughed. Xiaozi usually behaved humbly and politely, but it was clear that he was a beast in human form. There were also people like Xiaozi in the real world. On the surface, they were gentle. However, in their hearts, there was a demon. When this demon would come out would depend on whether there was something that could tempt this demon. Obviously, the 36 heavenly moon soul falling pills were enough to make this demon come out. Xiaozi placed Huang Linger on a smooth rock. Looking at Huang Linger's mesmerizing figure, he felt like a ball of fire was about to burn in his dantian. Huang Linger's face was pale and filled with despair. Although she was a woman, she was a loyal and unyielding person. Her impetuous personality was a reflection of her inner world. People like her were often able to do things that ordinary women would not dare to do, such as biting their tongues to commit suicide. Huang Linger wanted to bite her tongue to end her life. However, Xiaozi had cast out a restrictive spell in advance, imprisoning Huang Linger. He sneered and said, I have long been prepared for you to bite your tongue and commit suicide. I have yet to enjoy myself properly, so how can I let you die? When I'm done, I'll naturally send your soul to heaven. Her body was imprisoned, and she had no strength to resist. Huang Linger looked at Xiaozi with despair and anger. She seemed to want to remember this person forever, even if she had to die. Xiaozi was actually frightened by Huang Linger's gaze. However, when he thought about how Huang Linger was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, he did not need to be afraid of anything. He stretched out his hand to tear off Huang Linger's clothes. At that moment, Xiaozi felt a pain in his neck. He turned around and saw a young man he did not know who had appeared behind him and struck his neck with a palm. Xiaozi's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. In the next moment, he fell to the ground and fainted. Lin Feng looked at the fainted Xiaozi with an indifferent expression. He struck out with his transcendence energy to break Xiaozi's restriction. The transcendence energy nourished Huang Linger's body, causing her injuries to quickly recover. Lin Feng did not intend to stay any longer. He turned around and walked out. Thank you for saving me. Huang Linger stood up and thanked Lin Feng. In the darkness, he couldn't see Lin Feng's face clearly. Lin Feng waved his hand with his back facing Huang Linger, indicating that she did not need to thank him. To Lin Feng, this was just a casual matter. Moreover, Huang Linger was also his friend. However, Lin Feng did not acknowledge Huang Linger as he did not want her to misunderstand him. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, he had an ambiguous relationship with Huang Linger's sister, Huang Shilan. In that case, it would be best if he didn't have any entanglements with Huang Linger as much as possible. Otherwise, it would hurt both Huang Shilan and Huang Linger. After Lin Feng left, Huang Linger turned her head to look at Xiaozi, who had fainted on the ground. She bit her lips and directly kicked Xiaozi's crotch. Xiaozi, who had fainted, let out an incomparably mournful scream. Huang Linger had directly crippled his lower body. You crippled me. Xiaozi woke up in a daze. His entire body was in so much pain that it was trembling. Huang Linger kicked out again. This time, she kicked Xiaozi's dantian. Crack. His dantian shattered. Xiaozi's face instantly turned ashen. His lower body was crippled. From now on, he could no longer be a man, his dantian was crippled. From now on, he would become a cripple. It would be too easy for you to just kill a beast like you. Now that you can no longer be a man and have no cultivation, you will spend the rest of your life in endless regret and pain. Huang Linger coldly looked at Xiaozi and did not stay any longer. She walked out. Sometimes, killing a person was not the most ruthless method. Making a person live a life worse than death was the most ruthless method. Obviously, the rest of Xiaozi's life would definitely be a life worse than death. Lin Feng stayed in Lin City for 3 days before he left for the Zhenwu country. After seeing Lin Feng return, Shang Guanfei was very excited. Shang Guanfei was now more and more charming. During the day, Lin Feng pulled Shang Wanfei and made love with her. Although Shang Wanfei was very shy, after not seeing Lin Feng for so long, she also missed Lin Feng very much. She tried her best to cooperate with him, charming and seductive. Lin Feng finally understood the meaning of the phrase, "The emperor does not attend morning court for 3 months." With such a seductive beauty like Shang Wanfei accompanying him every day, not to mention 3 months, it was normal for him to not attend morning court for 3 years. Perhaps this was the so-called "the home of a gentlewoman is the tomb of a hero." After making love on Mount Wu, Shang Wanfei lay lazily in Lin Feng's arms like a kitten and said, "A few days ago, Ouyang Xintian resigned from his position and left." Ouyang Xintian had helped Lin Feng a lot. In the past, when Lin Feng was fighting against Ao Tian ancient capital, Ouyang Xintian had gone everywhere to help Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng was very grateful to Ouyang Xintian and respected him very much. "Is he going back to Sun Moon City?" Lin Feng asked. "I heard that he's planning to travel outside. He doesn't have a good relationship with the Sun Moon City Lord," Shang Wanfei said. Back in the days, Ouyang Xintian and Li Mingdao had competed for the position of great leader of Sun and Moon City. Lin Feng knew about that. Lin Feng had interacted with Li Mingdao before, and he was a good person. He was Ouyang Xintian's cousin, so the relationship between them was very complicated. Their competition for the position of prefecture lord was like the survival of the fittest in their family. It was the foundation of a family's prosperity. Lin Feng didn't want to get involved in such family matters. "It's a pity that I didn't get the chance to meet Ouyang Xintian." Lin Feng sighed. "There will definitely be a chance in the future." Shang Wanfei's lily-white hand was drawing circles on Lin Feng's chest, looking like a lazy little kitten. Lin Feng once again leapt onto the horse, and Shang Wanfei resisted but still welcomed him. The two of them were having a great time. The true martial country's imperial capital was as lively as ever. Experts were as common as clouds in the sky. Dugu Wutian knew that Lin Feng's woman, Shang Wanfei, was here, and Lin Feng had asked him to protect her. Therefore, Dugu Wutian built the true martial country's imperial capital into a second Lin city, heavily guarded and guarded by many top experts. The true martial country's imperial capital was even more prosperous than the other 9 ancient cities in the eastern region. Because the Azure Dragon Institute was a place that had produced a master like Lin Feng, there were countless people who came to join the Azure Dragon Institute to cultivate. Lin Feng walked around the Azure Dragon Institute. Everywhere he walked, there were groups of 3 to 5 students. Some of them were discussing the bottlenecks they had encountered in their cultivation, some of them were hard-working students, some of them were discussing which class had the prettiest girls. Most of these students were from aristocratic families. Compared to cultivation, they were more interested in pretty girls. Lin Feng's tall and handsome figure, handsome face, and the noble aura exuding from his every movement attracted the attention of many female students. Most of these female students were around 16 to 17 years old, the age when they first awakened to love. Seeing a man like Lin Feng who was akin to a god descending from the heavens, their hearts naturally swayed, unable to control themselves. Some of the braver female students even blushed, holding handkerchiefs in their hands, love letters, hurried over, stuffing the handkerchiefs into Lin Feng's hands before running away bashfully, reuniting with their friends. Then, like skylarks, they chattered about Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled wryly. That year when he was still cultivating in the Azure Dragon Institute, he had never received a single love letter. How long had it been since he arrived at the Azure Dragon Institute? One after another, more than a dozen pretty girls ran over, stuffing their love letters into his hands. Of course, when Lin Feng was cultivating in the Azure Dragon Institute, he was extremely hard-working, spending most of his time cultivating and rarely strolling around the campus. At that time, he had already made a name for himself. Many female students yearned for Lin Feng, but unfortunately, they were unable to meet him. Lin Feng didn't need to look at the contents of these love letters, he already knew that they must have mentioned a place to meet or some kind of love poem. Lin Feng didn't bother looking at these contents, instead, he directly walked in the direction of the Dragon Gate. Who is he? So stylish, so handsome, and most importantly, that temperament, I'm about to fall for him. He wouldn't be a new instructor, would he? Yeah, if only he's a new instructor, I'll definitely attend his class. Many female students were screaming, but there were also quite a few who followed behind Lin Feng, wanting to see where Lin Feng was going. Of course, there were also many male students who looked at Lin Feng with expressions of envy and jealousy. There's a saying that goes like this: we didn't have any grudges, but you stole our territory, our money, and our women. This is something we can't tolerate. Now, we're enemies. In the eyes of many male students, Lin Feng's appearance was equivalent to snatching their woman. Of course, no matter how unhappy they were, these male students didn't dare to provoke Lin Feng. Because with a single glance, they could tell that Lin Feng wasn't someone they could offend. Dragon's Gate. He went to the Dragon's Gate. Many people saw Lin Feng walking towards the Dragon Gate. When he arrived at the Dragon Gate, Lin Feng saw a tall and slender woman walking out from the Dragon Gate's encampment. That woman was wearing an instructor's robe. This was none other than Xiao Yufei. The current Xiao Yufei had become an Azure Dragon Institute's instructor. Lin Feng was surprised. Originally, Xiao Yufei had joined the Sun Moon City to cultivate. Now that she became a master of the Azure Dragon Institute, he wondered if she came out to temper herself, or if she liked this profession. Quickly look, it's Goddess Xiao Yufei. Many male students' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xiao Yufei was now publicly acknowledged as the Azure Dragon Institute's #1 goddess, the lover of countless students' dreams. She was also the target of many instructors' pursuit. It was rumored that in order to pursue Xiao Yufei, some aristocratic young masters from the 10 great ancient cities came to the Azure Dragon Institute to become instructors. However, Xiao Yufei had always maintained an estranged attitude toward men. Other than work, there was no contact at all. Sister Yufei. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Xiao Yufei. After not seeing her for so many years, Xiao Yufei had become even more enchanting, especially after putting on the instructor's robe. Her perfect figure was fully displayed. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Xiao Yufei also saw Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, looking extremely alluring. It was obvious that she was shocked, not expecting Lin Feng to return. Lin Feng smiled. After not seeing you for a few years, Sister Yufei has become even more beautiful. Xiao Yufei's face blushed slightly, feeling a little smug, asking, why did you come back? Then, as if thinking of Shangguan Fei'er, she sighed inwardly, concealing the trace of loneliness in her heart. Are you here to see Fei'er? Lin Feng nodded, asking, why did you come back to the Azure Dragon Institute to become an instructor? Xiao Yufei's voice was soft. Maybe, I like this place more. I was thinking of looking for you, hoping that you could come to my supreme peak to cultivate. Lin Feng said with a wry smile. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Yufei's heart leaped with joy, blurting out, sure. But then, she realized that she had acted a little too impatient, not to mention she had just told Lin Feng that she liked this place. When Lin Feng invited her to his supreme peak, she agreed so quickly. Didn't that mean that she really wanted to stay with Lin Feng? Thinking of this, Xiao Yufei's face blushed pink, stammering, not daring to look Lin Feng in the eye. Lin Feng smiled. It's best if you can come. I still miss the time when we cultivated together, when we went through adventures together. Moreover, Big Sister Yufei has always been a warm person. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Yufei's heart was filled with joy. Lin Feng added, let's go take a look at the Dragon Gate. I haven't been here for a long time. I wonder how the Dragon Gate is doing. Many of the Dragon Gate's higher-ups, I'm afraid you don't recognize them anymore. Xiao Yufei smiled faintly, walking toward the Dragon Gate with Lin Feng. Many male students felt their hearts shattering when they saw the goddess in their hearts acting so shy in front of that man. Many female students even started to cry, as if Xiao Yufei had snatched away their men. There were also some aristocratic families' disciples who came to the Azure Dragon Institute to pursue Xiao Yufei, and when they heard this, the fire of jealousy in their hearts nearly ignited. When these aristocratic families' disciples arrived at the Dragon Gate and saw Lin Feng, each and every one of them nearly died from fright. Wasn't this Lin Feng, the Lin Feng who annihilated the Ao Tian family? The average person might not recognize Lin Feng, but these aristocratic families' disciples naturally knew him. These people quickly saluted Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, conversing briefly with these aristocratic families' disciples. He asked them about the Azure Dragon Institute's mentors, whether they had adapted to life here, and other trivial matters. These aristocratic family's disciples were flattered, enthusiastically discussing with Lin Feng how much they loved this place, how much they loved their current jobs. Obviously, only they knew some of the truth. Soon, news spread that Lin Feng had arrived at the Azure Dragon Institute, and he was inside the Dragon Gate. Who didn't know the name Lin Feng? Only now did everyone know that the man who looked like a god descending from the heavens was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was the dream of countless female students, had appeared. The Dragon Gate was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Countless male students also rushed over, all of them regarding Lin Feng as their idol. The current vice principal Helian Changlong had replaced Ouyang Xintian as the Azure Dragon Institute's new principal. Wenren Kanglin, who had taken care of Lin Feng, had replaced Helian Changlong as the vice principal. When the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups heard that Lin Feng had arrived, they quickly rushed over to pay a visit to Lin Feng. The Dragon Gate was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The news quickly spread to the ears of the various forces stationed in the imperial capital. Currently, the various forces in the eastern region had set up an office in the imperial capital. This was because these forces knew that Lin Feng's woman, Shangguan Feier, was here. Since they couldn't see Lin Feng normally, they sent people over to befriend the Shangguan family, hoping to form a relationship with Lin Feng through the Shangguan family. Now that they heard that Lin Feng had appeared in the Azure Dragon Institute, the various forces stationed in the imperial capital were burning with anxiety. They prepared gifts and came to pay a visit to Lin Feng. Even the true martial country's imperial family knew about this matter. The true martial country's old ancestor who was in seclusion came out to pay a visit. On the main street, luxurious carriages drove in the direction of the Azure Dragon Institute. Countless people were puzzled. What was going on? Why were these big shots rushing to the Azure Dragon Institute in such a hurry? Could it be that some powerful figure had arrived? Many people headed to the Azure Dragon Institute to find out what was going on. However, when they arrived, they were shocked to find that the Azure Dragon Institute's entrance had long been surrounded. Even those Yin-Yang realm experts, who were like gods in the eyes of ordinary people, were cautiously waiting outside for news. "Everyone, my lord invites you in." A middle-aged man walked out. Someone recognized this middle-aged man's identity. His name was Nangong Fa. This person wasn't simple, he was a famous expert in the East Divine Prefecture, ranked second among the top 10 wandering cultivators. It's said that Nangong Fa is a yin-yang existence. A yin-yang expert is akin to a god. How terrifying is it to surpass a yin-yang expert? But Nangong Fa seems to be just an errand boy. Many people were discussing this matter, and they were getting more and more shocked. Legendary characters were now running errands. They really couldn't help but wonder who this big shot that appeared in the Azure Dragon Institute was. The various forces experts waiting outside were overjoyed. They followed behind Nangong Fa and walked into the Azure Dragon Institute. Nangong Fa, Zhang Ning, Su Chen, and Lu Xingyu were the 4 great experts overseeing the imperial capital. They were all recruited by Dugu Wutian. When they learned that Lin Feng was here, they hurried over to protect him. The 4 of them knew that the true ruler of Forest City was Lin Feng. They had also heard of Lin Feng's achievements. Today, they came to seek refuge with him, hoping for a better future. If Lin Feng rose up in the future, cultivators like them who came to seek refuge early on would definitely soar in the future. Originally, the 4 of them thought that although Lin Feng's talent was shocking, he was still young, and his cultivation shouldn't be too high. However, when they saw Lin Feng, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. When the 4 of them faced Lin Feng, they felt like they were looking up at a tall mountain. Even when facing some of the ancient giants, they didn't feel this way. What did this mean? This meant that the master they were seeking refuge with had a cultivation that could suppress the ancient giants. Thinking about how Lin Feng was already so heaven-defying at 25 years old, the 4 of them were ecstatic. The group of people cautiously followed behind Nangong Fa. In front of these Yin-Yang realm experts, Nangong Fa was an existence that they had to look up to. Many of the Azure Dragon Institute students had already gathered at the Dragon Gate's side. Seeing so many big shots that they wanted to see but couldn't even get the chance to see them coming in droves to greet Lin Feng, the shock in their hearts was indescribable with words. "Senior brother Lin Feng is only a few years older than us, right?" someone said. That's right. It hasn't even been 10 years since he left the Azure Dragon Institute. A student said. I really hope we can be as awe-inspiring in the future. Many students had longing looks in their eyes. Dreams were the motivation for many people to cultivate. Without dreams, what was the difference between living and being a salted fish? Young master, everyone is here. Nangong Fa stood outside the living room and reported. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. Many people stood outside and saluted. All right, I understand your intentions. You can all come in as well. Lin Feng said. These people were overjoyed and rushed into the living room. The Dragon Gate's living room was very big, accommodating several hundred people wasn't a problem. When they entered, they found Lin Feng talking with Wenren Kanglin. As the Azure Dragon Institute's vice principal, many people recognized Wenren Kanglin. However, in the past, no one deliberately tried to befriend him. After all, Wenren Kanglin wasn't young anymore and his cultivation was only at the peak of the martial king realm. Now that his blood and chi had collapsed, he could forget about reaching the yin-yang realm in his lifetime. Therefore, in the eyes of many forces, a person like Wenren Kanglin wasn't worth the effort to befriend. But today, seeing how Lin Feng treated Wenren Kanglin differently from others, these people knew that Wenren Kanglin and Lin Feng had an extraordinary relationship. Many people couldn't help but feel vexed. Why didn't they investigate this matter before? Now, if he wanted to establish a relationship with Wenren Kanglin, it wouldn't be an easy thing. Some time ago, your teacher sent a letter and asked about your situation, so I told him some of the things I knew. Wenren Kanglin chatted with Lin Feng as if they were talking about daily life. The teacher he mentioned was Lin Feng's teacher, Sun Tiantu. I wonder how he is now. Lin Feng asked with concern. Everything is fine, he is now traveling everywhere. Wenren Kanglin said with a smile. That's good. When teacher comes back, senior can send someone to inform Nangong Fa and have him inform me. I will come to pay my respects to teacher. I haven't seen teacher for many years, I miss him. Lin Feng said. It's rare for you to have such filial piety. Wenren Kanglin smiled. The two of them chatted for a while. They talked about many trivial matters. However, Lin Feng liked this kind of warm conversation. There was no conflict of interest, the simple words were filled with warmth. Lin Feng said with a smile, Senior, you have been at the peak of the martial king realm for many years, have you ever thought about breaking through to the yin-yang realm? Wenren Kanglin sighed and said, I am already 152 years old this year, my blood and chi are running out, I have no hope of breaking through. Martial kings had a lifespan of 200 years, Wenren Kanglin was already old at this age. Lin Feng smiled and said, this isn't anything difficult, Senior, close your eyes and circulate your cultivation technique. Wenren Kanglin's body suddenly shook, he looked at Lin Feng in shock, a thought suddenly rose in his mind, he couldn't help but become excited. Could it be? In the living room, many people looked at each other in dismay, they also thought of that possibility, many people couldn't help but gasp. Lin Feng wanted to help Wenren Kanglin break through to the yin-yang realm, just thinking about it gave people a feeling of unreality. How could the yin-yang realm be so easy to break through? Moreover, using external help to break through, the difficulty would increase by 100 times, or even 100 times, it was almost impossible. Wenren Kanglin had an indescribable sense of trust towards Lin Feng. He didn't care if others believed that Lin Feng had the ability to do this, Wenren Kanglin believed in Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Lin Feng took out a strand of divine source and directly inserted it into Wenren Kanglin's body. At the same time, the powerful magic power in his body enveloped the god's origin and refined its power. The divine source was refined into the purest energy, then it flowed in Wenren Kanglin's body. It was like a surging river. It surged endlessly. All the energy gathered in his mind. It gathered in his purple palace. There was a purple palace in his mind, it broke through his purple palace, producing magic power. Boom, the surging divine source instantly broke through Wenren Kanglin's purple palace. Waves of powerful magic power spread out from Wenren Kanglin's body. Magic power. It really is magic power. Wenren Kanglin broke through to the yin-yang realm. Breaking through to the yin-yang realm, his lifespan immediately reached 1,000 years. He is an eternal giant. Lin Gongzi actually created a yin-yang realm expert. This is simply a miracle. In the living room, the experts of the various factions were deeply shocked. Many people were shouting hysterically. The shock in their hearts was no less than seeing a true god descend. Lin Feng stayed in the imperial capital for about 10 days. During these 10 days, he spent most of his time with Shangguan Fei'er. When Lin Feng was about to leave, Shangguan Fei'er was very reluctant to let him go. However, she was a smart woman and knew when to let go. After leaving the imperial capital, Lin Feng planned to go to Falling Moon City. He had not seen Huang Shilan for many years, and he did not know how she was doing. Last time, after destroying Aotian Ancient City, Lin Feng and Huang Shilan had met in a hurry, but they hadn't stayed for a long time. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so Lin Feng missed her. This woman and Shangguan Fei'er were two different types of women. Shangguan Fei'er was charming and gentle. On the other hand, Huang Shilan was bold, unrestrained, and passionate. When Lin Feng was rushing to Falling Moon City, a group of cultivators passed by on a flying ship. If Lin Feng saw this group of cultivators, he would definitely recognize them. This person was the young master of the Immemorial Ning family, Ning Baishu, whom he had met not long after coming out of the northern desolate city's teleportation portal. Ning Baishu came to the eastern divine province to give Lu Piamiao a betrothal gift. Back then, Lu Piamiao's father and Ning Baishu's father met each other when they were training outside. They hit it off very well, so they set up a marriage agreement. Lu Piamiao distanced herself from Lin Feng because of her marriage agreement with Ning Baishu. Lu Piamiao's family did not have the ability to reject this marriage agreement. Although the relationship between their fathers was not bad, if the Lu family dared to embarrass the Ning family, they would definitely turn against them. Although they knew that Ning Baishu was a spoiled brat, they could not go back on their words. Perhaps this was what they called fate. The immemorial Ning family could destroy Sun Moon City with a snap of their fingers. "Master, are we going back to the Ning family now?" the guard leader asked. "What's the rush? It's not easy for me to come out, so I naturally have to have fun in the Eastern Prefecture. There are many beauties in the Eastern Prefecture, especially Lu Piamiao. She's really alluring, but she doesn't give me a chance to get close to her. After I marry her, I'll make sure she can't get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights." Thinking of Lu Piamiao's beautiful face and alluring body, Ning Baishu felt an evil fire burning in his dantian, making his mouth dry up. "Ha! Ha!" At this moment, a loud shout came from below. It was majestic and the voice shook the heavens. "Go out and take a look?" "What's that sound?" Ning Baishu said. "Yes." A guard walked out and quickly returned, saying, reporting to the young lord, "It's the soldiers from the mundane world who are currently training." "Oh? Then let's go out and take a look. I've heard that the armies of the mortal world train in an orderly manner, completely different from the army of cultivators. Today, I want to see for myself." Ning Baishu stood up and walked out of the ship. Outside Fallen Moon City, there were 30,000 soldiers who had to train every day. Fallen Moon City was a frontier city, so the soldiers' training was very important. If they didn't train hard on a daily basis, how could they fight bravely when the time came? Huang Shilan was wearing a silver-white soft armor as usual. She rode a warhorse and was accompanied by a dozen generals to inspect the soldiers' training. Seeing that the beautiful city lord had come to inspect them, the energetic soldiers shouted even louder and worked even harder. The essence of the 30,000 soldiers was like an ocean, soaring into the sky. The essence of the 30,000 soldiers gathered together and formed a huge wolf bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was the essence of the smoke. Only in the most elite armies, when everyone worked together, would the essence of the soldiers gather together and form the smoke. Amazing, really amazing. The army of the mundane world can form the essence of the smoke. It seems that this army must be extremely elite in the mundane world. Ning Baishu stood on the platform of the ship and looked at the essence of the smoke in the sky. He was very surprised. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He saw Huang Shilan, who was wearing silver-white armor and looked valiant. His eyes lit up. "There's such a beauty in the mundane world. She's as beautiful as Lu Piamiao." Ning Baishu's eyes almost popped out. The guard said she should be a female general. Haha, it's a pity for such a beauty to stay in the mundane world. I'm going to take her into my harem. With such a beauty accompanying me on this long journey, I'll be able to get rid of my loneliness. Ning Baishu smiled. His slightly cold eyes were full of lust when he looked at Huang Shilan. The guard said, Sir, that woman's identity isn't simple. After all, this is the divine land of the East Province. If she causes trouble here, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Ning Baishu sneered, how can there be experts in the mundane world? Even if I played with that woman, what trouble can she cause? Who dares to provoke the ancient Ning family? You wait here. I'm going to catch that beauty now. I'm going to have a good time. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Baishu flew out. Ha 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 ha, beauty, you're mine. Ning Baishu flew directly above Huang Shilan. Monstrous power surged out and swept towards Huang Shilan. Although Ning Baishu was like a spoiled brat, he was still a direct descendant of an ancient family. His cultivation couldn't be compared to those top geniuses, but he was already at the peak of the yin-yang realm. In the mundane world, he could do whatever he wanted. Protect the city lord. Ning Baishu's sudden appearance made everyone's expression change drastically. General Wang Meng was the first to react. He couldn't help but shout. Rain of spears. Then, a commander gave the order to attack. Then, a dense number of spears were thrown out by the soldiers, piercing towards Ning Baishu. You're courting death. Ning Baishu sneered and attacked the soldiers below with his palm. In the void, a huge energy handprint condensed, instantly destroying the long spears that were as dense as raindrops. Then, that palm strike was like Mount Tai crashing down on the crowd. Thousands of soldiers died on the spot. Seeing this, Huang Shilan, Wang Meng, and the other higher-ups of Fallen Moon City were enraged. Go to hell. More spears were thrown out, shooting towards Ning Baishu. However, Ning Baishu could kill thousands of people with one palm. After 3 consecutive palms, more than 3,000 people were killed. Go, City Lord, go quickly. You're the backbone of Fallen Moon City. Nothing must happen to you. Once something happens to you, Fallen Moon City will be in chaos. When the Orc Empire gets the news, they'll start a war again. Wang Meng's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing so many soldiers die, he was extremely heartbroken. Huang Shilan clenched her teeth. She really wanted to fight Ning Baishu with the soldiers. However, she knew that she had to escape for the sake of the overall situation. Otherwise, once the Orc Empire's army attacked the Zhenwu country again, the country would be littered with corpses just like what had happened 9 years ago. Huang Shilan rode her warhorse towards Fallen Moon City, but how could she escape from Ning Baishu's hands? Ning Baishu rushed over and said with a lewd smile, Beauty, don't waste your time. You can't escape. Today, I'll have a taste of you, ha ha ha. Zhang Biao, hurry up and notify the Grand Marshal. Tell him that the city lord has been kidnapped. Hopefully, the Grand Marshal will be able to think of a solution. Wang Meng ordered. Yes, sir. A general rode a warhorse and rushed towards the direction of the garrison. Song Quan. Check the casualties. Yang Ping, go to the city and ask all the doctors to come out. Wang Meng issued one order after another. The generals quickly left to carry out Wang Meng's orders. So, suddenly, a streak of light flew over from afar. The streak of light stopped, revealing a cultivator. It was none other than Lin Feng. Wang Meng, what happened? Why are so many people injured? Lin Feng frowned as he looked at Wang Meng. He had met Wang Meng when he had participated in the war against the Orc Empire. Back then, Wang Meng had only been a general with 5,000 soldiers. Now, he was already a general with 30,000 soldiers. It seemed that he had made a lot of contributions in recent years, which was why he had been promoted. Lin Gongzi? Wang Meng looked at Lin Feng with uncertainty. Wang Meng had naturally heard about Lin Feng destroying Outyin ancient capital. Later, Lin Feng had come to Moonfall City to look for Huang Shilan, but Wang Meng had not been able to meet Lin Feng. The last time they had met was 9 years ago. Thus, after not seeing Lin Feng for so many years, Wang Meng did not dare to confirm whether this young master before him was Lin Feng or not. Lin Feng nodded and asked, "Where's your city lord?" Wang Meng quickly replied, "Not long ago, a flying ship passed by. Then, a cultivator flew down from the ship and kidnapped the city lord." Lin Feng's expression sank slightly, and he asked, "Where did the flying ship go?" "Northwest," Wang Meng replied. "All right." Lin Feng soared into the sky and quickly flew in that direction. In the spaceship, Huang Sherlan's body was confined by magic power. She couldn't move or even speak. Ning Subai looked at Huang Sherlan with a perverted smile and said, "My beautiful girl, you don't need to be afraid. I have always been gentle, especially to a beautiful girl like you. I will treat you very gently." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Subai couldn't wait to take off Huang Sherlan's clothes. Soon, Huang Sherlan's silver armor was taken off by Ning Subai. Huang Sherlan's face was full of fear and despair. But now that her body was confined, she didn't even have the chance to bite her tongue to commit suicide. After taking off the silver white armor, Ning Subai laughed weirdly and reached out his hand to tear Huang Sherlan's clothes. At this moment, a hurried knock came from the door. "Young master, this is bad. Someone is blocking our path ahead," the guard commander said. "Who dares to intercept my primordial Ning clan spaceship? Are you tired of living?" Ning Subai was furious. He turned his head to look at Huang Sherlan and said with a perverted smile, "Wait a little longer. I will come to accompany you very soon." Then, Ning Subai walked out of the room and asked in a deep voice, "Who dares to intercept my primordial Ning clan spaceship?" The guard commander said, "We don't know who that person is." "Young master, please come with me to the control room." Ning Subai went to the control room with a gloomy face. There was a crystal screen in the control room, through which they could see what was happening outside. In the distance, a young cultivator stopped in the air and looked in their direction with an indifferent expression. He doesn't seem to have good intentions, and he seems to be very strong. Is he related to that woman? Why don't we let her go? The guard commander said carefully. Ning Mo, no matter what, you are still a top expert at the fifth heaven of the creation realm. Are you afraid of a young boy? There are no strong cultivators in the East Province. What are you afraid of? Just activate the spaceship's restrictive spells and kill that young man. Ning Subai said in a gloomy voice. The guard commander called Ning Mo said, "Young master, the world is so big. Don't underestimate any place. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. That's why you have to be careful when you go out. Don't cause trouble. That's the foundation of being a good person." Guard Ning. Do I need you to teach me how to be a good person? I order you to activate the spaceship's restrictive spells and attack that young man. If you dare to say anything else, I will treat you as a traitor of the Ning clan. Ning Subai said with a gloomy face. Ning Mo's face changed immediately. If he was treated as a traitor, not only would he die, but his entire family would be implicated. Ning Mo had been in the primordial Ning clan for thousands of years. He had seen all kinds of things. He knew very well how ruthless and merciless the big clans could be when they did things. "Yes, I will activate the restrictive spells now." Ning Mo replied and ordered people to burn spirit stones. These burning spirit stones provided the energy for the restrictive spells to operate. After a large number of spirit stones had gathered enough energy, Ning Mo started to activate the restrictive spells. Whoosh, whoosh, beams of light shot towards the cultivators standing in front of him. "Haha! Die!" Ning Subai let out a series of hideous laughter. "You don't know what's good for you." Lin Feng looked indifferently at the incoming attacks and threw out a punch. Bam! All the beams of light shot out by the flying ship were destroyed. Looking at this scene, Ning Mo's face changed. "Young master, this person is too strong. He has definitely surpassed me. No worries. Increase the speed of the flying ship to the maximum and ram him to death." Ning Baishu let out a ferocious laugh. The moment such a huge flying ship charged forward, the destructive force of the acceleration and inertia was extremely terrifying. Back then, Lin Feng had used the 4 ferocious cauldrons to kill a powerful being, Huangfu Wuji. One could see how strong the collision force of these flying treasures was once their speed was increased to the maximum. Ning Mo did not dare to disobey Ning Baishu's words, so he started to activate the restrictive spells on the flying ship. The speed of the flying ship was getting faster and faster. Finally, the speed of the flying ship was pushed to the maximum. A black ray of light flashed through the void. That black light was the flying ship. Because the speed of the flying ship was too fast, the body of the ship could not be seen clearly. All that could be seen was that black light. Skyrend. Slash. Facing the incoming flying ship, Lin Feng was indifferent. He raised his right hand, and a 10,000 feet long sword light was formed. The huge sword light slashed down. Poof, the flying ship could not defend against Lin Feng's attack at all. The sword light tore through the restrictive spells on the flying ship and slammed into the body of the ship. The entire flying ship was split into two by Lin Feng's sword. The flying ship fell from the sky, and many people flew out of it in a sorry state. Said Lin Feng when he saw Huang Shilan fall to the ground. He quickly flew towards her and caught her in his arms. Lin Feng, I thought I would never see you again. Huang Shilan burst into tears when she saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng had never seen Huang Shilan cry before. He had always thought that Huang Shilan was a strong woman, but after going from despair to hope, Huang Shilan realized how scared she was. She was scared that she would never see her family again, that she would never see her lover again. Now, Huang Shilan burst into tears. She was so happy that she had survived a disaster. Don't worry, I'm here. Nobody can hurt you. Lin Feng held Huang Shilan with both hands and walked towards Ning Baishu step by step. My flying ship. Brat, you actually destroyed my flying ship. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. Everyone, attack. Tear this brat into 1,000 pieces. Ning Baishu roared furiously. Yes, sir. More than 20 strong cultivators of the Ning family rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He walked towards Ning Baishu step by step. Lin Feng's body emitted a powerful qi, which immediately covered the 20 strong cultivators of the Ning family. Bang, 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 the 20 strong cultivators of the Ning family did not even have the strength to resist. One by one, their bodies exploded, and their souls were destroyed. You. The strong cultivators of the Ning clan were all crushed by Lin Feng's qi. They all died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Ning Subai was scared out of his wits. What kind of strength was this? How could he kill so many strong cultivators with just his qi? Ning Subai knew that he was in big trouble this time, because the person he had offended was absolutely terrifying. He now regretted that he didn't listen to Ning Mo. If he had listened to Ning Mo and didn't kidnap Huang Shilan, he wouldn't be in such a bad situation now. Ning Subai from the ancient Ning clan. Said Lin Feng indifferently, looking at Ning Subai. Do you know me? Asked Ning Subai. He had thought that Lin Feng was afraid of the ancient Ning clan, so he hadn't attacked him. Thinking about that, Ning Subai calmed down. Half a year ago, I saw you at the teleportation portal in Beihuang City. You were really arrogant back then, but this is the godly country of the East, not Ningzhou. No matter how arrogant you are in Ningzhou, I don't care, but you came to the godly country of the East and dared to kidnap my woman. You've committed a capital crime. Lin Feng looked at Ning Subai indifferently. When Ning Subai heard Lin Feng, his expression changed drastically. He said, since you know I'm from the ancient Ning clan, if you dare attack me, the ancient Ning clan won't let you off. Ha, 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 Lin Feng burst into laughter. The ancient Ning clan is in the faraway Ningzhou. This is the godly country of the East, one of the 72 provinces in the north. You're using the ancient Ning clan to threaten me? How stupid. You think the ancient Ning clan is enough for you to be arrogant? Fine, I can't be bothered to say anything more to you. Today, I'll kill you and let the world know that the Eastern Divine Prefecture is not a place where anyone can behave atrociously. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Just as he was about to attack, Ning Mo said, Sir, fortunately, we didn't make a huge mistake today. I hope you can spare our young master this time for the sake of the primordial Ning family. As long as you agree to spare our young master, the primordial Ning family will agree to any conditions. Ning Shubai's face was extremely unsightly. He had never been humiliated like this. Now, he had to beg for his life. This made Ning Shubai feel deeply humiliated. However, Ning Xiubai knew he had to swallow his pride. Otherwise, he might really die here. Primordial Ning clan. He doesn't have enough face for me to spare him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Those who touch my loved ones will be beheaded, anyone who touches my woman will be beheaded, those who touch my friends will be beheaded. This was Lin Feng's reverse scale. Ning Xiubai had touched Lin Feng's reverse scale. He had to die, swoosh. Lin Feng's body slightly shook, and he instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Ning Xiubai. In front of Ning Xiubai's frightened eyes, Lin Feng grabbed Ning Xiubai's head. He slightly used his right hand. Puff, Ning Xiubai's head was directly grabbed by Lin Feng. Blood splashed everywhere. Ning Xiubai's body fell to the ground. You really killed young Master Xiubai. Ning Mo's face was extremely unsightly. He didn't attack because he knew that he was no match for Lin Feng. His life and death were in Lin Feng's hands. Take his head back and tell the Ning clan that if they want to take revenge, they can come to the godly land of the Eastern County to find me. I will wait here for the Ning clan. Lin Feng threw Ning Xiubai's head to Ning Mo, then stepped into the air and left. Ning Mo took Ning Xiubai's body and quickly left. Buzz. After Lin Feng and Ning Mo left, the void trembled, and an ancient void ship flew out. There were more than 10 people on the ancient void ship. They were all experts, and one of them was Lu Mengyan. When did such a powerful person appear in the godly land of the Eastern County? A triangular-eyed cultivator said in disbelief. Lu Mengyan said, that person is Lin Feng. What? He's Lin Feng, the Lin Feng who fought against young Master Qing Tian for 10 years. Another cultivator with a fierce face said in surprise. Then, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. The people on the ancient void ship were originally ferocious pirates from the Songming Sea region. Later, they were subdued by Huangfu Qing Tian and had been secretly working for him. After being recruited by Huangfu Qing Tian, they were called the Songming Reaper team. There were a total of 15 people, and they were all peerless experts. Lu Mengyan said, Lin Feng killed an expert from the Ning family, so the Ning family won't let him go. They'll definitely send experts to deal with him. We'll hide in the dark. It'll be best if the experts from the Ning family can kill him, but if they can't, we'll kill him. That way, we'll get rid of a big problem for senior brother Qing Tian. That's a good idea. Let's do that. The members of the Songming Reaper team nodded. They all had sinister smiles on their faces, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ning Prefecture's Ning clan. It was a superpower in Ning Prefecture. Countless forces relied on the Ning clan to survive in Ning Prefecture. Every year, these forces would pay tribute to the Ning clan with all kinds of treasures and mountains of spirit stones. Who would dare to provoke a superpower like the Ning clan? But now, Ning Xiubai's body was lying in the Ning clan's meeting hall. Xiubai. You died so miserably. A beautiful woman wept bitterly. Her eyes were filled with hatred that was etched into her heart. A middle-aged man stood next to the beautiful woman. He had a gloomy expression. His name was Ning Wenhui. He was Ning Xiubai's father. There were more than 10 cultivators sitting in the living room. Most of them were elders. They were the higher-ups of the Ning clan. The leader was a dignified middle-aged man. He was the current patriarch of the Ning clan, Ning Jiang. What's going on? How did Xiubai die? Ning Jiang asked in a deep voice. Ning Mo told him everything that had happened in the divine land of the East County. What a disappointment. What kind of woman can he not have? He went to steal someone else's woman and was killed in the end. Some of the elders were so angry that their faces turned green. If news of this spread, even the Ning clan would be ridiculed. A big clan like this naturally cared about their reputation. Ning Xiubai's mother was called Meng Zimei. She said coldly, even though Xiubai did something wrong, he died miserably. Xiubai was a direct descendant of the Ning clan. That little bastard didn't give the Ning clan any face. If news of this spread, what would people think of the Ning clan? Everyone will think that the Ning clan is easy to bully. At that time, the Ning clan will lose its dignity. Who will submit to the Ning clan? At that time, I'm afraid that many of the forces that rely on my Ning family in Ning province will leave the Ning family and stand on their own. Therefore, I have to kill that little bastard now. Only in this way can I protect the dignity of the Ning family and disappoint those who want to see my Ning family become a joke. I have to let those who have ill intentions bury all their thoughts in their hearts again. The dignity of an ancient clan cannot be challenged," said an elder. Ning Jiang raised his eyebrows and said, "Then send the 12 shadow guards to kill him." "If the 12 shadow guards attack, even an ancient tycoon can be killed." The other elders nodded. They obviously agreed with Ning Jiang's decision. Lin Feng and Huang Sherlan returned to Falling Moon City. When they reached Falling Moon City, old Marshal Huang Tianfeng received the news and hurried over. When he saw Lin Feng and Huang Sherlan returning together, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi." In front of Lin Feng, old Marshal Huang didn't dare to be arrogant as he stood up and bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly held on to old Marshal. This was Huang Sherlan's grandfather and Huang Sherlan was his woman. How could he accept an elder's bow? Of course, old Marshal didn't know about the ambiguous relationship between Lin Feng and his granddaughter Huang Sherlan. "Old Marshal, Sherlan and I are friends, so you don't have to be so courteous," Lin Feng said with a smile. Old Marshal was a straightforward person. He invited Lin Feng to the living room for a chat while Huang Sherlan headed to the barracks to visit the injured. Lin Feng and old Marshal walked towards the living room with everyone surrounding them. "Lin Feng. Long time no see." When Huang Linger saw Lin Feng, her voice was faint and her gaze was filled with hidden bitterness. Lin Feng asked, "How have you been?" Huang Linger replied, "Don't you know if I'm good or not?" Hearing Huang Linger's words, Lin Feng's brows rose slightly. He felt that Huang Linger might have suspected that he was the one who saved her back then. The surrounding people looked at Lin Feng and Huang Linger strangely. Their conversation was indeed a little strange. Old Marshal Huang said, "Linger has worked hard to join a large sect like Green Cloud sect to cultivate. She's considered to have brought glory to her ancestors." "That's right. Cultivate well and your future will be very bright." Lin Feng smiled. He didn't have much interaction with Huang Linger and followed old Marshal Huang into the living room to catch up. At night, old Marshal Huang hosted a banquet to entertain Lin Feng. After the banquet ended, Lin Feng noticed that Huang Sherlan didn't look too happy. He asked, "Are you grieving over the dead soldiers?" Huang Sherlan nodded sadly and said, "If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have died so tragically. They were so young, and there were 4,000 to 5,000 of them. Yet, they were killed in an instant. Are human lives really as insignificant as ants in the eyes of those experts?" said Lin Feng. "People who don't respect life don't deserve respect. People like that don't have good endings, like Ning Subai. The soldiers who died are pitiful. We won't forget them, but the dead can't come back to life. Those who are alive should have a better life. Those who are dead should have a better life, and those who are dead should have a better life." Huang Sherlan nodded and hugged Lin Feng with both hands. She buried her head in Lin Feng's chest and said softly, "I really hope that I can hug you and lean on you like this forever." Lin Feng gently stroked Huang Sherlan's back. Huang Sherlan was very tired. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng looked at Huang Sherlan, who looked strong on the outside but was actually very soft on the inside. He carried Huang Sherlan in his arms and walked towards the room. When she woke up the next day, Huang Sherlan's long eyelashes fluttered. She found herself in Lin Feng's arms. His embrace made her feel very warm. "It's still dark. Let's sleep a little longer." Lin Feng hugged Huang Sherlan's delicate body tightly. "Take me. I want to give myself to you completely." Huang Sherlan blushed and said. Although she had intimate contact with Lin Feng, she had never broken her bottom line. But now, Huang Sherlan wanted to give herself to the man she loved deeply. "Are you ready?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes." Huang Sherlan nodded. She was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She was obviously very nervous. Before the chilly late autumn dawn, Huang Sherlan had become a real young married woman. In the following days, Lin Feng began to set up a great formation to seal off Fallen Moon City. Because he didn't know how many experts the Ning family would send, setting up a great formation was extremely important. It might be of great use at a critical moment. In the afternoon, Lin Feng was taking a walk in the garden. He saw Huang Linger, who was also taking a walk. Huang Linger looked at Lin Feng with hidden bitterness. It was as if Lin Feng had abandoned her. Lin Feng nodded and walked forward. Huang Linger stopped and said, "I know. It was you that night, right?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. He didn't deny it. Lin Feng wasn't a person who liked to lie. Moreover, there was nothing to hide about this matter. Huang Linger bit her lip and said, "When I saw your back, I had some suspicions, but I didn't dare to confirm it. A few days ago, I saw you in Fallen Moon City. Why did you leave after saving me? Do you hate me that much?" The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Tears began to flow down her cheeks. Lin Feng was most afraid of seeing a woman cry. He hurriedly said, "Don't cry. If others see you, they'll think that I did something outrageous to you." "Others see you? You're afraid that Huang Shilan will see you, right?" Huang Linger sneered. Lin Feng said, "Since you know about my relationship with your sister, you shouldn't have too much contact with me. I was the one who got to know you first." Huang Linger bit her lip. When it comes to matters of the heart, it has nothing to do with who knows who first. Lin Feng said. Huang Shilan glared at Lin Feng hatefully, then quickly turned and left. Lin Feng continued to reinforce the formation every day. Late one night, a petite figure crawled into bed. "Didn't you say that you wanted to rest for a few days? Why did you come over? Can't you bear to let me face the cold and lonely night alone?" Lin Feng smiled. Huang Shilan's warm body welcomed him. She was as soft as jade, shy but passionate. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. This was different from the usual Huang Shilan. Soon, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Her body was trembling slightly. He flicked his finger, and the chandelier lit up. The room was filled with light. The person in his arms was not Huang Shilan, but Huang Linger. She looked at Lin Feng with a blushing face. Although she was shy, she boldly looked into Lin Feng's eyes. "Linger, why are you here?" Lin Feng looked at Huang Linger in surprise. He hastily covered her face. However, Huang Linger hugged Lin Feng and said, "So what if it's me? Don't think that I don't know what happened between you and my sister. She needs to rest now, so let me serve you." "Nonsense." Lin Feng was about to get up and leave. However, Huang Shilan hugged Lin Feng tightly from behind and said with a sobbing tone, "I'm not fooling around. It was my sister who took you away. If it wasn't for her, you would be mine. I really hate her." Lin Feng said, "She's your sister. How can you hate your own sister? You should rest well tonight." Lin Feng broke free from Huang Linger's embrace, put on his clothes, and left the room. Huang Linger curled up on the bed and began to cry. The next day, Huang Linger left Moonfall City and returned to the sect. Lin Feng sighed when he heard the news. When he thought of the passionate and bold Huang Linger, Lin Feng's heart was in a mess. 10 days later, 12 cultivators dressed in black and wearing bamboo hats walked out of Northern Wasteland City's teleportation array. They looked like death gods. Lin Feng didn't have much time to think about what had happened between him and Huang Linger, because he was busy setting up a great formation every day. How could he have time to think about other things? Half a month later, Lin Feng covered the entire city with a gigantic deployment spell. With Lin Feng's cultivation level, the gigantic deployment spell he had cast was enough to trap and kill strong cultivators of the ancient god realm. Boom, on that day, a terrifying chi filled the air. Lin Feng, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. "They're here." He stepped out of the city. Outside the city, the 12 dark shadow guards were floating in the air, emitting terrifying killing intent. Countless people in Fallen Moon City found it difficult to breathe, and they looked outside in fear. That murderous intent caused their souls to tremble. Panic filled the entire Fallen Moon City. Swoosh, Lin Feng rushed out, his body emitting a powerful force which dissolved the killing intent of the 12 dark shadow guards. The people of Fallen Moon City recovered from their shock. "I wonder if Lin Gongzi is a match for those people," said Wang Meng. Wang Meng said with a grave expression. Lin Gongzi was able to destroy Aotian ancient city, so he shouldn't have a problem dealing with those people outside, right? In the world of cultivators, Aotian ancient city isn't considered a powerful group, and Lin Gongzi has been busy setting up a great formation. Obviously, the enemy is extremely strong, so this battle will be extremely dangerous. Many people were discussing the matter. Huang Shilan bit her lip, looking at Lin Feng worriedly as he walked out of the city. Said Huang Tianfeng. Don't worry too much. Lin Feng is confident. He's always calm and steady. Huang Shilan noticed that her grandfather had changed the way he addressed Lin Feng, and she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that her grandfather already knew about her relationship with Lin Feng? Lin Feng is a righteous person, said Huang Shilan. Huang Tianfeng said meaningfully. Then, he looked out of the city. Huang Shilan blushed. She was sure that her grandfather knew about her relationship with Lin Feng, but she didn't know how he had found out. But after thinking about it, she realized that there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world, so it wasn't surprising that her grandfather knew about it. However, now that her elders knew about this, she felt a little shy, and her pretty face blushed slightly. Huang Shilan quickly focused her attention on the battlefield outside the city. She was worried about Lin Feng, and she was worried about Lin Feng. The sword in my hand will not be stained with the blood of nameless people. Lin Feng unsheathed his black dragon sword and looked at the 12 shadow guards coldly. The ancient Ning family. The 12 dark shadow guards. The leading man's voice was indifferent. Warriors of the warriors. Lin Feng had come into contact with them before. He knew that they were willing to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of their missions. Therefore, death warriors were often the most difficult to deal with. Because they were not afraid of death. Death warriors who didn't care about their own lives. Especially powerful death warriors who didn't care about their own lives. Naturally, people would be afraid of him. As for the 12 shadow guards before him, the black-clothed man leading them was called Ning Tianfu. This person was an ancient hegemon-level expert. The other 11 people were all quasi-tycoons. The 12 dark shadow guards were the most powerful death warriors of the ancient Ning family. Under normal circumstances, the Ning family wouldn't send the 12 dark shadow guards. Now that they had sent them to deal with Lin Feng, it could be seen how much importance the ancient Ning family placed on Lin Feng. How should I address you? After we kill you, we will build a grave for you. Said Ning Tianxiu. Lin Feng. Attack. Ning Tianxiu held a war spear and gave the order. Whoosh. Whoosh, the 12 dark shadow guards quickly spread out. They arranged themselves in a special way. Everyone was vaguely connected to each other. Joint attack technique. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. 36 dark shadow slashes can kill a mid-level ancient tycoon. Today, the 12 dark shadow guards will take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tianxiu had already made his move. He waved the war spear in his hand and swept it towards Lin Feng. At the same time, the other 11 people also made their move. Lin Feng suddenly discovered that the strength of the 12 dark shadow guards was actually stacked together. Moreover, their strength had reached an astonishing balance. Their strength was interlinked. Lin Feng was shocked. Originally, only Ning Tianxiu's strength had reached the ancient tycoon level among the 12 dark shadow guards. But now that their strength was interlinked, the strength of the other 11 people also reached the ancient tycoon level in a short period of time. It was like Lin Feng was fighting against 12 strong cultivators at the same time. Slash, Ning Tianxiu shouted in a low voice. The 12 dark shadow guards attacked together. Swish. Swish, cold light flickered. 12 cold lights slashed towards Lin Feng. The power of these 12 cold lights was really astonishing. They instantly pierced through the void. They locked onto 12 directions. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. Not bad. Not bad at all. When the ancient tycoons are trapped, they might die. But now that you're facing me, you're one step behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng leaped into the void. Swish. He disappeared from where he stood. He's gone. The expressions of the 12 dark shadow guards suddenly changed. After Lin Feng disappeared, the attacks of the 12 dark shadow guards exploded in midair and then dissipated. Lin Feng silently appeared behind a dark shadow guard, held his sword with both hands, and pierced through his chest. Old 7. The others roared, their eyes about to pop out of their sockets. The joint attack technique only allowed your magic power to reach the ancient tycoon level, but your soul perception, your body's ability to see the outside world, your speed, and so on are still far from the ancient tycoon level. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He pulled out his treasured sword, and the corpse of the dark shadow guard fell down. Go to hell. The other 11 people roared, their killing intent soaring to the heavens as they launched another terrifying attack. Lin Feng teleported, dodging their attacks. He arrived behind a dark shadow guard and cut off his head with a sword. Slash. Slash. Next, Lin Feng continued to attack. He was like a grim reaper, harvesting the lives of the 12 dark shadow guards. Soon, only Ning Tianchen was left alive. How could someone like you appear in the East Godly Land? Ning Tianchen's expression was gloomy. He already had thoughts of retreating. Although he was also an ancient tycoon, he was only at the second layer of the life and death realm. He knew that he couldn't be Lin Feng's opponent. Since you're here, don't leave. Today, the 12 dark shadow guards will be destroyed. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He rushed forward and fought with Ning Tianchen. After 10 moves, Ning Tianchen's head was cut off. The 12 dark shadow guards had all fallen. Ning Prefecture. Immemorial Ning family, Yuanshan Lamp Palace, all the Yuanshan lamps belonging to the 12 shadow guards had been destroyed. Something's wrong. Hurry up and report that the 12 shadow guards have all fallen. The elder of the Yuanshan Lamp Palace's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly left to report this matter. Not long after, the higher-ups of the Immemorial Ning family knew about this matter. In the hall, the atmosphere was heavy. The higher-ups of the Ning family all had gloomy expressions. The 12 shadow guards were the most outstanding warriors of the Ning family. They could even kill an ancient tycoon. But now, they had all been destroyed. This was a heavy blow to the Ning family. We've met our match. An elder called Ning Tianxiang said. He was from the Ning family's Tian generation. He was from the same generation as Ning Tianchen, who had been killed by Lin Feng. Everyone, if you have any opinions, please voice them. Patriarch Ning Jiang said in a deep voice. Ning Tianxiang said, the opponent is extremely strong. The Ning family can't back down now. What Ning Tianxiang said was the most embarrassing thing for the Ning family. This matter had arisen because of Ning Shibai. In order to protect the dignity of the immemorial families, the Ning family wanted to kill Lin Feng. But now, they knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. Even the 12 shadow guards had been killed. Their hatred was growing. It was impossible to stop now. They could only fight to the death. If he can kill the 12 shadow guards, he's at least at the 4th sky of life and death realm. Who wants to kill him? Ning Jiang asked. The hall was silent. In the end, Ning Tianxiang said, Ning Tianhu and I will go together. You two are at the 6th sky of life and death realm. You can kill him together. We'll wait for your triumphant return in the family. Ning Jiang said. Ning Tianxiang stood up and sighed, if it's possible, I really hope that it won't come to this. I hope that Tianhu and I can bring his head back smoothly and offer it to Ning Tianchen and the others. The 12 shadow guards had a very important position in the Ning family. Compared to the dead Ning Shibai, the 12 shadow guards were not even worth mentioning. You can definitely do it. Ning Jiang said. Let's go. Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu left together. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the void as the energy of heaven and earth gathered towards him. He had been sitting there for 10 days and 10 nights. During these 10 days and nights, Lin Feng merged with heaven and earth. 10 days later, he opened his eyes and stood up from the void. From afar, Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu walked over step by step. You're here. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu nodded as if they were old friends, but in fact, there was a hidden killing intent. Lin Feng. Ning Tianxiang. Ning Tianhu, boom, the two sides didn't say much before a great battle broke out. Azure Dragon's art of mountains and seas. Overwhelming dermic powers surged out of Ning Tianxiang's body. Dragons, mountains, and oceans formed in the void. The Azure Dragon roared in the starry sky. The mountains suppressed the world. A vast ocean swept across the world. As if it was going to destroy heaven and earth, a terrifying attack enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to destroy him. The people of Fallen Moon City looked at the battle in the sky in horror. They had never seen a battle of this level before. Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. Lin Feng condensed a huge lightning ball in his hands. Waves of destructive auras burst out from the heavens and earth. The lightning ball expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. Lin Feng took out the lightning ball. Bang, their attacks collided. Even the void was shattered. Swoosh, at this moment, Ning Tianhu, who hadn't made a move before, seized the opportunity when Lin Feng and Ning Tianxiang were fighting. He quickly came to Lin Feng's side and used the white tiger claw. His right hand turned into a white tiger claw. He grabbed at Lin Feng. Poof, the attack landed on Lin Feng's shoulder, and a large piece of flesh was ripped off. Die, brat. Ning Tianhu was thrilled that he had succeeded in one strike. He was best at close combat. Now that he was so close to Lin Feng, he was confident that he could kill Lin Feng. Ning Tianhu's left hand turned into a white tiger claw and stabbed at Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to pierce through Lin Feng's chest and grab his heart. Ning Tianhu's attack was extremely fast. It was difficult for an ordinary person to avoid it, but Lin Feng was too fast. He moved to the right and dodged Ning Tianhu's attack. Ning Tianhu's face changed slightly. After his attack failed, he immediately retreated. Devouring Martial Spirit. 5 devouring black holes into 1. Lin Feng directly used the ultimate form of the devouring martial spirit. Under the combined state of the 5 devouring martial spirits, the confinement magnetic field was extremely powerful. The confinement magnetic field directly imprisoned Ning Tianhu, making it impossible for him to escape. Oh no! Ning Tianxiang's face changed when he saw this. He quickly rushed over to save Ning Tianhu, but it was too late. My life is over. Ning Tianhu cried out in grief. Poof, in the next moment, Ning Tianhu's head was taken off by Lin Feng. At this moment, Ning Tianxiang had already rushed over and sent Lin Feng flying with a punch. Lin Feng flew back a few hundred meters and coughed out blood in midair. He felt that the left side of his body had collapsed and many of his bones were broken. You're already a half-crippled person. I'll take your life, shouted Ning Tianxiang coldly. He quickly threw himself at Lin Feng and used the 3 pure energy skill. This superpower was extremely overbearing. Every time it was used, its attacking power would increase greatly. After the 3rd revolution, its attacking power would increase by 5 times. Ning Tianxiang obviously wanted to kill Lin Feng with one blow. Immortal Divine Blood. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He used the Immortal Divine Blood and his injuries instantly healed. Seeing this, Ning Tianxiang was shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng to have such a terrifying bloodline. However, Ning Tianxiang did not stop. He was confident in his 3 revolution technique. Ning Tianxiang could feel that Lin Feng's recovery was not without a price. He had used up a lot of his spiritual power and his aura was much weaker than before. This was the best opportunity to kill Lin Feng. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be easy to find another one. Heaven's Punishment Fighting Spirit. White Tiger's Killing Intent. Battle Force. Lin Feng rotated his 3 forces and superimposed them on top of each other. Lin Feng's Aura Sword. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my superpower. Great Ice Technique. Icy World. Great Death Technique. River of Death. Lin Feng roared. He used the Great Ice Technique with his left hand and the Great Death Technique with his right. If it were any other cultivator, they would need to fully concentrate and use all their strength to cast one of the 3,000 Great Daos. However, Lin Feng was different. Never forget. Back then, Lin Feng had refined the Scarlet Flower. He had 2 primordial spirits. Primary primordial spirit, secondary primordial spirit. One primordial spirit could use one of the 3,000 Great Daos without any problem. The icy world condensed in the void and froze the world, enveloping Ning Tianxiang within. In the icy world, Ning Tianxiang's entire body was frozen. However, his powerful spiritual power surged out and broke the ice. However, the river of death had already swept over and swept Ning Tianxiang's body. Ning Tianxiang was directly swept away by the river of death. Great suppression technique. In the void, the word suppression condensed. It instantly suppressed Ning Tianxiang's body. Ning Tianxiang's body was imprisoned. 3,000 great Daos. You actually used 3 of the 3,000 great Daos in such a short time. I didn't die in vain. Ning Tianxiang's voice was filled with endless sorrow. Poof. In the next moment, Lin Feng pointed a finger at Ning Tianxiang's forehead. Ning Tianxiang's head was pierced and his body fell to the ground. Dead. Tianxiang and Tianhu are also dead. After taking a deep breath, Ning Zhang's words made everyone in the hall feel heavy-hearted. The Ning family, their losses were too great, the 12 shadow guards, Ning Tianxiang, Ning Tianhu, these were 3 tycoons and 11 quasi-tycoons. For a top power like the primeval Ning family, losing so many powerhouses was a huge blow to them. Now, the higher-ups of the Ning family were asking themselves, was it worth it for the Ning family to send so many experts to kill Lin Feng? Even if they killed Lin Feng, it would be a lose-lose situation. Ning Jiang said, "We've been living in peace for too long, and we've lacked a sense of crisis. We thought that the ancient aristocratic families could easily solve many problems by relying on force. But now, our ancient Ning family has suffered a great loss. This is the price we have to pay for underestimating the cultivators of the world." Ning Jiang's voice was gloomy. Now, Ning Jiang was reflecting on himself. There was a reason why such a huge power like the Ning family had been able to prosper for so long. The vision of these higher-ups was not something an ordinary person could compare to. They would reflect on themselves after each setback. This would prevent them from making the same mistake in the future. Who would have thought that the young cultivator called Lin Feng would be so powerful? There's no limit to how strong you are. But now, we have no way out. So many experts have died in the family. We must let them rest in peace in the underworld. The Ning family's grand elder, Ning Tushan, said in a deep voice. He was extremely old, and was from the same generation as Ning Zhang's grandfather. He had been sleeping all this time and had not spoken a word. Now, he spoke his thoughts. "Third great uncle, what do you mean?" Many people looked at Ning Tushan. "I'll personally go and kill that brat and end this matter," Ning Tushan said. The experts of the Ning family were shaken. Ning Tushan was a quasi-rebirth realm expert. In the Tianwu continent, apart from the terrifying rebirth realm experts, he was almost invincible. If Ning Tushan made a move, Lin Feng would definitely die. "Tian Mao. Tianza. You two go with the Grand Elder," Ning Jiang said. "Yes." Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianza stepped out. The 3 of them quickly left. 2 battles between top powerhouses had broken out in the Divine Prefecture of the East County. Some powerhouses at the level of eternal giants had been killed. Such big news naturally could not be concealed. The news quickly spread. Many experts rushed to the divine land of the Eastern County. In addition, Yuji, Jiang Yudi, Morong Baichuan, and a Grand Elder of the Eternal Life Hall, Nangong Duanqing, had all arrived outside Falling Moon City in the divine land of the Eastern County. Lin Feng is back. He killed many experts from the primordial Ning clan. Lin Feng's name was very famous in the 72 northern prefectures. After all, the news of Lin Feng destroying Proud Heaven ancient capital had spread like wildfire in the 72 northern prefectures. Now that Fallen Moon City was sealed by a great array, no one could enter, so many people were watching from afar. Lin Feng is strong enough to kill such a strong cultivator. No wonder he managed to kill Wang Zhanlong, murmured the crowd. Indeed, he's really strong. It's only been a few years, and he's already risen. In 5 years, he'll fight against Huangfu Qingtian. I wonder what the result will be. If they don't hate each other and work together, the Blue Cloud sect will rise again. Unfortunately, they won't stop until one of them is dead. Some members of the Blue Cloud sect were talking about it. Many people were happy for Lin Feng's rise, but they were also sad because of the battle between Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian. Lin Feng hasn't shown up. Fallen Moon City is surrounded by a great array. It seems that after killing the 12 dark shadow guards, Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu, Lin Feng has become more cautious. He has to be cautious. The Ning clan has suffered great losses. If I'm not mistaken, some peerless cultivators from the Ning clan will appear this time. Will a Rebirth Realm cultivator appear? The Ning clan has a Rebirth Realm ancestor guarding the hidden lattice of life and death. He won't appear unless the clan is facing a crisis. But this time, even if he's not a Rebirth Realm cultivator, he'll definitely be a quasi-Rebirth Realm cultivator. They're strong enough to kill any ancient tyrant. Many people whispered to each other. Clearly, everyone was more optimistic about the primordial Ning family's chances. A peak power like the primordial Ning family definitely had a strong foundation. If they wanted to kill someone, very few people would be able to escape. Boom! A terrifying aura came from afar as 3 cultivators walked over. One of them was an extremely old cultivator. These 3 were the Ning family's Ning Tushan, Ning Tianmao, and Ning Tianze. When the 3 of them arrived, they did not conceal their powerful auras. Their killing intent gathered together, and the terrifying killing intent was like a vast ocean. Many people were alarmed and looked in the direction of the 3 of them. After everyone saw the 3 of them, some people recognized their identities. Isn't that the Ning clan's great elder, Ning Tushan? It's said that he's been cultivating for 9,100 years. His strength has reached perfection. He's only a step away from the Rebirth Realm. That's right, it's Ning Tushan. I didn't expect him to come personally. This is going to be a good show. I wonder how the battle will end. In terms of strength, Lin Feng will be killed by Ning Tushan. But Lin Feng's methods have always been astonishing. The result of this battle might be unexpected. While these cultivators were discussing, Ning Tushan and the other 2 arrived outside Fallen Moon City. Ning Tianmao said, "Great Elder, there's a powerful seal here. What should we do now?" Ning Tushan said, "It doesn't matter. In the face of absolute strength, this kind of heavenly rank array can't hurt me, unless he can arrange a saint rank array. But obviously, this is impossible, so there's no need to worry." Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianze were relieved when they saw Ning Tushan's confident expression. "Kid, come out and accept your death. Come out of your own accord and I can give you a quick death. If you're stubborn, I'll let you have a taste of death when I catch you in the array." Ning Tushan's voice was cold. "If you want my life, come in." Lin Feng's cold voice came from the array. "Humph." Ning Tushan snorted. He looked at Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianze and said, "You 2 wait here." "Yes." Immediately after, Ning Tushan stepped into the Fallen Moon City that was densely covered with restrictions. In Fallen Moon City, everyone was hiding in their homes, cellars, or secret rooms. No one dared to show their faces at this time. Ning Tushan walked into Fallen Moon City step by step. He walked in unimpeded, and no restrictions attacked him. "Could it be that you know that the formation is useless against me, so you gave up on using it?" Ning Tushan looked coldly at Lin Feng, who was standing in the sky above Fallen Moon City. His lips curled into a cold smile. Lin Feng said indifferently, "No. I'm waiting for you to come in. Only then will I be able to trap you completely." Ning Tushan said disdainfully. "Heaven-grade formations are useless against me. All your struggles and resistance are futile. I will kill you in the end." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tushan raised his right hand and slashed out. Whoosh, a murderous aura condensed and pierced through the void, arriving in front of Lin Feng in an instant. "It's done?" Ning Tushan was slightly delighted. In the next moment, the murderous aura shattered Lin Feng. Mirror image clone? Ning Tushan was worthy of being called a top expert. He instantly identified the mirror image clone that Lin Feng had created using the formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! These Lin Feng spoke at the same time. "That's right. These are mirror images. Do you know which one is me?" Ning Tushan's expression was cold. "I don't care how many mirror images you have. I will kill all of them." Endless tempest. Ning Tushan sneered, and a hurricane appeared in his right hand. The hurricane spun and quickly grew bigger. Countless wind blades swept out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The numerous mirror images were torn apart. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of chains colliding could be heard. Above Fallen Moon City, thick chains appeared one after another. These were simulated chains of order. Although they could not reach the attack power of the real chains of order, their power was not to be underestimated. Some of these thick chains swept towards Ning Tushan. Some of them were heading towards Ning Tushan. Time reversal. Ning Tushan was truly powerful. With a low roar, he unleashed a powerful divine ability. With him as the center, the surrounding void began to distort. The chains of order were unable to get close to Ning Tushan. They were all blocked by Ning Tushan's divine ability. Revered Sword Tomb. Lin Feng stepped out from the void where he had been hiding. He took out the revered sword vault, and 3 swords flew out, turning into 3 streams of light, slashing towards Ning Tushan. Brat, you still have a long way to go. Ning Tushan sneered and took out his own treasure. It was a heavenly thunder dragon slaying saber. This treasure was a demigod artifact ultimate treasure. It was a treasure passed down from generation to generation by the primordial Ning family's great elder. After Ning Tushan became the great elder, he inherited this treasure and had been refining it for 5,000 years. He had long been able to control it like an extension of his arm. He held the heavenly thunder dragon slaughtering saber with both hands and slashed out again and again. Clang clang clang, a series of collision sounds were heard. The 3 swords were swept away, creating a series of sonorous and powerful sounds of collision. Ning Tushan looked greedily at Lin Feng's 3 treasures and sneered, "You have quite a lot of treasures. After I kill you, these treasures will belong to the ancient Ning family." Ning Tushan stepped out from the void. Because of the reversal of time and space around him, the chains of order simulated by the Great Formation could not attack him. Ning Tushan was getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. "Brat, your Great Formation is really high, but a mere heavenly formation is not enough to trap me. Today, no one in the world can save your life." Ning Tushan's face was filled with a sinister smile. He was only 1,000 meters away from Lin Feng. Soon, he would reach Lin Feng's side. Torrential Milky Way, Lin Feng looked indifferent as he activated another great formation. A galloping galaxy appeared in the void. This Milky Way separated him from Ning Tushan. Ning Tushan tried to cross the Milky Way again and again to reach Lin Feng, but he was blocked by the Milky Way. "Old man, my Milky Way great formation seems to be close, but it needs to cross endless time and space. If you were at the rebirth realm, you might be able to break my great formation, but you're only at the quasi-rebirth realm now. You can't break my great formation," Lin Feng said indifferently. "I want to try." Blade shatters the Milky Way. Ning Tushan shouted coldly as he slashed out 36 times in a row. Rays of huge saber light condensed in the void. The dense blade radiance quickly slashed towards the Milky Way across the sky. However, when the blade radiance bombarded the Milky Way, it was like a stone thrown into a lake, causing only a ripple before it was swallowed up. Seeing this, Ning Tushan's face suddenly sank. "You can't enter the Great Formation. As an expert of the older generation, you should have heard of this saying, right? However, you still entered the Great Formation. You underestimated the means of a spiritual formation master. Today, I will use the Great Formation to completely destroy you." Lin Feng sneered and activated another Great Formation. Forbidden Heaven Formation. This Great Formation could isolate Fallen Moon City from the outside world. All the energy of heaven and earth was blocked by the Great Formation. Trapped in the Great Formation, one's body would be gradually consumed, but there would be no energy to replenish it. Although Ning Tushan was powerful, if he could not absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish himself, he would be killed by Lin Feng sooner or later. Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful spiritual formation. You really surprised me. However, if you think you can win this battle, you are gravely mistaken. Ning Tushan showed a gloomy expression. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "What? Do you still have a trick up your sleeve?" "Friends hidden in the void, I have already taken away most of this kid's energy. Since you want to kill him, why don't you come out and join forces with me to kill this kid?" Ning Tushan suddenly let out a long howl. Buzz, suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in the void. An ancient void ship leaped through the void and docked above Fallen Moon City. As expected of a quasi-rebirth realm expert. We hid in the ancient void ship, but you still found us. A voice said. Lu Mengyan. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Lu Mengyan did not appear and was still in the ancient void ship. She sneered and said, "That's right. It's me. Lin Feng, you didn't expect to meet me here, right? You also didn't expect to die at my hands today, right?" Lin Feng sneered and said, "Die at your hands? With that little bit of cultivation of yours? What a joke. Ha 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 ha, the Songming Death God Squad, am here to kill you?" At this time, wild laughter came from the ancient void ship. Boom. Boom, streaks of terrifying auras filled the air. A total of 15 terrifying auras surged out. Every one of them was stronger than Ning Tianxiang and Ning Tianhu, who Lin Feng had killed earlier. This meant that the 15 cultivators in the ancient void ship were at least at the 7th level of the life and death realm. Lin Feng even sensed that one of them was not much weaker than Ning Tushan. With so many high-level overlords attacking at the same time, it was definitely a disaster for Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you won't be able to escape today. Later, I will personally kill you. I will kill you as easily as I would kill a bug, said Lin Feng furiously. Lu Mingyan's proud voice sounded. Lu Mingyan looked as if she had already taken control of Lin Feng's life and death. It's too early to be proud. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. We're just confident in ourselves. Lu Mingyan sneered. Ning Tushan said, Kid, you're so young, but your cultivation is amazing. You also have such a powerful talent in spiritual arrays. I have to say, even though I admire you, you shouldn't have offended the Ning family. Anyone who offends the Ning family will die. Let's do it, lest something unexpected happens. Lu Mengyan sneered. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Ning Tushan, Lu Mengyan, and the others were slightly stunned. He was about to die, but he was laughing like this. This made them very confused. I'm laughing at how stupid and self-righteous you people are. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, I knew someone was hiding in the dark, so I didn't use my strongest attack against Ning Tushan. I wanted to wait for them to show up so I could kill them all. But I didn't think the one hiding in the dark would be you, Lu Mengyan. I've heard that Huang Fu Qing Tian subdued a group of extremely strong pirates in the Songming Sea region. They must be the pirates on the ancient boat. Those pirates are all evil and cruel. Their hands are stained with the blood of countless people. Today, I'm going to execute justice on behalf of the heavens and kill all these pirates. A member of the Songming Death God Squad sneered. Brat, do you really think that you can take our lives? Are you daydreaming? The pirates' words immediately caused the other pirates to burst into laughter. These people were mocking Lin Feng for overestimating himself. We'll know whether it's a dream or not after the battle. Lin Feng sneered. I'll hold this kid back. You guys go kill him. Ning Tushan said. No problem. Lu Mengyan nodded. These people had a clear division of labor. Immediately after, the two sides began to fight. Ning Tushan attacked the Star River with all his might. In Ning Tushan's opinion, Lin Feng had to expend a lot of energy to activate the Star River Grand Array and activate the power of the Star River to resist his attack. Otherwise, if the Milky Way were to shatter, then, he would die even faster. However, what surprised Ning Tushan was that Lin Feng did not add any power to the galaxy array when he attacked the galaxy. Instead, he allowed Ning Tushan to attack. Ning Tushan suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, Ning Tushan didn't think too much about it. In Ning Tushan's opinion, no matter what tricks Lin Feng played, he would still die in front of absolute strength. Ning Tushan increased the intensity of his attacks. The Milky Way began to shatter, which made Ning Tushan reveal an unusually happy expression. Meanwhile, Lu Mengyan and the others drove the ancient void ship towards Lin Feng. They shuttled through the numerous chains of order. He was gradually approaching Lin Feng. Balefulin Qi, I need your strength to form a Yin ghost army. Come and help me, said the evil Qi of the earth. At this time, Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. An ancient voice came out of his mouth. No one knew what language it was. Only Lin Feng knew. This was the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. This was an ancient summoning spell. The Celestial Master Sect could use the power of the 9 veins of heaven and 9 veins of earth to fight against the enemy. The evil Yin Qi belonged to the dark attribute power recorded in the 9 veins of earth. In the place where Fallen Moon City was located, the evil Yin Qi was extremely dense. Because this place was a frontier fortress, countless large-scale battles had broken out over the years. Countless people had died. For example, in the war between the Zhenwu country and the Orc Empire 9 years ago, millions of people died on both sides. And this was only one battle. Over the long years, the number of people who had died here was simply uncountable. If too many people died, it would cause the Yin Qi to gather and sink into the ground, forming evil Yin Qi. In the frontier fortress, evil winds often howled at night, and malicious ghosts appeared. This was because the evil Yin Qi was too dense. And Lin Feng wanted to mobilize this evil Yin Qi. Why was the Celestial Master Sect strong? It was strong because it could mobilize all kinds of power between heaven and earth for its own use. Rumble. Rumble. The earth trembled violently. Then, the earth cracked. Endless evil Yin Qi surged out from the cracked earth. What happened? The cultivators outside cried out in shock. Because Fallen Moon City was enveloped by a large array, they couldn't see the situation inside. They were all waiting for the result of the battle. Suddenly, such a terrible thing happened in the originally peaceful outside world. Crisscrossing fissures appeared. The evil Yin Qi covered the sky. Evil Yin Ghost Army. Evil Yin Ghost Army. The baleful Yin Qi surging out from the ground transformed into Yin soldiers and ghost generals. Woo woo woo, the sound of a bugle horn resounded. The ghost soldiers gathered. Countless Yin soldiers and ghost generals were gathered together. There was no telling how many of them there were. What kind of method is this? Many people cried out in horror and quickly retreated. It's the evil Yin Qi from the underground. Someone summoned the evil Yin Qi from the underground and condensed it into ghost soldiers. It's said that this is the long-lost inheritance of the Celestial Master Taoism. Who on earth got the inheritance of the Celestial Master Taoism? An old cultivator exclaimed. The inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect? No way, that heaven-defying inheritance has appeared again? Obviously, many cultivators had heard of the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect and were shocked. Absolutely. Apart from the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect, there is no other inheritance that can control the evil Yin Qi. The old cultivator said with certainty. It's very likely that it's Lin Feng. No wonder he has such a heaven-defying understanding of formations at such a young age. It turns out that he obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. Many people's eyes were filled with greed. A treasure could make countless people go crazy and fight for it. Not to mention the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. However, those greedy cultivators didn't choose to make a move at this time. They were all waiting and watching. Rumble, the army of ghost soldiers crushed the void and rushed into the formation. At this time, Ning Tushan broke through the starry river and rushed toward Lin Feng with a murderous look. Lu Mingyan and the others also controlled the ancient void ship to avoid the chains of order. They were only 100 meters away from Lin Feng. They would soon reach Lin Feng and kill him. In the eyes of Ning Tushan and Lu Mingyan, Lin Feng was already a turtle in a jar. He couldn't escape. However, at this moment, the void shook violently. Endless baleful Yin Qi surged over. Amidst the baleful Yin Qi, a huge army of ghost soldiers and ghost generals crushed the void and rushed over at high speed. Heavens, what's that? When Ning Tushan, Lu Mingyan, and the others saw the huge army of ghosts, their faces turned pale with horror. The Ghost Legion's aura was extremely terrifying. Now, the huge legion seemed to have come from hell, crushing the world. Anyone who saw it would be terrified. Ning Tushan and Lu Mingyan were indeed very powerful, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to deal with such a huge ghost legion. Between heaven and earth, there was a destructive aura, as if the end of the world had arrived. The baleful Yin Qi that covered the sky completely sealed the place. Oh no, this guy can actually summon the baleful Xianxia underground to form the Ghost Legion. Run, we are no match for him in this place. A horrified voice came from the Void Ancient ship. The Void Ancient ship rushed out, but Ning Tushan's reaction was faster, and he took the lead to rush out. Iron Blood War Flag! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He took out a precious treasure. It was a precious treasure he had made to control the gloomy qi in the area and create an army of gloomy ghosts. Lin Feng waved the Iron Blood War Flag in his hand. Wherever he pointed, the Ghost Legion would rush in that direction. Bang! Ning Tushan, who was rushing out, was suddenly sent flying dozens of meters away by the Ghost Legion. The densely packed army drowned Ning Tushan. Splitting heaven and earth. Ning Tushan roared, holding the heavenly thunder dragon slaying saber, and slashed down. A huge saber light that was thousands of feet long condensed, as if it could tear the world apart, cut through the void, and suddenly slashed down. That kind of power was truly shocking. A gap was torn in the Ghost Legion, and a large number of ghost soldiers and ghost generals were killed. Ning Tushan quickly escaped from the gap. However, it wasn't that easy for him to escape. The army of dead ghosts was simply too large. It was endless. As long as the baleful qi did not dissipate. That way, the army of ghosts could be formed continuously. In the outside world, the baleful qi was still gushing out from the cracked ground. The baleful qi continued to turn into ghost soldiers and ghost generals, rushing over to support. The ghost soldiers and ghost generals were really powerful. In the continuous battle, Ning Tushan was also seriously injured. A huge wound was torn in his abdomen, and blood immediately flowed out. If he did not react fast enough, he would have been cut in half by the ghost general. Shatter the void. Lin Feng pointed the Steel Blood War banner at the ancient void ship. The army of ghosts charged at the ancient void ship. Crack! Crack! The ancient void ship couldn't take it anymore and started to crack. Not good. Get out. Everyone's expression changed drastically. If the ancient void ship self-destructed, they would likely be buried inside. Therefore, Lu Mengyan and the others didn't dare to linger. They rushed out before the ancient void ship was destroyed. Bang! In the next moment, the ancient void ship was completely torn apart. The formation self-destructed, devouring all the ghost soldiers within a few hundred meters. Lu Mengyan and the others broke out in cold sweat. They gathered together and quickly broke out of the encirclement. But soon, Lu Mengyan and the others were scattered by the Ghost Legion. Wherever the army passed, no one could stop them. Puff! Puff! The sound of flesh tearing could be heard one after another. The members of the Tsangming Reaper team were killed by the ghoul army one after another. Even Ning Tushan, who was at the quasi-rebirth realm, was severely injured, let alone the Tsangming Death God squad. Their cultivations were indeed strong, but against such a large army, only death awaited them. I don't want to die. The members of the Tsangming Death God squad cried out in fear. They were pirates and feared death the most. Now that they saw their companions being killed one after another, their faces turned pale. Rumble, the army crushed the heavens and the earth. People were constantly being drowned by the ghoul army. There were still 3 abnormally strong members of the Tsangming Death God squad that hadn't been killed by the ghoul army. One of them was at the 10th layer of the life and death realm, while the other 2 were at the 9th layer of the life and death realm. The 3 of them met up with Lu Mengyan and were about to break out of the encirclement. Lin Feng sneered and directly activated the Regal Sword Tomb. Under the Regal Sword control art, 3 treasured swords flew out and cooperated with the ghoul army to launch a fierce attack on these people. After a few hundred exchanges, puff! Puff! 2 consecutive ripping sounds could be heard as 2 9th layer life and death realm cultivators were killed. Now, only Lu Mengyan and the 10th layer life and death realm expert were left. Although Lu Mengyan's cultivation wasn't particularly strong, she had a lot of treasures on her. She took out a small purple ball-shaped defensive treasure. That treasure released rays of purple light to protect her body. The defense created by this treasure had blocked dozens of attacks from the Black Dragon Sword. From this, one could see how powerful this treasure was. Lin Feng controlled the Black Dragon Sword to continue attacking Lu Mengyan. The lifeless sword attacked the captain of the Tsangming Death God squad, who was the only 10th layer life and death realm expert that hadn't been killed. The spring and autumn sword slashed towards Ning Tushan. As the battle progressed, more and more ghoul soldiers and generals gathered. Lin Feng's side grew stronger and stronger. As for Lu Mingyan, Ning Tushan, and the captain of the Tsangming Death God squad, they were constantly being whittled down. In this battle of attrition, Lin Feng gradually gained the upper hand. While the leader of the Tsangming Death God squad was fending off the attacks of the army of ghosts, the merciless sword took advantage of the moment when the leader of the Tsangming Death God squad had expended a lot of his mana and his movements had slowed down. It flew over and beheaded him. Boundary-breaking talisman. Seeing this scene, Lu Mingyan's face turned as white as paper. She gritted her teeth and took out a treasure. This was a talisman that could break through all barriers and restrictions. It was a treasure that had been passed down since ancient times. Lu Mingyan had accidentally obtained this treasure. However, this treasure could only be used once. It was a treasure that could save her life at a critical moment. Now that she had no choice but to use it, Lu Mingyan's heart ached. The boundary-breaking talisman was activated and a ball of golden light enveloped Lu Mingyan. Then, it quickly rushed outside. The golden light blocked all the attacks and brought Lu Mingyan out of the range of the array. It quickly rushed into the distance. Someone came out. Many people were shocked. Clearly, many cultivators had thought that this battle was between Lin Feng and Ning Tushan. They hadn't thought that there would be someone else. However, the golden light wrapped around Lu Mingyan, so no one could see her face clearly. After Lu Mingyan escaped, Lin Feng's face became extremely gloomy. He used all his strength to urge the ghoul army and the 3 treasured swords to attack Ning Tushan crazily. Ning Tushan was under great pressure. Bang! He suffered a heavy blow. Half of his body exploded, and he was dripping with blood. Ning Tushan, die! Lin Feng waved the iron blood battle flag and the army crushed Ning Tushan. Bloodbreak escape technique. Ning Tushan's face twisted. In the face of such a dangerous situation, he used the ancient Ning family's secret escape technique. His body exploded. He destroyed his own body and attached his primordial spirit to the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. His exploded body burned fiercely, supporting the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. The heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade tore through the ghoul army and quickly rushed out of the array. Hurry up and leave. After rushing out, a low roar came from the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. Ning Tushan was warning Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianza. Ning Tushan's body has been destroyed. Only his primordial spirit is attached to the heavenly lightning dragon slaughtering blade. Many people roared in shock. Ning Tushan was a quasi-rebirth realm expert. But now, he had ended up in such a miserable state. Many people couldn't believe it. Both Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianza were horrified, and they quickly ran away. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, a huge hand that covered the sky reached out and grabbed Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianza. Ah! The 2 of them screamed and were crushed to death in the next moment. Swoosh! After Ning Tianmao and Ning Tianza were crushed to death, Lin Feng walked out of the formation. The 2 of them were quite powerful and shouldn't have been killed so easily. Just now, they were panicking and only wanted to escape. They didn't pay attention to the situation in the formation. Lin Feng condensed a huge palm with darking qi and crushed them to death. Ning Tushan was full of hatred, but he didn't dare to stay and fled into the distance. It really is Lin Feng. Many people took a deep breath when they saw Lin Feng. Ning Tushan and another group of powerhouses attacked Lin Feng together. Now, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The inheritance of the celestial master path, it was terrifying. Many people couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The human heart was greedy. Humph. Lin Feng knew that when the inheritance of the celestial master path was exposed, it would inevitably attract many people's attention. Feeling the malicious gazes around him, he couldn't help but snort. Hearing Lin Feng snort, many people couldn't help but shudder. Now, everyone realized that Lin Feng was not a pushover. Although he was young, his cultivation was quite heaven-defying. Moreover, the inheritance of the celestial master path was so terrifying. If they wanted to fight against Lin Feng, they had to think about their own abilities first. Many people who came back to their senses felt a chill in their hearts. They quickly suppressed their greed and didn't dare to continue to show hostility to Lin Feng. They were afraid that Lin Feng would attack them again. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with these small fries. The ones who were a real threat to him and coveted the inheritance of the celestial master path were the powerhouses who hid themselves well. They weren't ants who couldn't even hide their emotions. He chose a direction and quickly chased. The direction Lin Feng chased was the direction where Lu Mengyan escaped. There was a reason why he chased Lu Mengyan instead of Ning Tushan. Ning Tushan's physical body was now destroyed and only his primordial spirit was left. Even if he could find a new physical body, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, his strength would also be greatly reduced, and a drop in his realm was already inevitable. Therefore, Ning Tushan was no longer much of a threat. The real threat was Lu Mengyan. During the battle, Lin Feng observed Lu Mengyan and realized that she was still a virgin. This Lu Mengyan had one of the three great dual cultivation physiques, the water spirit body. This type of physique was extremely heaven-defying. Especially the first time he dual cultivated with this type of physique, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Baiying had one of the three great dual cultivation constitutions, the Yin spirit body. When Lin Feng and Baiying first dual cultivated, their cultivation had greatly increased. The reason why Huangfu Qingtian valued Lu Mengyan so much was naturally not because he was greedy for her beauty. A person like Huangfu Qingtian had many goddesses throwing themselves at him. What was Lu Mengyan to him? He was spying on Lu Mengyan's water spirit body. He had been waiting for Lu Mengyan to raise her strength so that he could dual cultivate with Lu Mengyan. Of course, it could also be to pluck Lu Mengyan. However, whether it was dual cultivation or plucking, Huangfu Qingtian's strength would increase crazily. Now, Lu Mengyan had also cultivated to the second heaven of the creation realm, which was not low. At this time, the benefits of plucking or dual cultivating with Lu Mengyan were unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Feng chose to chase after Lu Mengyan. He had to destroy Huangfu Qingtian's plan. Huangfu Qingtian had cultivated Lu Mengyan for so many years. It was estimated that he would soon pluck Lu Mengyan or dual cultivate with Lu Mengyan. If he let Huangfu Qingtian succeed, Huangfu Qingtian's cultivation would greatly increase again. He would be too passive. If he could catch Lu Mengyan and pluck Lu Mengyan, then his cultivation would be greatly improved. As for Huangfu Qingtian, his efforts would be in vain. The golden energy wrapped around Lu Mengyan and flew for more than 30 miles before dissipating. They're all dead. They're all dead. Lin Feng is so terrifying that he even obtained the inheritance of the celestial master path. I have to quickly return to the Blue Cloud sect. I'll be safe once I return to the Blue Cloud sect. I'm afraid that eldest senior brother still doesn't know that Lin Feng is so powerful. I have to tell eldest senior brother all the information so that he can be on guard against him. Lu Mengyan's face was pale. She didn't dare to stay and quickly flew into the distance. However, Lu Mengyan couldn't escape smoothly. She only flew for 100 miles before Lin Feng caught up to her. Lu Mengyan, have you ever thought that you would be captured by me? Lin Feng sneered at Lu Mengyan. After seeing Lin Feng, Lu Mengyan was so scared that her face turned pale. She turned and flew in another direction. Lin Feng rushed forward and caught Lu Mengyan. Then, he carried Lu Mengyan on his shoulder. Put me down. What are you doing to me? Lu Mengyan struggled, her face full of fear. I heard that you have a water spirit body. Perfect, I'll use you to increase my cultivation today. Lin Feng smiled. Lu Mengyan shouted in fear, you can't do this to me. I'm eldest senior brother Huangfu Qingtian's woman. If you dare touch me, eldest senior brother Huangfu Qingtian will tear you to pieces. Said Lin Feng, smiling icily. Huangfu Qingtian is only interested in your water body, that's all. You know that. If he took your virginity, you'd be useless to him. Besides, Huangfu Qingtian and I are sworn enemies. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Said Lin Feng, smiling icily. After saying that, Lin Feng found a dry cave. Soon, Lu Mengyan's painful screams came from the cave. The water spirit body was indeed worthy of being one of the three great dual cultivation constitutions. The three great dual cultivation constitutions were the water spirit body, the Yin spirit body, and the ice spirit body. The water spirit body was ranked first. Lu Mengyan had gathered a large amount of the puristine energy in her body. The purine energy made Lin Feng very excited. If he could absorb it all, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Lu Mengyan bit her lips and begged, "Senior brother, I'm already your woman. I'll serve you well in the future. Please don't take me." Lu Mengyan looked very pitiful. Clearly, Lu Mengyan knew that she had lost her virginity and had no value to Huangfu Qingtian. She couldn't return to Huangfu Qingtian's side. If she did, Huangfu Qingtian would probably be furious and reward her to someone else. Therefore, Lu Mengyan wanted to seduce Lin Feng. It's better to drain the pond to fish than to drain it. Lin Feng understood this principle. Keeping Lu Mengyan by his side and dual cultivating with her was much more beneficial than taking her all at once. Lin Feng said, "Since the heavens are virtuous, I'll spare you this time. I just happen to be lacking a maid, so you can be my maid in the future." "Thank you, young master." Lu Mengyan took a deep breath. Lin Feng had promised not to pluck her, but to practice dual cultivation with her. If he did that, she would die tragically. If he did that, she would also benefit from it. After absorbing Lu Mengyan's purine energy, Lin Feng felt the magic energy in his body surge like a great river, flowing through his meridians. The dermic powers in his body surged. Lin Feng was one with his mind as he circulated his dermic powers with all his might to cleanse his body. At this time, Lu Mengyan also sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Because it was dual cultivation and not plucking, Lu Mengyan also received many benefits. Originally, Lin Feng was already about to break through to the 7th level of the creation realm. After dual cultivating with Lu Mengyan, Lin Feng finally completed the breakthrough. His realm quickly broke through the barrier of the 7th level of the creation realm. And Lin Feng's breakthrough did not end there. His aura became stronger and stronger, and the number of dermic powers hovering in his body also increased. Lin Feng's cultivation rose all the way. From the beginner of the 7th level of the creation realm, it quickly rose to the intermediate level, then to the advanced level, and not long after, to the peak level. Rumble, the dermic powers in his body surged, producing the sound of a surging river. Lin Feng circulated his dermic powers with all his might, preparing to break through to the 8th level of the creation realm. Divine Origin. Primordial Fiend Liquid. Galaxy Divine Liquid. Lin Feng refined these three treasures at the same time. The three treasures turned into the purest energy and merged into Lin Feng's dermic powers. Bang bang bang, again and again, he broke through the barrier of the realm. A total of 365 times. Finally, the barrier of the realm was broken through. The stronger the dermic powers in his body, the more dermic powers hovering in his dantian. In Lin Feng's dantian, the densely packed dermic powers intertwined together, forming an ocean of dermic powers. Above the dermic powers were Lin Feng's various divine abilities. All the divine abilities revolved around Lin Feng's sovereign Tao as the center. Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy. With his savings, he had broken through 2 levels in a row. It was simply unbelievable. If it were an ordinary cultivator, breaking through 7 or 8 levels would not be a problem at all. Lu Mengyan had also benefited greatly. She had directly broken through from the 2nd layer of the creation realm to the 9th layer of the creation realm. This kind of breakthrough speed was truly inconceivable. Dual cultivation is indeed the fastest way to increase one's cultivation. However, for a water spirit body like Lu Mengyan to appear once every 10,000 years, it's already quite good. To find another water spirit body is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng thought to himself. I'm already at the 9th layer of the creation realm? Lu Mengyan's expression was full of shock. It seems like the water spirit body is much stronger than I thought. The Yin spirit body and the ice spirit body can't compare to it. Lin Feng said. Thank you for not plucking Mengyan. If you had been so cruel, Mengyan would have turned into a skeleton by now. Lu Mengyan had a charming look on her face. Lin Feng said, in the future, learn more about sex. As a female slave, if you don't know how to serve a man, you'll fail. Lu Mengyan blushed and said, if you teach me more, Mengyan will become more and more familiar with it. I'll also become better at serving people. Very quickly, the sound of rotting flesh could be heard from the cave. Ancient Ning clan. The atmosphere in the main hall was extremely oppressive. Everyone looked gloomy and didn't say anything. How's the Great Elder now? Ning Jiang asked. He's now in a meditation room to recover. An elder called Ning Tianqi said. Everyone, what do you think? Let's talk now. Ning Jiang said gloomily. Who would have thought that that kid would have the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect? Our ancient Ning clan has suffered too many losses. The second elder, Ning Tuha, sighed. The ancient Ning clan had lost the 12 shadow guards, Ning Tianxiang, Ning Tianhu, Ning Tianmao, and Ning Tianze. Even though the great elder, Ning Tushan, hadn't died, his physical body had been destroyed and only his primordial spirit was left. He was basically crippled. A quasi-rebirth realm cultivator. 5 tycoons. 11 quasi-tycoons. Such a huge loss was an unbearable loss for any top force. Should we ask the ancestor to help us? Asked the third elder, Ning Tukai. Ning Jiang shook his head. The ancestor is in seclusion. We can't disturb him unless it's a matter of life and death. Then what should we do? Maybe we should ask the great elders to help us? Asked Ning Tuha. The great elders were the older generation of the Ning clan. They basically didn't come out to the outside world anymore. Instead, they cultivated in seclusion. There were about 20 to 30 great elders in the Ning clan. They were all quasi-rebirth realm cultivators. Maybe that's the only way. Ning Jiang nodded gloomily. The elders don't care about the outside world anymore. Why should we disturb them? I'll go and kill that kid called Lin Feng. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a tall and handsome young cultivator walking over from outside the hall. The young cultivator used spatial bending to cover a distance of a few hundred meters. In 2 steps, he was already in the hall. Tower, you've come out. Ning Jiang was delighted when he saw the newcomer. Father. Ning Li Tao bowed to Ning Jiang. He was the #1 genius of the Ning clan. In the past 30,000 years, he was the first genius to reach a 100% pure bloodline. He had also shown during the Battle of the 3,000 Prefectures. 2 years ago, he had followed the ancestor into seclusion. Now, he had finally come out. There's no need for formalities between father and son. Ning Jiang smiled. The second elder, Ning Tuha, asked, is the ancestor doing well? The ancestor is doing well. Please don't worry, second elder, said the third elder. With Tower personally taking action, that kid called Lin Feng will definitely die. The rest of the Ning clan's upper echelons nodded. Obviously, they were very confident in Ning Li Tao. I'll go meet him now. Ning Li Tao didn't stop. He took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Fallen Moon City was quite lively. Lin Feng saw many familiar faces, such as Jiang Yudi, Yu Ji, Morong Baichuan, and the others. They could be considered old friends, so they chatted happily. Lu Mengyan served them by the side, pouring wine for them. Morong Baichuan and the others seemed to know Lu Mengyan, but they didn't find it strange. They didn't care about a nobody like Lu Mengyan. Jiang Yudi smiled and said, no wonder Lin Feng's spirit array skills are so high. It turns out that you obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. However, I'm afraid this news will spread quickly. There are too many people in this world who are interested in the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. You'll have to be careful from now on. Jiang Yudi wasn't exaggerating. The inheritance of the Celestial Master Path would make many people go crazy. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng and steal it. Yu Ji said, with Lin Feng's strength, it won't be easy for ordinary people to kill him and steal the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. However, there's one faction that you have to be wary of. This faction will definitely come. Morong Baichuan's expression changed slightly. Palace Master Yu, are you talking about that terrifying faction? When he saw that even Morong Baichuan, who was in charge of the Alchemist Union of the 72 prefectures in the north, was afraid of that faction. Lin Feng knew that the faction they were talking about was no small matter. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "May I know what this faction is? Is it that terrifying?" The world is divided into yin and yang, sun and moon, and black and white. These are the two extremes. Many things follow this principle. There is the ancient celestial master path's inheritance, and there is another inheritance that has always been hostile to the celestial master path. This faction is called the Earth Master Path. The celestial master path, the Earth Master Path. Heaven and Earth. They oppose each other. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Just by hearing the name, he felt that the Earth Master Path that Yu Ji was talking about was definitely not simple. What's so special about this branch? Lin Feng asked. It's very special. In some ways, the Earth Master Path and the Celestial Master Path are very similar, Morong Baichuan said. Said Morong Baichuan. The geographers have many powerful formations and secret techniques. They can also borrow the power of different terrains. For example, when you fought against Ning Tushan, you used the evil Yin Qi underground. Actually, the geographers have similar methods. Is there a grudge between the Celestial Master Path and the Earth Master Path? Lin Feng asked. Jiang Yudi said, there's a saying that people of the same trade are enemies. But enmity doesn't necessarily mean that there is hatred. Look at the three great sects of tomb raiding, the Moving Mountain Taoist, the Tomb Raider, and the Qiuzhong Langjiang. These three sects have always been fighting openly and secretly because they are enemies of the same trade. One sect eating a meal is better than three sects eating a meal together, right? It's all because of greed. Lin Feng frowned. Jiang Yudi nodded and said, indeed, you can understand it that way. However, the grudge between the Heaven Masters and the Earth Masters is actually much deeper than the grudge between the mountain-moving Taoist, the tomb-raiding Commandant, and the Qiuzhong Langjiang. The grudge between the three tomb-raiding sects stems from the distribution of benefits and competition, while the grudge between the Heaven Masters and the Earth Masters stems from the restriction of inheritance. Lin Feng asked, the legacy of the Heavenly Master lineage counters the legacy of the Earthly Master lineage? Said Yu Ji. To be more precise, it's not a restriction, it's a suppression. The Celestial Masters have many powerful inheritances, and the Celestial Masters also have similar inheritances. However, the Celestial Masters' inheritances are even more powerful. They can also control gloomy qi. You can condense gloomy qi into Yin soldiers and ghost generals. Those Yin soldiers and ghost generals are extremely powerful, but the Celestial Master's inheritances can only condense evil spirits. Thus, the Earth Master lineage is jealous of the Heavenly Master lineage? Is that why he hates the Heavenly Master so much? Lin Feng stroked his chin. Yu Ji, Jiang Yudi, and Morong Baichuan nodded. Morong Baichuan continued, the Celestial Master's inheritances are extremely rare, and the Celestial Master's members can't meet each other. In other words, the Celestial Master's members are all alone. The Earth Master lineage doesn't have such restrictions, and there are many branches. Naturally, they will covet the Celestial Master's inheritances. Thus, more than once, the Earth Master lineage has besieged the Celestial Master's members. Both sides have victories and defeats. The Earth Master lineage has suffered great losses, but some of the Celestial Master's members have also been killed by the Earth Master lineage's members. I'm guessing that the Earth Master lineage has also obtained part of the Celestial Master lineage's inheritance, so you have to be careful. If the Earth Master lineage's members learn that the Celestial Master's members have appeared, they will definitely try to kill you and steal the Celestial Master lineage's inheritance. Said Lin Feng. Many killings in the world are caused by greed and jealousy. The Earth Master lineage's members had better not provoke me. Otherwise, I don't mind burying them in the sands of time. With your strength, as long as you're careful, you should be fine. However, you still have to be on guard against the ancient Ning clan, said Jiang Yudi. Although the ancient Ning clan isn't particularly powerful among the ancient aristocratic families, they're still an ancient aristocratic family, so they still have some foundation. Moreover, the ancestor of the ancient Ning clan is also at the rebirth realm, so you have to be on guard against him. Said Yu Ji. The ancestor of the ancient Ning clan encountered some problems with his cultivation, so he's been in seclusion. He probably won't appear to deal with Lin Feng. However, there's another person in the ancient Ning clan who's very terrifying. His name is Ning Li Tao, and he's the first one in the ancient Ning clan who's 100% pure-blooded in the past 30,000 years. He's awakened the bloodline of the ancient Ning clan, and he participated in the Battle of the 3,000 Prefectures when he was only 16 years old. Lin Feng replied, "I'll deal with whatever comes my way. If that person comes looking for me, I won't be afraid of him." Yu Ji and the others also left one after another. Fallen Moon City became peaceful again, but there were still many cultivators who didn't leave. It was because they felt that the archaic Ning family wouldn't just let things go like this, that they still had other plans. As such, they were waiting here. On this day, a terrifying aura enveloped the Fallen Moon City. Ning Li Tao walked in the void, startling everyone. He was like a young god. The aura emitted from his body made countless people feel a suffocating pressure. Isn't that Ning Li Tao? He's the leader of the ancient Ning clan's younger generation, and he's 100% pure-blooded. He's here in person. He's a chosen. Is he going to fight Lin Feng personally? Many people cried out in surprise. They were extremely excited because they felt that they were about to witness a battle between the strongest cultivators of the younger generation. Lin Feng stepped out and floated above Fallen Moon City, looking at Ning Li Tao. Ning Li Tao also looked at Lin Feng. Their eyes met, and Ning Li Tao turned around and left. Why did he leave? Many people were puzzled. Lin Feng frowned. He could see the battle intent in Ning Li Tao's eyes, but Ning Li Tao didn't make a move. The battle of the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces is about to start. Is he going to fight during the battle of the geniuses? Lu Mengyan asked. Lin Feng nodded. Maybe. Lin Feng stayed in Fallen Moon City for another half a month before leaving. He returned to the Blue Cloud sect. 10 days later, Huangfu Qing Tian arrived. He stood outside the Supreme Mountain and looked towards it. The entire sect was alarmed. What did Huangfu Qing Tian want to do at the Supreme Peak? Could it be that he wanted to kill Lin Feng in advance? Senior brother Huangfu, did you come here to drink with me? Lin Feng appeared and looked at Huangfu Qing Tian. Huangfu Qing Tian smiled. Many things have exceeded my expectations, but there's one thing I have to tell you, no matter how much a flea jumps, it's still a flea. Huangfu Qing Tian looked deeply at Lin Feng before leaving. He had described Lin Feng as a flea, full of disdain and mockery. Huangfu Qing Tian didn't want to infuriate Lin Feng. Those were his true thoughts. Huangfu Qing Tian didn't care about Lin Feng at all. As far as he was concerned, Lin Feng was just a flea that could jump higher. Lin Feng lifted his eyelids and looked at Huangfu Qing Tian's back with a cold smile. Huangfu Qing Tian was indeed very strong and had great forbearance, which made Lin Feng even more wary. The prodigy battle was about to start again. It was an extremely important event for the 3,000 provinces. The prodigy battle started more than 30,000 years ago. Every 10 years, a prodigy battle would be held. All the young cultivators who participated in the prodigy battle would enter the prodigy battlefield. The prodigy battlefield was a very strange place with its own rules. Only young cultivators under 300 years of age could enter the prodigy battlefield. Cultivators had a long lifespan and could live for thousands of years. 300 years of age was indeed a very young lifespan for cultivators. Because of the age restriction in the battlefield of prodigies, many middle-generation powerhouses and older powerhouses were unable to enter. This ensured the fairness of the prodigy battlefield. There were many opportunities, divine weapons, ancient inheritances, and mysterious alien races in the prodigy battlefield. It was said that killing the mysterious alien races could give one the heaven crystals in their bodies. The heaven crystals recorded the ultimate divine powers passed down from the alien races. Many of the divine powers were even comparable to the primordial divine powers. There was also a rumor that some heaven crystals were branded with 3,000 great daos. This was enough to make countless people crazy. In addition to the heaven crystals, the alien races also had heaven stones. Heaven stones were similar to spirit stones in that they could provide heaven and earth energy. However, the value of a heaven stone was incomparable to spirit stones. The energy contained in a heaven stone was far purer than that of a supreme-grade spirit stone. Therefore, the value of a heaven stone was unimaginable. If one could obtain a heaven stone and use it to cultivate, then one's cultivation level would improve by leaps and bounds. Therefore, many prodigies who participated in the 3,000 provinces prodigy battle could not only establish their prestige in the 3,000 provinces, but also obtain the heaven crystals and heaven stones from the alien races. This was also the reason why so many people attached great importance to the 3,000 provinces prodigy battle. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that the cultivators who performed outstandingly in the prodigy battle of the 3,000 prefectures would receive great fortune. It was said that the cultivators who occupied the heavenly pillar of fortune would receive the fortune from the prodigy battle. This kind of good fortune was very mysterious. However, those who obtained it all had great luck on their bodies. They had experienced fortuitous encounters and were extremely mysterious. Today, the battle of geniuses was about to begin once again, causing countless people to look forward to it. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Lin Feng had been consolidating his cultivation base and stabilizing his realm. Finally, the news of the reopening of the Heaven's Favorites battlefield quickly spread throughout the 3,000 continents. The last time the prodigy battlefield had opened, Lin Feng had only been 16 years old. At that time, he had still been a student at Jialan Academy. Lin Feng didn't know anything about the mysterious world of cultivators. Now, 10 years had passed and the Battle of Geniuses had reopened. Lin Feng had already grown to the point where he could kill an ancient tycoon. Therefore, Lin Feng was very interested in the Battle of Geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures. The old drunkard said, "The Battle of Geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures. I really want to participate. Back in the day, I was also heroic and heroic, let's go, let's go." Just as the old drunkard was immersed in his self-satisfaction, Lin Feng waved his hand and called for the disciples on Mount Supreme to leave. "Fuck. I'm not done yet," shouted the old drunkard. The northern wasteland city was very lively. If one wanted to go to the Battle of Geniuses, they had to take a space-time wormhole that was directly connected to the Battle of Geniuses. The Battle of Geniuses was like a small parallel world that was connected to the Tianwu continent. There was a spatial node that only opened once every 10 years. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the northern wasteland city, the teleportation portal was extremely lively. "The blue cloud sects Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi are here." Some people recognized Lin Feng and came forward to greet him. Now that Lin Feng could kill an ancient tycoon, he could probably be ranked in the top 10 of the wasteland region. After all, there weren't any powerful sects in the wasteland region. Among the many experts who came to greet him, Lin Feng saw the beautiful deacon of Nebula Pavilion, Tao Shi. Tao Shi didn't have a good reputation in Nebula Pavilion. Many people said that she was a fickle woman. However, Lin Feng was sincerely grateful to Tao Shi. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to escape from Nebula Pavilion after killing Xianxia. If he had been trapped in Nebula Pavilion, he would have definitely been killed by Elder Xianxia. "Sister Shi, are you also going to the Battle of Geniuses?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Whoosh, countless people looked at Tao Shi. Many people had astonished expressions. Who would believe that an ordinary deacon of Nebula Pavilion would know a top expert like Lin Feng? Is this Lin Feng the Lin Feng who escaped from Nebula Pavilion 6 years ago? Escaped from Nebula Pavilion? What happened 6 years ago? It said that he offended Elder Xianxia and escaped from Nebula Pavilion. He went to the 10,000 Laws sect and Deity Sword Villa, hoping to join them. However, he was chased away by the 10,000 Laws sect's Elder Luosen and Deity Sword Villa's Elder Fu Ju because he didn't have a recommendation letter. Later, he joined the Blue Cloud sect and rose rapidly. He is now one of the top 10 experts of the Wasteland region. What happened? Then wouldn't the people of Nebula Pavilion, 10,000 Laws sect, and Deity Sword Villa regret it to death? Many people were talking about it. At this moment, Tao Shi looked at Lin Feng's handsome face and couldn't believe that Lin Feng still remembered her. After all, she was too ordinary. She had only met Lin Feng a few times back then and didn't have much of a relationship with him. Tao Shi came back to her senses and quickly nodded. "That's right. I heard that there are many opportunities in the battlefield of prodigies, so I wanted to try my luck. Take these things to protect yourself." It shouldn't be a problem. Lin Feng took out a few jade talismans and gave them to Tao Xi. Many people stared at the jade talismans in Tao Xi's hands. Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Half a year ago, he had almost killed Ning Tushan, who was at the quasi-rebirth realm. How powerful would the talismans that Lin Feng refined be? It was hard to imagine. Tao Xi was overjoyed. Lin Feng bowed slightly and took the jade talismans. Lin Feng. On Nebula Pavilion's side, Yu Fan and Han Shuo squeezed through the crowd and looked at Lin Feng excitedly. Lin Feng was also very happy to see Yu Fan. They were good brothers that they had made when they went to Nebula Pavilion together. How have you been these years? Asked Lin Feng. Yu Fan nodded and said, we've been well. We're now following Almighty Zhong Yun to cultivate. Lin Feng had a pretty good impression of Zhong Yun. Back then, Zhong Yun had helped Lin Feng, Yu Fan, and Han Shuo escape from a group of black-clothed deathsworn. Of course, the main reason why Zhong Yun had helped them was because Lin Feng had given him the Sword of Souls. Yu Fan had also given Zhong Yun a piece of immortal tier Qilin iron he had obtained. However, Zhong Yun wasn't a bad person. He didn't turn his back on Lin Feng. After scaring away the deathsworn, he brought Lin Feng and the others to Nebula Pavilion and asked Elder Xianxia to take care of them. However, Elder Xianxia had secretly gone against Zhong Yun's will. It's not bad to be able to cultivate by his side. Lin Feng nodded. At this time, Zhong Yun saw Lin Feng and quickly walked over. He cupped his fists and said, Lin Gongzi, it's been many years since we last met. How have you been? Lin Feng nodded and said, everything is fine. I have to thank Almighty Zhong Yun for taking care of my two friends. Zhong Yun said, the two of them have been cultivating diligently, and I also have the intention of nurturing them. However, I'm really sorry about what happened back then. I asked Elder Xianxia to take care of the three of you, but I didn't think that he would dare to secretly attack Lin Gongzi. Zhong Yun was extremely angry about this matter. Firstly, Elder Xianxia had attacked Lin Feng. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Secondly, Lin Feng's talent was shocking. In a short time, he had grown to a level that even Zhong Yun had to look up to. Nebula Pavilion had missed out on such a monstrous genius who could have very possibly brought Nebula Pavilion to prominence. It was a huge pity. Almighty Zhong Yun couldn't wait to tear Elder Xianxia to shreds. However, Elder Xianxia's master was even higher ranked than Zhong Yun in Nebula Pavilion. Almighty Zhong Yun was afraid of him, so he had been restraining himself from attacking Elder Xianxia. Lin Feng said, it's all in the past. I'm too lazy to deal with a small figure like Elder Xianxia. Lin Feng immediately took out a few jade talismans and gave them to Yu Fan so they could protect themselves. Next, he took out a white jade box. Inside the white jade box was a 50,000-year-old king herb. Compared to the jade talisman, Zhong Yun was definitely more interested in this kind of king medicine spirit herb. Zhong Yun opened the white jade box and his eyes lit up when he saw the spiritual herb. Lin Feng said, Supreme Elder Zhong Yun, please accept this king herb. It can save your life at a critical moment. It's better to be prepared with such a spirit herb. Supreme Being Zhong Yun said, I'm not worthy of such a precious gift. Lin Feng said, Supreme Elder Zhong Yun, I'm giving you this king herb because you've taken good care of my two brothers, Yu Fan and Han Shuo. I thank you from the bottom of my heart and hope that Supreme Elder Zhong Yun will teach them well in the future. Supreme Elder Zhong Yun said, Lin Gongzi, don't worry about this. Yu Fan and Han Shuo have been cultivating diligently. Although their talents aren't particularly good, as the saying goes, as long as they work hard, they'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Alright, thank you for your kind words. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Lin Feng then gave Yu Fan and Han Shuo 2 bottles of healing pills. He didn't give any to Yu Fan. If he gave Han Shuo a spirit herb that was over 10,000 years old or even several tens of thousands of years old, it wouldn't be helping them, but harming them. With their cultivation, there would definitely be many people who would want to kill them and steal their treasures. They chatted for a while longer. Lin Feng then left. He entered the space-time wormhole with the people from Supreme Peak and quickly disappeared. Supreme Elder Zhong Yun and Lin Gongzi talked for so long. Do you guys think that Lin Gongzi will mention what happened back then? An elder from Nebula Pavilion whispered as he looked at the gloomy elder Xianxia. I don't think so, right? What kind of existence is Lin Gongzi now? He can even kill an ancient powerhouse. If he wanted to kill Elder Xianxia, he could do it with a flick of his finger. Why didn't he kill Elder Xianxia when he saw him? It's actually because he doesn't care. Would you crush an ant when you see it? Another elder from Nebula Pavilion said. Humph. When Elder Xianxia heard these elders' discussion, he couldn't help but snort coldly. He then sneered and said, What Lin Gongzi? Talking behind his back and calling him Lin Gongzi. So what if you call him by his name? Look at how scared you guys are. What a disgrace. I, Xianxia, am indeed no big deal in that brat's eyes, but so what? I'm living well, but that brat won't live for much longer. He has a death match with Huangfu Qingtian, and now he's offended the ancient Ning family. He's dead for sure. Back then, I knew that this brat would be a disaster. Fortunately, he didn't join Nebula Pavilion. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble he would have brought to our pavilion. What did you say? Just as Elder Xianxia finished speaking, an angry roar sounded. Many people looked over. Supreme Elder Zhongyan looked at Elder Xianxia angrily. Elder Xianxia had forced Lin Feng to leave, so Zhongyan hated him. Supreme Elder Zhongyan had endured until now and hadn't attacked Elder Xianxia. But today, when he heard Elder Xianxian's sarcastic words, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart anymore. Now there's a good show to watch. Back then, Supreme Elder Zhongyan brought Lin Feng to Nebula Pavilion. If Lin Feng was still in Nebula Pavilion, with his terrifying strength and Lin Feng's support, Supreme Elder Zhongyan might have stood out in the selection of the new pavilion master 3 years later. However, Lin Feng was forced to leave by Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia just mocked Lin Feng, but it was heard by Supreme Elder Zhongyan. It seems that Supreme Elder Zhongyan's anger can no longer be suppressed. I wonder how Supreme Elder Zhongyan will treat Elder Xianxia. Many people in Nebula Pavilion looked at Supreme Elder Zhongyan and Elder Xianxia, guessing what would happen next. Elder Xianxia was confident that he had the support of his master, Supreme Elder Tuiyi, so he wasn't afraid of Supreme Elder Zhongyan. This was because Supreme Elder Tuiyi had the most supporters among the successors, and he had the highest chance of becoming the new pavilion master. As the disciple of Supreme Elder Tuiyi, Elder Xianxia was naturally confident. Hearing Supreme Elder Zhongyan's question, he said indifferently, Supreme Elder Zhongyan, I don't think I said anything wrong, right? That brat Lin Feng didn't join our Nebula Pavilion, and that's our fortune. If he had joined, our Nebula Pavilion would have been implicated by him sooner or later. You caused our Nebula Pavilion to miss out on such a genius, yet you still dare to speak so eloquently and refuse to admit your mistakes. How can someone like you be qualified to become an elder of Nebula Pavilion? Today, I will cripple you and strip you of your position as an elder. As soon as he finished speaking, Supreme Elder Zhongyan raised his right hand and slapped Elder Xianxia. At this time Elder Xianxia's expression finally changed. He hadn't thought that Supreme Elder Zhongyan would really dare to attack him. He shouted, If you dare attack me, my master, Supreme Elder Tuiyi, won't let you off. Humph, you offended Lin Gongzi, and even your master will be implicated by you. It won't be easy for him to become the new pavilion master. If he can't become the new pavilion master, why should I be afraid? Supreme Elder Zhongyan sneered and slapped Elder Xianxia's dantian, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Crack, Elder Xianxia's dantian was shattered, and his cultivation was crippled. There was a thump. Elder Xianxia fell heavily to the ground. His hair was disheveled, and his expression was filled with fear and despair. I've been crippled. I've actually been crippled. How could this be? Elder Xianxia's voice was mournful. He was originally a yin-yang realm expert, and now that he had been crippled, it was 1,000 times more painful than killing him. After flying for about 3 days in the space-time wormhole, Lin Feng and the others finally arrived at the periphery of the battlefield of geniuses. The entire battlefield of geniuses was enveloped by a huge restriction. The battlefield of geniuses had its own laws of order. The restriction had not been opened yet, so they had to wait a little longer. Cultivators continued to enter the periphery of the battlefield of geniuses. After arriving, Lin Feng separated from Shi Weizhu and the others. This was because Lin Feng was worried that he would be targeted, and it was not safe for Shi Weizhu and the others to be with him. Moreover, even after the battlefield of geniuses opened, they would be randomly teleported to different places when entering. Since that was the case, it was naturally better to separate as soon as possible. Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, and the others also knew that Lin Feng was in a dangerous situation. Before Lin Feng left, they all reminded Lin Feng to be careful. Lin Feng nodded and flew into the distance. In the periphery of the battlefield of geniuses, there were continuous mountains. What surprised Lin Feng was that he saw an old acquaintance. The immeasurable Taoist was looking around stealthily. "Damned Taoist, don't run. I've finally found you. I'm going to tear you into pieces," a cultivator roared angrily and rushed towards the immeasurable Taoist. "It's the damned Taoist who dug up our ancestor's grave. Don't let him escape." Soon, the cultivator's fellow sect members were also alarmed. One by one, they angrily chased after the immeasurable Taoist. "Immeasurable, you're an Empyrean." The immeasurable Taoist ran away. When this wicked guy saw Lin Feng, he pointed at Lin Feng and said, "Everyone, this kid is also with me. Go and catch that kid." The leading cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. "Damned Taoist. F***CKU." Lin Feng could not help but curse. "It's that bastard Taoist priest. Hurry up and catch him. And his accomplices, we have to catch them together." Many people discovered the immeasurable Taoist, and a dense crowd of cultivators rushed over, making Lin Feng feel like crying. Why do so many cultivators hate the immeasurable Taoist? How many ancestral graves had this grandson dug up? Now that he had implicated himself, the furious crowd naturally wouldn't listen to his explanation. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang fled into the distance. After much difficulty, they finally managed to shake off the encirclement of a group of cultivators. "Damned Taoist, aren't you wicked? Are you trying to get me killed?" Lin Feng glared fiercely at Taoist Wu Liang. He really had the urge to punch this bastard until half of his body was paralyzed. Taoist Wu Liang said, "There is a saying that goes, we should share blessings and endure hardships together. We are old friends, so we naturally have to abide by the wisdom of the ancients. Don't you think of me as a friend?" Lin Feng said, "All right. We should share blessings and sorrows, right? We've already gone through thick and thin together, so shouldn't we share our blessings now? You dug up so many graves, you must have found a lot of treasures, right? We're good brothers, so let's split the spoils evenly. You should give me half." Taoist Wu Liang rolled his eyes and said, "Did I do it for myself? I'm just contributing to the archaeology industry. What I've done is to benefit future generations, but I've been misunderstood by so many people. I don't care if others misunderstand me, but even you, my best friend, have misunderstood me. That's really heartbreaking. Good friends share their treasures, but you didn't take out a single treasure other than tricking me. You have the nerve to call me your best friend. Where are your treasures? Hurry up and share them with me." Lin Feng grabbed at Taoist Wu Liang. Taoist Wu Liang ran into the distance and shouted, "What treasures? I'm a Taoist, and Taoists are all about being clean. I don't have anything on me, but you have a lot of good things. Hurry up and share them with me." Lin Feng had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as Taoist Wu Liang. Perhaps this was what they meant by "a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water." Boom, at that moment, a terrifying aura spread out, and a huge ancient void ship charged out of the void. "That's the ancient void ship of the Grand Xia Empire." Taoist Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and saw the symbol on the ancient void ship. Lin Feng said, "It seems that the ancient powers are coming." Indeed, it was as Lin Feng had said. The ancient powers were coming one after another. There were many ancient powers in the boundless 3,000 continents that Lin Feng had never heard of. After all, Lin Feng hadn't been to many places. Even the records of the heavens couldn't record all the powers in the 3,000 continents. More accurately, the records of the heavens mainly recorded the powers in the 72 northern continents. There were also some famous continents, such as the Immortal Continent, the South Continent, the 16 prefectures of the Dark Cloud Continent, and the Central Continent. As for the less famous continents, it didn't mean that they didn't have any top powers. It was actually the opposite. Many of the less famous continents had hidden top powers. Those top powers rarely traveled outside. However, it didn't mean that they weren't strong enough. In fact, those hidden powers were even stronger than the ancient powers in the 3,000 continents. The strong cultivators of the 3,000 continents gathered. Ancient and powerful qi filled the air. Many rebirth realm cultivators even appeared. Boom! A man enveloped in boundless godly light walked over. He looked like a god descending to the mortal world. His arrival made many rebirth realm cultivators pale in comparison. Even though they were very far away, Lin Feng felt an urge to kneel down and worship him. The strength of the person who had come was too strong. Divine Shrine. Morong Tianshan. Many people were moved. There were very few successors of the heavenly god hall. For example, the successor of the younger generation, Di Xingtian, was a paragon genius. He was invincible among his peers. Morong Tianshan's reputation back then wasn't any lower than Di Xingtian's. In fact, he was even more famous than Di Xingtian. Morong Tianshan's divine consciousness imprint was still imprinted on the peak of Heaven's Mountain in the battlefield of prodigies. Morong Tianshan was the most talented cultivator in the battlefield of prodigies. Now that this person had cultivated for 3,700 years, no one knew how strong his cultivation was. There were rumors that Morong Tianshan was close to becoming a god. There were also people who said that Morong Tianshan was the most powerful cultivator below the god level. If it wasn't for the fact that it was impossible to break through to the god level in Heaven's martial continent, Morong Tianshan would have become a true god. Morong Tianshan hadn't left Heaven's martial continent because he was still consolidating his cultivation. He wanted to strengthen himself before he became a god. The more he accumulated, the more terrifying his strength would be when he ignited his godly fire and became a god. Morong Tianshan was standing in the sky like an immortal god. His tyrannical strength was beyond what mortals knew about cultivators. Countless people were looking at him in shock. Of course, there were also rebirth realm cultivators who sneered. They didn't want to submit to Morong Tianshan. It could be said that they were jealous because Morong Tianshan wasn't even 4,000 years old and he was already considered the strongest cultivator below the gods. Of course, many rebirth realm cultivators from the older generation weren't convinced. However, many of them were afraid of Morong Tianshan's strength. Nobody dared to challenge him. More and more strong cultivators arrived. In the distance, there were a few faintly discernible powerful qi. The most astonishing thing was that those qi were far stronger than ordinary rebirth realm cultivators. They weren't any weaker than Morong Tianshan. The ancestor of the ancient Jiang family, the head of the martial spirit palace, one of the 4 saints of the alchemist union, one of the 5 elders of the alchemist union. Someone exclaimed in surprise. These were 4 extraordinary figures. The ancient Jiang family's copper sparrow pavilion had sealed the gods. In the ancient era, they were already known as the number 1 family. Even now, they were still strong and immortal. The ancestor of the ancient Jiang family was called Jiang Qigua. His name had the meaning of bringing peace to the country. The head of the martial spirit palace was called Xianyuan Jishir. He was a mysterious person who rarely appeared in the Tianwu continent. The alchemist union had 4 holy alchemists. They were called Tian, Xian, and Huang. The one who came was called Huang Xuanji. The 5 elders of the alchemist union were also famous cultivators in the Tianwu continent. They were the 5 great saint-level alchemists. The one who came was called Yang Chan. She was ranked 3rd among the 5 great saint-level alchemists. Of course, apart from those 4, there were also some terrifying rebirth realm cultivators. It was just that they didn't reveal themselves. Another year has passed. Who still remembers the original intention of establishing this place? 30,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Maybe even those 8 people have been forgotten. An elder looked at the battlefield of the heaven's favorites in the distance and murmured. His expression was desolate. Lin Feng asked, "Master, what is the original intention of the battlefield of the young geniuses?" "Those 8 people? Who were they?" The old man glanced at Lin Feng and said, "What's the point of knowing? What can be changed?" The old man didn't tell Lin Feng. He just turned around and left. Rumble. 3 days later, the restriction on the outermost periphery of the battlefield was opened. A huge valley was revealed. This valley led to the depths of the chosen battlefield. Vaguely, one could see a distorted spacetime gate leading to the chosen battlefield. Next were the geniuses from the Immemorial Age, followed by the Desolate Age, Ancient Age, and finally the itinerant cultivators. This was the rule, and no one was dissatisfied with it. Every world had its own rules, and the more powerful a person or force was, the more privileges they could obtain. It was like entering the battlefield of geniuses. Taoist Wu Liang took out a bamboo hat and a large robe, wrapping himself up tightly. "Brother, you can't recognize me now, right?" Taoist Wu Liang grinned. "F***ck, you haven't reached 300 years old yet? Why do I feel like you've lived for 3,000 years? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said. "Don't talk nonsense, okay? I'm only 18, Taoist Wu Liang boasted shamelessly. He then added, "It's just that I'm prematurely old." Bang. Lin Feng directly kicked Taoist Wu Liang, this shameless guy, away. "You're still panting when I say you're fat?" Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang kept a low profile. They swarmed towards the battlefield with the largest number of itinerant cultivators. This way, they could avoid being discovered by strong enemies. Taoist Wu Liang had dug up the ancestral graves of countless people. Naturally, he was hated by others. Lin Feng also had grudges with the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, the Great Qin Empire, the Heavenly God Temple, the South Continent's one sect and 3 prefectures, and the immemorial Ning family. Therefore, he was very careful. After all, there was nothing wrong with being careful. If he was discovered by those forces and blocked outside, it would be troublesome. In the huge valley, Lin Feng saw 8 huge stone statues on the ground. The heads of these 8 cultivators had been chopped off, and the stone statues had been pushed down. Now, the 8 stone statues were covered in weeds. Countless people passed by, but no one paid attention to these stone statues. "Let's go." "What are you looking at?" Taoist Wu Liang urged. "Look at these stone statues." Lin Feng pointed at the 8 statues and frowned. Lin Feng looked at the 8 statues with their heads cut off. They looked like they had been forgotten. Lin Feng felt oppressed. It was a very strange feeling, but it was so strong. It was like learning that a hero had been slandered as a spy. It was like the many romantic affairs of Nuwa's ancestor that were compiled by later generations. This was an unbearable pain and anger. Time is long. Many things have been buried in the river of time, including them. They have been buried by history and forgotten by everyone. Taoist Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and said. Lin Feng was surprised to hear such words from Taoist Wu Liang. It really surprised Lin Feng. It was completely different from Taoist Wu Liang's usual unreliable image. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang left, following the crowd into the depths of the valley. "Lin Feng, little brat, it's you!" shouted a cold voice. A terrifying cultivator appeared. It was a quasi-rebirth realm cultivator wearing a 4-clawed dragon robe. One could vaguely see that this person was similar to Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wu Chang. Lin Feng's expression changed when he saw this person. Back then, the one sect, 3 governments had joined forces with 8 other groups to besiege the South Continent. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's experts were led by Huangfu Wu Chang and Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji had been killed by Lin Feng and Qian Piaoshui's 4 vicious cauldrons. Huangfu Wu Chang wished he could cut Lin Feng into pieces. "It's him. Catch him." After that, a few more terrifying qi filled the air. They were all quasi-rebirth realm experts. There were experts from the one sect, 3 governments, high divine sects, and even experts from unknown groups. He has the inheritance of the celestial master path. It was unknown who shouted this. This sentence caused a huge commotion. Even some terrifying existences at the rebirth realm looked over. Attack. More groups attacked, trying to stop Lin Feng from entering the battlefield. The inheritance of the celestial master path was enough to make people go crazy. Fuck. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. If he was stopped by so many experts, he would definitely die. "Get out of the way!" Lin Feng shouted as he shuttled through the crowd. Before the attacks of the group of powerhouses landed on him, he rushed into the distorted space-time portal ahead of time. He narrowly avoided this calamity. The world spun as light flashed. In the next moment, Lin Feng was flung away. He appeared in an ancient forest and fell to the ground. A sharp spear fell from the sky and pierced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled to the left and dodged the incoming spear. At that moment, more than a dozen spears stabbed towards him. Lin Feng's body flickered. He looked up and was horrified. It was a giant spider spirit that was over 100 meters tall. The spider spirit's cold eyes were looking at him. The sharp spears were actually the giant spider spirit's claws. Whoosh, the giant spider spirit suddenly spat out a green spider web. It was obvious that the green spider web was highly poisonous. The green spider's web moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng abruptly jumped on the ground, his speed was extremely fast. He rushed out from under the spider's body. He arrived behind the giant spider and slashed out with the sky splitter. 1,000-meter-long saber light condensed. Puff, the sound of something being torn apart was heard. The giant spider's huge body was cut in half by Lin Feng. Lin Feng panted heavily. It was really dangerous just now. If he was caught by the giant spider's poisonous web, he would probably be dead. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the wind whistling. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He saw a huge stone hammer coming towards him. A giant that was over 1,000 meters tall attacked Lin Feng. That was clearly a mountain just now. How did it suddenly become a giant? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the battlefield of geniuses was much more terrifying than he had imagined. He put his hands in front of him to block, but the next moment, he was sent flying by the huge stone hammer. The surrounding mountains had all turned into giants. There were more than a dozen giants that were over 1,000 meters tall. One of them reached out to grab Lin Feng. In the air, Lin Feng spread his golden wings and rushed into the distance. He had just charged out of the encirclement of the giants when he saw 100-meter-tall trees stretching out dense branches. First, they wrapped around Lin Feng's legs. Next, the branches wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Tree demons, Lin Feng was shocked. This place was really dangerous. However, Lin Feng was the least afraid of tree demons' attacks. Heavenly fire, come out. Lin Feng took out the purple earthcore fire and black god incinerating fire. The flames quickly spread, igniting the branches. The flames followed the branches and enveloped the tree demons. Screech! The tree demons let out mournful cries and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng fell to the ground, he didn't dare stay there any longer. He quickly stood up and ran outside. More than a dozen trees that had attacked Lin Feng had been burnt to ashes. Roar, roar, roar. The tree demons' vitality was extremely tenacious. After being burned, they didn't die. They let out angry roars. This ancient forest was very scary. There were huge beasts everywhere. In the next 3 days, Lin Feng saw dozens of huge beasts. There was a scorpion the size of a mountain. It was like a fiery red demon wolf with wings coiled in flames. If it was any other cultivator, they would have died long ago. Lin Feng was almost killed several times, but in the end, he managed to escape from the ancient forest. Damn, brother, how did you escape from the forest? You're too lucky, aren't you? When some people saw Lin Feng, they quickly ran over. They were all astonished. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Where is that ancient forest?" "It's too dangerous. I almost died." "It's the famous demon forest of the battlefield of geniuses. There are all kinds of terrifying beasts there. Anyone who falls into the forest will die. Although there are some who manage to escape, they're as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns." A middle-aged cultivator said. "I see. I have to find a place to heal. Goodbye, everyone." Lin Feng cupped his fists and quickly left. He found a mountain valley, set up a formation, and began to treat his injuries. 2 hours later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. He chose a direction and walked towards the battlefield of geniuses. On the way, Lin Feng met more than 10 young cultivators. It was already night time and a young man invited Lin Feng to join. "I'm Xianxia. How should I address you, brother? The young man cupped his fists and asked. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Many people frowned, they had never heard of Lin Feng's name before. The 3,000 prefectures were huge. Lin Feng was usually active in the northern 72 prefectures, then the southern prefecture. Of course, he had also gone to Holy Stone City. However, although he was called Little Holy Stone, very few people knew his real name. That was why Lin Feng's name wasn't very famous in the 3,000 prefectures. It was normal that others hadn't heard of him. Furthermore, even if Lin Feng's name spread to other prefectures, no one would believe those legends. There were too many legends about geniuses on the martial heaven continent. Today, a 16-year-old genius had used his bare hands to kill a 10,000-year-old dragon. Tomorrow, there would be another legend about a 20-year-old genius destroying a desolate air force. Such legends were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Even if people heard them, they just smiled indifferently and didn't take them seriously. So if young cultivators wanted to make a name for themselves on the martial heaven continent, they had to go to the Heavenly Genius's battlefield. That was because the Heavenly Genius's battlefield attracted the attention of the experts of the 3,000 prefectures. If one could shine there, it would be difficult for them not to become famous. When they saw that Lin Feng was just a nameless cultivator, the surrounding cultivators didn't want to be friends with him. And Xianxia, on the other hand, was quite enthusiastic. He smiled and said, Brother Lin, where are you going? I'm not familiar with the Heavenly Genius's battlefield, so I'm just looking around. What about you, Brother-in? Asked Lin Feng. We're going to the Heavenly Genius's mountain to take a look, said Xianxia. There were many ways to make a name for oneself. Going to the Heavenly Genius's mountain to test one's talent was one of the best ways to make a name for oneself. Of course, one's talent had to be extremely shocking. If one could leave their mark on the Heavenly Genius's mountain, they would definitely be admired by countless people. I was thinking the same thing. I'm going to the Heavenly Genius's mountain to take a look, said Lin Feng. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Xianxia and the others went to the Heavenly Genius's mountain. And Xianxia and the others were from a place called Huizhou. It was Lin Feng's first time hearing about it. Compared to the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent, he only knew a few of the more famous prefectures. Huizhou wasn't that famous, so it was normal that he didn't know about it. However, these cultivators were quite strong. They were all in the creation realm at such a young age. It was obvious that Huizhou had many top forces. Apart from Xianxia, the other cultivators didn't interact with Lin Feng. Clearly, they didn't want an outsider like Lin Feng to join them. When they arrived at the Heavenly Genius's mountain, Lin Feng bid farewell to Xianxia. Boom, not long after, a powerful aura came from the depths of the Heavenly Genius's mountain. This caused a huge uproar. Anyone who dared to climb the Heavenly Genius's mountain was definitely someone with shocking talent. Many cultivators came to the Heavenly Genius's mountain. Some wanted to climb the Heavenly Genius's mountain and leave their mark there. Others just wanted to admire the Heavenly Genius's mountain. In the depths of the Heavenly Genius's mountain, there was a huge crowd of cultivators. That's the Heavenly Genius's stage. There are 99 steps. So far, no one has been able to climb the Heavenly Genius's stage. It's said that it's impossible to climb the Heavenly Genius's stage. Only Morong Tianshan reached the 99th step. He's also the first person to reach the 99th step since the opening of the Battle of Geniuses stage. His talent is unprecedented, and it's very difficult for anyone to surpass him in the future. That's why he's so famous, said a cultivator pointing at the 99 steps in the depths of the Heavenly Genius's mountain. Many people were still amazed by Morong Tianshan's strength, but now, that cultivator was already preparing to climb the 99th step. Who is he? He actually has the courage to climb the 99th step. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have failed to climb the 99th step and died in the end? Said a cultivator. Lin Feng finally understood why there were so few people climbing the 99th step. It was because climbing the 99th step was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. In such a dangerous place, many people were naturally cautious. Unless they had absolute confidence in themselves, they definitely wouldn't dare to climb the 99th step. That cultivator is called Li Qingmin. He's a prince of the Tang dynasty, said a cultivator. The Tang dynasty was a power in the central continent. It was also extremely powerful, but there were 4 ancient dynasties in the central continent, so the other power's brilliance was overshadowed. Li Qingmin took a deep breath and finally took the first step, walking towards the first step. Boom, however, a terrifying pressure filled the air, suppressing Li Qingmin. On the first step, many figures appeared. Some of them were clear, while others were blurry. They were all cultivators who had climbed the steps in the past. Then, their blurry images and names were imprinted on the steps. Ah! Li Qingmin roared. He tried his best to climb the first step. He circulated his magic power, and finally, one of his feet stepped on the first step. Many people were shocked. Was Li Qingmin going to succeed? Being able to climb the first step was already enough. Li Qingmin's talent was enough. In the future, he would definitely become an existence at the level of an ancient powerhouse. Li Qingmin raised his other foot, wanting to climb up. Bang, however, he was swept away. Crack, crack, many of his bones were broken. He fell to the ground and fainted. Fifth brother, the young cultivators of the Tang dynasty were shocked. They quickly rushed over. Li Qingmin didn't even climb the first step. It's actually so difficult to climb the 99th step. Many people were shocked. Li Qingmin's cultivation was at the 3rd heaven of the creation realm. Such strength was already considered very tyrannical. The 99 stone steps don't just test natural talent, they also test willpower, strength, and so on. It's a very comprehensive test. Some people may be extremely strong, but they can't reach the 99 stone steps. There are many reasons why they can't reach the 99 stone steps. For example, their willpower is weak, their cultivation level is high, and so on. Someone said. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled as a 2-meter-tall man walked over like a black iron tower. They're from the giant bear tribe. Someone whispered. The giant bear tribe belonged to the demon race. This race was known for their powerful physical bodies. His name is Xianxia, and he has already reached the 5th layer of the creation realm. Someone pointed out the identity and strength of this great bear tribe cultivator. Xianxia arrived in front of the 99 stone steps. With a loud roar, he stepped out with his left leg and stepped onto the first step. A powerful pressure suddenly pressed down on them. However, Xianxia was able to withstand it. He took a step forward with his right leg and stepped onto the first stone step. Many people were shocked. Xianxia had succeeded. However, Xianxia was obviously not satisfied with just the first step. He continued to lift his left leg, wanting to step onto the second step. Pfft. But this time, Xianxia was heavily injured. A formless pressure penetrated his chest, and his huge body collapsed with a loud bang. The 99 stone steps descended, and a world-destroying power was about to destroy Xianxia. Is Xianxia going to be killed by the 99 stone steps? Many people exclaimed. Now that Xianxia was heavily injured and had no strength to resist, it was indeed possible that he would be killed. Swoosh! A figure quickly rushed over. With a sweep of his right hand, he swept Xianxia away. This was a young master in snow-white robes. He was very handsome. He had saved Xianxia's life. The demon race's immortal crane tribe's genius, Bai Yutian. Some cultivators recognized the identity of this demon race prodigy. Bai Yutian wasn't a simple character. 10 years ago, when the Heaven's Chosen battle had started, he had already gained some fame. Moreover, 10 years ago, he had once climbed the 99 stone steps and had stopped at the 8th step. Obviously, after 10 years had passed, he wanted to try again and see how many steps he could climb. How many steps do you think Bai Yutian can climb? In the distance, more than 10 demon race's geniuses stood with their heads held high, looking at the 99 stone steps. There were men and women among them, and their cultivation levels were extremely high. The 20th step should not be a problem. Someone hesitated for a moment, then said. We'll know when we see. Someone else said. In another direction, there were 5 or 6 demon races experts. One of them was a woman with an enchanting figure. These demon race's experts were all led by her. She was the saintess of the sacred devil palace, and her name was Guan Guan. Apart from the demon race's experts, there were also corrupt cultivators. They were surrounded by mist, and it was impossible to see their faces clearly. They were also looking at the 99 stone steps. There were also some barbarian race's young cultivators. The barbarian race's men were bare-chested, and their clothes were made of animal skin. Among the barbarians, there was a young girl. She was pretty and charming. Her body was adorned with a variety of small ornaments. There was also a long-legged beauty. She was tall and wore a short skirt made of animal skin. Her long and straight legs were completely exposed. Her upper body was only wearing a short shirt made of animal skin. It barely covered her majestic breasts. Her slim waist attracted the attention of many people. Lin Feng also noticed the demon races, corrupt cultivators, and barbarian races experts. They were all extremely strong. Even if they were not Zun-level geniuses, they were only slightly weaker. Apart from that, there were also some extremely strong qi in the surroundings. They were intentionally hiding themselves and didn't show themselves. They were probably watching from afar. Bai Yutian is extremely strong. He's at the peak of the good fortune layer. Apart from the Zun-level geniuses, he's probably one of the strongest cultivators in the younger generation. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Bai Yutian finally moved. A tyrannical aura emanated from his body. Bai Yutian stepped forward and walked up. The 99 stone steps released an extremely oppressive energy which moved towards Bai Yutian, but it couldn't stop him. After a short time, Bai Yutian arrived at the place where he had been 10 years ago. It was the 8th step. An illusory silhouette appeared. It was the imprint that Bai Yutian had left on the steps 10 years ago. Now, it was staring at Bai Yutian. "I will make you appear at a higher position," said Bai Yutian. Bai Yutian murmured as he continued to climb upwards, reaching the 9th step. Bai Yutian was indeed powerful. He didn't show any signs of fatigue even after climbing the 9 stone steps. He continued to climb up and climbed up 5 more stone steps. Finally, he arrived at the 14th stone step. At this time, Bai Yutian felt an oppressive force enveloping his body. Even Bai Yutian couldn't help but frown slightly. He's in some trouble. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but he felt that although Bai Yutian had encountered some trouble, he should be able to overcome it with his ability. Boom! Bai Yutian's body emitted a powerful force. He wanted to use his own force to resist the huge pressure from the stone steps. Bai Yutian did it. He continued to climb up. This time, Bai Yutian climbed 3 stone steps in a row, and he reached the 17th stone step. At this moment, the pressure on Bai Yutian was getting stronger and stronger. It was very difficult to continue to climb up the stone steps by relying solely on the power of force. Maybe I can use my own Tao to resist the pressure of the stone steps. Lin Feng touched his chin. Because he had never climbed the stone steps, he could only guess that it was possible. Lin Feng didn't know whether it was possible or not. Bai Yutian's dantian surged with a tyrannical wave. Bai Yutian began to use his own Tao. There were not many cultivators who could comprehend their own Tao, but those who could comprehend their own Tao were definitely extremely powerful. It was very easy for them to challenge those who were stronger than them. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that Bai Yutian had comprehended his own Tao. After all, Bai Yutian was a top genius. Lin Feng didn't know what Bai Yutian's Tao was, but after Bai Yutian used his Tao, he once again overcame the pressure of the stone steps. Bai Yutian continued to climb up step by step. Finally, he reached the 27th stone step. This was almost Bai Yutian's limit. He tried to climb the 28th stone step, but failed. Cracking sounds came from Bai Yutian's body. His bones were about to break. Therefore, Bai Yutian didn't dare to continue and finally retreated. More than 10 geniuses of the monster race quickly flew over to congratulate Bai Yutian. Being able to climb the 28th stone step was already proof of Bai Yutian's talent. It was said that if one could climb the first stone step, they would have the potential to become an eternal powerhouse. If one could climb the 20th stone step or above, they would have the potential to become a powerhouse of the rebirth realm. If one could climb the 40th stone step or above, They would have the potential to become a true god if one could climb the 60th step or above. They would have the potential of S if one could climb the 80th step, of the great god of Ses if one could climb the 90th step, or great emperor of Tes of the great Fs of SAS for the prodigy's platform. It was rumored that there was an ethereal realm above the martial monarch realm. Those who managed to reach the prodigy's platform had the potential to reach that ethereal realm. However, ever since the opening of the Heaven's Favorite battleground, countless Heaven's Favorites had ascended the 99 stone steps, but no one had ever made it to the Heaven's Favorite arena. Of the was had. Very few people could climb the 40th stone step or above. From the 41st to the 60th stone step, only about 400 people had left their mark. Many of those names were well-known existences. They had cultivated to the rebirth realm and left the Tianwu continent for the 9 states continent on the other side of the ocean to seek an opportunity to become a true god. As for the 61st to the 80th stone step, there were less than 100 people. From the 81st to the 90th stone step, there were 50 people. From the 91st to the 99th stone step, there were 20 people. As for the 99th stone step, there was only Heavenly God Morong. The geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures were like grains of sand in the Milky Way. However, there were less than 600 people with the potential to become a true god above the 40th stone step. And that was only the potential to become a true god. Having the potential didn't mean you could become a true god. It was already quite good if there were a few true gods among these 600 people. Very quickly, more people tried to climb the stone steps, but it wasn't easy. Many people failed. Occasionally, someone managed to climb the stone steps, but they could only climb 3 or 4 steps at most. During this time, a dozen cultivators were mercilessly killed by the 99th stone step. Their blood flowed on the stone steps, which quickly absorbed it. These stone steps can absorb cultivators' flesh and blood essence? How strange. Many people were horrified. Lin Feng started walking towards the flight of stairs. He also wanted to see how many stairs he could climb. Someone else is going up. Who's that kid? Does anyone know him? I don't. The 3,000 prefectures are too big. How can everyone know each other? Many people looked at Lin Feng with interest. They wanted to see Lin Feng climb the stone steps. Isn't that Lin Feng? Does he want to climb the stone steps too? Lin Feng's strength isn't bad. Maybe he can reach the first step. Didn't he say he was a disciple of an ancient power? How strong can an ancient power be? His cultivation level isn't low, but in the world of cultivators, how many people rely on medicinal pills or natural treasures to increase their cultivation level? There are too many cultivators who only have a high cultivation level and no real strength. And Xia's friends looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. They immediately started discussing him. They had been with Lin Feng for 3 days, and Xia had asked Lin Feng about his background. Lin Feng hadn't concealed anything. He had told them that he was a disciple of an ancient power in Wasteland. Wasteland was just one of the 72 prefectures in the north. The Tianwu continent's most impoverished prefectures were the 72 prefectures. People in the outside world didn't know much about the powers in Wasteland. They all thought that the 72 prefectures were barbarians. Even an ancient power like the Immortal Temple wasn't recognized by the top powers in the other prefectures. Perhaps the Immortal Temple and the Godly Temple were the only 2 powers in the whole 72 prefectures that people from other prefectures knew about. Most people had never heard of the other powers. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Lin Feng was being looked down upon. When Lin Feng arrived in front of the 99th flight of stairs, he sensed some oppressive energy surround him. The 99th flight of stairs had its own special cosmic energies. Lin Feng raised his left foot and stepped on the first step. Can this person reach the first step? Many people were curious. Lin Feng also stepped on the first step with his right foot. Many people were surprised that he had successfully reached the first step. They were very surprised that such an unknown cultivator could easily reach the first step of the stone steps. Even the strong cultivators from the Yao clan, demonic path, evil path, barbarian race, and many other ancient factions were looking at the 99 stone steps. Anyone who could climb the stone steps was worthy of the attention of others. He's quite young, but he managed to climb the first step. He's not simple, said a young cultivator from the demonic path. Guan Guan narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked over. Why is this person giving me a strange feeling? She frowned, deep in thought. While the crowd was still amazed by the fact that a nobody like Lin Feng had managed to climb the first step, Lin Feng continued walking and arrived at the second flight of stairs. It's too easy. There's no pressure at all. Everyone was astonished. Lin Feng seemed to be climbing the stone steps more effortlessly than Bai Yutian. It was unbelievable. How is that possible? And Xia's companions couldn't believe their eyes. They hadn't thought much of Lin Feng, a disciple from a small faction. That was why they hadn't tried to befriend Lin Feng. Now, they realized that they had made a huge mistake. They didn't even dare to say that they could climb the first step, let alone the second. But Lin Feng had easily climbed the second step. That was enough to show how talented Lin Feng was. Now, the people around in Xia were even wondering if Lin Feng had casually given them a fake identity. Many people were annoyed because they had missed an opportunity to befriend a top genius. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Brother Lin is indeed extraordinary. I could tell that he wasn't simple from his speech and actions. Now, it's proven. And Xia took a deep breath. The pressure isn't that great. Lin Feng frowned. To him, the pressure of the second step wasn't that great. Lin Feng was too strong. He stepped forward. Third step, fourth step, fifth step, sixth step, 10th step, 20th step, everyone was dumbfounded, including the top geniuses. They had never seen anyone climb the 99 stone steps like this. It was as if there was no pressure at all. Who is this person? Isn't this a little too strong? Many people were moved. They wanted to know Lin Feng's identity. However, no one recognized Lin Feng. And Xia's group didn't say much. They knew that if Lin Feng didn't want to reveal his identity, then wouldn't they be offending Lin Feng? Lin Feng only felt the pressure when he reached the 30th step. It was as if an ancient mountain was crashing down from the sky. That person has finally stopped. Yi Futian murmured. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng still did not stop, it would really make them almost start doubting life. Bai Yutian smiled bitterly. This person is too terrifying. I don't think there's anyone like him among the sovereign geniuses. Judging from his age, he should be someone who has just risen to prominence. One of the demon race prodigies said. The others nodded. Amazing, really amazing. He can reach the 30th step without panting. I'm afraid he already has the strength of a sovereign genius. The 3,000 provinces are really full of geniuses, said Guan Guan. Exclaimed Guan Guan. She was looking at Lin Feng with a strange expression in her eyes. Isn't that Lin Feng? A barbarian expert muttered. There were several barbarian factions. One of them was located in the 72 provinces in the north. It controlled Manyu, and the godly temple of the barbarians was a barbarian faction. The barbarian expert who had just spoken was Wu Zhe. He was a top genius of the godly temple of the barbarians. The barbarian cultivators around him were all geniuses from other barbarian factions. The other barbarian factions were even stronger than the godly temple of the barbarians. Said the barbarian woman in an alluring skirt. Lin Feng? The one you mentioned before? The new genius from the 72 provinces, Lin Feng? Wu Zhe nodded. That's right, it's him, said the strange barbarian girl. I heard about this Lin Feng when I was in Shang Prefecture. I thought that he was just a rumor, but now it seems like that's not the case. Said Wu Zhe confidently. Rumors may not be true, but Lin Feng is really strong. His cultivation level is unfathomable. The others nodded and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stopped at the 30th step for a few seconds and then continued walking towards the 31st step. Rumble, when Lin Feng stepped onto the 31st step, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Many people felt as if the ground was shaking. Lin Feng looked like he was carrying a gigantic mountain on his back. He slowed down a lot. It seems that the difficulty of the 30th step has increased a lot, said someone. Said Lin Feng. Every time you cross 10 stone steps, the difficulty level will greatly increase, someone else said. The pressure from the 31st step was even more terrifying. However, it couldn't stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng rested for a moment before continuing to climb the 32nd step. That step didn't pose a problem for Lin Feng. He reached the 32nd step. Lin Feng continued to climb. The 33rd step. The 34th step. The 35th step. The 38th step. Many people's mouths twitched violently. If he could reach the 41st step, he would have the potential to become a god. Could it be that he was really going to reach the 41st step? Even among the supreme skybrides, those who could reach the 41st step were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. The 39th step. The 40th step. He's really going to reach the 41st step. Many people cried out in surprise. They couldn't describe how shocked they were. What a powerful man. Guanguan's eyes became brighter and brighter. She stuck out her tongue and licked her alluring lips. Lin Feng took a deep breath and began to climb the 41st step. Lin Feng had the impression that an invisible strength was trying to destroy his physical body. His body can become a god, shouted Lin Feng coldly. He then started walking forwards. Boom, Lin Feng overcame the pressure and stepped onto the 41st step. He did it. Oh my god, he has the talent to become a god. Many people shouted in astonishment. If he had the talent to become a god, he could become a god in the future. This was an existence that countless people had to look up to. Suddenly, someone said in a trembling voice, he reached the 41st step without using any magic. He just relied on his body. The forest, which had been filled with excitement, suddenly became silent. Previously, everyone had been deeply shocked by Lin Feng reaching the 40th step. Basically, no one had noticed that Lin Feng hadn't used any magic. But now, when they carefully sensed the undulations coming from Lin Feng's body, they all turned pale with fright. They hadn't sensed any undulations of magic from Lin Feng's body. This meant that Lin Feng really hadn't used any magic. Is he still human? He reached the 41st step with just his body. Many people felt like they were going crazy. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. He's really brave. Guanguan's beautiful eyes were fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Her eyes were shining brighter and brighter. Guanguan wasn't the only one. The barbarian girl was also looking at Lin Feng in a dazzling light. His body can become a god. Isn't he too heaven-defying? The cute barbarian girl, whose body was adorned with all kinds of small ornaments, opened her pink lips in surprise. Many young geniuses were astonished. Lin Feng could become a god with his physical body, which meant that in the future, he would be able to kill gods with his physical body. It sounded inconceivable, but it wasn't impossible. For example, the true dragon clan, which was the most powerful of the dragon clan, could kill gods with their physical bodies alone. Another example was the ancient dragonesque elephant. They could kill gods with their bodies. However, it was difficult for human cultivators to kill gods with their bodies. That was because human cultivators didn't have an advantage in their bodies, but in their comprehension ability. Human cultivators didn't have a strong body, but their comprehension ability was great. They could comprehend many profound techniques, such as formations, alchemy, tool refining, and so on. The other races couldn't compare to them. But Lin Feng didn't just have a strong comprehension ability, his body was also tyrannical. That was terrifying. The ancient dragonesque elephant incantation is really powerful. My body can surpass gods and demons of the same level. In theory, I should be able to reach the 41st step with my body alone. Now, I've reached the 41st step. Lin Feng took a deep breath. However, after reaching the 41st step, Lin Feng had no choice but to circulate his magic power to resist the great pressure. The pressure of the 41st step was incomparable to that of the 41st step. Lin Feng's body could reach the 41st step. When he circulated his magic power, Lin Feng felt the pressure disappear. He could reach the 41st step with his body alone. When he circulated his magic power, the pressure of the 41st step couldn't hurt Lin Feng. I wonder how many steps he can reach. Many people looked at Lin Feng and tried to guess where Lin Feng's limit was. Many people thought that Lin Feng could reach the 90th step. 10 years ago, Huangfu Qingtian had once climbed above the 90th step and finally stopped at the 93rd step. At that time, it caused a huge uproar and shocked countless people. After Huangfuqing Tian reached the 93rd step, some geniuses who wanted to reach the 99th step decided to give up. They were worried that they wouldn't be able to reach the 93rd step. It would be a great blow to their confidence. It was precisely because Huangfuqing Tian had ascended the 93rd stone step that he had established his reputation as a supreme being genius. Lin Feng continued walking forwards. The 42nd step. The 43rd step. The 44th step, the 50th step, the 51st step, Lin Feng when he reached the 51st step. He's. Moreover, he's only using his dermic powers. He hasn't used many powerful techniques yet. That's right, this is too shocking, said Lin Feng. The cultivators in the forest exclaimed. Until now, many people still felt as if they were in a dream. If I just circulate my magic power, I won't be able to go any further. I have to use some other methods. He has to use some other methods, said a devil cultivator. Guan Guan narrowed her eyes and said, this guy's methods are shocking. The others nodded. Which Guan Guan wasn't just beautiful, she was also one of the most powerful individuals of the demonic path's younger generation. Her vision was extremely unique, and she rarely misjudged others. Everyone stared at Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng continued. He condensed the heaven-punishing battle intent. This force contained a will that refused to obey the will of the world. It was most suitable for resisting the pressure of the 99th step. Lin Feng quickly reached the 60th step. When he reached the 60th step, Lin Feng felt the pressure increase. He condensed a second force, the white tiger murderous intent. Lin Feng resisted all the pressure and reached the 61st step. Everyone in the forest was dumbstruck. They felt that Lin Feng hadn't encountered too many obstacles and had already reached the 61st step. Illusory shadows began to appear around him. These were the imprints left behind by the cultivators who had reached this step in the past. For example, there was a female cultivator called Gao Qingyu. Lin Feng had heard of her before. She was from 23,000 years ago. She had cultivated for 60 years and reached the rebirth realm. Then, she had left the continent of the 9 continents. Another example was a male cultivator called Wang Gang. He was 19,000 years old and had cultivated for 127 years to break through to the rebirth realm. After that, he had stayed in the continent of the 9 continents for another 1,000 years before leaving. Which one of the cultivators who could leave their name on the 60th step wasn't an earth-shattering existence? Lin Feng continued. The 62nd step, the 63rd step, the 70th step, the 75th step. When Lin Feng reached the 75th step, he had no choice but to use his third force to resist the powerful pressure from the steps. After using his third force, the pressure on Lin Feng's body decreased by a lot. The 76th step, the 77th step, the 80th step, he's about to reach the 81st step. Once he does, he will have the potential to become a giant god. Will he be stopped? Many people's voices trembled as they spoke. The 81st step wasn't able to stop Lin Feng. He successfully reached the 81st step. Next, Lin Feng continued. The 82nd step, the 83rd step, the 88th step. When Lin Feng arrived at the 88th step, he had already reached the limit of his 3 layers of force. He lifted his leg, wanting to reach the 89th step. Pooh, Lin Feng's body was torn apart. Blood immediately spurted out. He's reached his limit. Many people sucked in a deep breath. He has no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he'll be killed, said one of the geniuses. However, Lin Feng didn't retreat. He continued. Pooh. Pooh, more and more wounds appeared on Lin Feng's body. It was very difficult for him to reach the 89th step. Does he want to die? Seeing that Lin Feng hadn't given up, many people shook their heads. Many people thought that if Lin Feng continued like that, he would eventually die. Lin Feng's physical body had been severely injured. The 99 stone steps were indeed terrifying, and Lin Feng had suffered a heavy blow. This was also why no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. With his physical body injured, it would be too difficult for him to resist the pressure of the 99 stone steps. Immortal divine blood! Shouted Lin Feng. The immortal divine blood in his body began to circulate. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had advanced greatly, the immortal divine blood in his body had recovered to 26%. Now that Lin Feng had recovered his immortal divine blood, his injured body was quickly recovering. His body is recovering at a visible speed. Isn't that too inconceivable? Many people cried out in surprise. They were all extremely shocked. What kind of constitution was this? How could it allow his body to recover so quickly? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that someone could have such a heaven-defying constitution. Bloodline, he's awakened his bloodline power, said a cultivator after taking a deep breath. He's a possessor of a special bloodline. What kind of bloodline does he have? Asked someone. There are hundreds of bloodlines in the world that can heal injuries, but I've only heard of one bloodline that can heal injuries so quickly. Someone cried out, could it be one of the 10 great forbidden bloodlines, the immortal divine body? That's right, it's this constitution. That cultivator nodded. Many people couldn't help but gasp. He had countless physical bodies, astonishing innate talent, and an immortal divine body. This was too heaven-defying. Immortal divine body. This person is really strong, said the witch, Guan Guan, as she stared at Lin Feng. She was obviously very interested in Lin Feng. She wasn't the only one who was interested in Guan Guan. The beautiful barbarian woman with long legs was also looking at Lin Feng with a strange light in her eyes. Many female cultivators in the forest were discussing Lin Feng in private, asking about Lin Feng. A man like Lin Feng could make their hearts pound. It was difficult for them to control their emotions. The immortal god blood healed Lin Feng's injuries, and he stepped on to the 89th step. Many people exclaimed because Lin Feng's bloodline was too powerful. Unless the stone steps instantly killed Lin Feng could heal his injured body. Lin Feng continued to move upwards. Soon, Lin Feng stepped onto the 90th stone step. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. Because if Lin Feng was able to step onto the next stone step, then, that would be the 91st step. If he could step onto the 91st step. In that case, Lin Feng had the potential to become a great emperor. The great emperor was the ruler of all worlds. The existence that looked askance at the myriad worlds. Even in the undying realm, he was a big shot. Therefore, even the spectating cultivators felt their hearts beating violently. Because perhaps they would witness a legend. Of course. It was also possible to witness the fall of a prodigy. Many top prodigies wanted to climb to the 91st stone step, but in the end, they died. There was more than one such example. Therefore, the surrounding cultivators also wanted to know. Was Lin Feng able to climb to the 91st stone step and had the potential to become a great emperor, or did he die under the pressure of the 91st stone step? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art inside his body. The power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant flowed crazily. Crack, crack, crackle, crackle. Suddenly, a series of strange sounds came from Lin Feng's body. Immediately after, his body began to swell. Lin Feng's body instantly grew in size, and the muscles all over his body grew crazily. He's accumulating power. Many people looked at Lin Feng, who was on the 90th stone step, in shock. Everyone felt a terrifying power from Lin Feng's body, brewing and becoming stronger and stronger. That power seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth in an instant. When the power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant merged with one's flesh and soul, it could greatly increase one's strength. This was an ability that Lin Feng had comprehended after cultivating the immemorial dragonesque elephant skill to the perfect mastery realm. Today, this was the first time he had used this ability. Lin Feng's height soared to nearly 3 meters, and his body was as thick as a dragon's. Lin Feng sensed a strength he had never sensed before. He had the impression he could crush the empty space with one punch. Ha! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He then jumped forwards. Boom! The terrifying pressure blasted towards Lin Feng, but it was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Then, Lin Feng stepped onto the 91st stone step. He succeeded. Many people exclaimed, their hearts trembling. They had witnessed a young cultivator reach the 91st stone step and have the potential to become a great emperor. Lin Feng did not stop because he could not stay in this state for long. Lin Feng continued to walk up the stone steps. The 92nd stone step. The 93rd stone step. There was a phantom on the 93rd stone step. It was Huangfu Qingtian. It was Huangfu Qingtian's brand. Now, the brand was staring at Lin Feng. Huangfu Qingtian, you're destined to be trampled under my feet. Lin Feng looked indifferent and threw a punch at him. Boom, Huangfu Qingtian's phantom was crushed by Lin Feng. Many people were astonished. They didn't understand why Lin Feng had destroyed Huangfu Qingtian's brand. Did he have a grudge against Huangfu Qingtian? Lin Feng didn't stop and continued walking. Eventually, he reached the 97th stone step and stopped. He actually reached the 97th step. Is he going to reach the 99th step like Murong Tianshan? Many people swallowed their saliva. Murong Tianshan was standing at the top, looking down at the masses. At the end of the path, he was the peak, looking down at all the other mountains. If Lin Feng reached the 99th step, Murong Tianshan wouldn't be the only supreme cultivator anymore. He would share the title of supreme cultivator with Lin Feng. On the 97th step, Lin Feng's physical body returned to normal. He could only use the strength of the ancient dragonesque elephant and his body to fuse together for 3 minutes. Time was up. My Tao is indomitable. My Tao is invincible. Lin Feng didn't stop and started using his Tao. Boom, Lin Feng reached the 98th step. Then, he started walking towards the 99th step. How dare you? Suddenly, Murong Tianshan's brand on the 99th step shouted coldly. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Murong Tianshan, you think you can stop me? Lin Feng smiled coldly and punched Murong Tianshan's imprint away. Then, he reached the 99th step. I want to reach the Tianjiao arena and look down on the world, shouted Lin Feng. He continued walking towards the Tianjiao arena. It wasn't easy. No one had ever reached the top of the Tianjiao arena. A terrifying power that seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth bombarded Lin Feng's body. It wanted to kill Lin Feng. I am the supreme cultivator. I am the supreme cultivator. I am the supreme cultivator. Lin Feng punched 9 times in a row and destroyed that terrifying power. Then, he used the 9 steps of death and took 9 steps in a row. He overcame all the obstacles and successfully reached the Tianjiao arena. He did it. Countless people looked at the handsome young man standing on the Tianjiao arena in astonishment. Many people were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Dong, at that moment, the sound of a law bell rang in the sky. 9 consecutive sounds echoed throughout the Tianjiao arena. It was the resonance of the Great Tao. Lin Feng had reached the Tianjiao arena and resonated with the Great Tao. The Tianjiao mountain is resonating with the Great Tao. Something shocking must have happened. In the Tianjiao arena, countless cultivators looked in the direction of the Tianjiao mountain. They were all astonished. Many strong cultivators outside the Tianjiao arena, including the rebirth level cultivators, also heard the resonance of the Great Tao. The resonance of the Great Tao is coming from the Tianjiao mountain. What's going on? The rebirth level cultivators outside couldn't sit still anymore. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked in the direction of the Tianjiao mountain. Lin Feng stood on the Heaven's Pride stage, and below him was the once high and mighty Murong God. You're still going to be stepped on by me in the end. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he coldly looked at Murong God on the 99th step. Without saying anything, he stepped on him. He's really audacious, he actually dares to step on Murong God. Many people's expressions changed. They had never thought that Lin Feng would dare to do this. This was a provocation and blasphemy to Murong God. If Murong Tianshan were to find out about this, it would definitely incur his wrath. This guy really has a personality. Murong God's imprint stopped him from going up, but now that he's on the Heaven's Pride stage, he immediately stepped on Murong God's imprint and counterattacked. I like this kind of personality. Demoness Guan licked her red lips and stared at Lin Feng. She was getting more and more interested. The geniuses of the devil path couldn't help but feel jealous. They naturally had some ideas about Guan, but now that they saw Guan being so interested in Lin Feng, they felt that their chances were getting slimmer and slimmer. Morong God's imprint raised its head. This imprint was very terrifying, and it contained Morong God's imprint. It coldly glanced at Lin Feng, full of killing intent. "Don't be unconvinced that I'm stepping on you. You asked for it." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he didn't show any fear. Morong God was stopping him from going up. This was disturbing his cultivation. In the world of cultivators, the most taboo thing was to disturb others' cultivation. This was a hatred that countless cultivators would never rest until one of them was dead. Lin Feng naturally didn't need to be polite to Morong God. If he was given time, Morong God would be nothing. He would still be stepped on, just like how he was stepping on Morong God's imprint. At that moment, divine light shone in the sky and a majestic voice suddenly resounded. "You've broken the rules and stepped onto the Heaven's Pride stage. Reward." After that voice, boundless origin energy poured into Lin Feng's body. In an instant, Lin Feng's cultivation rose rapidly from the beginner stage of the 8th heaven of the creation realm. The middle stage of the 8th level of the creation realm. 8th heaven advanced stage of the creation realm. Peak of the 8th heaven of the creation realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 9th level of the creation realm. This saved Lin Feng at least a year of hard work. This made Lin Feng very happy, but what made Lin Feng even happier was yet to come. A picture flew down from the void. Dao diagram. Many people cried out in surprise. Immediately after, his eyes revealed a scorching gaze. Dao diagrams were condensed from the Great Dao. Lin Feng stepped onto the prodigy platform and resonated with the Great Dao. Now, the Great Dao had condensed into a Dao diagram as a reward. The Great Dao source reward from before had helped Lin Feng's cultivation to break through 3 minor levels in a row. This was already extremely precious. But compared to the map, it was not worth mentioning. That was because there were often shocking secrets hidden in Dao diagrams. If one was lucky, they could even obtain a heaven-defying inheritance. The Dao diagram was imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng carefully sensed the contents recorded in the Dao diagram, and his body suddenly trembled. Great Calamity Technique. The Great Calamity Technique was actually recorded in the Dao diagram. This Great Calamity Technique was not simple. Among the 3,000 Great Dao, the top 10 Great Dao were the Great Destiny Technique, Great Destiny Technique, Great Karma Technique, Great Reincarnation Technique, Great Creation Technique, Great Yin-Yang Technique, Great Eternity Technique, Great Longevity Technique, Great Calamity Technique, and Great Devouring Technique. The Great Calamity Technique was ranked 9th among the 3,000 Great Dao. The 10 Great Daos ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 Great Daos could be called Great Daos. Its power was unimaginable. For example, the Great Reincarnation Technique was said to be able to reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation and control the life and death of countless living beings. For example, if one mastered the Great Longevity Technique, they would be immortal and free in the world. As for the Great Calamity Technique, it could be ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 Great Dao. A cultivator's cultivation was actually a process of defying the heavens. Defying the heavens and seizing life from the heavens was not allowed by the heavenly Dao, so heavenly tribulations would often descend and destroy cultivators. Heavenly tribulations were disasters for cultivators. If one mastered the Great Calamity Technique, they would be able to deal with heavenly tribulations with ease. Of course, the Great Calamity Technique was not only used to deal with heavenly tribulations. For example, space-time storms were also the power of disasters. If one mastered the Great Calamity Technique, they would be able to control space-time storms and so on. The Great Calamity Technique was an extremely heaven-defying ability. Swoosh! At that moment, a ray of divine light swept over from the void and wrapped around Lin Feng. In the next instant, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Clearly, the power of laws contained in the prodigy arena had teleported Lin Feng to another place. Whoosh! Whoosh! One figure after another flew over from the distance. Someone actually got onto the prodigy arena. He trampled heavenly god Morong under his foot. How domineering! He actually dares to do something like that? If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become a heaven-defying figure in the future. Look, the prodigy arena has branded his name. He's called Lin Feng. Who's Lin Feng? I don't know. I've never heard of that name. Many people were astonished and started discussing spiritedly. Unfortunately, in order to protect the young geniuses battle stage only shows their names and faces. I wonder if Lin Feng is a heroic and extraordinary cultivator. If so, it'd be perfect. What's important about a man is his ability, not his appearance. If he's both heaven-defying and handsome, that'd be the best. A group of female cultivators was talking about Lin Feng. Obviously, the female cultivators were different from the male cultivators. Women were emotional, so they valued both talent and appearance. Huangfu Qingtian is here. Huangfu Qingtian, who could be ranked in the top 10 among the supreme geniuses, was venting his anger. He had managed to climb to the 93rd step. Many geniuses of the same age as him didn't dare climb to the 99th step because they were afraid they would fail. Huangfu Qingtian's status in the younger generation was extraordinary. He looked like a great emperor. Even though he looked calm, he clenched his fists. Back then, he despised Lin Feng, but now he was in danger. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling like stars. He looked down on Lin Feng and clenched his fists. Di Xingtian is here too. In the other direction, the sky was also shaking. Di Xingtian's arrival caused an even bigger commotion. Di Xingtian was a Zun cultivator of the Celestial Shrine. Morong Tianshan was Di Xingtian's uncle. And now, Lin Feng was trampling on Morong Tianshan. He was provoking Morong Tianshan and the Celestial Shrine. Lin Feng, very good. I shouldn't have allowed you to live for so long. Since you're here, I'll kill you, said Di Xingtian icily. Said Di Xingtian coldly. Lin Feng had killed one of his clones, so they were already enemies. Di Xingtian was holding his halberd, and rose up in the air. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. In the outside world, many influential groups sent people to the Tianjiao battle arena to ask what was going on. Soon, they heard the news. Someone had climbed onto the Tianjiao battle arena and stepped on Morong Tianshan. He had also received the origin of the Great Path and a Dao diagram as a reward. This caused a huge uproar. Some cultivators used crystal balls to record what was happening on the Tianjiao battle arena. Countless people were gathered there. Morong Tianshan was glaring at them from the top of the 99 steps. On the Tianjiao battle arena, a young cultivator was stepping on Morong Tianshan's head. He was provoking him. That's. Many people were astonished. First, because someone had climbed onto the Tianjiao battle arena. Second, because that person had dared to step on Morong Tianshan's head. It was unbelievable. After all, Morong Tianshan was the strongest cultivator under the gods. Who dared to provoke Morong Tianshan, but the cultivator who had climbed onto the Tianjiao battle arena dared to do that. It said that when he was about to reach the 99th step, he was stopped by Morong Tianshan. So, when he reached the Heaven's Proud arena, he immediately counterattacked and stepped on Morong Tianshan's head. The Heaven's Proud arena's laws imprinted this scene, and it will remain there forever. It'll stay there forever. Forever. Morong Tianshan will always be trampled on. How humiliating. He used to be the center of attention in the world, and now he's being trampled on by a young cultivator. But Morong Tianshan has only himself to blame. He's blocking other people's way of cultivation. That kind of hatred won't be resolved until one of them dies. Morong Tianshan is going to die, said a rebirth-level cultivator gloatingly. Many people looked at Heavenly God Morong, wanting to know what he was thinking at this moment. Heavenly God Morong was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed, as if he didn't care about what was happening in the outside world. He's really good at sitting. Many strong cultivators frowned and looked away in the end. In the depths of a mountain range, Lin Feng had set up a restrictive spell and created a cave. Then, he entered the cave to study the Great Disaster Technique, which was ranked 9th among the 3,000 Great Daos. If he could successfully cultivate the 3,000 Great Daos, his cultivation would definitely improve tremendously. This was because the 3,000 Great Daos were too powerful. Of course, it was not easy to comprehend the 3,000 Great Daos. It required a strong comprehension ability. Lin Feng took out the 9-colored illusory stone. His left hand and right hand each held a 9-colored illusory stone. Under the effect of the 9-colored illusory stone, Lin Feng quickly entered the state of epiphany. Once a cultivator entered a state of epiphany, they would be able to naturally overcome the difficulties they encountered in their cultivation. If not for this, epiphany would not be so important. Entering a state of epiphany during cultivation was the dream of every cultivator. Many people woke up after the epiphany, and their cultivation base naturally took its course to improve greatly. And now, Lin Feng was in a state of epiphany, constantly simulating the operation method of the Great Disaster spell. However, it had to be said that the art of Great Calamity was too difficult to cultivate. Even though he was in a state of epiphany, Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the mysteries within. The Tao diagram. Lin Feng had a new idea. He tried his best not to think about the cultivation method of the Great Calamity spell. Instead, he immersed his mind in the Tao diagram. Gradually, Lin Feng merged with the Tao diagram. The entire Tao diagram was condensed from dense runes. If these runes were broken down, they would be the cultivation method of the Great Calamity spell. But now, Lin Feng did not let the Tao diagram be broken down. Instead, he still connected them together as runes. This time, Lin Feng had a new harvest. These runes connected together to form a world of disasters. In this world of disasters, there were heavenly tribulations, space-time storms, floods, natural and man-made disasters, and so on. These were all disasters. Now that Lin Feng had merged into the world of disasters, he seemed to have become a kind of disaster. He did not know how much time had passed. In Lin Feng's Dantian, runes intertwined. These were the runes of the Great Calamity spell. These runes increased in number and gradually fused together. They turned into a divine ability array. Integrate the Tao diagram into the divine ability array. Lin Feng's spiritual will moved. Suddenly, the Tao diagram flew out and broke down into runes. One rune after another fused into the divine ability array formed by the Great Calamity spell. The divine ability array was becoming more and more perfect. The original divine ability array was only at the beginner level. Now, it had been upgraded to the small success level. After upgrading to the small success level, the divine ability array formed by the Great Calamity spell began to revolve around the sovereign's path. And in Lin Feng's body, waves of tyrannical fluctuations surged out. Boom, the magic power in his body erupted like a flood, instantly engulfing his entire body. I broke through the 9th level of the creation realm. Lin Feng stood up, a smile on his face. This time, he had obtained too many benefits from the prodigy arena. Not only had he obtained the heaven-defying Great Calamity spell, but he had also obtained the heaven-defying 3000 Great Tao. His cultivation had also broken through to the 9th level of the creation realm. And now, his name was probably known by countless people in the 3000 prefectures, right, night. A bonfire burned fiercely, and there was golden barbecue on top of the bonfire. The aroma was alluring. Swoosh! A streak of light flew over from the distance, and a woman in a black dress descended. She was tall and alluring, and her face was beautiful. Her eyes were like the eyes of a vixen, charming and alluring. You don't mind if I sit here, do you? The woman's voice was sweet, and it seemed to seep into one's bones. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course I don't mind. On a dark and windy night like this, meeting a beauty like you is an elegant thing." He 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 he. The alluring woman giggled and said, "Are you confessing to me, husband?" Lin Feng looked at the alluring woman with interest and said, "Could it be that the women of the demonic Tao are all as daring and charming as you?" Lin Feng had noticed this woman in the prodigy arena. She was an expert of the younger generation of the demonic Tao. There are very few women like me in the world. My name is Guan Guan. You have to remember me, said the demoness with a smile. She was very daring, and she looked at Lin Feng teasingly. She didn't hold back at all. Of course I won't forget a beautiful woman like you, said Lin Feng. Guan Guan said, I want you to imprint my appearance and my name in the depths of your soul, because I will definitely be your woman in the future. She stretched out her right hand and gently caressed Lin Feng's face. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a daring woman, and he was a bit overwhelmed. However, Lin Feng didn't want to appear too cowardly. He stretched out his right hand and hugged Guan Guan's alluring waist. said Guan Guan while giggling. She moved her legs and avoided Lin Feng's attack. She then asked, "What do you want to do to me? Didn't you say that you want to become my woman? It's not too much for me to do anything to my own woman, right?" Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan with a smile that wasn't a smile. "You'll have to wait until you marry me before you can do whatever you want. Before that, don't even think about it." Guan Guan snorted. Lin Feng said, "It's very normal for something to happen before marriage that goes beyond friendship, okay?" Guan Guan smiled and said, "I'm not a casual woman." Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan carefully and said, "You're not human when you're casual, are you?" You're asking for a beating," said Guan Guan while biting her lips. She was ferociously staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was quite unique. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Since we know each other, tell me why you're here. Don't try to brush me off by saying that you want to become my woman. I won't believe you." Guan Guan looked at Lin Feng with her charming eyes and said, "Of course I sincerely want to become your woman." Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan. Guan Guan also looked at him, her eyes sincere and bold. Seeing those charming eyes that were filled with sincerity, Lin Feng actually believed Guan Guan's words. "Why?" Lin Feng asked. "Because, when a person lives alone for too long, they'll feel lonely and lonely. However, it's very difficult for a person who has been single for too long to find a suitable person. When I saw you, I knew that you were the man that I had to manage." Guan Guan was very straightforward. This was her personality, and she didn't hide her feelings. She was a passionate and unrestrained demonic path saintess. Such a character was lovable, hateful, admirable, and admirable. Lin Feng sighed and said, "It's not necessarily a good thing for a man to be too outstanding. There will always be too many women throwing themselves at him. Other women are just vases. How can they compare to me? Do you believe that I can beat the crap out of you right now?" Guan Guan waved her pink fist and said, "Demoness Guan Guan, your name resounds like thunder in my ears. You are one of the strongest cultivators amongst the younger generation of demonic cultivators. I would like to test your cultivation base." Lin Feng leaped out and stretched out his right hand to grab Guan Guan. Guan Guan did not dodge. She smiled and said, "Your physical body is unparalleled. I want to see if I can break it." She leaned forward. Lin Feng was about to grab her. Suddenly, Guan Guan split into two, and Lin Feng's attack missed. The Guan Guan on the left pointed a finger at Lin Feng, while the Guan Guan on the right sent a palm strike at him. Two supervisors? Their auras are identical? Lin Feng was shocked. Guan Guan's divine ability was very powerful, and it could deceive anyone. Even with Lin Feng's powerful senses, he could not tell which one was the real one. Lin Feng blocked Guan Guan's attack with both hands. Bang! Suddenly, he felt as if he had been hit by two yuan cauldron bells flying through the air, and he was sent flying. The two supervisors leaped up and flew towards Lin Feng, one on the left and one on the right. They attacked Lin Feng again. Guan Guan's ability to split into two was very powerful, and it caused Lin Feng a lot of trouble. However, Lin Feng had a way to deal with it. He summoned a magnetic field and trapped Guan Guan within it. Under the powerful restrictive effects of the magnetic field, Guan Guan's movements were restricted, and she could barely move. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Let's see how you resist now." He swung his fist at Guan Guan. At that moment, the two supervisors merged into one. When the two merged into one, Guan Guan was able to move again, and she dodged Lin Feng's attack. She quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng and smiled coquettishly. "It seems like I'm going to beat you up." Guan Guan's fist was aimed at Lin Feng's chin. "You're really willing to make a move." Lin Feng retreated and dodged Guan Guan's attack, but Guan Guan disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt a cold intense sweep over him from behind. He was shocked, and he quickly leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding Guan Guan's punch. Guan Guan wanted to pull back her fist, but Lin Feng did not give her the chance. He used the Immemorial star plucking hand and grabbed Guan Guan's wrist. Great binding technique. Unexpectedly, Guan Guan's body became extremely soft. Her slender and straight legs clamped Lin Feng's legs, and her left hand strangled Lin Feng's neck, making it difficult for Lin Feng to move. The two of them fell to the ground. What a great binding technique. You actually managed to bind me. Lin Feng felt that it was difficult for him to circulate his magic power, and he could not help but mutter. Guan Guan's methods were indeed astonishing. In the battle, Lin Feng had temporarily suffered a small loss. Do you know how powerful I am now? Guan Guan said with a little pride. You're powerful, but it wasn't wise for you to choose to fight me in close combat. Even if I can't circulate my magic power, my body is still strong enough. Lin Feng smiled and turned his body to face Guan Guan. He looked at Guan Guan's delicate face and alluring pink lips. He quickly sucked on Guan Guan's pink lips. It really had a different taste. Rogue. Guan Guan's face immediately turned pink. She pushed Lin Feng a few meters away and quickly got up from the ground. She wiped her pink lips with her hand. Could it be that was your first time? Lin Feng smiled and looked at Guan Guan. Guan Guan gritted her teeth and said, You're shameless. You were the one who said you wanted to become my woman. It's not against the law for me to kiss my own woman, right? It's a matter of course. Lin Feng shrugged. I don't want to talk to you. Guan Guan snorted angrily. Lin Feng saw that Guan Guan was angry and felt that he had gone a little too far. He felt a little apologetic and said, I was wrong. As long as you're not angry, I'll agree to anything. You said it. Then I'll owe you. Guan Guan snorted. This woman was sometimes charming, sometimes shy, sometimes bold, sometimes seductive, and sometimes pure. She was really the best of the best. Lin Feng said, Then I'll remember it first. After fighting for so long, I should be hungry. Let's eat something. Guan Guan nodded and sat in front of the bonfire with Lin Feng to share the barbecue meat. I didn't know that your barbecue skills were pretty good. After taking a bite, Guan Guan looked like she was enjoying herself and couldn't help but praise. Of course. If you want to capture a woman's heart, you have to capture her stomach first. Lin Feng said with a smile. Humph, I don't know how many girls you've fooled with your flowery words. Guan Guan snorted twice. The two of them ate while chatting. Guan Guan seemed to be able to eat even more than Lin Feng. She had digested more than half of the barbecue meat, causing Lin Feng to be dumbfounded. At this time, many cultivators flew past in the distance. These people glanced at Lin Feng and Guan Guan, but didn't stop. They sped up and flew deeper into the forest. Soon, more cultivators flew past. After 4 or 5 groups of cultivators flew past, Lin Feng and Guan Guan both frowned. They felt that something wasn't right. Something must have happened. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators flying in the same direction. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng said. Guan Guan nodded and flew with Lin Feng. Soon, they saw a group of cultivators surrounding a cultivator with a special appearance. That cultivator's hair was light gold, and his skin was much fairer than ordinary people's. His eyes were deep and blue like the Mediterranean Sea. That person looked strange. Why are there so many people surrounding him? Lin Feng was puzzled. Guan Guan said, He's an outsider. Lin Feng was shocked. Before entering the battlefield, he had already heard about the outsider race. Now that he had finally seen them, he realized that they did look different from the people of the Tianwu continent. Asked Lin Feng. Those people from the outside world call them demons. Where do they come from? It was widely known that the outsiders were demons, but Lin Feng was a more rational person. He naturally doubted that. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. The outsiders followed the Tianwu continent into the Tianwu continent during the Tianma upheaval. To be precise, their planet was occupied by the Tianma upheaval, and they became their slaves. The Tianma upheaval enslaved them and formed an army. That's why the outsiders also participated in the war. However, they turned against the Tianma upheaval and fought against the Tianma upheaval with the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. In the end, they defeated the Tianma upheaval, but their spaceship was destroyed, so they could only stay in the Tianwu continent. As for why they are in the battlefield, no one knows. Guan Guan said. According to what you said, since the outsiders joined forces with the cultivators of the Tianwu continent to fight against the Tianma upheaval, they should coexist peacefully with the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. Why? After saying that, Lin Feng stopped talking. He had thought of the reason. Guan Guan sneered and said, the human heart is often scarier than demons. Lin Feng did not refute Guan Guan because he agreed with Guan Guan's words. The outsiders had celestial crystals and celestial stones in their bodies. Naturally, they were a thorn in the side of many people. Demon from beyond, surrender. Increase the power of your attacks and tear the demon from beyond into pieces. Many cultivators shouted as they used all their strength to activate their powerful divine arts or unleash their dharma treasures to besiege the heavenly alien race. Even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me. The Tianwei cultivator roared. His body was already drenched in blood. Clearly, he couldn't hold on for much longer. He charged towards a group of cultivators and self-detonated. Bam, along with the sound of explosions, the destructive energy engulfed many cultivators. At least 40 to 50 people died tragically. However, there were still 300 to 400 people scattered around. After the death of the alien, the heaven crystal and heaven stone in his body weren't destroyed. Many cultivators crazily rushed towards the heaven crystal and heaven stone. This is mine. Who dares to steal it from me? I'll kill him. Many people were shouting and threatening others, but it was useless. Hundreds of cultivators were fighting each other and cultivators were constantly being killed. Benefits have blinded my eyes. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The Tianwei cultivators were labeled as demons. It was obvious that many large factions wanted to obtain the heaven crystal and heaven stone in their bodies, so they had forcefully added this crime onto them. Looking at the cultivators fighting each other in front of him, it was clear that greed was a terrible sin. They had been allies at first, but in the blink of an eye, they had become mortal enemies. Lin Feng and Guan Guan left. Seeing that Lin Feng's mood was somewhat low, Guan Guan said, "It seems like you've been moved by compassion." "I'm just a little emotional. Many people have completely lost their nature for benefits," Lin Feng said. He couldn't forget the tragic death of the Tianwei cultivator. The lifespan of the Tianwei cultivators is very long. It's said that their lifespan is 100 times that of the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. The Tianwei cultivator we saw just now was alone, so he was killed. If we had encountered a group of Tianwei cultivators, it's hard to say who would have been killed. Guan Guan sneered coldly. In the next few days, more and more cultivators gathered because this area was frequented by the Tianwei cultivators. Many people wanted to kill the Tianwei cultivators and obtain the heaven crystal and heaven stone in their bodies. The Tianwei cultivators fought back vigorously and killed many cultivators. The conflict between the two sides became more and more serious. Even many top geniuses came one after another. Huangfu Qing Tian, the masked cultivator, Gong Sun Wuxiu, Ning Li Tao, Ying Zhantian, and other top geniuses came one after another. The top geniuses of the demon race also came, such as Xiaoxia Long of the three-headed cobra race and Shuezong Xian of the heaven-devouring demonic toad race. These two had ambushed Lin Feng before but failed. Afterward, they didn't return to the great Peking race and secretly left. The Devil Dao also had experts. The four great demons of the Devil Dao, Young Master Gongzi Yu, Young Master Tsong, Young Master Yun, and Young Master Shui, came one after another. A mysterious cultivator from the Devil Dao came. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly due to the lingering mist, but this person was definitely an abnormally terrifying existence. It was obvious that all the major powers had their eyes on the Tianwei cultivators. They called this hunting and didn't treat the Tianwei cultivators as humans but as prey. With the addition of these top experts, the Tianwei cultivators suffered heavy losses and were constantly killed. There's a commander from the alien race. He was attacked by more than 10 top geniuses and is now seriously injured. Everyone, quickly go and find him. His celestial stones and celestial crystals aren't something ordinary alien races' celestial stones and celestial stones can compare to. Many cultivators were searching for the commander's whereabouts. Lin Feng and Guan Guan saw a great battle. Hundreds of cultivators surrounded more than 10 Tianwei cultivators. The leader was a middle-aged cultivator and his left chest was pierced. He was severely injured. This should be the commander, Lin Feng said. Guan Guan nodded. These people had extraordinary means and broke out of the encirclement. In the next 3 days, Lin Feng and Guan Guan saw too many killings. Tianhui cultivators were constantly killed, but many of them chose to self-detonate before they died, dragging many cultivators down with them. 5 days later, Lin Feng and Guan Guan heard the sounds of fighting in the forest and quickly rushed over. Dozens of cultivators surrounded 3 people. It was the commander that Lin Feng and Guan Guan had met a few days ago. 2 Tianhui cultivators were killed one after another, leaving only the last commander. When Lin Feng and Guan Guan rushed over, the commander was already lying on the ground with his dantian destroyed. He didn't even have the chance to self-detonate and drag the others down with him. Aren't you good at running? Why aren't you running now? The leading cultivator had a sinister smile on his face as he stepped on the face of the Tianhui cultivator. His face was crushed and blood immediately flowed out from his nose, eyes, and mouth. Ah! He was struggling. Even though he had been crippled, even though he had suffered a fatal injury, he was still unyielding. His eyes were filled with boundless hatred. He had watched his clansmen being killed. But he had been powerless. Now, he couldn't escape his fate. It made him feel endless pain. He had too many things he didn't want to let go of, but now, he knew that he had to let go of everything. Death came with letting go of everything. Even though there were too many things in his heart that he couldn't let go of, what could he do? His body was twitching violently. Before his dantian had been destroyed, his body had been like a lamp that had run out of oil. Now, all his pillars were gone. His life was slipping away. Sir, this guy is a commander. So many people have tried to kill him, but none of them succeeded. Now that he's fallen into your hands, we'll congratulate you first. The dozens of cultivators behind him all congratulated the leading cultivator. The leader couldn't help but look smug. He exerted force with his right foot, and more blood flowed out of the commander's nose, eyes, and mouth. Why do you have to humiliate someone who's about to die? Lin Feng said indifferently as he walked out of the forest. Maybe he's psychologically twisted. Guan Guan said indifferently. When he saw Lin Feng and Guan Guan walk out of the forest, the leader sneered. What? Do you want to be a good person? Do you want to save him? Or do you want to take him away from me? Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and said, you broke his meridians, and his qi and blood are in a mess. How can he survive? I don't like your character, so I came out just now. Alright, I want him. Take your people and scram as far away as you can. Boy, are you crazy? You dare tell our sir to scram? Do you want to die? The leader's subordinates immediately shouted. Many people looked at Lin Feng coldly. Many people also looked at Guan Guan. Then, he let out a lewd laugh. One of them said, My lord, these two are reckless enough to offend you. Why don't we just kill them? In any case, there's no one else in this vast forest. Killing them won't spread the news. Besides, based on my experience, the girl beside that brat is still a virgin. Wouldn't my lord like to have some fun with such a top-grade woman? The leader of the cultivators laughed and scolded, When this father is done, you guys will take turns, right? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Haha, your excellency is wise and mighty. We can't hide our intentions from your excellency. The group of people immediately laughed as if there was no one else around. Clearly, this group of cultivators did not place Lin Feng and Guan Guan in their eyes at all. The leader of the cultivators said, Let's do it. Kill that boy and capture the woman. Once we're done, we'll kill them. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, these people directly rushed towards Lin Feng and Guan Guan. There were more than 40 people in total, and they were all quite strong. Each of them looked like fiends. Looks like you're cultivators from a powerful group, and a righteous one at that. However, compared to the demons, you're even more despicable. Fine, I'll kill all of you today. It can be considered as carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Shameless boasting. Die. Dozens of cultivators had already rushed over and were preparing to attack Lin Feng. Confined, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His 5 devouring martial spirits revolved and condensed the strongest magnetic field. Everyone's movements were restricted by Lin Feng's magnetic field. Ah, I can't move. This brat knows sorcery. He's restricting us. Many people cried out in horror. Lin Feng raised his right hand and sword chi shot out. Pooh! Pooh! Ripping sounds could be heard as one cultivator after another was killed by Lin Feng. Their bodies were restricted and they had no ability to resist. Brat, you're courting death. The leader of the cultivators was an ancient tycoon. When he saw so many of his subordinates being killed by Lin Feng, he immediately roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. He wanted to save more than 20 people who were still alive. However, Lin Feng didn't give him the chance to do so. He used the sky-splitting slash. Ripping sounds could be heard as the cultivators' bodies were instantly torn apart. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people were killed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng's attack collided with the leader's attack. Both sides' attacks were annihilated. Let's go together and kill him, Lin Feng said aloud. This leader's cultivation was very terrifying. Lin Feng felt that this person's strength was probably much stronger than his. Lin Feng was worried that this person would escape, so he joined forces with Guan Guan. The chances of killing him would be greatly increased. Guan Guan nodded and joined hands with Lin Feng to attack the leader of the group. The two sides fought for hundreds of rounds in a row. Guan Guan finally found a rare opportunity and slapped the leader's right shoulder. His right shoulder instantly exploded, dripping with blood. With this attack, the leader of the cultivators had suffered a serious injury. Lin Feng and Guan Guan cooperated very well. After Guan Guan injured the leader of the group, Lin Feng used the 8 godly abstraction seals to seal him. This person couldn't move and was directly thrown to the ground by Lin Feng. Let go of me, do you know who I am? How dare you imprison me? If I tell you who I am, you'll be scared to death. The leader of the cultivators roared furiously. His face was contorted in anger. Lin Feng used a restriction to seal his mouth. Lin Feng and Guan Guan then walked towards the leader of the alien race who was lying on the ground. His aura was already extremely weak. I can't hold on for much longer, Guan Guan said. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the alien race's leader. He asked, do you have any last words? The two of you are different from other cultivators. Thank you for letting me leave with dignity. His voice was extremely weak. Clearly, his life was coming to an end. Lin Feng could feel the flame of his life. It would be extinguished at any time. The alien race's leader's eyes became more and more blurred. It seemed like he could no longer open his eyes. He tried his best to raise his right hand and grab at the air. He muttered, I miss my hometown. There are mountains and clear water. I love my wife, my family, and my adorable son. But I will never see them again. With endless regret and sorrow, the alien cultivator's right hand fell to the ground. His body remained motionless as he breathed his last. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were silent. They looked at the dead cultivator's face and were speechless for a long time. Before he died, he still missed his hometown and loved ones, but he couldn't go back in the end. He died tragically in this place with endless sorrow. It really made people sigh. They didn't do anything wrong. Perhaps the only mistake was that they had celestial crystals and celestial stones in their bodies. These two treasures were coveted by many people. Thus, the tragic fate of the outsiders was destined. Rest in peace. Lin Feng squatted down and gently caressed the eyes of the dead cultivator with his right hand so that he could close them. The older generation said that if a person opened their eyes when they died, there would be too much resentment. In that case, there would be too much unwillingness left behind, and as a result, there would be no way to reincarnate. Lin Feng didn't know if this was right, but he knew that letting the dead rest in peace was a form of respect for the dead. I won't touch your celestial crystals and celestial stones. If there's a chance, I will return them to your people. Lin Feng used heavenly fire to burn the corpse. After the corpse was burned to ashes, Lin Feng took out the celestial crystals and celestial stones. It was because of these two things that countless cultivators had besieged the outsiders. Lin Feng wasn't a saint. He had his own emotions and desires, but Lin Feng also had his own principles. He wouldn't kill the innocent for his own benefits. Think about it, how would you feel if the person who was brutally killed was your family? Everyone should have their own bottom line to abide by. This was the foundation of being human. However, there were too many people who had already thrown their bottom line beyond the clouds. They could kill the innocent for their own benefits. They could disregard human life. They could commit all kinds of evil. They could do all kinds of evil. The outsiders have very long lifespans, but so what if they have a long lifespan? In the end, they can't see their loved ones. They don't care if they can live forever. What they care about the most is whether they can be with their loved ones. Guan Guan muttered. Lin Feng said, I find it unbelievable that the demonic past saintess would say these words. Guan Piping said, most of the time, demons aren't demons. Behind the righteousness in many people's eyes, there may be many hidden filth that no one knows about. Lin Feng nodded and said, it's just as you said. Righteous, evil, demons, and demons are all relative. The world of cultivators is really cruel. Perhaps if you stay here for a long time, you'll forget about righteousness and evil, but you can never forget the bottom line in your heart. There aren't many cultivators who can stick to their bottom line. Guan Guan sighed. Lin Feng looked at the imprisoned cultivator. Lin Feng released the seal on the cultivator's mouth. Then, he looked coldly at the cultivator and said, now, tell me, how should I deal with you? Should I just kill you? Or cut off your flesh piece by piece? Until you bleed to death? You can't do this to me. I'm from the Yin Yang sect. If you dare to kill me, you'll definitely die, the cultivator shouted. The Yin Yang sect was a famous force in the Sky Martial continent. It was an ancient force that could contend with the ancient Jiang family. It was obvious how terrifying this force was. The ancient forces were also divided into different levels. The Yin Yang sect was the strongest ancient force. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to offend the Yin Yang sect. So you're threatening me? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator indifferently. The cultivator said, I'm not threatening you, I'm warning you. I'm Song Yuchen, the son of the Yin Yang sect's supreme elder, Song Jingzhao. If you dare to kill me, you won't have a good ending. Pfft. As soon as Song Yuchen finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out with sword qi, tearing off a piece of flesh from Song Yuchen's body. Ah! Song Yuchen immediately let out a painful scream. He didn't think that Lin Feng would dare to treat him like this after he revealed his identity. Song Yuchen looked at Lin Feng with hatred and roared, Brat, have you thought about the consequences of doing this? Song Yuchen was from the Yin Yang sect, so he was used to being arrogant and despotic. In addition, his cultivation base was also extremely powerful. After cultivating for 280 years, he had already reached the 8th layer of life and death realm. With this kind of cultivation, he could naturally do whatever he wanted. Therefore, after becoming a prisoner, he didn't return to reality from his high and mighty attitude. That was why he was still so arrogant despite not understanding the situation. But Lin Feng clearly didn't fall for Song Yuchen's trick. Swish swish swish, one sword beam after another flew out and the flesh on Song Yuchen's body was sliced off piece by piece. Song Yuchen's face finally revealed a terrified expression. This was because he realized that Lin Feng wasn't frightened by his background at all. Spare my life. You can ask for anything, but please spare my life. Song Yuchen looked at Lin Feng in horror and begged loudly. Lin Feng sneered. How can I spare someone like you? He did not stop, and dense sword qi flew out. Song Yuchen let out a mournful scream as he was dismembered. After Song Yuchen's death, Lin Feng took the storage rings of Song Yuchen and the others before leaving with Guan Guan. Many battles were still erupting in the forest, and this battle couldn't be stopped. The greed in many cultivators' hearts had already completely drowned out their conscience. Naturally, it was impossible for them to stop. In the evening, Lin Feng and Guan Guan were resting in a valley when more than 10 streams of light flew over from afar. Lin Feng and Guan Guan jumped onto a large tree and secretly observed these people. There were a few abnormally powerful people among the newcomers, and even Lin Feng felt a little apprehensive. One of them was holding a young girl around 17 or 18 years old. She had light blue hair and was quite young, but she was tall. That young girl was clearly an alien race from the outer heaven. The young girl's eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at these people. Haha, how refreshing. After killing 13 outsiders, each of us will get a share of the celestial crystals and celestial stones, one of the cultivators said with a smile. The others also smiled and nodded. Someone looked at the young girl and said, "This girl is even prettier than the girl called Agili we played with 3 days ago. Moreover, she looks like a virgin. We'll be able to have some fun today." Big sister Agili was. When the young girl heard these words, her face was filled with pain and hatred. "You're a bunch of animals. Haha, this girl is quite barbaric. She's quite tasty. I like it." A cultivator came in front of the young girl and directly grabbed her clothes, tearing them apart. He then pounced on her and pressed her under his body. "Let go of me, you bastard." The girl was struggling, but how could she escape? The cultivator on top of her said with a perverted smile, "Haha, keep struggling. The harder you struggle, the better I'll feel." He began to take off his clothes. He couldn't wait to enjoy the girl. Pooh, at that moment, a cold light flew out from a tree 3 meters away. It was as fast as lightning. The cultivator didn't even have time to react before his head was cut off. The attacker was Lin Feng. He took out the regal sword mound and used the regal sword control art. He took the black dragon sword by surprise and killed the cultivator who was worse than a beast. Lin Feng and Guan Guan quickly jumped down. Guan Guan took out her clothes and covered the girl's body. "Damn it! Who are you?" Seeing one of their companions killed, the rest of the cultivators roared angrily. Those people dispersed and surrounded Lin Feng, Guan Guan, and the young woman from the Tianwu clan. "Looking at your clothes, you seem to be from the Great Qin Empire. Your cultivation is extraordinary, so you must have an important position in the Great Qin Empire. Are you members of the imperial family?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the leader of the cultivators. This person's aura was the strongest among the dozen cultivators. Lin Feng sensed his aura and found that he was around 260 years old. If this person was a member of the imperial family of the Grand Qin Empire, then he might be a prince or even a prince. Only a direct descendant of the imperial family could be so tyrannical. Moreover, he had a group of experts following him when he was training outside. These experts weren't simple either. If they weren't from the imperial family, then they were from the imperial family. The 7th prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ing Shaokong. "Who are you?" The man had his hands behind his back and his expression was cold. "Lin Feng." "You're Lin Feng?" Many people were shocked. Clearly, they had already heard of the matter of Lin Feng stepping on Murong Tianshan, but they never thought that they would actually see Lin Feng in person today. Imperial Uncle Ling Yu led some strong cultivators of the Great Qin Empire to the southern continent to help the group of 3 governments destroy the Great Rock Imperial clan. This little boy participated in that battle. It's said that he was the one who saved the little princess of the wild beasts. He must have obtained many treasures from the wild beasts. He must have many secrets. It seems like the heavens have been kind to us, they've allowed us to meet him here. We can kill him and take all his secrets. A crown prince by the name of Ing Zijing said. This person's cultivation was also abnormally tyrannical. Lin Feng felt that this Ing Zijing was not much weaker than Ing Shaokong. Since that's the case, let's kill him. The group of people from the Great Qin Empire became excited. There were many strong cultivators on the other side. Lin Feng's side was weak. If they were to fight, they naturally had no chance of winning. When the group of people reached an agreement to attack Lin Feng and the 2 others, Lin Feng immediately took out the 4 vicious cauldrons. He grabbed Guan Guan and the young woman from the Tianwu clan and threw them into the cauldrons. "Activate them with me, we'll break out of this encirclement," said Lin Feng. It was very difficult for him to activate the 4 vicious cauldrons alone, but with Guan Guan's help, they should be able to activate some of their power. Back then, Lin Feng and Qian Piaoshui had activated the 4 vicious cauldrons together and killed Huangfu Wuji. How terrifying was the 4 vicious cauldrons' power, a monstrous amount of strength poured into the 4 vicious cauldrons. Just like Lin Feng, Guan Guan also poured her strength into the cauldrons. The young woman from the Tianwu clan had already been freed by Lin Feng. She could move again. Even though her cultivation level wasn't very high, she could still activate the 4 vicious cauldrons together. The 4 vicious cauldrons were surrounded by deployment marks. For terrifying energies filled the air. Activate the sealing sky formation and seal the cauldrons. Xiaokong shouted in a deep voice. As a direct descendant of the Great Qin Empire, not only was he powerful, but his eyesight was also extremely shocking. He had seen through it with a single glance. He could tell that the 4 vicious cauldrons were going to collide with the 4 vicious cauldrons. At that time, they wouldn't be able to stop Lin Feng's group. The sealing sky formation was a joint attack formation passed down by the Great Qin Empire's imperial family. This formation consisted of 3 parts: sealing, attacking, and defending. Many of the geniuses in the Great Qin Empire knew how to cultivate. When they went out, they would often join forces to use the heaven sealing formation. Even if they encountered a more powerful cultivator and were sealed by their heaven sealing formation, they would only end up dead. More than 10 experts of the Great Qin Empire joined forces to activate the sealing sky formation to deal with Lin Feng's 4 vicious cauldrons. A huge net was condensed in the air. It was as if the net of heaven had a long way to go. The net fell from the sky and wrapped around the 4 vicious cauldrons. However, these people obviously underestimated the power of the 4 vicious cauldrons. Under the control of Lin Feng, Guan Guan, and the girl, the 4 vicious cauldrons exploded. They rushed left and right. Bang! 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 The 4 vicious cauldrons collided with the experts of the Great Qin Empire again and again. Anyone who was hit by the 4 vicious cauldrons, no matter how strong they would be killed by the 4 vicious cauldrons. In a short time, the 4 vicious cauldrons had killed 4 experts of the Great Qin Empire. Lin Feng locked onto Xiaokong and controlled the 4 vicious cauldrons to attack him. How could Xiaokong dare to resist the 4 vicious cauldrons with his own flesh and blood? He quickly rushed to the left. The 4 vicious cauldrons' speed was raised to the extreme. They directly tore apart the formation that Xiaokong was guarding and rushed away. Chase! Xiaokong's face was gloomy as he quickly chased after the cauldrons. The others followed closely behind. However, the 4 vicious cauldrons were too fast. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Because the 4 vicious cauldrons had consumed too much energy, Lin Feng and the others couldn't continue flying for more than 10 miles. The 3 of them flew out of the cauldrons. Lin Feng put the cauldrons in his dantian to nourish them. "Let's find a place to hide," said Lin Feng. "There's a valley ahead. Let's hide there." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng nodded. The 3 of them entered the valley and found a hidden cave. Lin Feng set up a concealment formation and a qi isolation formation. At that moment, Xiaokong and the others had already caught up. Their godly awareness was scanning the surroundings, but Lin Feng's group of 3 was isolated by a deployment spell. They had successfully evaded the godly awareness of Xiaokong and the others. They can't run away. They must be nearby. Look for them carefully. Xiaokong was really extraordinary. He didn't choose to leave. He glanced around and said coldly. In the cave, Lin Feng frowned. This was troublesome. Xiaokong was sure that the 3 of them were hiding there. If they destroyed the mountain range, the 3 of them would be forced to come out. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape. The situation was very unfavorable for Lin Feng's group, so they frowned and prepared to deal with any unexpected situations. Actually, the biggest problem was that if they were discovered, Xiaokong and the others would have a new way to deal with Lin Feng's group. If they only relied on the formation to block Lin Feng's group, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. The key was that Xiaokong was a prince of the Great Qin Empire, so he must have brought out a terrifying treasure. If he used it to deal with the cauldron, he might be able to forcefully stop the cauldron. At that time, Lin Feng's group wouldn't be able to escape easily. Lin Feng took out 3 jade leaf stones and gave one to each of them. They quickly refined them and recovered their magic power. Not far away, Xiaokong's cold eyes scanned the surrounding forest gloomily. The experts of the Great Qin Empire who had been searching for Lin Feng's group returned one after another, but they didn't find any clues. If we can't find them, could they have already left this place? Someone asked. No way. They must still be nearby. Maybe they're hiding underground, in the mountains, or in the abyss. Find them. Destroy the mountains, crack the earth, and destroy the abyss. Xiaokong said gloomily. Yes. The others nodded. Just as they were about to attack, a cultivator came from afar. This cultivator was tall and handsome. He was the third prince of the Great Qin Empire, Xianxia. Third brother. Xiaokong bowed slightly when he saw this person. Third prince. The others bowed to Xianxia as well. Don't search anymore. We have more important things to do. Come with me. Xianxia said. Xianxia's status was even more extraordinary. He was known as the #1 genius of the Great Qin Empire, and his talent surpassed that of the first and second princes. Therefore, there were many people in the Great Qin Empire who supported Xianxia. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient dynasties followed the principle of seniority, Xianxia would have already become the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire. However, many people knew that the emperor of the Great Qin Empire hadn't appointed a crown prince because he was waiting for a good opportunity to make Xianxia the crown prince. Therefore, Xianxia's prestige in the Great Qin Empire was very high. Xiaokong, who was also a prince, was also a supporter of Xianxia. Of course, the competition for the position of crown prince in the Great Qin Empire was the same as the competition for the position of crown prince in many other empires. On the surface, it was calm, but in the dark. There were people who supported Xianxia, and the first and second princes. Now that Xianxia had entered the Battle of Prodigies, he wanted to greatly increase his strength. If he was strong enough, he would be able to shut the mouths of many doubters and opponents. When Lin Feng and the two others saw those people leave, they took a deep breath. The three of them seized the time to recover. 2. Said the young woman, kneeling down and thanking Lin Feng and Guan Guan. With him. She was a demonic cultivator. But Guan Guan's way of doing things was not demonic at all. Demonic cultivators weren't all heinous devils. Guan Guan was bold and passionate. She didn't know how to hide her feelings. For example, when she said she liked Lin Feng, she didn't hide her feelings. She was also a very warm person. What's your name? Lin Feng asked. My name is Belinda. The girl said. Alright, Belinda. We'll send you back now. Lin Feng didn't ask about the details of the outsiders. He didn't want Belinda to misunderstand and be on guard. Moreover, Lin Feng and Guan Guan couldn't help the outsiders. The strength of the two of them was too insignificant in the face of so many cultivators. Sending Belinda back was already the most benevolent thing they could do. Thank you, big brother and big sister. Belinda looked gratefully at Lin Feng and Guan Guan. The three of them didn't stop and headed straight for Belinda's village. Although Lin Feng didn't ask about the outsiders, Belinda still told Lin Feng and Guan Guan a lot of things. After many years of development, the outsiders were divided into 9 branches. The main branch was in the deepest part of the mountains. There were also 8 subsidiary veins scattered around the area. Firstly, they could protect the main vein, and secondly, they could better control the dangerous ancient forest. Because the ancient forest was full of powerful beasts, many outsiders had died under the claws of the beasts. 3 days later, Lin Feng, Guan Guan, and Belinda arrived at Belinda's village. However, when they arrived, they saw thousands of cultivators besieging Belinda's village. There was already a river of blood here. The ground was littered with corpses. More than 10 outsiders were escorting the village's elderly, women, and children to break out of the encirclement. The sound of children crying could be heard from time to time. However, no one was able to escape. They were quickly killed by a group of cultivators. Even the infants were not spared. Lin Feng saw the figures of Xiaokong and the others. No wonder they had left. They were besieging the outsiders' village. They naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Woo-woo. Belinda wept as she watched so many of her family die. We can't stay here any longer. If we're discovered, we won't be able to leave. Let's go to the main branch. Lin Feng said. Belinda wept sadly, but she knew she had to leave. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the only one to die here. She might even implicate Lin Feng and Guan Guan. The 3 of them left the battlefield. The battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights. No one from Belinda's village escaped. Everyone, from the elderly to the infants, was killed. The outsiders were regarded as demons, therefore, many people didn't feel guilty about destroying a demon village. They didn't feel guilty at all. However, there were also many cultivators who were watching from afar. They didn't participate in the battle. Many frowned, but in the end, they could only sigh. These cultivators clearly couldn't agree with killing the outsiders for the heaven crystals and celestial stones. However, they couldn't stop it. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the depths of the mountains. Whoosh! 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 Cultivators with bows and arrows jumped out of the forest and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Leave no one alive. The leader of the extraterrestrials ordered. Uncle Cybele, it's me, Belinda. Stop. Stop now. The middle-aged leader said. Belinda, why are you with two human cultivators? The outsider called Cybele looked warily at Lin Feng and Guan Guan. It was this big brother and big sister who saved me from the evil people and brought me to the main branch, said Lin Feng. Seeing her family, Belinda sobbed as she said, Uncle Cybele, the village has been destroyed, and everyone has died. What? Shibolai's expression changed drastically. He did not expect such a thing to happen. His body trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with extreme pain. The other outsiders couldn't believe it, and some of them even started crying. Thank you for escorting Belinda here. Please come with us to the main branch, said Cybele. Lin Feng nodded. Guan Guan and Lin Feng followed Shibolai and the others to the Tiani clan's territory. Cybele was surprised. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng and Guan Guan would actually dare to come. Weren't they worried that this was a trap? Cybele couldn't help but admire Lin Feng and Guan Guan. There were about 3,000 people in the main branch, but less than half of them were capable of fighting. Including the villages outside, the total number of outsiders was about 6,000 or 7,000. Now that Belinda's village had been destroyed, their numbers were even lower. The reason why there were so few outsiders was because they were hunted by cultivators. Every 10 years, the battlefield of geniuses would open. Every time it opened, the outsiders would be hunted, and it would be very difficult for them to grow. Many outsiders came out when they saw the outsiders. Many of them looked at Lin Feng and Guan Guan with hatred. Lin Feng and Guan Guan understood. Too many people had died tragically at the hands of foreign cultivators, so it was normal for them to hate foreign cultivators. A group of people came out, led by an old man. When Belinda saw the old man, she threw herself into his arms and cried, Grandpa Adolf, everyone in the village is dead. They've all been killed. This caused an uproar and panic in the tribe because, in the past, even when foreign cultivators hunted down the outsiders, they had never massacred the entire tribe. Child, don't cry. No matter what happens, you have to be strong and survive. Adolf patted Belinda's shoulder. He looked at Lin Feng and Guan Guan and said, Thank you very much, little friends, for bringing Belinda back safely. Let's go to the living room, alright? Lin Feng cupped his fists. Now, Guan Guan was very obedient and followed Lin Feng's lead. Everybody went to the living room. Lin Feng took out a white jade box. There were celestial stones and celestial crystals from the leader of the Tianhua clan, as well as a dozen celestial stones and celestial crystals from the other members of the Tianhua clan. Lin Feng had found them all in the rings of Song Yuchen and the others. These are celestial stones and celestial crystals left behind by the dead cultivators of the foreign races. I couldn't bring their bodies back, so I brought their celestial stones and celestial crystals. Lin Feng said. Thank you, little friend. If we can return to our homeland one day, the heavenly crystals and heavenly stones will be like their corpses. Only when they are buried can they be reincarnated. Adolf said sadly. Lin Feng said, Elder, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Little friend, feel free to say it. Adolf said. On the way here, I heard Belinda talk about the battlefield of geniuses. In the past, there has never been a case of a village being wiped out. Now, those cultivators have joined forces to wipe out Belinda's village. There must be something that has piqued their interest. The other villages aren't safe either, so we should tell them to quickly retreat to the main mountain range. Lin Feng said. Adolf nodded with a solemn expression. He gave the order for someone to pass on the message. "Little friend, have you heard of the heavenly Dao fruit tree?" Adolf asked. Lin Feng shook his head. Adolf said, "The heavenly Dao fruit tree can bear heavenly Dao fruits. This heavenly Dao fruit tree blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and ripens once every 10,000 years. From blooming to bearing fruit to ripening, it takes 30,000 years." Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually such a fruit in the world? It took too long for it to ripen. Could it be that our clan has a heavenly Dao fruit tree? Has the heavenly Dao fruit matured? Lin Feng immediately thought of a possibility. Adolf nodded and said, 30,000 years ago, the Tianma invasion ended, but our spaceship was destroyed, so we could only stay in the Tianwu continent. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages gave this small world to us, making it our home. We waited for the day when we could return to our homeland, but good times didn't last long. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages disappeared, and coincidentally, our sacred tree, the heavenly Dao fruit tree, ripened. Many top powers of the Tianwu continent joined forces to destroy the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages' great formation. Then, they entered this small world and started a war against our clan. Our clan was almost exterminated. Many of our experts were killed, and only the weak and the sick were left. In reality, the reason why we weren't exterminated was because they wanted to leave some people behind to continue nurturing the heavenly Dao fruit tree. However, they didn't expect that the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages would have a backup plan. There are laws here that prevent cultivators over 300 years old from entering. Peerless experts from the outside world can't enter, so our clan was able to recuperate. However, we weren't able to live a peaceful life because there was a Geomaster's inheritance in the outside world. Their methods were terrifying, and they changed the laws of order, causing the small world to open once every 10 years. Thus, this place became a battlefield for heavenly geniuses. Our race from the Tianwu continent became the target of many people. For so many years, they've been raising us like a herd of wild beasts, hunting us once every 10 years. Now, 30,000 years have passed, and they've started a large-scale war. First, they want to greatly reduce our numbers, and second, they want to plunder the ripened heavenly Dao fruit. Everything is driven by profit. However, not all the cultivators of the Tianwu continent are participating in this war. There are still many powers that are righteous," said Lin Feng. Adolf replied, "That's right. I know that as well, but there are many factions that are participating. People are greedy." Lin Feng thought of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages that Adolf had mentioned. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages had quelled the chaos of the Middle Ages, suppressed the invasion of the sky demons, and saved the Tianwu continent. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly because he remembered the 8 stone statues he had seen at the entrance of the battlefield. They had been pushed down and beheaded. Could it be that they were the stone statues of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages? "Elder, there are 8 stone statues in the valley at the entrance of the small world. Could they be?" asked Lin Feng. Adolf nodded. "That's right. They are the 8 stone statues of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages. They were originally used to guard the formation at the entrance. Later, the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages disappeared, so those powers joined forces and pushed down the stone statues of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages and beheaded them." Lin Feng's expression changed again. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages had sacrificed their lives for the Tianwu continent. They had fought bravely and fought against the sky demons. They had saved the Tianwu continent. But in the end, they had ended up like this. Their stone statues had been pushed down by the cultivators of the Tianwu continent, and their heads had been cut off. The fate of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages was truly heart-wrenching. In this world, there were too many people who were blinded by greed and benefits. They did not know how to be grateful. Kindness had long disappeared, leaving only greed. Perhaps this was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. There were too few people who could maintain a kind heart. There were too few people who knew how to repay kindness. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages contributed their entire lives to the Tianwu continent, but how long had they disappeared? Stone statues were toppled and their heads were cut off. This was a blasphemy to heroes. There were too many ungrateful people in this world. What is the use of the heavenly Dao fruit? It actually made so many people go crazy for it. Lin Feng asked. The heavenly Tao fruit can make up for a cultivator's divine ability. Adolf said. What does that mean? Lin Feng was surprised. After consuming the heavenly Tao fruit, the divine ability of a cultivator will be supplemented by the heavenly Tao fruit. Regardless of whether it is a beginner divine ability or a minor success divine ability, it can be raised to the great perfection realm. Adolf said. Hiss, Lin Feng could not help but gasp. No wonder the heavenly Tao fruit could make so many cultivators go crazy. The effect was too shocking. Lin Feng knew how difficult it was to practice some spells. For example, the Great Disaster Technique. If he wanted to practice it to the maximum level, he had to be extremely lucky. Otherwise, he might not be able to practice the Great Disaster Technique to the maximum level even after a few decades, or even hundreds of years. From beginner divine ability to minor success to great perfection, the difficulty of cultivating this divine ability was not particularly high. But from great perfection to great perfection, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Great perfection meant that there were no flaws. How could there be no flaws in the world? People had flaws, and so did divine abilities. This principle was the same. If the Great Calamity Technique was raised to the Great Perfection realm, its power would increase tenfold. Lin Feng's battle strength would greatly increase. No wonder those cultivators covet the heavenly Tao fruit so much. Such a thing. It's really tempting. Lin Feng could not help but say. Little friend, please come with me. Let's go take a look at the heavenly Tao fruit. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in the heavenly Tao fruit, but he didn't take the initiative to ask for it. Instead, he was waiting for an opportunity. In a valley, Lin Feng saw the heavenly Tao fruit tree. It was a small tree, about 1.5 meters tall. Although it wasn't tall, its trunk was as strong as a young dragon. The bark of the tree opened up like dragon scales, giving people an extraordinary feeling. There were 9 fruits on the heavenly Tao tree. In 30,000 years, only 9 fruits could be produced. From this, one could see how precious the heavenly Tao fruit was. These fruits have a refreshing aroma. It seems like they're already ripe, said Lin Feng. Guan Guan said. Adolf nodded and said, it has indeed matured. This heavenly Tao fruit tree was originally planted in our clan's land, but after our planet was occupied by the extraterrestrial demons, they dug out the heavenly Tao fruit tree and took it for themselves. It wasn't until the chaos of the Middle Ages that we managed to take back the heavenly Tao fruit tree with the help of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages. Lin Feng replied, it's already a blessing that we were able to take it back. Yes. Adolf nodded. Lin Feng muttered to himself for a moment and said, Elder, have you never thought of leaving this place? If you continue to stay here, I'm afraid that your fate will be very miserable. Adolf said, to tell you the truth, for the past 30,000 years, we have been working hard to create a space-time array that connects to our homeland. However, we have encountered some difficulties. Some of the core arrays of the space-time array have been set up many times, but they have all failed. The space-time array was connected to the extraterrestrial realms, but one needed to know the coordinates of the extraterrestrial realm's teleportation array. If it was connected to an unknown place in the extraterrestrial realms, even if one was teleported there, death would be the only outcome. However, Adolf and the others should know the coordinates of their planet, so they weren't worried about getting lost in the starry sky. Lin Feng said, perhaps I can give it a try. Young friend, you also know about formations? Adolf was shocked. Lin Feng lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Immediately after, a huge dragon formed from mountain rocks appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it roared. The Celestial Master Path's inheritance. Adolf cried out in surprise. Adolf was obviously very knowledgeable and recognized Lin Feng's Celestial Master Path's inheritance. The Celestial Master Path's inheritance was a terrifying inheritance that was famous throughout the universe. Since Adolf could recognize it, Lin Feng didn't find it strange either. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and the huge dragon returned to its original form. Adolf said, I really didn't expect you to be the successor of the Celestial Master Path. With your help, you will definitely be able to successfully set up the spacetime teleportation array. Lin Feng said, being able to help the extraterrestrial realms is also a kind of fate. After a pause, Lin Feng said, there's no time to lose. Let's go and complete the array now. Adolf said, there are still some materials that need to be prepared. You two should rest for a while. When the materials are ready, I will call you to help. Lin Feng nodded. An elder arranged for Lin Feng and Guan Guan to rest while Adolf went to prepare the necessary materials. Not long after, Belinda came to the place where Lin Feng and Guan Guan were resting. She brought 2 heavenly Dao fruits. Big brother, big sister, Grandpa Adolf asked me to give these to you. Belinda said. Lin Feng nodded and said, thank the old man for me. Got it. Belinda then left. Lin Feng handed one of the heavenly Dao fruits to Guan Guan and said, many times, you don't have to kill so many people to get treasures, such as now. Guan Guan snorted and said, looks like you're quite capable. Lin Feng pulled Guan Guan up and hugged her waist, making her sit on his lap. He smiled and said, the man you chose is naturally powerful. Scoundrel, let go of me. Guan Guan struggled gently. Her appearance was really alluring. Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of her, but Guan Guan struggled free. She giggled and said, I won't let you succeed so easily. Not long after, Adolf sent someone to inform Lin Feng that he had prepared the materials. Lin Feng went to the valley where the teleportation array was set up. There were more than 10 white-haired elders gathered here. They were all elders of the Sky Clan who knew about great arrays. These elders would assist Lin Feng from the side. The space-time array was very complicated and huge. It occupied about 1 mu of land and was densely packed with array patterns. Spirit array masters below the heaven rank would not be able to withstand the impact of the complex space-time array on their souls with a single glance. Their souls would be instantly destroyed and they would meet the tragic end of dying. Even a heaven-stage spirit array master would find it hard to bear. His head felt as if it had split open. It was a fate worse than death. The elders of the Sky Clan had spent 30,000 years setting up this great array. Every day, they would experience this kind of pain that was worse than death. But for the sake of their clansmen, they persevered. Lin Feng felt a deep admiration for these white-haired elders of the Sky Clan from the bottom of his heart. It was extremely difficult to set up a space-time array. Normally, one needed to be a saint-level spiritual array master to be able to set up a complete space-time array. The Tianyi race had a long lifespan, and they had used time to set up the array. A saint-level spiritual array master would only need a few months to set it up, but a group of heaven-level spiritual array masters wasn't strong enough. They had worked together and thought of all sorts of methods, enduring endless pain, and spent 30,000 years to set up such an array. But because they hadn't reached the saint level, they had made some mistakes or were unable to set it up properly. That was why they hadn't been able to set up the space-time array. Little friend, can this space-time array be completed? Adolf asked nervously. This concerned the life and death of their race. Right now, Adolf was also extremely worried. Lin Feng nodded and said, don't worry, there's no problem. The basic structure is already complete. We just need to fix a few mistakes or omissions. Give me the diagram of the space-time array and I'll study it carefully. That's great. Adolf and the other elders of the Tianyi race were extremely excited. If they could really set up the space-time array, they would have a chance to return to their homeland. That was something that many people dreamed of. Now, it seemed like it really could be realized. Every time they thought of the faces of their loved ones in their homeland, tears would flow down their cheeks. Adolf ordered someone to give the complete space-time array diagram to Lin Feng. Lin Feng began to study the diagram. He tried to use the array diagram to set up a small teleportation array that could teleport people 100 miles away. Lin Feng was extremely happy because the space-time array that the Tianyi race had passed down was too extraordinary. If they were separated, they could be used to set up a small teleportation array. If it could be set up into a large-scale array, it could even be used to teleport people across space-time. The value of such an array was immeasurable. Lin Feng was helping the Tianyi race perfect their array and learning such a powerful space-time teleportation array at the same time. It was definitely a great harvest. Lin Feng was now a high-tier heaven-level spiritual array master, so setting up a space-time teleportation array was very difficult for him. However, Lin Feng had used the Celestial Master Path's inheritance and the Heavenly Demon Snake's eye when setting up the array, so he could clearly see where the array's flaws were and how to perfect it. The only thing that made Lin Feng gloomy was that when setting up the array, he had also suffered a backlash to his soul. It was as if his head had been split open, and he was in excruciating pain. That was because Lin Feng's soul strength wasn't strong enough to absorb all the information contained in the space and time deployment spell. However, Lin Feng's willpower was strong. He endured the pain and continued to perfect the array. Since he had accepted the heavenly Dao fruit from the Tianwei race, he naturally had to help them. This was Lin Feng's principle of doing things. If he didn't do it properly after receiving benefits from others, then there would be a problem with his character. While Lin Feng was perfecting the space-time array, the villagers from the other villages of the Tianwei race were retreating. Some of the villages were attacked by cultivators when they were retreating. Fortunately, they retreated in time and were not heavily surrounded. Although they suffered a lot of losses, fortunately, there were no more extermination incidents like Belinda's village. Outside, Huangfu Qing Tian, the masked cultivator, Gong Sun Wuxiu, Di Xing Tian, Ning Li Tao, Ying Zhantian, Ying Xiaokong, and other peerless talents had arrived. On the demon side, Yao Xiaolong of the three-headed Cobra clan, Shuezong Xian of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan, and Jin Xingfei, the grandson of the heavenly rock king from the south continent over sea world, had also arrived. On the demon side, Yu, Song, Yun, and Shui had arrived. On the demon side, 2 experts had arrived. They were called Gong Yangshi and Zhang Pingji. They were also peerless experts. On the barbarian side, the barbarian demon Little Evil King had arrived. He was the young sect master of the barbarian's strongest faction, the barbarian evil sect. His cultivation base was also unfathomable. The various peerless powers had arrived. The heavenly Dao fruits were limited, so it was inevitable that there would be an extremely bitter battle. However, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent would kill each other to snatch the heavenly Dao fruits. The most important thing now was to break the Tianwei race's protective restriction. Attack! The densely packed cultivators began to attack the Tianwei race's protective restriction. The old, weak, women, and children of the Tianwei race had about 6,000 people left. Now, many people were looking at the densely packed cultivators outside in fear. Once breached, it would be like 30,000 years ago. Only a small portion of the elderly, women, and children would be left alive. They would be left to struggle at death's door while they continued to cultivate the heavenly Dao fruit trees and bear more heavenly Dao fruits. As for the strong youths, as well as the majority of the elderly, women, and children, they would be cruelly killed. Then, the heavenly crystals and heavenly stones would be taken away. In the distance, many people were watching, including Jiang Yudi, Ji Ming Tian, and other peerless talents. They did not attack, nor did they stop the cultivators because they could not stop them. The number of people participating in the battle was almost double their own. It was impossible for them to offend more than half of the peerless powers of the Sky Martial continent for the sake of the Tianwei race. Now, not attacking the Tianwei race together was already very kind of him. Rumble, crack, 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 under the siege of the cultivator army, the Tianwei race's protective formation began to crack. Many women and children were frightened to tears. Many elders were also secretly wiping away their tears. The Tianwei race's lifespan was too long. Many of the elders had been alive for 30,000 years, and they still remembered the despairing scene of the Tianwei race being mercilessly slaughtered. Now, was history going to repeat itself? Patriarch, what do we do now? An elder asked. Adolf said, let the old, weak, women, and children go to the teleportation valley. We can only hope that our young friend can successfully set up the spacetime array. The rest of you, follow me and fight to the death. Yes. Immediately, someone went to organize the old, weak, women, and children to go to the teleportation battlefield. Meanwhile, more than 2,000 cultivators with decent strength stood guard outside the teleportation valley, ready to fight to the death. Crack. Crack. 6 hours later, the formation finally shattered. Kill. Earth-shaking shouts rang out as cultivators surged forward like a tidal wave. Adolf's withered and old right hand gripped his long saber tightly. His voice was sonorous and powerful. For our loved ones, fight to the end, for our loved ones, fight to the end. More than 2,000 Tianyi race cultivators roared together, and in an instant, they clashed with the cultivator army. Pooh! The sound of flesh being torn apart and miserable screams rang out one after another. The ground was littered with corpses. Some belonged to the Tianyi race cultivators, while others belonged to the cultivator army. Before long, blood flowed like a river. Dick wielded a large saber and killed one cultivator after another. Dick was tall and sturdy, and he fought bravely. 30,000 years ago, Dick was still a young man, but now, he was a middle-aged uncle. During the disaster 30,000 years ago, Dick and a small group of people went out to hunt. Because of that, they managed to avoid the disaster. Otherwise, they would have been killed mercilessly. Dick had been cultivating diligently for so many years, constantly increasing his cultivation base. Now that he had become a commander of the Outer Sky race, whenever Dick saw his clansmen despairing about the future, he would loudly encourage his clansmen and tell them, "Don't worry. Sooner or later, they would be able to return to their homeland. They would be able to live a peaceful life. They would no longer have to hide and live cautiously." Dick used these words to encourage his people who had lost confidence, and at the same time, to encourage himself. Now, Dick saw hope. He heard that the human cultivator who brought Belinda back was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. He was helping them to complete the teleportation formation to return to their homeland. This made Dick very excited and emotional. Dick fought bravely. He wanted to use his actions to tell everyone not to give up. As long as they persevered, there would be hope. Ah! At this time, a scream came from more than 10 meters away. Dick looked over and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A young clansman named Edward had his arm chopped off. Now, 4 or 5 cultivators were attacking Edward. Edward was in a precarious situation. Dick roared and quickly rushed toward Edward. He held a long saber with both hands and slashed at the cultivators besieging Edward. Pfft! Pfft! Dick unleashed his prowess and killed all the cultivators, saving Edward. "You're injured. Quickly retreat to the teleportation valley. Don't stay here and make unnecessary sacrifices," Dick shouted. "Uncle Dick, be careful." Edward endured the pain and rushed toward the valley. Dick dashed left and right in the crowd, saving injured companions one after another. However, Dick also attracted the attention of the cultivator army experts. Di Xingtian and Huangfu Qingtian stepped forward and besieged Diku. They were very cautious and chose to attack Dick in a foolproof way. Di Xingtian's tyrannical attacks blasted out. Diku was in trouble. After more than 10 rounds, Di Xingtian landed a punch on Diku's chest. Kacha kacha, his sternum shattered. Dick flew backwards. Huangfu Qingtian raised his right hand and slashed out a beam of sword chi. Pooh! Dick's head flew into the air, and his headless corpse fell to the ground. Uncle Dick, many people howled in pain. In the eyes of many young outsiders, Dick was like a friend and a father. But now, Dick had saved one clansman after another, yet no one was able to save Dick. The battle became even more intense. Even more people died tragically in the great battle. Outside, the sounds of venting and killing intertwined with each other, deafening the apathetic. Lin Feng acted as if he didn't hear anything, as he continued to perfect the space-time array. In fact, Lin Feng was also very anxious. However, he was able to control his emotions because Lin Feng knew that it was useless to be anxious. He would not be of any help. The only thing he could do to help the extraterrestrial race was to perfect the space-time array. Finally, when Lin Feng finished fixing the last flaw, the space-time array could be activated. "It's done. Hurry up and pile up the spirit stones to activate the space-time array," Lin Feng shouted. The elders were very excited. They piled up the spirit stones that they had prepared in advance in the center of the space-time array. Soon, the space-time array was activated. "Enter the space-time array," Lin Feng shouted. The extraterrestrials, who had been in a state of panic and helplessness, were now overjoyed. They did not crowd and entered the space-time array in an orderly manner. Then, they were continuously sent out by the space-time array. "Hurry, retreat to the valley, Adolf had already received news that the spacetime array was successfully set up. He immediately shouted. The extraterrestrial race's cultivators retreated to the teleportation valley one after another. Then, Lin Feng activated the defensive array of the teleportation valley. The army of cultivators was blocked outside. Lin Feng, it's you. Huangfu Qing Tian, the masked cultivator, Gong Sun Wuxiu, Di Xing Tian, and the others all recognized Lin Feng. Their faces turned gloomy. Not good. Look, that's a spacetime teleportation array. The extraterrestrial race is escaping. A cultivator pointed at the activated spacetime array and his expression changed. If the alien race escaped, then the alien race's saint tree would also be taken away. They wouldn't be able to kill the alien race and wouldn't be able to obtain the Heaven Dao fruits, Heaven crystals, and Heaven stones. The cultivator army outside was naturally unwilling. Attack with all your might. Many experts took the initiative to attack the defensive array of the teleportation valley. At this time, Lin Feng used the Celestial Master Path's inheritance to condense Earth Dragons. They pounced on the army of cultivators and blocked their attacks. Lin Feng, you ruined our plan. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Di Xingtian roared furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. I'm doing good deeds for you. You've killed so many innocent people for your own selfish desires. After you die, you'll go to the 18th level of hell, never to be reincarnated. I'm doing good deeds for you now. After you die, maybe you'll be reincarnated as a bastard or something. Lin Feng shouted. Pooh, hearing Lin Feng's mockery, Guan Guan couldn't help but laugh. Her smile was so beautiful that it was suffocating. The army of cultivators outside was furious. Huangfu Qing Tian, Di Xing Tian, and the others all looked gloomy. They couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Little friend, come with us. If we leave and you don't, these people won't let you go, said Adolf. They can't do anything to me. They can't do anything to me. Old man, hurry up and leave. Maybe someday, when I become a god, I'll be able to travel through the stars and we'll meet again, said Lin Feng. That day will definitely come, said Adolf. All right. Brother Lin Feng, when you become a god, you must come to the North Star. Belinda bit her lips and said. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Belinda and Adolf were the last to leave. After they left, Lin Feng destroyed the teleportation formation so that no one could chase after them. Crack, crack. At this time, the teleportation formation started to crack. It was about to be destroyed. Capture Lin Feng and tear him into pieces. Many people shouted angrily. They wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Let's go. Lin Feng hugged Guan Guan's soft waist and entered the teleportation formation. This was a small teleportation formation that he had set up beforehand. Now that it was activated, he and Guan Guan were instantly teleported out. By the time the army of cultivators rushed in, Lin Feng and Guan Guan were already 100 miles away. Lin Feng, I'll kill you. Many strong cultivators shouted angrily. They soared into the sky and flew into the distance, searching for Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Guan Guan walked out of the teleportation portal and appeared in a desert. The climate was dry, and they didn't know where they were. However, they were still in the battlefield of geniuses. You're in big trouble now. You don't know how many people will hate you. Guan Guan said. Lin Feng said, there are things a man can do, and there are things he can't do. I've done everything for the outsiders based on my heart, so it doesn't matter if people hate me. What do I have to fear? Guan Guan said, you're quite open-minded. Lin Feng said, do you know what my Dao is? I don't. Guan Guan asked curiously, what Dao is it? At the end of the path of gods, I am the peak. At the peak of immortals, all the other mountains are small. Lin Feng smiled and said, my Dao is the Supreme Cultivator's Dao. If I want to become a Supreme Cultivator, I have to defeat all the young geniuses in the world. I have to kill my way through them. What a great Dao of supremacy. Someone actually dares to call their own Dao the Dao of supremacy. That courage is enough to shock and move people. Guan Guan said in surprise. That's why I said you have good taste. Since you chose to be my woman, you'll naturally be honored as my wife. Lin Feng pulled Guanguan's charming body into his embrace. He could feel Guanguan's softness, and for a moment, he was a little restless. "You bastard, if you dare to do anything bad, do you believe that I will make you regret it?" Guanguan didn't struggle. Instead, she smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. "There's no justice in this world. I can't even be intimate with my own woman." Although he complained, Lin Feng still let Guanguan go. Guanguan wasn't someone he could take advantage of just because he wanted to. Her cultivation level was even higher than Lin Feng's, and she was very opinionated. Even if what Guanguan said was true, when she had first seen Lin Feng, she had already decided that Lin Feng was her man. However, that didn't mean that Lin Feng could take advantage of her. "Let's see if we can leave this desert," Guanguan said. Lin Feng nodded. He and Guanguan were flying in the desert, but after flying for a long time, they still couldn't fly out of the desert. This caused Lin Feng and Guanguan to frown slightly. "Isn't this desert too big?" Lin Feng muttered. He paused for a moment before saying, "Since we can't leave for now, it's better to find a place to refine the heavenly Dao fruit. It's not safe to keep it on you, and it'll attract countless people's attention." Guanguan also agreed with Lin Feng. The two of them looked for a place to refine the heavenly Dao fruit. In this endless desert, no matter where they sat, it was the same. The two of them casually found a place to sit. Just as they were about to sit down, a dense swarm of blue scorpions suddenly drilled out of the desert. This kind of scorpion was highly poisonous at first glance. The barbs on its tail stood up straight and stabbed towards Lin Feng and Guanguan. The two of them jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated. Blue devil scorpion. These are highly poisonous creatures. Even ancient powerhouses would lose half their lives if stung by them. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Guanguan said, "It's very difficult to find such poisonous creatures in the outside world. It's a good opportunity to collect some." Lin Feng also had the same idea. Collecting some highly toxic substances might come in handy at some point in time. Just as Lin Feng and Guanguan were about to collect the blue devil scorpions that had drilled out of the ground, suddenly, the desert split open, and a large amount of sand fell towards the center. Lin Feng and Guanguan felt that something was wrong and flew into the air. In the next moment, a dense swarm of winged blue devil scorpions covered the sky and pounced towards Lin Feng and Guanguan. There were simply too many of them to count. Seeing such a large number of blue devil scorpions, Lin Feng and Guanguan felt their scalps go numb. "Let's go, how could the two of them dare to stay?" They turned around and madly rushed into the distance. Behind them, the blue devil scorpions quickly chased after them. With great difficulty, Lin Feng and Guanguan managed to break away from the blue devil scorpions. "This desert is really dangerous." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. In this place, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. In the end, Lin Feng set up a seal in the desert, and at the same time, he released his heavenly fire to protect it. If more poisonous creatures came, they wouldn't dare to approach after sensing the power of the heavenly fire. They would take the initiative to leave. Lin Feng and Guanguan sat down and began to refine the heavenly Dao fruit. The heavenly Dao fruit's medicinal power was astonishing. Lin Feng quickly entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. This was a deep level of comprehension of the great Dao. This was the effect of the heavenly Dao fruit, the power to comprehend the great Dao. Lin Feng had already mastered some of the skills and techniques he had learned from the Immemorial era to the maximum level. However, he was still unable to break through the 3,000 great Daos. The 3,000 great Daos required luck to reach perfection. Therefore, some people might cultivate their entire lives without being able to reach perfection. It wasn't that there weren't cultivators who could cultivate the 3,000 great Daos to perfection through pure comprehension, but there were too few of them. It was unknown if someone with such heaven-defying comprehension would appear in tens of thousands of years. Divine ability runes condensed and were actively devoured by the divine ability grand formation formed by the 3,000 great Daos that Lin Feng cultivated. Then, the runes fused with the divine ability grand formation, further perfecting it. Time passed slowly. After about 3 days, Lin Feng's 3,000 great Daos had all reached perfection. Lin Feng's Danci had become even larger. It had doubled in size, and the amount of magic power it could store had also doubled. More laws had evolved within his body. What shocked Lin Feng the most was that the 3,000 great Daos that he cultivated had actually evolved into some mysterious phenomena. For example, the 3,000 great Daos of the Great Purification Technique had evolved into a compassionate monk. Lin Feng only needed to communicate with this monk. He didn't even need to make hand seals, chant incantations, or accumulate power. He could instantly unleash the 3,000 great Daos. This was the Tao of perfection. It was at his fingertips. Not long after, Guan Guan also woke up. Guan Guan's beautiful face was full of joy. Obviously, after refining the heavenly Tao fruit, he had also benefited greatly. The two of them flew outside, wanting to leave this desert. 3 days later, the sun set in the west. On the horizon, the faint sound of a bell could be heard. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were astonished when they heard the sound of the bell. They had stayed in the desert for many days and couldn't walk out. They also didn't see anyone. Now that they heard the bell sound, they immediately felt a sense of familiarity. The two of them quickly flew forward. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, a dilapidated ancient temple appeared in their line of sight. The light of the setting sun lingered and enveloped the ancient temple, as if adding a golden Buddhist light to the ancient temple. The bell sound faintly came from the ancient temple again, echoing in the boundless desert. It was ancient and melodious. The ancient temple flowed with divine splendor, swirling with divine light. It was quite extraordinary. It was strange for such an ancient temple to appear in the middle of a boundless desert. What kind of place was the battlefield of geniuses? Asked Lin Feng. This small world is very mysterious. It's said that the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages found it in a secret place. Back then, they created this small world for a giant god. Guan Guan had some understanding of this, so she told Lin Feng everything she knew. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages are very mysterious. They suddenly left, and no one knows where they went. And now, this temple has appeared in the middle of a desert. It's strange, said Lin Feng. Originally, he and Guan Guan had been very excited when they heard the bell, but now, they had calmed down. Because everything in front of them was indeed very strange. It's a dilapidated temple, but it's worth a visit, said Guan Guan. Lin Feng nodded, and he and Guan Guan walked towards the temple. If they left now, they would have regrets. The bell had already stopped ringing. Lin Feng and Guan Guan arrived in front of the temple, but the bell didn't ring again. Only when they arrived at the ancient temple did they realize how dilapidated it was. Many places were covered in moss, and the walls were covered in cracks. It seemed like the temple would collapse at any moment. The gate of the temple was already rotten, and it emitted a rotten smell. Lin Feng opened the gate and entered the temple with Guan Guan. The interior of the courtyard was very simple. There was a huge cauldron, which was obviously used to burn incense. However, because it hadn't been used for a long time, the cauldron was already rusted. The cauldron was very ordinary. It wasn't a treasure, so Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to it. An ancient tree. Guan Guan looked at an ancient tree in the courtyard in shock. This ancient tree had already withered. It was about 3 meters tall and as thick as a bowl. The trunk was curved, and it looked very strong. It was like the body of a horned dragon, and the bark looked like dragon scales. There were more than 10 fruits hanging on the ancient tree. Lin Feng and Guan Guan arrived in front of the ancient tree. He plucked a fruit, but with a light force, the fruit shattered and had long decayed. Time is too long, it's enough for many things to decay, Lin Feng said. But soon, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. The reason for that was because even though the ancient tree had been dead for so many years, it was still very strong. It did not have any signs of decay. This tree is not simple. Lin Feng frowned. Could it be a Bodhi tree? Guan Guan said with uncertainty. Lin Feng was shocked. If it was a Bodhi tree, then it would be too shocking. There were such records in Buddhism. The Buddha's land gave birth to a 5-colored stalk, a world in a flower, and a Tathagata in a leaf. The 6th ancestor said, there is no Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree is a convenient method. 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi, and the leaf is the tree. In fact, this passage was very easy to understand. It meant that the Bodhi tree was the sacred tree of Buddhism. When the Bodhi tree bloomed, a Bodhi flower could transform into a world, and a Bodhi leaf could see through the future. Unfortunately, the Bodhi tree in front of them had already withered. There were no flowers or leaves. Of course, Lin Feng and Guan Guan were still not sure if it was really a Bodhi tree. Buddhists rarely plant other plants in their temples. They only love the Bodhi tree. There is a story behind this. In the legends of Buddhism, there are 3 Buddhas, the past, the present, and the future. Of these 3 Buddhas, the present Buddha is the most respected. Guan Guan began to talk about some rumors of Buddhism. The Buddha of the past was called Dipankara, the Buddha of the present was called Sakyamuni, the Buddha of the future was called Maitreya. Legend had it that the present Buddha, Shakyamuni, had comprehended the Tao under the Bodhi tree. From then on, he had achieved enlightenment and created the immortal golden body, becoming the leader of all Buddhas. From then on, Buddhism respectfully called the Bodhi tree the sacred tree. Of course, the Bodhi tree was very rare. It was too inconceivable that a Bodhi tree could be planted in such a dilapidated ancient temple. Lin Feng plucked all of the fruits and crushed them one by one. He crushed 7 fruits in a row, but the 8th fruit was fine. This fruit is not simple. Lin Feng was shocked. He carefully observed the 8th fruit. It was about 10 centimeters long, oval-shaped, and dark brown in color. It did not look very good. This is a Buddha's imprint? Lin Feng was shocked. He saw something shocking. On the fruit, there was a faint imprint of a Buddha. Lin Feng did not know if it was really a Buddha. However, it did look very similar. He let Guan Guan take a look. Guan Guan was also very shocked. She said, "There is a saying that the appearance is born from the heart. It is said that the Bodhi tree has a spirit. It listens to Buddha's teachings every day, and the Bodhi seed it bears will show a Buddha's imprint. It is very likely that this is a withered Bodhi tree, and the fruit in your hand is a Bodhi seed. It is a sacred item of Buddhism. It can expel evil spirits, nourish the soul, and help cultivators comprehend the Tao." A sacred item like the Bodhi seed was unimaginable. If it was really a Bodhi seed as Guan Guan said, then its value was too shocking. Lin Feng checked the rest of the fruits. He found a similar fruit that had not been destroyed by time. Lin Feng gave the 2nd fruit to Guan Guan. The 2 of them walked towards the temple. The temple was completely ruined, and even the Buddha statue had collapsed. Lin Feng found it strange that the collapsed Buddha statue in the temple did not have a head. Why is the head missing? It's really strange. Did someone take it away? Lin Feng frowned slightly. At this time, he felt inexplicably uneasy. I wonder if there are any treasures left behind here. Guan Guan asked. Let's look around and find out. Lin Feng and Guan Guan searched the temple, but they could not find anything. A lone temple standing in the middle of a desert and a headless Buddha statue. Does this signify something? Lin Feng muttered. He vaguely felt that something was not right, but he could not tell what it was. This temple is indeed a bit strange. Guan Guan said. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Lin Feng said. Guan Guan nodded. The 2 of them walked outside, but when Lin Feng and Guan Guan arrived outside, their expressions changed greatly. The sky had completely darkened. In all directions, black fog rolled. Endless black fog. It surged over from afar, as if the end of the world was coming. In the darkness, it seemed as if an ancient demon was awakening. Lin Feng and Guan Guan felt their souls tremble. Endless darkness enveloped them, wanting to devour the small temple. Author's note: I have to wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow, pack up, and go to the real estate registration center to handle the house matters. If I finish in the morning, I will update when I get home. If I take too long, I can only update in the afternoon. When I'm done, everything will return to normal. I'll update at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, rewards. The black fog churned, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The scene in front of them was too terrifying. Darkness had completely enveloped the world, and the dilapidated ancient temple was about to be engulfed by the black fog at any moment. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were both terrified. What was going on? Why was something so terrifying happening in front of them? It was too terrifying. The two of them felt their hair stand on end. When the darkness enveloped them, the ancient temple suddenly emitted a faint golden light. It seemed to be the karma of Buddhism, enveloping the ancient temple. The golden light resisted the corrosion of the darkness. Lin Feng and Guan Guan heaved a sigh of relief, but they were still very cautious because the darkness hadn't dispersed. The ancient temple was still surrounded by darkness, and it seemed like it would be engulfed by the darkness at any moment. "We're trapped." Lin Feng frowned. He felt that things were getting more and more strange. Suddenly, a clattering sound could be heard. It was like the sound of chains colliding. "It seems like something is approaching," Guan Guan said. Guan Guan said solemnly. Indeed, just as Guan Guan had said, something was approaching the ancient temple. It was hidden in the black fog and was releasing a terrifying qi. Even though they were inside the ancient temple, Lin Feng and Guan Guan could still sense the gloomy qi coming from the outside of the ancient temple. Their souls were shaking from head to toe. It was definitely a terrifying existence, but what exactly was it? Lin Feng didn't know, and neither did Guan Guan. Their expressions became more and more serious. Clang. Clang. Clang, clang. 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 It seemed like the mysterious existence hidden in the black fog was attacking the golden energy barrier that enveloped the dilapidated ancient temple. Then, Lin Feng and Guan Guan saw the golden energy barrier dissipating bit by bit. Obviously, the golden energy barrier couldn't hold on any longer. When they saw this, their expressions became even more serious. They felt that things were developing in a very bad direction. Lin Feng and Guan Guan still couldn't think of a way to escape because the existence outside was too terrifying. Just by sensing its qi, Lin Feng and Guan Guan couldn't bear it. It was hard to imagine what would happen if they really came into contact with that thing. The two of them might even be instantly killed by that thing. Lin Feng asked, "Is that thing outside related to this ancient temple?" Guan Guan nodded and said, "That's very possible." He paused for a moment. Guan Guan continued, "What do you think is that thing outside?" "It's too hard to guess what it is," Lin Feng said. The golden energy that enveloped the small temple was already very thin. Lin Feng and Guan Guan pulled a long face when they saw the mysterious cultivator enter the temple. Because they were helpless and powerless to change anything. Finally, the golden energy barrier completely collapsed, and the small temple was completely exposed. Endless darkness flooded over, and a terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng and Guan Guan. The two of them suddenly felt that they couldn't move at all, as if someone had frozen them. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were both very strong, but they couldn't even move in front of that mysterious existence. It was obvious how terrifying that existence was. With a creak, the door to the courtyard was opened. The black fog surged in, and the terrifying existence entered the courtyard. However, Lin Feng and Guan Guan couldn't see anything. They only felt a cold and gloomy aura. Lin Feng opened his heavenly demon snake eyes, but he couldn't see anything either. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence it was if even his heavenly demon snake eyes couldn't see anything. The aura of death was so clear that Lin Feng had a feeling that he would die at the hands of that terrifying existence in the next moment. At this moment, something happened. This was something that Lin Feng and Guan Guan hadn't expected. The withered Bodhi tree suddenly emitted a dense light, and the light dispersed the black fog. The pressure on them also lessened a lot, and they regained their mobility. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were pleasantly surprised. They hastily ran towards the Bodhi tree. When they arrived at the foot of the Bodhi tree, the golden lights of the Bodhi tree enveloped them. The black fog kept surging, and it hit the light barrier emitted by the Bodhi tree again and again. However, the Bodhi tree was extraordinary. The dense luster it emitted successfully blocked the surging black fog. However, before Lin Feng and Guan Guan could breathe a sigh of relief, something even more terrifying happened. A black chain swept out from the black fog. It was like a chain of laws of order, and its attack power was very strong. Attack after attack, it bombarded the light barrier formed by the Bodhi tree. Even the light barrier formed by the Bodhi tree seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Guan Guan turned pale with horror. The existence in the black fog was so terrifying that it made them despair. First, it destroyed the defensive light barrier that enveloped the ancient temple. Then, it destroyed the energy barrier formed by the Bodhi tree. If the Bodhi tree was still alive, it might be able to withstand the attacks of that terrifying existence. However, the Bodhi tree had died long ago. The power of the light barrier formed by the Bodhi tree naturally couldn't be compared to when the Bodhi tree was still alive. Therefore, the defensive system formed by the Bodhi tree was beginning to crumble. Once the defensive light barrier formed by the Bodhi tree was also destroyed, then, the endless darkness would completely engulf Lin Feng and Guan Guan. I want to use your flesh and blood as a sacrifice. A deep voice sounded from the darkness. The voice was very ancient, and it seemed to come from an endless space and time. It also seemed to come from the depths of hell. Sacrifice. This was an extremely evil and terrifying method. Usually, it was done by sacrificing sacrifices to achieve one's goal. The terrifying existence in the black fog clearly wanted to use Lin Feng and Guan Guan as sacrifices. This made Lin Feng and Guan Guan's faces turn extremely pale. The Bodhi tree's defensive light barrier was now cracking. Once it did, the two of them would die. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to sit around and wait for death. He thought of the Bodhi seed that he had obtained earlier and quickly took it out. Since it was a treasure born from the Bodhi tree, perhaps it would have some miraculous effect. Guan Guan also quickly took out the Bodhi seed and held it in her hand. Lin Feng and Guan Guan had no choice but to treat it as a last resort. They didn't know if the Bodhi seed would really work, but this was their last resort. What made Lin Feng and Guan Guan happy was that when they held the Bodhi seed in their hands, the two Bodhi beads emitted a dense light. The light intertwined in the void and gathered together, finally turning into an illusory figure. It was a man. It was hazy, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, when he appeared, Lin Feng felt that the pressure that enveloped him had completely dissipated. This is. He was shocked that the Bodhi seed had revealed such a man. Roar. The existence in the black fog roared angrily. There was a clattering sound as the black chain pierced through the void and swept towards the man, wanting to destroy his illusory body. The mysterious man raised his right hand and slashed out a beam of light, colliding with the black chain. His attack blocked the black chain that swept towards him. 1,000 generations of calamities, 100 generations of difficulties, can't destroy my body. Billions of years, time is merciless, but it can't erase the hatred in my heart. I will completely destroy you. The furious roar of the terrifying being came from the black mist. He continued to attack, and the chain swept over again. This time, the black chain was surrounded by dense runes. Those runes twisted together and emitted a destructive wave of energy. The root of all evil, heaven and earth cannot tolerate it. I am willing to use my body to guard this place forever. The hazy existence let out a low and deep voice. It was solemn and stirring, but it also carried tenacity and determination. His body turned into a blazing sun and pressed forward. Bang, the two sides collided. In that instant, it was as if the entire world had come to a standstill. It was hazy. Lin Feng felt that he had disappeared from the courtyard without a trace. He had arrived in another world. At the end of this world, there was a temple, and inside this temple lived a devil monk. This is the origin of the ancient temple? Is this a reappearance of the past? Lin Feng was abnormally shocked. When the mysterious man and the demon monk were fighting, he had touched upon some of the mysterious man's or the demon monk's memories. As a result, he saw some scenes from countless years ago. This was a minor world created by the demon monk. The demon monk was very evil. He killed all the cultivators on the life-bearing planets in the surrounding dozens of star fields to improve his demonic arts. This caused the anger of many experts. Many experts took action against the demon monk, wanting to kill him. However, they were all killed by him in the end. One day, a white-robed man walked into the ancient temple and stood under the Bodhi tree. He looked at the tree full of Bodhi seeds and said, "Buddha says that heaven and hell are reincarnated with a single thought. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha." A monk walked out and said, "The Buddha is wrong. Killing one person is evil, killing 10,000 people is a devil, and killing a billion people is a saint. The Buddha's teachings are too pedantic, but my teachings are to kill to become a saint and become an immortal devil Buddha. Buddha leads people to do good. He teaches us to have a benevolent heart. There are 3,000 paths in the world, and all of them can be used to prove one's Tao and become a saint. You don't walk the path of benevolence and righteousness. Instead, you walk the path of evil. Today, I will kill you for the sake of the world. The white-robed man said. I don't understand. You cultivate your Tao, and I cultivate my Tao. Even if I kill billions of people, what does it have to do with you? The monk sneered. If you cultivate only for yourself, it's just a small Tao. You have to accept all the people in the world. That's the only way to become a paragon, said the white-robed man. Since ancient times, all the paragons were almighty cultivators who cared about all the people in the world, not people who only cared about themselves. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed man attacked. Care about all the people in the world? What do other people's lives have to do with me? The monk sneered. Demonic chi filled the air as he fought against the white-robed man. Care about all the people in the world, and you can become a paragon. When Lin Feng saw the two people fighting, he couldn't help but murmur the white-robed man's words. At that moment, the voice of the demon lord appeared in his mind. He's a great emperor. Above great emperors are paragons. He's right. Only those who care about all the people in the world can break through the shackles of great emperors and become paragons. That's something I've learned in recent years. Lin Feng's body shook violently. He hadn't thought that the white-robed man would be so strong. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that he now knew what a great emperor would feel like when he became a paragon. Since ancient times, there have been a few great emperors, but paragons are almost impossible to find. That's because great emperors are high and mighty. They can look down on all the people in the world. How could they care about the lives of the people in the world? Murmured the demon lord. Then, he calmed down and didn't say anything else. That battle had been too intense. The white-robed man was very strong, but the demonic monk was unimaginably strong. In the end, the white-robed man cut off the demonic monk's head, but the demonic monk dug out the white-robed man's heart. Give me back my head, and I'll give you my heart. That way, both of us can live, said the demonic monk. The demonic monk's head opened its mouth. The white-robed man looked at the bloody hole in his chest and sighed. Rumor has it that the demonic monk is invincible among great emperors. After today's battle, I finally realized that his reputation is not just for show. You, monarch Dong Hua, are worthy of being the strongest great emperor in the world of the immortals. How about we both take a step back? Said the demonic monk gloomily. I will die in glory. Someday, all the people will remember me, and I will be reborn. Monarch Dong Hua raised his right hand and tore apart the temple. Monarch Dong Hua, are you crazy? You want to fight me to the death for the sake of all the people in the world? Shouted the demonic monk. He was finally terrified. Suppress. Monarch Dong Hua suppressed the demonic monk's head under the temple. Great Emperor Dong Hua, you're very good. I won't die. Sooner or later, when I see a strong enough bloodline, I'll start the sacrificial ceremony. I'll be able to break free. The demonic monk grabbed Monarch Dong Hua's heart. Demonic chi rushed out of the temple, and the demonic monk's headless corpse escaped. Monarch Dong Hua sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. My body, my soul, my spirit, I am willing to fuse with this temple and suppress this demon forever. Monarch Dong Hua's body transformed into starlight and fused with the temple. His consciousness gradually faded. Monarch Dong Hua seemed to see his youth. His childhood sweetheart had sent him away from the mountain village where he had lived for 18 years. Dong Hua, I will wait for you to come back. The girl smiled brilliantly. Wanner, when I come back, I will marry you. The young monarch Dong Hua gently rubbed the girl's head. He went out to train. 3 years later, a demon devoured souls for the sake of cultivation. The girl was killed, and her soul was devoured by the demon. 5 years later, monarch Dong Hua came back, but all he saw was a lonely grave. He returned in the year. I was buried on South Mountain. Monarch Dong Hua's vision gradually became blurry. He stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab his former lover. In the end, his body transformed into starlight and fused with the temple. It was not without reason that Emperor Donghua cared about the people of the world. Perhaps it had something to do with the death of his lover. He had experienced such pain, so he did not want others to experience the same pain as him. Now, Emperor Donghua chose to stick to his beliefs. Lin Feng hoped that the result that Emperor Donghua had hoped for would really happen. Die in glory. If there comes a day when everyone remembers Emperor Donghua can be reborn from the will of everyone. Bang, the earth-shattering collision brought Lin Feng back to reality from the illusory world he had been in. Emperor Donghua transformed into an eternal sun and slowly suppressed the demonic monk. The black fog dispersed, and the demonic monk appeared. In his right hand was a pitch-black chain, and in his left hand was a heart. Emperor Donghua's heart. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Emperor Donghua, your physical body was destroyed long ago. How can you still suppress me? Over the years, your power has been getting weaker and weaker, and my power is gradually recovering. The demonic monk roared. His head was suppressed under the ancient temple, and he did not know how this voice came out. Emperor Donghua did not answer the demonic monk. He transformed into a blazing sun and emitted a dazzling light. It was as if he could destroy all the heavens. The demonic monk destroyed the world. The demonic monk shouted coldly, and the chain wrapped around his hand. He struck out with his palm, and endless demonic light surged. The demonic monk used an iron fist to shake the blazing sun that Emperor Donghua had transformed into. The two sides collided again, and the void was penetrated. It was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Emperor Donghua is really much weaker. He had the upper hand in the battle back then, but now he is fighting so hard. Lin Feng frowned. He wanted to help Emperor Donghua, but he also knew that with his cultivation level, it was impossible for him to help Emperor Donghua. It would be good enough if he did not cause trouble for Emperor Donghua. Donghua Emperor. You've already stopped me from offering sacrifices many times. Every time you stop me, your strength weakens, and the deployment spells you cast in the temple weaken. You've weakened to an unprecedented level. You can't do anything to me. This time, I'm going to devour those two people, especially that human boy. His blood is incredible, it's immortal blood, and it seems like he has an even more powerful hidden blood. I'll use his blood to break the seal on you. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Translated by Xianxia. World. The demonic monk let out a sinister laugh. Bang, the demonic monk and Emperor Donghua clashed once again. After this collision, Emperor Donghua transformed into his true self. Go. He looked at Lin Feng and Guanguan and shot out a beam of divine light, which enveloped Lin Feng and Guanguan. Clearly, Emperor Donghua wanted to send Lin Feng and Guanguan away. As long as Lin Feng and Guanguan were not here, the demonic monk naturally had no way to perform the sacrifice. However, the accumulation of hundreds of millions of years already allowed the demonic monk's strength to recover a lot. Actually, there were many poisonous creatures in the desert. The demonic monk had transformed into one. He was constantly devouring the people who entered the desert. This was the fundamental reason why the demonic monk was gradually recovering his strength. As for Emperor Donghua, he had fused with the ancient temple. The ancient temple sat alone in the depths of the desert and gradually became dilapidated. Even the Bodhi tree had died. Emperor Donghua couldn't get any replenishment, and his strength was constantly weakening. In addition, Emperor Donghua had repeatedly stopped the demonic monk from offering sacrifices, so his strength was even weaker. Therefore, Emperor Donghua wanted to send Lin Feng and Guanguan out this time, but he failed. Lin Feng and Guanguan were blocked. They fell from the sky. Emperor Donghua was attacked by the demonic monk even more crazily. At this time, Emperor Donghua could no longer care about Lin Feng and Guanguan. Of course, the demonic monk didn't have much energy to deal with Lin Feng and Guanguan. Let's go. Run under the Bodhi tree. It's safer there. Lin Feng said as he ran towards the Bodhi tree with Guanguan. However, they ran into trouble. Blood-red runes suddenly appeared on the ground beneath their feet. These were actually blood-red array patterns. These blood-red array patterns interweaved together and completely sealed the surroundings. A bloody light soared into the sky. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were enveloped by the blood-red array patterns and were unable to come out. Not good, it's a sacrificial array. Guan Guan's expression changed drastically. The power of sacrifice was activated. The blood-red array patterns turned into giant blood-red snakes that slithered on the ground. Guan Guan took out a jade battle axe magic treasure and slashed towards the blood-red snakes. However, the jade battle axe magic treasure was repelled. It's useless. Once the sacrificial technique is activated, it can't be destroyed, Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. Then what should we do? We won't really be sacrificed, right? Guan Guan's face turned somewhat pale. The current situation was indeed too dangerous, and it made people involuntarily feel despair. If I'm not wrong, something will definitely eat us later. Let's work together and break it. Lin Feng said. Guan Guan nodded with a serious expression. The blood-red snake spat out blood mist one after another. The blood mist finally condensed into an ugly head. This was the head of a monk. It was the appearance of the devil monk. Of course, this was not the head of the devil monk that was suppressed. It was a head condensed from blood-red energy. However, it was still very terrifying. Powerful bloodline, delicious flesh and blood. Let me devour you and use your flesh and blood as a sacrifice. The head let out a low roar. Then, the head directly opened its bloody mouth, wanting to devour Lin Feng and Guan Guan. 8 Divine Seals. Great Suppression Technique. Lin Feng immediately used the Celestial Master Sect's Supreme Sealing Technique and the Suppression Technique recorded in the 3000 Great Tao. Now that Lin Feng's divine abilities had been cultivated to the Great Perfection realm, not only did their power increase greatly, but they also did not need to be channeled. With a thought, they could be used. The 8 spirit forbidding seals formed 8 runes that wrapped around the head. This is the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect. Little brat, so you are the successor of the Celestial Master Sect. It's useless. Your cultivation is too low. You can't seal me. The head let out a roar. Then, demonic energy rolled, wanting to tear apart the runes formed by the 8 divine seals. This energy head was very terrifying. The runes formed by Lin Feng were about to be torn apart. At this time, Lin Feng's great suppression technique was completed and directly suppressed the head. With the help of the great suppression technique, the energy head was temporarily imprisoned. Divine Blood Demon Slayer. Guan Guan shouted softly. She used the jade axe to cut open her palm. Blood immediately dyed the jade axe red. The jade axe flew in front of the energy head. Guan Guan's bloodline was obviously very powerful. The divine blood contained in it burned. The jade axe was enveloped by the burning blood. Pooh, with a tearing sound, the energy head was cut in half. Then, it began to dissipate. It's done. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were delighted. Rumble. Rumble, but at this time, the ground shook violently. Crack, crack. Then, the ground cracked open, and a pair of cold eyes looked over. Pooh. Pooh, Lin Feng and Guan Guan felt as if they were struck by lightning. A cold light shot out from the pair of cold eyes, pierced a bloody hole in their chests. There was only a small crack in the ground, and the head couldn't come out, but the eyes could. It was the demon monk's head, and it was extremely terrifying. Of course, the demon monk's head was still being suppressed, so it couldn't use too much strength. Otherwise, Lin Feng and Guan Guan would have died already. But even so, the demon monk's head was terrifying enough to injure Lin Feng and Guan Guan severely. Move back, said the demon monk. Lin Feng used his immortal body to heal his injuries, but Guan Guan didn't have Lin Feng's abilities, so he was pulled behind Lin Feng. Despicable humans, do you think you can escape death? You're gravely mistaken. Today, you're going to die. The demon monk's head said in an eerie voice. Once again, an ice-cold light shot out from his eyes, penetrating through the heavens and earth and shooting over. Be careful. Guan Guan's expression suddenly changed as she shouted worriedly. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him, shouted Lin Feng, taking out the 4 vicious cauldron. He used the 4 vicious cauldron as a defensive treasure and put it in front of him. The killing power in the eyes of the demonic monk was astonishing. However, the four vicious cauldron was too sturdy. When the light shot out of the four vicious cauldron, there was a loud sound. It couldn't penetrate the four vicious cauldron. Purple earth core fire, black godly fire. After that, Lin Feng took out two heavenly flames. Needless to say, the heavenly flames were terrifying, and they were one of Lin Feng's trump cards. The heavenly flames were the source of fire, and they were extremely hot. The demon monk was a demonic cultivator, and he was perfectly restrained by the heavenly flames. The heavenly flames drilled into the ground and wrapped around the demon monk's head. The two heavenly flames burned fiercely. The demon monk's head was severely injured, and he screamed in pain. Heavenly flames. Little boy, you've refined two heavenly flames, and you've used them to injure me. The demonic monk's voice was mournful, but it was also mixed with endless resentment. The heavenly flames had injured the demon monk, which made him furious. In his eyes, Lin Feng was like an ant. Being injured by an ant, the demonic monk would naturally view this as a humiliation. Guan Guan was extremely shocked. She naturally knew what the heavenly fire was and what it meant. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had celestial fire. Guan Guan had never thought that Lin Feng would have celestial fire. What astonished Guan Guan the most was that Lin Feng didn't only have celestial fire, but he also had two types of celestial fire. How incredible, little boy, I'm going to eat you. The demon monk's head opened its bloody mouth, and sucked Lin Feng's heavenly flames. That strength contained space and time cosmic energies. Lin Feng's body kept shrinking as he flew towards the fissure. The demon monk's idea was simple. He wanted to devour Lin Feng. Not only could he resolve his current crisis, but he also wanted to devour heavenly flames. He wanted to refine Lin Feng's two heavenly flames. The demon monk's wishful thinking was quite good. Use the great entanglement technique to connect me to the four ferocious cauldrons. Lin Feng shouted. Guan Guan didn't dare to hesitate and used the great entanglement technique. The great entanglement technique condensed numerous threads that wrapped around Lin Feng's body. The other end wrapped around the four ferocious cauldrons. Lin Feng relaxed a little and began to activate the inheritance of the celestial master path. With my blood as a guide, condense the God-breaking array rune, God-breaking finger. Break the souls of all living beings. Lin Feng shouted as the blood in his body burned. Lin Feng wasn't burning ordinary blood, but the immortal divine blood. Some of the inheritances of the celestial master path were very powerful. But obviously, if one wanted to use those skills, they had to pay a heavy price. For example, Lin Feng's godly destroying finger was a good example. It could only be used by burning a special bloodline. Without a special bloodline, one wouldn't be able to use such a secret technique. The immortal divine blood in Lin Feng's body had recovered by 26%. But now, 6% of the immortal divine blood had been ignited in an instant. The price was too great. Forcibly burning the immortal divine blood in the body could easily cause the realm to drop. Moreover, it was very likely that it would cause unimaginable damage to the body. If it was serious, it might even cause the cultivation to never be able to progress. Therefore, the price of burning divine blood was extremely heavy. Lin Feng had no choice but to burn his godly blood and use the godly destroying finger, a skill that could kill 1,000 enemies but also injure 800 people. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be devoured, he pointed out with his finger. The God-breaking finger touched the demon monk's head, and a golden finger condensed from runes instantly flew into the demon monk's head, aiming for the soul of the demon monk's head. The power of the demon monk's head was still sealed. He had only recovered a small portion of his power, so when faced with Lin Feng's God-breaking finger that he had paid a huge price to use, the demon monk's head couldn't block it. Puff, the God-breaking finger instantly pierced through the demon monk's soul source, injuring his soul. The demon monk's head let out an incomparably mournful scream. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to retrieve the two heavenly flames. The threads wrapped around Lin Feng's body quickly shrank, and Lin Feng's body was pulled out of the crack in the ground by the threads. 8 divine seals. Great suppression technique. Immediately after, Lin Feng attacked again. When the demon monk's head was injured, he used a sealing technique to seal the cracked ground again. The reason this place cracked was because the restriction that had been applied here had been destroyed. Brat, how dare you? The demon monk's head roared angrily. He endured the intense pain in his head and wanted to tear apart Lin Feng's seal. At that moment, the great suppression technique condensed into the word suppress. It overlapped with the sealing runes formed by the 8 divine seals. The demon monk couldn't break the seal for the time being. In the distance, Emperor Donghua, who was fighting the demon monk's body, saw this scene and his eyes lit up slightly. He shot out a beam of divine light that sank into the runes formed by Lin Feng's 8 divine seals and great suppression technique, increasing the power of the 8 divine seals and great suppression technique. The demon monk was completely suppressed. Damned brat, you've ruined my plans. The demon monk's corpse roared angrily. After forcing Emperor Donghua back, it pounced toward Lin Feng. Enter the cauldron! Shouted Lin Feng loudly. He and Guan entered the cauldron and activated it with all their might. The cauldron ruthlessly struck the demon monk's headless body. Lin Feng could sense that after the demon monk's head was suppressed, the demon monk's strength was rapidly draining away. When the demon monk's body couldn't connect with his head, his strength would drop to a low point. At that moment, the demon monk's fighting strength would decrease sharply. It was a good opportunity to deal with him. The 4 divine cauldron quickly flew away. This supreme treasure's power was astonishing. With a bang, the 4 divine cauldron ruthlessly struck the demon monk's headless body. The demon monk's body was sent flying. Slash! Emperor Donghua attacked. A beam of cold light shot out and cut off the demon monk's hand that was grabbing his heart. Ah! The demon monk screamed in pain. His headless body turned into a black fog and rushed out of the ancient temple, escaping without a trace. Emperor Donghua couldn't leave the ancient temple, so he naturally couldn't chase after the demon monk. Thus, the demon monk had no choice but to escape. However, now that the demon monk was seriously injured, he probably wouldn't be able to come out to stir up trouble for a long time. Emperor Donghua held his heart in his hand. He was silent for a long time. In the past, his heart had been dug out by the demon monk, which led to his death. Now, Emperor Donghua had taken back his heart, but it was too late. This was the emperor's heart, and it was still beating. Lin Feng admired Emperor Donghua very much. When the emperor returns, I will be buried on South Mountain. Emperor Donghua had a sad side. I will use my broken body to suppress this demon forever. This was the magnanimity of Emperor Donghua, who cared about all the people in the world. For the sake of the world, he sacrificed himself. In this world, how many people could sacrifice themselves for the sake of the world, but Emperor Donghua did it. He was worthy of everyone's respect. Lin Feng's admiration for Emperor Donghua came from the bottom of his heart. I hope that my heart can revive the Bodhi tree, Emperor Donghua murmured. He dug a deep hole next to the withered Bodhi tree. Then, Emperor Donghua buried his heart under the Bodhi tree. Something shocking happened. The Bodhi tree actually came back to life. The originally dead Bodhi tree emitted vitality and began to sprout. This was the emperor's heart. It could revive the dead. But in the end, Emperor Donghua couldn't revive himself. You came here by accident and helped me suppress the demon. There must be some fate between us, said Lin Feng. Emperor Donghua gently tapped the demon monk's broken arm. 2 drops of blood flew out. This is Emperor's blood. It can help you recover. The 2 drops of Emperor's blood fused into Lin Feng and Guan's bodies. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng and Guan were overjoyed. This could be said to be a heaven-defying opportunity. The value of Emperor's blood was immeasurable. And now, Lin Feng and Guan had obtained Emperor's blood. Cultivate under the Bodhi tree. It can help you refine the Emperor's blood. Emperor Donghua said. Yes, Lin Feng and Guan bowed to Donghua Imperial Emperor. They sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, and the imperial blood in their bodies began to merge into their bodies. The demonic monk's monarch blood contained boundless demonic thoughts. Lin Feng and Guan were originally unable to refine it. Not to mention refining. The monarch blood of the demonic monk fused into their bodies. The 2 of them were about to be controlled by the demonic thoughts, lose themselves, and become the demonic monk's slaves. But now, the demonic will and evil power in the demonic monk's blood had been wiped out by Donghua Emperor. Only the most original energy was left. Therefore, after Lin Feng and Guan Guan refined it, it would not cause any harm to their bodies. As the emperor blood was absorbed by his body, Lin Feng immediately felt a gratifying change. Originally, because he had burned a large amount of immortal god blood, his body's qi and blood had collapsed, and he was very weak. Now that he had refined the emperor blood, his weak body quickly recovered. What made Lin Feng even happier was that after his body had fully recovered, the immortal god blood in his body started to condense again. 21%, 22%. The immortal god blood continued to increase. Finally, it reached 30% before it stopped growing. Lin Feng revealed an ecstatic expression. He did not expect that he would actually benefit from a disaster this time. Not only did the immortal god blood not decrease, but it also increased from 26% before it was burned to 30% now. Only a small portion of the emperor blood has been consumed. It's just that I've reached my limit and can't continue refining the emperor blood. Otherwise, it will harm my origin. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He stored the unrefined emperor blood in his danci. Boom. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation was emitted from Lin Feng's body. A message appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He used his spiritual will to investigate and immediately revealed a shocked expression. When the immortal god blood in his body had recovered to 30%, Lin Feng had activated the second special ability. Each of the 10 great ancient taboo divine bodies had 9 special abilities, far surpassing ordinary special physiques. Previously, Lin Feng had awakened the 9 steps of death, a special ability. This time, Lin Feng had awakened the gates of hell. This special ability could summon the phantom of the gates of hell. It was rumored that the gates of hell were the gates to the infernal world. Summoning the phantom of the gates of hell to fight against the enemy was a heaven-defying attack technique. What a gates of hell! Lin Feng channeled the immortal god blood. In the void, an illusory divine gate appeared. That divine gate was the gates of hell. Summoning the gates of hell consumed a lot of magic power. However, if he could successfully summon it, the destructive power it produced would also be shockingly strong. Lin Feng had not truly revealed the gates of hell. Just now, he had only revealed a trace of its divine might. Lin Feng already knew how powerful the gates of hell were. This was enough. Guan Guan had also awakened. She had also obtained great benefits. Lin Feng looked at Emperor Donghua, who was not far away. Emperor Donghua stood more than 10 meters away, looking into the distance. His gaze was distant and his eyes were deep. No one knew what he was thinking. Now, Emperor Donghua's state of life was very strange. If he was dead, he still existed. If he was alive, his body would have long turned into specks of starlight. Emperor Donghua had fused into this ancient temple, becoming a part of it to suppress the demon monk. If one day, the ancient temple was destroyed. When that time came, Emperor Donghua might be completely destroyed. Would he disappear from the world? It is very difficult for me to wake up for a long time, so I will send you all away soon. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Emperor Donghua smiled. He was very handsome, and his smile was very bright. But he was also lonely. Just like the fire crow that Lin Feng had encountered in the death swamp, he was trapped in a place forever, unable to escape, and had to endure endless loneliness. And for a person, loneliness was the most terrifying thing. However, Emperor Donghua was willing to bear this eternal loneliness until the temple was destroyed. That was when he would be gone with the wind. Who else in this world knew? Emperor Donghua had silently dedicated his life to the people of the world. Where is this desert? Lin Feng asked. He felt that this desert was very strange, which was why Lin Feng asked. The infinite demonic sand. The outer area is controlled by the demon monk. Ordinary people can't enter at all. They will be killed by the demon monk. Those who are qualified to enter are cultivators with powerful bloodlines. The demon monk wants to use these cultivators with powerful bloodlines as a sacrifice, Emperor Donghua said. Emperor Donghua said. Is there a way to save you? Lin Feng continued to ask. This was what he was most concerned about. Lin Feng really wanted to save Emperor Donghua. As for what Emperor Donghua said, I will die in glory. If one day, all living beings will remember me, I will be reborn in the will of all living beings. This sentence was too fleeting, like a kind of sustenance, and not a way to save Emperor Donghua. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Past and present, a dream. This is my fate, Emperor Donghua said. Hearing Emperor Donghua's words, Lin Feng was silent. Guanguan's eyes were red. A great emperor had fallen to such a miserable end. Lin Feng and Guanguan felt very sad and heartbroken. Emperor Donghua had seen through his own destiny. He knew that he would die one day. This long life was like a dream, passing by like smoke. Lin Feng and Guanguan were sent out of the desert by Emperor Donghua. Life is really a mystery, Guanguan murmured. After experiencing the matter of Emperor Donghua, she felt a lot of emotions. Lin Feng said, it's difficult to control one's own fate. Even someone as powerful as the great emperor can't control his own fate. It really makes one sigh. The two of them left the place with heavy and sorrowful emotions. The moon was bright and the wind was blowing gently. Lin Feng and Guanguan had experienced many things together. Therefore, the two of them had a much deeper relationship. On this long night, when he was alone with a beautiful woman, some random thoughts would pop up in his mind. He originally wanted to find a chance to get close to her, but in the end, he was smashed to the ground by Guanguan's fist. Tigress, Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Guanguan said proudly, who asked you to be dishonest? Next time, you dare to be dishonest? I won't be merciful. Late at night, Guanguan stood up and looked into the distance. She frowned slightly, glanced at Lin Feng, and then flew into the distance. We still have a mission, we're all waiting for you. A voice came from the darkness. It took some time, but it doesn't matter. There's still enough time, Guanguan said. Take care of your own matters as soon as possible. The existence in the darkness said and then disappeared without a trace. Obviously, this was an abnormally tyrannical existence, but he didn't know what his relationship with Guanguan was. The next day, Guanguan said goodbye to Lin Feng. She waved her fist reluctantly and said, don't go around fooling around. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. In fact, the arrival of that person last night couldn't be hidden from Lin Feng. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that Guanguan didn't leave quietly. Instead, she stayed behind and told him that she was leaving to do something. It was a secret that the top geniuses of the Devil Dao were working together to do. This was a secret that the Devil Dao held, and Lin Feng shouldn't know about it. You're leaving? I'm a little reluctant. Why don't you leave quietly? Saying goodbye now is really sad, Lin Feng said. Of course I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm also warning you that you can't go around flirting with other women. I don't like to share my man with other women. Guanguan snorted and said. Her character was really bold. She never hid her thoughts in her heart, nor did she hide her feelings. Lin Feng found that he really liked to discipline this kind of straightforward character. He held Guanguan in his arms and sucked on her tender lips. Woo woo woo. Guanguan struggled but was held by Lin Feng. Slowly, she began to respond. Perhaps it was because of their parting that she was no longer as resistant as before. Until Lin Feng's right hand sneaked into her clothes. Guanguan's eyes widened and her face flushed red. She pushed Lin Feng away and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She spat, shameless. She tidied up her clothes and flew into the distance. After flying for 100 meters, she turned around and looked deeply at Lin Feng with her beautiful big eyes. Then, she turned around and left. Lin Feng had the feeling that he had lost something. Although Guanguan was the holy maiden of the demonic Tao, she was bold, kind, and pure. This kind of woman was lovable. After Guanguan left, Lin Feng did not stay any longer. He chose a direction and walked alone. He went deep into dangerous places to fight fierce beasts, search for spirit herbs, and look for ancient cultivators' caves. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit liked this kind of place the most. The two little fellows often left with empty stomachs, and when they returned, their stomachs would be round. It was unknown how many heavenly materials they had eaten. In the depths of the ancient forest mountain range, there would be the angry roars of powerful fierce beasts from time to time. It was most likely because Bibi and Dragon Rabbit had stolen the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Those powerful fierce beasts were completely enraged. Lin Feng had been consolidating his cultivation. Now that he was at the 9th layer of the creation realm, he was preparing to break through to the 10th layer of the creation realm. After a period of time, Lin Feng heard a lot of news. There were a few supreme geniuses who had obtained opportunities and broken through to the life and death realm. These supreme geniuses were able to challenge those of a higher realm when they were at a lower realm. Now that they had broken through to the life and death realm, it was unknown how terrifying they were. It's him. On this day, Lin Feng passed by a cultivator's trading area. He had exchanged some things he needed, and when he left, he was recognized by someone. Boom, when he passed by a rocky hill, Lin Feng suffered a fierce and violent attack. The attacks covered the sky and covered the earth as they headed towards Lin Feng. No matter how fast Lin Feng's reaction was, he could not dodge these attacks. He had no choice but to block them. In the end, he was sent flying. His body was covered in blood from the explosion. He had suffered heavy injuries. Fortunately, he managed to keep his life. Brat, you're really lucky. A group of cultivators rushed over. The leader of the group had an indifferent expression. Who are you? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He did not know this person and had never interacted with him. Now that he had been ambushed, Lin Feng was furious. Killing intent had already risen in his heart. Fortune Gate. Shui Gui. The leading cultivator said with a sneer. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard of the Fortune Gate before. It was one of the top forces in the Fortune Prefecture. It was extremely powerful and could even contend with the Heavenly God Palace. Do we have any enmity? Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. You are responsible for the Outer Sky Tribe's escape. You caused us to be unable to obtain the heavenly crystals, heavenly stones, and heavenly Dao fruits. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Shui Gui's voice was cold. So it's because of this matter. Lin Feng nodded and silently took out the revered sword tomb. He had nothing to say to these people. People who walked different paths could not make plans together. Now, it was not just a matter of different paths. Either one of them died or the other lived. Kill this brat. Shui Gui's voice was cold. Following his order, close to 100 experts surrounded Lin Feng. I'll use you as a sacrifice to my sword. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He charged into the crowd and started a frenzied battle with the experts. Lin Feng's body was riddled with wounds so deep that his bones could be seen. His injuries were very serious. If it was someone else, they would have died many times over. However, his undying bloodline was too powerful. It constantly healed his injuries. Lin Feng did not die. Instead, the cultivators who surrounded him were continuously killed by Lin Feng. Their numbers kept decreasing. In the end, these cultivators were terrified by Lin Feng's slaughter. Shui Gui's battle prowess was equivalent to an 8th heavenly layer ancient expert. If it was before, he would have been able to defeat Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly after refining the heavenly Dao fruit and sovereign bloodline. Shui Gui was no longer a match for Lin Feng. Lin Feng charged towards Shui Gui with his 3 swords. Under the revered sword control technique, the 3 swords slashed towards Shui Gui one after another. Shui Gui was exhausted. Lin Feng seized a rare opportunity to use a magnetic field to imprison Shui Gui. Then, he grabbed the black dragon sword floating in front of him and shouted loudly, piercing through Shui Gui's chest. Shui Gui. I actually died just like that. Shui Gui muttered to himself in disbelief. He lowered his head and looked at the black dragon sword that had pierced through his chest. In the next moment, his head drooped down, and he died. Run. The rest of the people turned pale, and they turned to flee. Even an expert like Shui Gui was being hunted down, so how could they have the courage to fight Lin Feng? They had long been scared out of their wits. It's too late to escape now. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not show mercy to these people, as they wanted his life. Lin Feng naturally would not let them go. Asterisk swish, asterisk a cold light flashed. Sword chi crisscrossed. 3 treasured swords flew out like lightning under the regal sword control art, shooting out in all directions. One expert after another was killed on the spot. No one was able to escape, and in the end, they were all killed by Lin Feng. After collecting these people's storage rings, Lin Feng did not stay and immediately left. After Lin Feng left, 2 cultivators walked out of the forest. The short and stout cultivator looked in horror at the messy battlefield and the corpses on the ground. He then looked at the tall and thin cultivator beside him and asked excitedly, "Did you record it?" The tall and thin cultivator nodded and said excitedly, "I've recorded it, and now we're going to be rich. This recording will definitely sell for a high price." The tall and thin cultivator held a crystal ball in his hand. This crystal ball had a memory array, and it had recorded the entire battle between Lin Feng and Shui Gui. It did not take long for this crystal ball of light to spread throughout the cultivator gathering area. Many cultivators bought such a crystal ball of light and carefully observed the images imprinted within. This battle shocked many people. Shui Gui was an expert of the Fortune Gate, and he was one of the top experts in the Fortune Gate. He had cultivated for 297 years, and with Shui Gui's battle prowess, it should be very difficult for anyone to defeat him. Furthermore, he had close to 100 experts by his side. With Shui Gui and those experts, even a supreme genius would not dare to face them head-on. However, the truth was that Shui Gui and nearly 100 experts had been killed. That person is Lin Feng, the one who trampled on Murong Tianxin. He has incredible innate abilities, and it's said that he has something to do with the escape of the foreign races. Naturally, there were people who were able to recognize Lin Feng's identity. Many things about Lin Feng had been uncovered. "Isn't this little stone saint? I saw him in Holy Stone City. The one sect and 3 palaces tried to kill the descendant of the Tai-Ching Heavenly Emperor and kidnapped the little princess of the demon race. He was the one who foiled their plan and rescued the little princess." News about Lin Feng spread like wildfire. This person has already grown up. It seems like we can't continue to be enemies with him. We should let the other powers think of a way to get rid of him. We'll just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Some powers that had grudges with Lin Feng, such as the Heavenly Gate and Snow Province's Xiong family, changed their way of dealing with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's growth was too fast, and many powers knew that if they couldn't kill Lin Feng, they would bring disaster upon themselves. Once Lin Feng fully matured, he would definitely become a huge threat. In fact, there had been many cases in history where a top power had been destroyed. 70,000 years ago, there was an ancient power in the Sky Martial continent. This power coveted the treasures of a young cultivator. They tried to surround and kill the young cultivator several times, but failed to kill him. Instead, the young cultivator escaped without a trace. 30 years later, the young cultivator rose to power and destroyed that ancient power. That young man was called the Ice-Fire Demon God by the later generations, but his real name was not recorded. The reason why he was called the Ice-Fire Demon God was because he had twin martial spirits, ice martial spirits and fire martial spirits. After destroying the ancient power that chased after him when he was young, he left the Tianwu continent and broke through to the divine realm in the 9 continents. After breaking through, he returned to the Tianwu continent and picked up some friends and family. So many years had passed, but the legend of the Ice-Fire Demon God still existed in the Tianwu continent. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Gate and other top powers chose not to make an enemy out of Lin Feng. Their grudges with Lin Feng had not reached the point where only one of them would die. These top powers weren't particularly strong among the ancient powers, and they didn't have emperor weapons guarding their sections. If Lin Feng really rose to power in the future, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Even if their sects were to be destroyed, there was no need to make a fuss. The Heavenly God Temple, Fortune Gate, and other top powers didn't have such considerations because they had emperor weapons. To put it bluntly, even if Lin Feng broke through to the divine realm, he wouldn't be able to threaten the top powers with emperor weapons. The awakened emperor weapons could unleash 30% of an emperor realm's battle strength. Not to mention ordinary gods, even giant gods could be killed. The Fortune Gate's cultivators also saw the images in the crystal ball, and their killing intent soared. On the Fortune Gate's side, 5 experts entered the battlefield. These 5 experts were called Jin Baihan, Mu Qingzong, Xian Water Dao, Huamili, and Yan Qiankuan. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered together. That cultivator called Lin Feng has to be killed. Otherwise, the Fortune Gate's prestige will be questioned, said the leader of the Fortune Gate. Since that's the case, let's find him and kill him. This guy has a lot of treasures on him. Killing him will give us more treasures than finding the ancient cultivator's cave. Since that's the case, let's go find him. After we find him, let's send a message. Just in case, let's kill him. After the 5 experts reached an agreement, they quickly dispersed and went to find Lin Feng. He finally showed up. Di Xingtian's expression was indifferent as he flew across the sky with his battle spear in hand. I can't wait to kill you. Ning Litao's expression was indifferent as he stepped into the void and headed towards the area where Lin Feng had appeared. Is this the brat who obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Master sect? A cold voice sounded. This was another ancient and terrifying inheritance. The Heavenly Master sect. This ancient power had always been enemies with the Heavenly Master sect. Now that they knew that Lin Feng was the successor of the Heavenly Master sect, they naturally wouldn't let Lin Feng go. 3 days later, Lin Feng was in trouble. He bumped into an extremely strong cultivator. Yan Qianquan, one of the 5 experts of the Fortune Gate. Yan Qianquan's body was shrouded in divine light. As one of the Fortune Gate's 5 great experts, his strength could be said to have reached perfection. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his bearing was extraordinary. He was calm and composed, as if no matter what he faced, Yan Qianquan would always have the initiative in his hands. Just like when Yan Qianquan faced Lin Feng, he said, Your Excellency's talent is admirable, but talent doesn't equate to strength. If your strength can't increase, then even the best talent will be in vain. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have been buried in foreign lands? Lin Feng said, It seems like you want to bury me here. Indeed, I do plan to do so. Yan Qianquan stepped forward. Since you killed my Fortune Gate's people, no one in this world can save your life. Yan Qianquan was a very strong person, and he had absolute confidence in himself. He attacked Lin Feng, using the Hand of Universe. Universe was the sky. Earth was the earth. The meaning of universe was as wide as the sky and as heavy as the earth. This Hand of Universe condensed into a huge palm. This palm could grab the heavens and earth, and capture the sun and moon. Lin Feng could feel the vastness of the universe, and the boundless aura of the earth. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape from this palm. Amazing, truly amazing, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Yan Qianquan's cultivation had definitely broken through to the life and death realm. However, Yan Qianquan was a genius, so his cultivation should only be in the early stages of the life and death realm. However, the reason why geniuses were called geniuses was because they could display high-level battle prowess at a lower stage. Yan Qianquan's battle prowess was roughly equivalent to an ordinary 9th or 10th stage life and death realm cultivator. Therefore, he was exceptionally tyrannical. Of course, Lin Feng's strength had greatly improved, so he didn't fear this person. Facing Yan Qianquan's Hand of Universe, he used the Immemorial star-plucking hand. In the void, a huge energy hand condensed and collided with Yan Qianquan's attack. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Their attacks collided and both of them were annihilated. The confrontation between Lin Feng and Yan Qianquan ended in a flash. At this time, Yan Qianquan displayed his second powerful spirit technique. Tao of Reincarnation. A monstrous magical power surged out and condensed into 2 divine gates. The first gate had the word heaven written on it. The second gate had the word earth written on it. This was the gate of heaven and earth. The 2 divine gates pressed down on Lin Feng. The attacks of these 2 divine gates were not individual attacks. Instead, they were responding to each other from afar. A terrifying force gushed out from the 2 divine gates. The 2 divine gates seemed to have become the gates of reincarnation, wanting to kill Lin Feng in the void. My cosmic reincarnation path has fused the strength of the earth and the sky with the strength of reincarnation. It condenses the cosmic reincarnation gate. If you're surrounded by the cosmic reincarnation gate, you'll die, said Lin Feng. Yan Qianquan sneered. Obviously, he had great confidence in the magic he had just displayed. Of course, this was a divine ability. It was indeed very powerful. It's too early to be proud. Watch me break your cosmic reincarnation gate. Lin Feng roared and walked in the void. The 5 Emperor Dragon fists swept out. Behind him, the White Emperor Golden Dragon, the Wood Emperor Azure Dragon, the Water Emperor Black Dragon, the Fire Emperor Red Dragon, and the Yellow Emperor Divine Dragon appeared. The 5 emperors wore holy emperor robes and stepped on giant dragons. They were like gods descending to the world. The great Tao resonated between heaven and earth. Flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. This was because Lin Feng had cultivated the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists to perfection. The 5 Emperor Dragon Fists was a 5-element spirit technique that could resonate with heaven and earth. Bang, 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 one punch after another was thrown out. 36 punches flew out in a row. Crack, crack, Yan Qianquan's cosmic reincarnation gate was destroyed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground as he punched towards Yan Qianquan. Yan Qianquan was shocked. He didn't expect his spirit technique to be broken by Lin Feng so easily. Therefore, when Lin Feng's punch came, Yan Qianquan could only react hastily. Bang! He and Lin Feng collided. Yan Qianquan was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away. His qi and blood were in turmoil. He almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. This made Yan Qianquan extremely angry. He was confident that his strength could suppress Lin Feng. However, he had underestimated Lin Feng and was injured by Lin Feng. One couldn't underestimate a top genius. Yan Qianquan couldn't help but feel a little regretful for his overconfidence. Slash! Lin Feng charged towards Yan Qianquan. He used the Sky Splitter and integrated his body into the spirit technique. This was an ultimate move that Lin Feng had comprehended after watching the Great Peking fight. Now, Lin Feng had become a saber light that could split heaven and earth. It pierced through the void and destroyed everything. With one slash, no one would be left alive. River of Cosmos. However, Yan Qianquan wasn't so easy to deal with. Facing Lin Feng's attack, a long river appeared in front of him. This long river swept across heaven and earth, just like the undying world's heavenly river. It separated the two of them by millions of li. When Lin Feng's attack arrived, it was blocked by the river of cosmos. Brat, your time of death has come. At that moment, a cold voice spread in the air. 4 strong cultivators were coming from the distance and surrounding Lin Feng. These 4 people were Jin Baihan, Greenwood Sect, Mysterious Water Sect, and Huamuli. The Fortune Gate actually has so many top experts. Lin Feng frowned. It was already good enough for the other ancient superpowers to have one top genius like Yan Qianquan. However, the Fortune Gate had another 4 top geniuses like him. As expected of an ancient superpower that could contend against the Heavenly God Temple. Lin Feng soared into the sky. He didn't want to continue fighting. It was very dangerous to be surrounded by 5 top experts. You can't escape. The 5 experts sneered. At the same time, they used a divine ability called the Inescapable Net. It was a joint attack. In the void, boundless magic energy weaved into a huge net that enveloped Lin Feng. They wanted to bind Lin Feng. If I want to leave, do you think you can stop me? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly tore the net apart and used the void travel technique, disappearing without a trace. Chase. The 5 experts' expressions were gloomy. The news of Lin Feng and Yan Qianquan's battle spread, and it caused a huge commotion. The Fortune Gate really did make a move to kill Lin Feng. Di Xingtian was like a god. He held his spear and flew in the direction of Lin Feng. Lin Feng, come out and die. My spear can't wait to drink your blood. Many people's hearts trembled. Di Xingtian wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was going to be an earth-shattering battle. Lin Feng, where are you hiding? Quickly come out and see me. I'm going to cut off your head. Ning Li Tao was surrounded by boundless immortal light. He was looking everywhere for Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. The Star Net Lake was a huge lake in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. It stretched as far as the eye could see and was covered with dense restrictions. Danger lurked everywhere. However, the Star Net Lake attracted many experts because there was a kind of fierce beast that lived here. This fierce beast was called the Star Net Crocodile. The star-net crocodile had a beast crystal in its body. This beast crystal was an incredible treasure that could greatly increase a cultivator's soul power. Now, Lin Feng also came to the star-net lake to look for beast crystals. After such a long time of bitter cultivation, Lin Feng's soul power had reached the 6th layer of the life and death realm. Although it was not weak, Lin Feng was still not satisfied. However, the increase of soul power was the most difficult. Lin Feng had almost consumed all of the Star River divine liquid. He needed to find some new treasures to increase his soul power. Obviously, the beast crystal of the star-net crocodile was the best treasure. Lin Feng entered the star-net lake. The surrounding cultivators also entered the star-net lake one after another. The outer region of the star-net lake was not particularly dangerous. However, once they entered the central region, it would be extremely dangerous. After flying for about 3 days, Lin Feng saw more than 10 star-net crocodiles rushing out of the lake. They instantly bit a cultivator to death and then dragged the cultivator's body into the depths of the lake. This was the first time he saw a star-net crocodile. These star-net crocodiles looked similar to ordinary crocodiles. However, their tails were more special. It was not a crocodile tail but a scorpion tail. There were barbs on their tails. The barbs were blue in color and should be poisonous. Ordinary star-net crocodiles were about 1 meter long. These star-net crocodiles were amphibious fierce beasts. They were abnormally fierce, extremely fast, and had amazing defense. Therefore, hunting them was not an easy task. Because of this, many cultivators entered the star-net lake in groups. It was safer this way. Star-net crocodiles liked to surround and kill lone cultivators. Therefore, moving alone in the star-net lake was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Lin Feng and a group of cultivators entered the star-sift lake to hunt star crocodiles. On this day, they saw 2 groups of cultivators fighting in the distance. However, one of the groups was clearly on the verge of collapsing. Originally, there were around 10+ cultivators there. At present, there were only 3 or 4 cultivators left. It did not take long before another group of over 20 cultivators killed them off. People from Mount Blood Demon, hurry up and leave. After seeing that group of people, some of the cultivators' expressions changed greatly. They didn't dare to stay and quickly fled into the distance. Mount Blood Demon was an exceptionally terrifying and evil force. It was one of the 3 great demonic sects in the Sky Martial University. There were many demonic forces in Sky Martial Continent, but they were mainly divided into 3 factions. The first faction was the demonic Saint Palace that Guan Guan was in. Other than that, there were also a few top forces of the demonic Dao that were allies with the demonic Saint Palace. The second faction was Mount Blood Demon. At the same time, there were also many Devil Dao forces that were on good terms with Mount Blood Demon. The third faction was the demonic Palace. It was said that the demonic Palace was related to the demonic Palace, and it seemed to be related to the demonic Saint Palace as well. However, for some unknown reason, the demonic Palace and the demonic Saint Palace were currently at odds with each other. Among the 3 factions, the demonic Saint Palace was a group of demonic forces that kept a very low profile. They didn't move around the Sky Martial Continent much. As for the demonic Palace, it was more mysterious. There were many legends about the demonic Palace, but most of them were untrue. Currently, most of the demonic experts that were active in the Sky Martial Continent were from Mount Blood Demon. As for Mount Blood Demon's cultivation technique, the Blood Demon Great Technique, it required the blood of countless cultivators to cultivate it. It was an evil and vicious cultivation technique. It was precisely these demonic forces from Mount Blood Demon that killed the innocent, completely destroying the reputation of the demonic sections. Nowadays, when people talked about the demonic sects, they hated them. Some even wanted to get rid of them. In reality, not all demonic sects were evil. It could only be said that a portion of the demonic sects were evil. However, who in the world would divide the demonic sects? When people talked about the demonic sects, they hated them to the core. Regardless of whether they killed the innocent, if they dared to say that they were from the demonic sects, they would definitely be hunted down by those from the righteous sections. Perhaps this was the so-called "it's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go." Who dared to provoke the people from Mount Blood Demon? Everyone immediately scattered and ran away in different directions. Chase. The people from Mount Blood Demon sneered and chased after some cultivators. The cultivators from Mount Blood Demon were extremely terrifying. There were many of them, and they also brought extremely powerful Dharma treasures. Some of the cultivators who were slower to escape were brutally murdered. Of course, there were also many cultivators who successfully got rid of the people from Mount Blood Demon. The world of cultivators was so dangerous. Sometimes, one had to think about resisting the dangers of the outside world. They had to be on guard against cultivators at all times. Not only did they have to be wary of demonic cultivators, but they also had to be wary of righteous cultivators. This was because these righteous cultivators' identities were often just a tool to hide their true nature. Many righteous cultivators could transform into demons at any time and place to kill people and steal their treasures. Their methods were even more ruthless than some demonic cultivators. Lin Feng came to an uninhabited island in the central region alone. He set up a large array in the shallow water region and then entered Star Net Lake to hunt many ferocious beasts. There were not only Star Net crocodiles in Star Net Lake. There were many kinds of ferocious beasts. However, only the Star Net crocodiles contained beast crystals that were beneficial to cultivators' cultivation. Lin Feng placed the corpses of these ferocious beasts in the large array. Then, he returned to the island and opened a cave abode to cultivate. The next day, Lin Feng came to the large array and found dozens of corpses of Star Net crocodiles on the water surface. They were all killed by the large array. These Star Net crocodiles were ferocious. After smelling the smell of blood, they would swarm over. The corpses of the ferocious beasts from last night had been eaten by dozens of Star Net crocodiles. However, these Star Net crocodiles were then killed by the large array. Lin Feng took out the beast crystals of the Star Net crocodiles and burned the corpses. The Star Net crocodiles didn't eat the corpses of their own kind, so Lin Feng went to Star Net Lake to hunt a few more ferocious beasts and placed them in the large array. He waited for the Star Net crocodiles to take the bait. Meanwhile, he returned to the cave abode to refine the beast crystals. After refining dozens of beast crystals, his soul power had a very significant increase. This made Lin Feng very happy. After about 10 days, Lin Feng's soul power broke through to the 7th layer of life and death realm. Lin Feng continued to hunt Star Net crocodiles. 1 month later, his soul power broke through again and reached the 8th layer of life and death realm. Boom! On this day, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of Star Net Lake. Lin Feng was also alarmed. He looked in the direction of Star Net Lake with astonishment. Many cultivators flew towards the depths of Star Net Lake. It seems like an opportunity is about to appear, Lin Feng said to himself. He soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of Star Net Lake. Quite a few powerful cultivators had arrived. Right now, they were floating above an island. Rumor has it that there's a cave abode on the island. The origin of this cave abode is astonishing. It's called the Heavenly Star Grotto, a cultivator said. Heavenly Star Grotto? What a strange name. What's its origin? One of the cultivators asked. The Heavenly Star Grotto is the place where Heavenly Star God passed away. This Heavenly Star God wasn't simple at all. Rumor has it that he was a commander of the Undying Realms Tianhe, and he was Grand Marshal Tianhe's favorite general. One day, the Heavenly Court discovered that a treasure called Sacred Origin Liquid had been born in the depths of the starfield, so they sent Grand Marshal Tianhe to retrieve the Sacred Origin Liquid. Grand Marshal Tianhe then entrusted this task to his favorite general, Heavenly Star God. However, Heavenly Star God was unexpectedly greedy and kept 1/10 of the Sacred Origin Liquid for himself. However, paper can't hide fire, and the Heavenly Court eventually found out. Thus, the Heavenly Court wanted to execute Heavenly Star God. Grand Marshal Tianhe couldn't bear to do so, so he let Heavenly Star God go. Grand Marshal Tianhe was removed from his position because of this, and Heavenly Star God was placed on the wanted list. He fled to the lower realms. Later, there were rumors that Heavenly Star God entered a small world and built the Heavenly Star Grotto. In the end, he passed away in the Heavenly Star Grotto. Today, the cave abode on this island is called the Heavenly Star Grotto. It makes people wonder if this cave abode is the legendary cave abode. The cultivator explained. Many people were shocked. There was actually such a story? Was this place really the burial ground of a heavenly star god? If that was the case, it would be too shocking. A heavenly star god would definitely leave behind a terrifying inheritance. It was no wonder that so many experts had come. The cave abode's restrictions are dispersing. We'll have to wait a little longer. Some news came from the island. More and more experts arrived, and there was no lack of top-tier experts among them. Most of these experts had cultivated for 100 or 200 years, and some had cultivated for close to 300 years. Thus, their battle prowess was heaven-defying, and they could even suppress autarch prodigies. They were naturally coveting the treasures left behind by Heavenly Star God. This made many cultivators frown. Then, many cultivators privately discussed the matter of cooperation. They wanted to gather a large number of cultivators to act together. However, because they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, it was hard to say who would win if a treasure really appeared. 3 days later, the restriction on the Heavenly Star Grotto finally dissipated. One after another, many cultivators entered the grotto. Lin Feng also entered and saw that the interior of the cave was filled with swirling starlight. The moment he entered the cave, Lin Feng discovered that it was as if he had entered a world of stars. Illusory formation. Lin Feng was shocked. The galaxy in front of him was an illusion formation. Moreover, it was an extremely high-level illusion array that created a world of stars and bewitched cultivators who entered it. It was very difficult for ordinary people to pass through this star river world. Lin Feng felt that this celestial river world could block at least 90% of the cultivators outside. Those who could enter the grand array were either experts or cultivators with a certain level of understanding towards magic arrays or cultivators with exceptionally strong soul powers capable of detecting the flaws in the grand array. Of course, such a gigantic deployment spell couldn't trap Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued moving forwards. Some of the smarter cultivators followed behind Lin Feng. They flashed and moved in the grand array as they rushed into the depths. Lin Feng did not pay attention to these people. If they could keep up, it would be their fortune and opportunity. Finally, Lin Feng passed through the grand array. What appeared in front of him were 9 huge tunnels. The dark tunnels were so dark that he could not see what was inside. Lin Feng chose a tunnel and entered it. Then, he followed the tunnel all the way into the depths. One after another, people passed through the Star River world and entered the tunnels. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the front. It was very shrill. Lin Feng was shocked and quickly rushed over. When he arrived, he found that a cultivator had died tragically in the tunnel. This was the cultivator who had entered the cave before Lin Feng. Now, the lower half of the cultivator's body had been eaten. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to have been bitten off by some ferocious beast. What happened? Behind them, more than 10 cultivators heard the screams and quickly rushed over. When they saw the cultivator's corpse, only half of his body was left, their faces changed greatly. How did he die? These cultivators looked at Lin Feng and asked curiously. They did not recognize Lin Feng. Perhaps they had heard of Lin Feng's name and knew that a heaven-defying person called Lin Feng had trampled on heavenly god Murong. However, they could not see Lin Feng's appearance clearly. Many of them had only heard of his name but had never seen Lin Feng's appearance. Also, there was the crystal recording of Lin Feng killing Shuigui and the others from the Fortune Gate. After all, only a small number of people had seen it. There were too many cultivators from the 3,000 prefectures who had entered the prodigy battlefield. Even if many people had not heard of Lin Feng's name, it was not strange. Because everyone had been sent to various places, it was normal for some cultivators who were farther away from the prodigy mountain to not know that someone had entered the prodigy arena. Lin Feng said, "When I arrived, these people had already died tragically. I don't know why." The others nodded and did not ask any more questions. The group of people rushed into the depths together. In the end, the 9 tunnels converged and cultivators continued to arrive. A huge mountain appeared in front of them, and many cultivators entered it. In the mountain, there was a crystal coffin. One could vaguely see that there was a person lying in the crystal coffin. However, they could not see clearly who was lying in the crystal coffin, and they did not know whether the person lying in the coffin was male or female. In the mountain, the most attractive thing was not the crystal coffin and the corpse inside, but the 2 corpses in front of the stone wall not far away. One of the corpses was holding a spear and had pierced the other person's chest. The spear had nailed the cultivator to the stone wall. The cultivator who had been nailed to the wall was holding a treasured sword in his hand. The treasured sword had pierced the neck of the cultivator holding the spear. Both of them had died. However, even though they had been dead for so many years, their corpses had not decayed and were still in good condition. This was too inconceivable. Unless one has reached the God realm, it is impossible for one's physical body to be immortal. A cultivator said. Two gods killed each other? In the end, both of them died? Many people sucked in a cold breath. If they were gods, then those two corpses are too valuable. Those are god corpses. And those two treasures, aren't they divine artifacts? Many people became excited. Immediately, a dozen cultivators took the lead and rushed toward the corpses of the two gods. They wanted to snatch the corpses and the two divine artifacts. However, when they were a dozen meters away from the corpses, a terrifying killing intent spread out from the void. Pooh, the dozen cultivators did not even have the ability to resist. Their bodies were directly torn apart, and they died on the spot. Even if gods died, gods could not be blasphemed. Those who blasphemed against gods died. More than 10 cultivators had died. Many people gasped when they saw that. Many of them hadn't been able to control themselves. They had wanted to rush over and try to snatch the treasures. Fortunately, they hadn't done that. Otherwise, they would have turned into cold corpses just like those people. Even though the god is dead, there's still divine power. You can't get close to it. Otherwise, you'll die, unless you have a way to resist the divine power, said a cultivator. Nobody could resist. Nobody wanted the god's corpse and the godly weapon, including Lin Feng. He also wanted the god's corpse and the godly weapon, but it was extremely difficult to obtain them. If we have a top-notch treasure, maybe we can try, said someone. They thought they could use a treasure to protect themselves and resist the divine power. As long as they could get close to the god's corpse, they would have a way to take the treasures. Lin Feng also thought that it was a good idea, but top-notch defensive treasures were too rare. Even though he had the 4 vicious cauldrons, Lin Feng didn't want to use them. That would only attract other people's attention. After all, he was only one person, so he had to be careful. I'll try. A cultivator walked out and took out a treasure. It was a 5-colored umbrella. 5 Elements umbrella. He's from the 5 Elements sect, said someone in surprise. It was a top-notch group that could shake the entire Tianwu continent. The 5 Elements sect was one of the top groups in the Tianwu continent. It was one of the top 10 groups in the Tianwu continent. It could be said that the 5 Elements sect was definitely a giant-level existence. Their disciples possessed many precious treasures. According to legends, the 5 Elements umbrella was a divine weapon. But obviously, the 5 Elements umbrella in front of them hadn't reached that level. It was probably a replica. But even if it was just a replica, it was still shocking enough. Be careful, brother. Many disciples of the 5 Elements sect warned him. Don't worry. If it doesn't work, I'll withdraw, said the disciple. That person wasn't simple either. His name was Xianxia. Xianxia was also a top disciple in the 5 Elements sect. He took out the 5 Elements umbrella, which floated above him. 5 Elements light fell down and protected Xianxia. This 5 Elements umbrella is truly a powerful treasure. The power of the 5 Elements circulates endlessly, and the defensive power it creates is far superior to other treasures of the same level. Lin Feng stroked his chin. The power of the 5 Elements was the basic power of heaven and earth. Any kind of power in the world was evolved from the fusion of the 5 Elements. However, the ratio and order of the fusion of the 5 Elements might be different. The 5 Elements umbrella flowed with the power of the 5 Elements, giving off a feeling of the great Tao of heaven and earth being perfect and flawless. Under the protection of this treasure, Xianxia walked step by step toward the god's corpse. Clang, the divine power struck the 5 Elements defensive light shield created by the 5 Elements umbrella, but it did not penetrate the 5 Elements umbrella's defense. What a powerful 5 Elements umbrella! It managed to block the attack. Many people were shocked. The power of the 5 Elements umbrella was inconceivable. A hint of joy appeared on Hua Tianqi's face. He walked very carefully, approaching step by step. However, the closer he got to the two god corpses, the greater the pressure he was under. When he was about 15 meters away from the two god corpses, the elemental umbrella's defense began to crack. How can this be? Hua Tianqi was unwilling. He was only a dozen meters away from the two god corpses. The god corpses and divine weapons were within his reach, but now he was about to miss them. It was very difficult for him to accept this. He clenched his teeth and did not choose to retreat. Instead, he wanted to take a gamble. Perhaps he would be able to gain an opportunity. Hua Tianqi continued to walk forward. After walking for about 3 meters, the defensive light shield formed by the five elements umbrella shattered. Hua Tianqi was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. His body exploded in midair, and the five elements umbrella flew out. Senior brother, you died so miserably. The disciples of the five elements sect cried bitterly. They thought about how Hua Tianqi had taken care of them in every possible way in the past. Now that he had met such a miserable end, they couldn't help but cry. Many people were speechless. Hua Tianqi's death had a huge impact on them. Such a powerful person had been killed in an instant. The divine power was too terrifying. Hua Tianqi is a person who confuses riches and honor with overestimating one's capabilities. Frankly speaking, he died because he couldn't control his greed. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Cultivators often needed to be bold and take risks. In dangerous situations, not only could they obtain treasures, but they could also find a way to escape. Riches and honor came from taking risks. Obviously, taking the god corpses and divine weapons was overestimating one's capabilities. If he didn't have the five elements umbrella's defense, he would have died. Hua Tianqi knew that the five elements umbrella couldn't block the divine power, but he still insisted on taking the divine weapons because he was too greedy. Since ancient times, how many cultivators had died because they couldn't control their greed? There were countless cultivators like that. Let me try, said Hua Tianqi. At that moment, a group of more than 10 people arrived. The leader of the group was wearing purple clothes and looked very handsome. Zidong Lai. Heavens! They're disciples of the Geomasters, shouted many people in astonishment. To the countless factions of the Tianwu continent, the Geomaster branch was filled with many mysteries. They possessed many terrifying secret techniques and could control all kinds of energies in the world for their own use. Many groups were afraid of them. Now, the Geomasters had appeared. Perhaps they really had a way to take the god corpses and divine weapons. Many people greeted Zidong Lai and the others enthusiastically. Being able to get to know a Geomaster was definitely a good thing. They might be able to use the Geomasters someday in the future. Lin Feng stood in the distance, frowning slightly as he looked at the Geomasters. He hadn't thought that he would run into them here. The Geomasters hadn't seen him yet, but if they did, they would definitely attack him. They wouldn't let a Geomaster's disciple off. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. So what if the Geomasters had more people? If they really started fighting, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of them at all. Surrounded by many people, the inheritors of the Geomaster bloodline arrived at the very front. Zidong Lai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the god corpses and divine weapons. His eyes burned with passion. Whether it was the god corpses or the divine weapons, they were both extremely valuable. They could shock the world. Such treasures could make anyone go crazy. Senior brother, the godly might hasn't dispersed yet. I'm afraid it won't be easy to take them, said a Geomaster. No matter, said Zidong Lai. He stepped forward, and 8 illusory worlds appeared around him. It was as if he had entered a world of his own. The godly might couldn't harm him. He quickly approached the god corpses and divine weapons. That's too powerful. He can completely ignore the godly might. Will Zidong take the god corpses and divine weapons? Many people cried out in alarm. 8 worlds. Lin Feng looked gloomy. He recognized Zidong Lai's secret technique. It was a legacy of the Celestial Master Path. Lin Feng had only read about it, but he hadn't been able to learn how to practice it. That was because the Celestial Master Path's top secret technique, the 8 worlds, had been stolen by the Geomasters. Every time a descendant of the Celestial Master Path appeared, the Geomasters would send people to kill them. The Celestial Master Path's descendants had only one descendant, but the Geomasters had many descendants. Even though the Celestial Master Path's descendants could rely on their extraordinary abilities to win most of the battles and cause the Geomasters to suffer heavy losses, the Celestial Master Path's descendants still had many descendants. But in the end, some of the Celestial Master Path's descendants were killed in battles with the Geomasters. Then, part of the legacy was lost. Perhaps that was why the Celestial Master Path's legacy was incomplete. That was how the 8 worlds had been lost. Lin Feng was now a descendant of the Celestial Master Path. When he thought about how the Geomasters had mercilessly killed his ancestors, he couldn't help but feel angry and murderous. Just because of jealousy. The Geomasters had attacked the Celestial Master Path's descendants over and over again. How despicable! What kind of technique is that? It's so mysterious. Yeah, it's too terrifying. It's unbelievable. The Geomasters are really powerful. They're like gods. Have you heard of the Celestial Master Path? Of course. It's said that the Celestial Master Path's branch is the most heaven-defying one. It can suppress the Geomasters in every aspect. That cultivator called Lin Feng is a descendant of the Celestial Master Path. If he fights against the Geomasters, it'll be a fierce battle. The Geomasters have killed many of the Celestial Master Path's descendants and stolen many of their legacies. The secret technique Zidong Lai used is called the 8 worlds. It's said that it's a legacy of the Celestial Master Path. Quite a number of cultivators were discussing the matter in hushed tones. Clearly, some of them knew quite a bit about the Heavenly Master lineage and Earthly Master lineage. Thus, they spoke of the grudges between the Heavenly Master lineage and the Earthly Master lineage. Many people were amazed. They did not expect that the Celestial Master lineage and the Earth Master lineage would have such a grudge. They were even looking forward to seeing the clash between the successor of the Celestial Master lineage, Lin Feng. When the time came, it would definitely be brilliant. For these cultivators who were here to watch the show, the more intense and exciting the fight was, the more they liked to watch. The world in all directions rose and fell. When the divine might shrouded over, it was all devoured and dissolved by the 8 worlds. As one of the top inheritances of the Heavenly Master's lineage, the world of 8 directions had many miraculous aspects. For example, the world of 8 directions could devour all kinds of attacks and dissolve them. It was similar to mana immunity, but it was fundamentally different from mana immunity. Another example was that when the world of 8 directions was cultivated to a high level, the 8 illusory worlds would condense into the power of space-time laws. The 8 worlds around the body would float up and down, and with a single step, it would be like crossing 8 small worlds. This was a heaven-defying speed divine ability. This divine ability was different from the golden body wings and void travel. The golden wings allowed one to fly, while void travel allowed one to travel long distances in the void. The world of 8 directions allowed one to walk. Stepping on the ground, one could cross the distance of 8 small worlds with a single step. It was much more advanced than void travel. Of course, it was extremely difficult to cultivate to that level. If one's cultivation base reached the divine spirit realm, it might be possible. However, no matter what, the world of 8 directions was an extremely heaven-defying orthodoxy. This was the inheritance of the Celestial Master lineage. Now that it had been taken away by the Earthly Master lineage, Lin Feng was abnormally furious. He was planning to find an opportunity to kill Zidong Lai and take back the inheritance that belonged to the Celestial Master lineage. Under the protection of the world of 8 directions, Zidong Lai finally arrived in front of the god's corpse and divine artifact. Even with Zidong Lai's calm personality, he was now excited. He released his magic power, intending to collect the 2 gods' corpses and divine artifacts. However, at that moment, a destructive force escaped from the 2 gods' corpses. In that instant, everyone thought that the 2 gods' corpses were not dead. They were just in a deep sleep. Now, they were about to be resurrected. This was naturally a scene that caused everyone to be shocked and moved. It was simply unbelievable. Previously, the 2 gods' corpses had not shown any signs of abnormality. Even though they had exuded divine power, it was still the divine power of the god's corpse. That was also the divine might that the god's corpse possessed. Even if the god died, the divine might would not completely dissipate. However, the terrifying aura that was being emitted now was more like a god that had been blasphemed and was in a thunderous rage. Bang! That terrifying force blasted toward Zidonglai, and the world of 8 directions began to collapse. Zidonglai's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. However, Zidonglai still suffered a calamity. The world of 8 directions was broken, and he was sent flying by the terrifying aura emitted by the 2 gods' corpses. Barf! In midair, Zidonglai coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He crashed heavily to the ground, his face as pale as paper. Clearly, the attack just now had seriously injured him. Senior brother. A disciple of the Earth Master branch hurriedly ran over and helped Zidonglai up. He poured out a healing pill and fed it to him. Only then did Zidonglai's expression improve slightly. Zidonglai failed. Many people were horrified. They had originally thought that Zidonglai would succeed. However, when they thought of the aura emitted by the 2 gods' corpses, they realized that Zidonglai's failure was quite normal. If it had been anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, Zidonglai had survived. This was enough to show how terrifying he was. Although a god is dead, his corpse is still not something we can covet. Some cultivators sighed. They had already given up on collecting the god's corpse and the 2 divine artifacts. Even Zidonglai, the successor of the Earth Master branch, had failed. How could anyone else? These 2 gods' corpses are a bit strange. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He carefully observed the 2 gods' corpses. Although they no longer had any aura of life, they still had 2 gods' corpses. However, when Lin Feng looked at the 2 gods' corpses, he felt that there was something wrong with them. As for what exactly was wrong, Lin Feng couldn't put his finger on it. His heart was shrouded in a shadow. We can't see the gods' corpses, and there seems to be a person lying inside the crystal coffin. Could it be Heavenly God Star All Heaven? We can't even touch the 2 gods' corpses, let alone Heavenly God Star All Heaven in the crystal coffin. Some cultivators shook their heads. They felt that there was no hope. Even if there was a fortuitous opportunity here, they wouldn't be able to obtain it. However, at that moment, someone suddenly cried out in shock, "Why is the crystal coffin empty? Where's the corpse lying inside?" Everyone looked over. Sure enough, he found that the crystal coffin was empty, and the corpse lying inside had disappeared. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and their scalps went numb. The situation in front of them was too strange. How could there be no one in the crystal coffin? When they had first entered, they had clearly seen a corpse lying in the crystal coffin. But now, the corpse had disappeared without a trace. Everyone knew that something strange had happened in the cave. Hurry up and run. Many cultivators shouted in horror as they rushed outside. Ah! However, very soon, a blood-curdling scream was heard. It was incomparably mournful. Everyone in the belly of the mountain felt a chill run down their spines after hearing it. What happened? Could it be that they'd been robbed? Said someone in a trembling voice. His face was full of fear because everything that had happened was too strange. Let's go out and take a look, said a cultivator. He didn't want to sit around and wait for death. No, I definitely won't go out. It's too scary. If I go out, I'll definitely die, shouted a cultivator. He was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to go out. He would rather stay in the cave. There were many cultivators like that. Some of the bolder ones joined forces and entered the cave to investigate the situation. This is... Lin Feng was shocked when he saw more than 10 corpses lying on the ground. The corpses had died in a strange way. Their lower bodies had disappeared, leaving only their upper bodies. It was too strange. Lin Feng had seen this situation before when he had first entered the cave. How can this be? Could it be that the death of the cultivator from before is related to the disappearance of the corpse, just like the deaths of these people? Muttered Lin Feng to himself. His expression was grave. Because he felt that the situation was very bad. If it was really as he guessed, didn't that mean that when everyone had just entered the Heavenly Star Cave, the corpse wasn't actually lying in the crystal coffin, but was moving around outside. Moreover, it had eaten the lower body of a cultivator. Later, when more and more cultivators had entered, the corpse had been lying in the crystal coffin. Then, it had disappeared without a trace. If that was the case, was it still a corpse? Could it have turned into a Yin spirit? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath when he thought about the Yin god. If there really was a Yin god in this place, then all of them would be dead. "Brother, did you discover something?" Someone noticed Lin Feng's abnormality and said with a trembling voice. Clearly, everyone was on the verge of collapse. Who could face life and death without fear, in this world? No one could do that. These cultivators couldn't do it, and neither could Lin Feng. When I first entered the Heavenly Star Cave, I saw a corpse whose lower body had been bitten off. Now, I see it again. I suspect that it has something to do with the corpse that disappeared. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in from outside the cave. Vaguely, everyone heard a clattering sound. It sounded like footsteps. It was as if something was slowly approaching. Something's coming. Hurry up and retreat. Retreat to the belly of the mountain. Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. He didn't dare to stay and quickly retreated. The rest of the people were so scared that their faces turned pale. No one dared to stay in the passage any longer. The group quickly retreated back into the mountain. "What's going on?" asked someone. His face was deathly pale because he could see that Lin Feng and the others were astonished. Something terrifying must have happened. Otherwise, why would all the cultivators who had entered the passage to check out the situation look so terrified? "There's something dirty," a cultivator said in a trembling voice. "Ah!" Suddenly, a miserable shriek was heard. Everyone looked over and saw something terrifying. In the belly of the mountain, the lower half of a cultivator's body had disappeared. This cultivator was the one who had entered the passage to check out the situation. "Did any of you see what happened?" Lin Feng asked in a low voice. He felt that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. "We didn't see anything." Many people shouted in fear. Their faces were pale. The unknown was the most terrifying thing, just like everything that was happening now. "Ah!" Another miserable shriek was heard. A second cultivator had met with a calamity. The lower half of his body had disappeared, and he died a miserable death. "He's also one of the cultivators who entered the passage to check out the situation," someone said. "How could this be? I don't want to die." The cultivators who had gone out to check out the situation were all pale. "Ah!" Another miserable shriek was heard. It was from the same cultivator who had just gone out to check out the situation. The lower half of his body had disappeared without a trace. The upper half of his body fell to the ground. Blood flowed out. He had died a miserable death. This time everyone saw it clearly. Nothing had happened. He was just standing there, but the lower half of his body had suddenly disappeared. He had died a miserable death. Everything was too strange. "Stay away from them." Many people shouted in fear and quickly retreated. Lin Feng and the others were separated. No one dared to get close to them for fear of being attacked. "Since we're going to die, we might as well fight it out. Maybe we can escape." A cultivator gritted his teeth. Whoosh, whoosh, 5 or 6 cultivators rushed into the passage together, trying to escape. However, very soon, a few shrill screams were heard from the tunnel. Those cultivators had obviously met with calamity and died in the end. Including Lin Feng, there were 8 people left. "I didn't expect that we would die like this. We died without knowing why." A cultivator sighed. In the next moment, the lower half of his body had disappeared without a trace. That cultivator also died on the spot. "Ah!" Miserable shrieks came one after another. The surrounding cultivators fell down one after another. Seeing all these people die tragically, Lin Feng's face was pale. He hurriedly took out the Bodhi seed and the Saraira, the 2 treasures of Buddhism, and held them in his hands. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a cold and terrifying aura surging towards him, wanting to devour him. That gloomy and cold strength made Lin Feng unable to move. He even had the impression that he was losing consciousness. He had a horrified expression on his face. It was very likely that the terrifying existence was close to him. That brat is going to die too, many people said in trembling voices. No one thought that Lin Feng could survive. However, just as that cold energy was about to completely engulf Lin Feng, the Bodhi seed and the Saraira in Lin Feng's hands suddenly changed. The two treasures emitted a dense Buddhist light. The two Buddhist lights intertwined and enveloped Lin Feng. Chi chi chi, something seemed to touch the light barrier around Lin Feng, and there was a burning sound. Screech. Immediately after, a shrill scream was heard. Come out! Lin Feng shouted coldly. He held the Saraira in his right hand, and the Buddhist light enveloped his fist. He punched forward. In the next moment, a terrifying existence in white clothes appeared. Keek keek. He laughed sinisterly. Ain God, it's Ain God. Seeing that existence, everyone trembled in fear, and their faces turned pale. Ain God had really been born here. Moreover, this Ain God was very likely formed from the evil intent of Heavenly Star All Heaven after his death. Heavenly Star All Heaven was so terrifyingly powerful. The Ain God formed from his evil intent probably had the power to kill a true God. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel endless despair. Back in the days, on the battlefield of gods and demons, Lin Feng had seen Yin Shin. Ain God was an evil spirit formed from the evil intent of an expert who had died. However, the Yin gods that had appeared in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons paled in comparison to the Yin God in front of him. There were strong and weak cultivators. The same principle applied. There were also strong and weak Yin gods. The Yin God in front of him was definitely an extremely powerful one. Lin Feng guessed that this Yin God should be the Yin God formed after the death of the Heavenly Star God. Lin Feng's guess was not without reason. The Heavenly Star God was originally the heavenly official of the Undying World's heavenly court. He had intercepted a portion of the sacred origin fluid, which had enraged the heavenly court's higher-ups, and they wanted to behead him. Although he had managed to escape with the help of Great Marshal Tianhe, his family had been implicated and all of them had been executed. Great Marshal Tianhe, who had saved him, had also been deposed. It was said that he was later framed by someone and ended up with his body and Tao dissipated. The Heavenly Star God had been hiding from place to place, narrowly escaping the heavenly court's pursuit time and time again. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had been living an ignoble life. The Heavenly Star God had suffered too great a blow. His family had died tragically, and the old Great Marshal had been implicated. He could only hide and live an ignoble life. The Heavenly Star God must have accumulated boundless hatred in his heart. After the Heavenly Star God's death, this hatred had transformed into evil intent. The more hatred there was, the more evil intent there was. The Yin gods formed were also more powerful. Therefore, the Yin God in front of them was almost invincible. At the very least, it was not something that Lin Feng and the others could deal with. It was too terrifying. The entire mountainside was dead silent. Everyone looked at the Yin God in horror. Lin Feng held the Buddhist Saraira and Bodhi seed and retreated continuously. Although these two Buddhist treasures could injure the Yin God, Lin Feng knew that the Yin God in front of him was too powerful. If the Yin God was willing to pay a certain price, it could definitely kill him. Therefore, Lin Feng had no choice but to be cautious. Yin Shin looked coldly at Lin Feng before turning to look at the surrounding cultivators. Everyone retreated, afraid that the Yin deity would attack them. Yin Shin had no intention of letting anyone go. He stretched out his pale right hand. Following that, the ghostly aura spread out and covered the sky, covering the entire mountain. He wants to catch them all in one fell swoop. Many people were horrified. Boom! Suddenly, someone took out a supreme treasure. Hum! A loud dragon roar could be heard as a true dragon appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards the Yin God. It was a young girl who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She had a mischievous look and was holding a treasure in her hand. It was a scroll. The real dragon flew out from the scroll. This is the Thousand Shapes painting? After seeing the scroll, some cultivators exclaimed in surprise. Thousand Shapes painting. It was an existence that was second only to monarch weapons. It was rumored that this was a supreme treasure forged by a giant god-level powerhouse. It was very famous in the Tianwu continent. It was a supreme treasure passed down from the Thousand Shapes sect. The young girl was able to bring out a supreme treasure like the Thousand Shapes painting at such a young age. It was obvious that her identity was extraordinary. She must have been given the Thousand Shapes painting by the higher-ups of the sect to protect herself. I heard that the sect leader of the Thousand Shapes sect has a daughter who is only 16 or 17 years old. Could that be the girl in front of us? Someone said. Xianxia did not dare to be careless as the true dragon pounced towards him. Boundless ghostly aura swept across the sky and condensed into a ghostly claw that collided with the true dragon. After the collision, Xianxia was forced to retreat. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the Thousand Shapes painting. The power of this treasure was too terrifying. Even Xianxia was forced to retreat. The true dragon did not continue to attack Xianxia. Activating a treasure like the Thousand Shapes painting was not an easy task as it consumed a lot of energy. It was obvious that the young girl could not activate this supreme treasure for a long time. The true dragon flew back and returned to the Thousand Shapes painting. Keek keek. Xianxia cackled. His voice was sinister and shrill. He looked coldly at the young girl with a hint of fear. Originally, Xianxia wanted to attack the cultivators in the mountain, but now he was afraid of the Thousand Shapes painting in the young girl's hands. Hence, he did not attack her. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone was safe for the time being. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the center of the mountain cracked open. Then, a Dao platform slowly rose up. This shocked everyone. What was going on? Unexpectedly, a Dao platform rose up from the cracked belly of the mountain. That's... Soon, someone exclaimed. There was a ball of golden energy floating above the Dao platform. A drop of divine liquid was sealed in this ball of golden energy. Everyone was shocked when they saw this drop of divine liquid. Could this be the legendary sacred source liquid? Back then, Heavenly Star Luo had suffered such a tragic fate because of the sacred source liquid. If this was the sacred source liquid, then its value was too great. Even Xianxia's gaze was fixed on the sacred source liquid. He also wanted the sacred source liquid. However, the sacred source liquid was still enveloped by a powerful seal. This seal was extremely terrifying and caused the surrounding space to distort. Even Xianxia did not dare to forcefully break the seal. At that moment, something that shocked everyone happened. The two god corpses opened their eyes. Everyone felt a sinister and terrifying aura. How could existences that had been dead for so many years still be able to open their eyes? This was too inconceivable. The two god corpses revived. They did not continue fighting. One god corpse wielded a spear, while the other wielded a treasure sword. They and Xianxia were now in a tripartite confrontation. Clearly, the two god corpses also had their eyes on the sacred source liquid. Everyone wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, this place had been sealed and there was no way to leave. Everyone's hearts were shrouded in a shadow because Xianxia and the god corpses had no intention of letting them leave. Did this mean that these three terrifying existences wanted to use them for something? As for what that something was, no one knew. Lin Feng frowned slightly. His gaze swept back and forth between the two god corpses and Xianxia. In the end, Lin Feng's gaze landed on the Dao platform. Although the seal on the Dao platform was constantly weakening, the rate of weakening was very slow. Lin Feng's heart suddenly jumped. Could Xianxia and the two god corpses be planning to kill everyone and use their lives as a sacrifice to destroy the seal around the sacred source liquid? If that was the case, things would be troublesome. Lin Feng didn't know whether Xianxia and the two gods' corpses had the same goal or not, but he was extremely cautious. If he wasn't careful, he would die. Lin Feng cautiously walked over to the girl holding the 10,000 Shapes painting. Damn, why are you squeezing? Many people shouted in dissatisfaction. She's my little sister. Lin Feng shouted. So it's a young master from the Thousand Shapes sect. Nice to meet you. Many people's expressions changed, and they made way for Lin Feng. Lin Feng came to the girl's side and said, "Little sister, I've been looking for you. It's great to see that you're fine." Humph. The girl snorted and stared at Lin Feng with her big eyes. She didn't expose Lin Feng, but her eyes seemed to ask, "Who are you? Why are you approaching me?" Lin Feng approached the girl because she had the Thousand Shapes painting. It was safer to be near her. "Get ready to break out," Lin Feng whispered. The girl nodded. She was too young, and it would be difficult for her to break out with the Thousand Shapes painting. She needed some help. However, now wasn't the time to break out. They needed to wait. Boom, at that moment, a terrifying aura spread out from Yin Shen and the two corpses. Yin Shen and the two corpses forced their way over. When Lin Feng saw that, his expression changed. He had thought that Yin Shen and the two gods' corpses would attack them. Now, it seemed like his guess was about to be verified. "Be careful." Many people cried out in fear. Yin Shen and the two corpses had attacked. They were too powerful. Once they attacked, no one would be able to stop the Yin spirit and the two god corpses. Pooh, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Many people were killed on the spot. After these people died, their blood flowed out, forming a small stream that flowed towards the Tao platform. It was a strange scene. It was as if the Tao platform was actively absorbing the blood. The Tao platform itself gave off an evil feeling. Buzz. The girl took out the Thousand Shapes painting, and it floated above, shining with divine light. This treasure was too extraordinary. Even Yin Shen and the two corpses avoided it, unwilling to come into contact with it. At the very least, they didn't want to come into direct contact with the Thousand Shapes painting. Whether or not they would attack the girl with the Thousand Shapes painting was unknown. "Get out of the way. Let me enter the barrier." Many people shouted angrily, trying to enter the barrier formed by the Thousand Shapes painting. However, the defensive light shield of the Thousand Shapes painting only covered a radius of 4 to 5 meters. Most people were outside the defensive light shield. The shapes paintings and the corpses were mercilessly slaughtered. Their blood quickly dried up, and their bodies turned into dried corpses. All of their blood was absorbed by the Tao platform. The Tao platform's painting, the Thousand Shapes' teeth, the Thousand Shapes' T. The Yin spirit and the god's corpse were both extremely excited. Crack, crack, suddenly, the barrier teet. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. Yin Shen and the two corpses charged at the golden energy that enveloped the sacred source liquid. The three of them didn't want to give way to each other. "Let's go!" shouted Lin Feng. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to leave once the battle was over. Everyone rushed outside, but at that moment, the shockwaves of the battle spread out. It was like a wave of death. Any cultivator who was hit by the shockwaves exploded, dying on the spot. They couldn't withstand the shockwaves of the battle at all. What was even more frightening was that the cave was still sealed by the Yin deity's ghost chi. No one could get out unless they could break the Yin deity's ghost chi. Otherwise, they would still be trapped here and only death would await them. "We don't have a choice. Don't be stingy with your lifespan. Burn it and activate the Thousand Shapes painting to break the seal," shouted Lin Feng. Only a small portion of the cultivators protected by the Thousand Shapes painting had survived. There were about 100 people left. Everyone knew that it was a matter of life and death, so they didn't hesitate to burn their lifespan. Powerful energy surged into the Thousand Shapes painting, which released a powerful divine aura that swept through the air. Pfft. The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. The ghost chi seal created by the Yin Shen was instantly torn apart by the Thousand Shapes painting. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they quickly rushed outside. The Yin Shen roared angrily. He was very unwilling to let so many cultivators escape. However, he had to fight for the sacred source liquid and couldn't be distracted. The three of them were locked in a fierce battle. The sacred source liquid should be extremely important to them. All three of them wanted the sacred source liquid, but it wouldn't be easy unless they could defeat each other. "Take out the heaven-devouring jar and collect the sacred source liquid," said the demon lord just as Lin Feng was about to enter the passage and leave. "Are you crazy? Angering the Yin Shen and the two corpses will result in a tragic death," replied Lin Feng. He didn't want to court death. "Don't worry, I'll take you away," said the demon lord. Okay, since the demon lord had given his word, Lin Feng relaxed and took out the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar suddenly sucked. The golden energy that enveloped the sacred source liquid quickly flew toward the jar. "You're courting death," the Yin Shen and the corpses roared angrily. Lin Feng thought that the three of them didn't know how to speak, but it turned out that they just didn't want to speak. They wanted to keep the sacred source liquid. At that moment, the demon lord made his move. A purgatory world appeared in front of the Yin Shen and the two corpses. This divine ability was called One-Step Purgatory. It was one of the demon lord's most powerful divine abilities. One step into the purgatory and there was a 90% chance of survival. The Yin Shen and the two corpses were blocked. The sacred source liquid was instantly devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. After collecting the heaven-devouring jar, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay and quickly rushed outside. The Yin Shen and the two corpses roared angrily. Someone actually dared to mess with them and steal the treasure they had coveted for a long time. The Yin Shen and the two corpses were furious. They broke the demon lord's divine ability and quickly chased after him. Boom, a terrifying attack came from behind, enveloping Lin Feng and trying to drown him. The demon lord made his move. A divine light enveloped Lin Feng and blocked the attacks of the Yin Shen and the two corpses. Bang, in the next moment, Lin Feng was sent flying by the combined attacks of the Yin Shen and the two corpses. Crack, crack. Countless bones in his body were broken. Lin Feng spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Not good, I misjudged their strength. The Yin Shen and the two corpses are much stronger than I thought. The demon lord's expression changed. At that moment, the Yin Shen and the two corpses pounced on him. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Saying that he misjudged the strength of the Yin Shen and the two corpses? Wasn't that just cheating? Lin Feng wanted nothing more than to slap the demon lord to death. Despicable human brat, how dare you steal our sacred source liquid? You deserve to die. Yin Shen and the two god corpses' voices were cold and filled with endless killing intent. They were infuriated by the fact that an ant dared to challenge their dignity. They were even thinking about how to torture Lin Feng to appease their anger. Buzz, at that moment, the demon lord's figure appeared and stood between Lin Feng, Yin Shen, and the two god corpses. No wonder this brat dared to steal from us. It turns out that he has a spirit backing him up. Today, I'll kill you and eat your origin. Yin Shen laughed sinisterly. Attack. The two god corpses said at the same time. Boom. The three great existences attacked the demon lord. The demon lord immediately started fighting with the three great existences. The demon lord had indeed recovered well over the years. Lin Feng was surprised that he wasn't defeated even though he was fighting 1 against 3. However, not losing was only temporary. Yin Shen and the two god corpses were too tyrannical. The more they fought, the braver they became. They even joined forces to attack the demon lord. After all, the demon lord was only one person. Being surrounded, he had expended a lot of energy and his strength was quickly declining. Although Yin Shen and the two god corpses were also weakening, they didn't use their full strength because they were attacking the demon lord. Their strength was declining much slower than the demon lord's. Therefore, the demon lord was gradually showing signs of fatigue. Enter the four ferocious cauldron. The demon lord said solemnly. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly took out the four ferocious cauldron and entered it. After entering the cauldron, he activated his immortal divine body and recovered from his injuries. The demon lord also entered the four ferocious cauldron after blocking Yin Shen and the two god corpses' attacks. Then, the cauldron's lid closed, completely sealing the cauldron. Yin Shen and the two god corpses couldn't enter the cauldron. After the demon lord entered the cauldron, he hurriedly activated the cauldron. With the demon lord's strength, there was no problem in activating this treasure. Roar, their roars shook the heavens. The four ferocious beasts branded on the cauldron, Hun Dun, Tao Wu, Xianxia, and Tao Tai, were instantly revived. The shadows of the four ferocious beasts appeared and hovered in midair, roaring at Yin Shen and the two god corpses. The 4 ferocious cauldrons soared into the sky in an attempt to break out of the encirclement. Humph. Xianxia and the 2 god corpses snorted coldly. Xianxia took out a pitch-black evil blade. Holding the evil blade with both hands, he slashed at Lin Fan. One of the 2 god corpses wielded a battle spear, while the other wielded a treasured sword. Clang! 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 3 consecutive clanging sounds rang out. The sound shook the heavens. The cauldron was smashed back by the Yin god and the 2 god corpses. They have supreme treasures in their hands. It'll be difficult for them to break through. The demon lord's expression darkened slightly. Then what should we do? Are we going to be trapped to death? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Take out your divine source and burn it to activate the cauldron. Awaken the spirit of the cauldron, the demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded and took out a portion of his divine source. These god essences were instantly ignited. It turned into pure energy and fused with the cauldron. Immediately after, an ancient aura spread out from the cauldron. Who is calling out to the great god of the cauldron? A deep voice resounded within the cauldron. This should be the spirit of the cauldron. However, the spirit didn't reveal its true body, perhaps because it didn't burn enough divine source. Therefore, that was why it couldn't reveal itself. However, the spirit still managed to awaken a portion of its power. The demon lord shouted, "The master of the cauldron is in trouble. He needs to borrow your power." Some top-grade divine weapons had spirits that were stronger than many gods. However, these spirits spent most of their time in slumber, so it was difficult to borrow their power. The demon lord was talking to the spirit of the cauldron because he wanted to borrow its power. The divine source I sacrificed is far from enough. I can only borrow a portion of your divine power. The spirit of the cauldron spoke. There was a price to pay if one wanted to borrow the power of an extremely powerful being. The demon lord was like that. The spirit of the cauldron was the same. Fortunately, the divine source was exchanged for a portion of the cauldron spirit's divine power. With this portion of divine power, the cauldron's power increased greatly. The cauldron flew into the air. Once again, it charged outside. Stop it! The Yin god and the 2 god corpses roared and swung their weapons at the cauldron. However, this time, with the spirit's divine power, the cauldron's power increased greatly. Bang! 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 3 consecutive sounds of violent collisions were heard. The Yin god and the 2 god corpses were sent flying by the cauldron. The cauldron turned into a streak of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the end, the cauldron charged out of the heavenly star grotto. The Yin god and the 2 god corpses chased after it, but they couldn't get out of the grotto. They stood at the entrance and roared furiously. Lin Feng returned to the island where he'd been in seclusion. He was quite lucky to be able to escape this time. Lin Feng split the sacred source liquid in half with the demon lord. He asked, "What's the use of the sacred source liquid?" The demon lord replied, "The sacred source liquid is extremely useful for bloodlines. First, it can awaken bloodlines that can't be awakened. Second, if a powerful bloodline completely disappears for some reason, just like your undying divine blood, then your undying divine body will be crippled and you won't be able to awaken your undying divine blood. However, if you consume the sacred source liquid, it can revive your crippled constitution and awaken your special bloodline. Third, the sacred source liquid can greatly increase the purity and power of your bloodline." Lin Feng was shocked. No wonder the heavenly star god had taken such a huge risk to keep the sacred source liquid. The Yin god and the 2 god corpses were also eyeing the sacred source liquid. The effects of the sacred source liquid were simply too heaven-defying. If he consumed the sacred source liquid, his undying divine blood would continue to awaken. His undying divine blood was already 30% awakened, so how much would he be able to awaken after consuming the sacred source liquid? Lin Feng guessed that it would increase his undying divine blood's purity by 20%, possibly even reaching 50%. Moreover, his undying divine blood would become even purer after consuming the sacred source liquid. In fact, the impurities in his bloodline would be purified. The purer the bloodline, the more powerful it would be. Of course, what truly shocked Lin Feng was the sacred source liquid's other ability, which was to awaken his dormant bloodline. He had an even more powerful bloodline. The sovereign bloodline, could he refine the sacred source liquid? Awaken the sovereign bloodline. At this thought, Lin Feng felt his heart thump violently. If he could condense the sovereign bloodline in his body, the sovereign bloodline could be awakened. This was a heaven-defying constitution that surpassed the 10 great taboo constitutions of the primordial era. Lin Feng didn't know how powerful the sovereign physique was, but Lin Feng knew that the ancestor of his mother's clan had broken through the Undying Realm and almost killed the Emperor Realm Demon Lord with a slap. This was enough to show how terrifying the sovereign physique was. The Demon Lord had said that Lin Feng would have to break through to the God Realm to have a chance of awakening the sovereign bloodline under normal circumstances. Whether or not he could awaken it was still unknown. And the God Realm was too far away. But now, Lin Feng had a chance to awaken the sovereign bloodline, and that was the sacred origin liquid. Lin Feng was extremely excited. He really wanted to know what kind of physique the sovereign physique was that it could make the ancestor of the sovereign clan so powerful. The Demon Lord went to refine the portion of sacred origin liquid he had obtained. And Lin Feng was adjusting his condition. He wanted to refine the sacred origin liquid in his best condition to awaken the sovereign bloodline. The sacred origin liquid was devoured by Lin Feng. Waves of powerful energy spread from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had the urge to roar at the sky. The boundless energy in his body converged into a vast river, surging through his limbs, bones, and meridians, surging and flowing. Lin Feng circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art, absorbing the energy from the sacred origin liquid. The energy gradually merged with Lin Feng's blood under the circulation of the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Lin Feng didn't let the undying god blood absorb the energy. Lin Feng needed the sacred origin liquid to stimulate his bloodline and awaken the dormant sovereign bloodline. Time slowly passed. No one knew how much time had passed. Lin Feng suddenly sensed that his body was getting hotter and hotter. He even felt as if his blood was about to burn. Boom, the 5 devouring martial spirits in his dantian began to revolve. He had inherited the devouring martial spirits from his mother. Now, the 5 devouring martial spirits had merged into one. Lin Feng's magic power and blood all gathered in his dantian. This was the core area of a cultivator, as well as the driving force of a cultivator. Endless years, the blood of the sovereign emperor, the heavenly Tao cannot extinguish it, eternal and everlasting. Suddenly, Lin Feng could faintly hear a melodious voice. It seemed to have traversed through endless time and space, from the beginning of the world to this time and space. Lin Feng felt as if his spiritual will had entered an ancient world. This world was hazy, and the world was still turbid. The sky was not high. The ground was not thick. All living beings had yet to be born. Only some pre-world saint spirits existed in the world before the creation of the world. Big guy, pick up the axes in your hands and split open this world. Don't you feel that the sky is very low, the earth is very thin, and this world is very dry? Let the sky be taller and the earth thicker. Only then will life be more interesting. A hazy silhouette said to a behemoth lying on the ground. My name is Pan. Not big guy. Pan was furious. He raised the axe beside him and hacked at the hazy figure. Pangu created the world. In fact, Pangu's name was Pan. Ancient, it meant great. Pangu's name came about because his descendants worshipped him and gave him this name. It represented their respect for Pan. Nua, I feel that this world is too boring. The sky is very high and the earth is very thick, but the living beings in this world are very boring. The hazy silhouette appeared in a beautiful ancient forest and spoke to a woman with a human head and a snake body. Nua was also a pre-world saint spirit. She was born before the world was created. You made Pan split open the world, but it wasn't stable. It caused the world to collapse. I had no choice but to use 5 colored stones to mend the sky and primal chaos stones to fill the earth. So, you better behave and don't cause any more trouble for us. Nua said angrily. After the world was created, flowers, trees, and so on grew. It was full of life. It was a great fortune. The hazy figure said. Nua remained silent. She also liked the current world very much. Before, the world was hazy and white, as if it had become eternal. The pre-world saint spirits spent most of their time sleeping. Day after day. Year after year. Just like the old pre-world saint spirits, they grew old until they died. But after Pan created the world, the sky was high and the earth was thick. Flowers, trees, rivers, and mountains grew. Such a world was very beautiful. Many pre-world saint spirits no longer slept. Instead, they roamed the world. Nuwa, you have the ability to create living beings. I think you can create some living beings. The hazy silhouette said. Nuwa's eyes lit up. She was tempted. If there were only innate saint spirits in this world, it would be too lonely. If she could create some living beings, it would add a lot of color to this lonely world. No one knew how much time had passed. Era after era. Humans went from eating raw meat and drinking blood to building a complete cultivation system. Of course, this world didn't only have humans. There were also demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and so on. There were all kinds of living beings. No one knew when the undying world appeared. This undying world was mysterious and powerful. Countless living beings yearned to enter the undying world, but they had no way to do so. Life is as lonely as snow. A handsome young man was walking in the starry sky. He secretly snuck out of his family. After his initial curiosity, he felt that it was very boring. You've disturbed my slumber. The overlord of the starry sky world, the archaic dragonesque elephant, roared. Slap. The young man slapped the archaic dragonesque elephant away. How can you say that? How rude. The young man glanced at the archaic dragonesque elephant. The primordial dragonesque elephant was depressed. It was the overlord that ruled over dozens of star fields, but it was sent flying with a slap. This made the primordial dragonesque elephant extremely depressed. The archaic dragonesque elephant pounced on the young man. You're too weak. Don't bother me. The young man slapped the archaic dragonesque elephant again. The archaic dragonesque elephant suffered the same fate as the first time. The young man slapped him away again. The archaic dragonesque elephant wanted to cry. It knew it had met its match. It couldn't imagine how strong this person was. Life is as lonely as snow. The young man sighed again and turned to leave. The archaic dragonesque elephant shouted, Sir, if you're bored, you can go to the legendary Undying World. Rumor has it that there are many experts there. The Undying World? The young man's eyes lit up. Under the archaic dragonesque elephant's lead, the young man came to the Undying World. However, the Undying World was surrounded by the world crystal wall. No one could enter. The Undying World is too mysterious. It's difficult for us outsiders to enter, the archaic dragonesque elephant said. Easy. The young man raised his right fist and punched a hole in the Undying World. The peerless demon lord, who was patrolling the Undying Realm, noticed that the Undying Realm had been destroyed. He hurried over and roared, Who are you? How dare you destroy the Undying Realm's world crystal wall? What's the big deal about the Undying Realm? In this universe, the 3 realms and 6 paths are the most respected. The Undying Realm is nothing. The young cultivator said nonchalantly. The 3 realms and 6 paths are legends. Don't talk nonsense here, the peerless demon lord sneered. The young man raised his eyelids and said, To you, it's a legend, but to me, it's my backyard. What shameless boasting. Today, I will suppress you. The peerless demon lord sneered. As one of the 72 great emperors of the Undying Realm, he had lived for countless years. His cultivation could be described as exceedingly high. He was only dealing with a young man. The peerless demon lord was confident that he could do it. Slap. The young man attacked. His move was very simple. He slapped out again and sent the peerless demon lord flying thousands of meters away. Bang, the peerless demon lord crashed into a mountain and collapsed it. The immemorial dragonesque elephant walked in through the hole. When he saw this scene, he was almost scared to death. That was an unparalleled great emperor. He was actually sent flying just like that. How strong was that guy? Some of the cultivators who came with the peerless demon lord were already scared out of their wits. When had they ever seen such a ferocious existence? Now that they saw it, they were scared out of their wits. They all trembled in fear and knelt on the ground, their faces pale. Ah! The peerless demon lord roared and rushed out of the ruins with his emperor weapon. I will kill you. The peerless demon lord roared and activated his emperor weapon. The emperor weapon's power was simply world-destroying. The peerless demon lord combined with his emperor weapon could unleash the strongest power of the emperor weapon. Slap! The young man slapped the peerless demon lord again and sent him flying with his emperor weapon. There was a thump. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The peerless demon lord fell to the ground. At this moment, the peerless demon lord's heart. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? He was so young. How did he manage to cultivate such a powerful divine ability? He was a great emperor. With an emperor weapon. He couldn't even take one move. What was his cultivation? The peerless demon lord did not even have the courage to attack. The high and mighty great emperor who looked down on the myriad worlds. But now, he felt how insignificant he was. It was as if he was an ant facing a giant dragon. The peerless Fey Lord had never felt so powerless before. He thought he was dead. However, to the peerless demon lord's surprise, the young man did not seem to have any intention of killing him. It seemed to disdain him. This made the peerless demon lord feel bitter. The arch was high and mighty. But in front of that young man, great emperors weren't even qualified to be killed by him. This was a huge blow to the peerless demon lord. The young man asked, "What treasures are there in the undying world?" "Peach trees, sky-reaching trees, ginseng fruits." The peerless demon lord didn't dare hide anything. The young man walked away. The immemorial dragon-esque elephant followed, and they soon disappeared. Next, the undying world, which had been peaceful for a long time, was shaken. Western Mother's territory. "I want these peach trees," the young man said. "Impudent. Take him down." The Queen Mother was furious. Whoosh! The young man blew out a breath of air, blowing everyone into the sky. "Old witch, if you dare to stop me again, I'll flip your palace over." The Queen Mother was so angry that her face turned ashen, but she estimated her own strength. She wasn't confident she could defeat the young man. She hurried to the heavenly court to ask the celestial emperor for help. The young man ransacked the peach garden and uprooted the peach trees. When he left, he was surrounded by the celestial emperor and many other experts. "You little kittens and puppies dare to stop me?" The young man sent everyone flying with a single palm strike. "That's impossible." The celestial emperor and the others couldn't believe it. They were the strongest in the undying world. How could they be sent flying with a single slap? But all of this was real. "What treasures are there? Hand them over, and I'll spare your life." The young man looked at the celestial emperor. "The Fusang tree." The celestial emperor gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to resist, unless he didn't want to live. In the end, the celestial emperor handed over the Fusang tree. This was the resting place of the golden crow, and it was a water-type divine tree. After the creation of the world, it was the first divine tree to be born. The young man ransacked the undying world and left with the immemorial dragonesque elephant. The undying world was penetrated, and powerful cultivators entered it one after another. Some of them even broke through to the great emperor realm. The undying realm was no longer an unreachable and inaccessible realm. Of course, it was not an easy task to enter the undying realm. The starfields around the undying world were extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Moreover, the entrance of the undying world was heavily guarded, and there were many strong cultivators. Even if one could pass through the starfields and reach the entrance of the undying world, many people were also killed by the strong cultivators of the undying world. Only a small number of abnormally powerful cultivators entered the undying world. Time passed. This heaven-defying race finally met with a calamity. Between heaven and earth, such a race was definitely not allowed to exist. Endless black fog surged over. It surrounded the land of this race. In fact, this race had always been very few in number. From before the creation of the world to the ancient times, such a long time had passed. Only a dozen people had appeared in total. When this calamity descended, several members of this clan were engaged in a great battle with an unknown existence. "Your race is out of control, so you should be wiped out," a cold voice came from the endless black fog. This battle caused heaven and earth to collapse, and the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, a rain of blood fell from the sky. And from then on, the sovereign race disappeared from the world. All the scenes came to an abrupt end. Lin Feng's mood couldn't calm down for a long time. This race. Too powerful. However, this race was destroyed in the end. What was it that destroyed this race? Something unbelievable must have happened in the past, but these were destined to become secrets, buried by time. Lin Feng was silent. His heart ached, and he was angry. But more than that, he felt powerless. It turned out that even the powerful ancestors of the sovereign race couldn't control fate. Fate. Fate, but soon, Lin Feng's heart surged with endless fighting spirit. If he didn't even have the fighting spirit, his life would be over, and it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. Even though he knew that in front of him was a bottomless abyss and a towering mountain. Lin Feng also rushed forward without hesitation. It was a bottomless abyss. He crossed the abyss. It was a towering mountain. He crossed the mountain. This was Lin Feng's character. He would never give up, and he would never retreat. Life will not rest, pass on, not broken, will go against time and return. Faintly, Lin Feng heard that ethereal voice again. As the voice fell, within his dantian, a drop of golden blood condensed and formed. Rumble, when the drop of golden blood formed in Lin Feng's body, lightning suddenly filled the sky above the island. A bolt of lightning as thick as a mountain fell from the sky, striking directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body had formed the sovereign's blood. The heavenly Tao had formed a lightning tribulation to destroy Lin Feng. Even the heavenly Tao wouldn't allow such a heaven-defying character to be born. Bang! The real lightning tribulation had yet to descend, but the entire island had already been shattered by the terrifying pressure. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the lightning tribulation's power would be. Lin Feng went against the heavens, stepped on the void, and threw a punch at the mountain like lightning tribulation. His fist was surrounded by the power of disaster. This was the art of great disaster. I am the embodiment of disaster. The lightning tribulation of the world can't hurt me, low voices could be heard one after another. The lightning tribulation belonged to the power of disaster. As long as it was the power of disaster, it would be restrained by Lin Feng. This was the power of the art of great disaster. Bang! Lin Feng swung his right fist and punched out. His punch collided with the mountain like lightning tribulation. This punch, it actually shattered the lightning tribulation. Ha 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 ha, the art of great disaster is indeed a peerless technique. It can even break through the lightning tribulation. Tyrannical lightning art, absorb, Lin Feng laughed, and then used the tyrannical lightning art to absorb the power of the lightning tribulation in the void. After the tyrannical lightning art absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation, it was immediately transformed into runes. All the runes were integrated into the divine ability array formed by the tyrannical lightning art. The divine ability array formed by the tyrannical lightning art was gradually being perfected. Rumble, above the 9 heavens, an even more powerful lightning tribulation was brewing. The heavenly Tao didn't give up, and it still wanted to kill Lin Feng. The lightning tribulation descended from the heavens, destroying the world. The lightning tribulation condensed into an army, crushing the void and rushing toward Lin Feng. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under the pressure of thousands of soldiers and horses. The destructive power of the lightning tribulation this time was far greater than the previous ones. The long river of disaster, crossing the past, present, and future. Heaven and earth are not destroyed, but disaster exists forever. Heaven and earth are destroyed, but disaster wreaks havoc. In this world, the power of disaster is eternal, and it will never disappear. The existence that blasphemes the Tao of great disaster will eventually be punished by the Tao of great disaster. Lin Feng continued to move forward in the void. Suddenly, a large river surged under his feet. This was the river of great disaster. It was a river formed by the great disaster spell. When the army formed by the lightning tribulation rushed over, they were instantly drowned by the long river of disaster. The second tribulation collapsed once again. Lin Feng continued to operate the Sky Tyrant lightning art, devouring the power of the lightning tribulation. Other cultivators would be scared half to death if they encountered the lightning tribulation. Even though he could withstand the lightning tribulation, he had to be extremely careful, as if he was facing a great enemy. But Lin Feng cultivated the great disaster art and completely ignored the power of the lightning tribulation. Not only could it ignore the lightning tribulation, but it could even devour the power of the lightning tribulation. If other cultivators saw this, they would probably be scared to death. 36 consecutive lightning tribulations descended, but all of them were shattered by Lin Feng. As for the Sky Tyrant Thunder incantation, after absorbing a large amount of thunder tribulation energy, it finally transformed from the perfection stage to the great perfection stage. Of all the techniques that Lin Feng had practiced, this was the first technique that had evolved to the level of great perfection. Above the divine ability grand array formed by the Sky Tyrant Thunder art, the phantom of the Thunder God appeared. While Lin Feng was communicating with the Thunder God opened its eyes. The Thunder God opened its eyes. As it blinked, endless power of lightning intertwined. I am the Thunder God, sovereign of the Thunder Tao, master of the Tao of Thunder. The Thunder God spoke. As if it had its own will, it spoke to Lin Feng from afar. This was the effect of a divine ability grand array. When a divine ability grand array reached grand array, not only would the power of the divine ability greatly increase, but it would also give the divine ability spirituality. The phantom of the Thunder God was the spirituality condensed by the Sky Tyrant Thunder art. Once the divine ability gained spirituality, it would be able to continuously cultivate on its own day and night. It would continuously increase the power of the divine ability. Lin Feng wouldn't even need to cultivate the Sky Tyrant Thunder art in the future, because the spirituality produced by the Sky Tyrant Thunder art would cultivate on its own. This would save Lin Feng a lot of time. At the same time, the Sky Tyrant Thunder art's power would continuously increase. Break! After the Sky Tyrant Thunder art reached grand array, Lin Feng soared into the sky. He summoned the River of Calamity and directly tore apart the Sea of Lightning in the sky. The lightning tribulation cannot harm me. The heavenly Tao cannot erase me, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He raised his fist and punched the ocean of thunder and lightning, breaking it apart. He had awakened his first drop of sovereign blood. The Sky Tyrant lightning art had also been cultivated to the great circle. Lin Feng was in a very good mood. He flew outside. There was no need to continue staying in Star Sift Lake. 3 days later, Lin Feng went to a trading area. There were many people coming and going here. Many people were selling things they didn't need. However, most of them were bartering. Many cultivators were gathered next to a stall. The stall owner was selling a hurricane pearl. The hurricane pearl was very similar to the water avoidance pearl. With the water repellent pearl, even an ordinary person could swim freely in the water without drowning. And with the hurricane pearl, no matter what kind of terrifying storm one encountered, it would be able to resolve it. It was said that even the space-time storms in the outer realms could be easily resolved. This was definitely a top-tier treasure. Many cultivators wanted it, but they couldn't afford it. What's the deal? Lin Feng asked. I want a divine artifact or an immortal medicine of immortality, the cultivator said. This person was clearly asking for an exorbitant price. The hurricane pearl was precious, but how could it compare to a divine artifact or an immortal medicine of immortality? A top-tier Tao artifact, the dragon sword. I'll trade with you. Lin Feng took out a treasured sword. He had killed many experts recently and collected dozens of Tao artifacts. There were also a few powerful top-tier Tao artifacts. However, Lin Feng had no use for them. This is a hurricane pearl, an extremely rare treasure. It should be worth at least a demigod artifact, right? The cultivator said. Lin Feng said, the hurricane pearl is rare, but it's only useful when you encounter wind-type spirit techniques or space-time storms. You definitely won't lose out on a top-tier Tao artifact. If you don't want to trade, then forget it. Lin Feng pretended to leave. Wait. Just trade. The cultivator said. Lin Feng made the trade and put the hurricane pearl away. When Lin Feng returned from the star trial, he had been attacked by an astral beast and was swallowed by a space-time storm. He had almost died tragically. If he had a treasure like the hurricane pearl, he wouldn't have been so severely injured. Therefore, it was better to have a hurricane pearl on him. Moreover, with the Hurricane Pearl, he could suppress all wind-type spirit techniques in the future. If he fought against wind-type spirit techniques in the future, his opponent would be completely suppressed. Therefore, it was necessary to have a Hurricane Pearl on him. Lin Feng walked into the distance. Suddenly, he froze. In front of him was a beautiful and enchanting woman. "It's her," Lin Feng was shocked. He had never thought that he would meet this woman here. This woman's figure was enchanting, and her face was extremely beautiful. She had long and slender legs, full peaks, and a small waist. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and coupled with her enchanting face, she was truly a peerless beauty. Such a woman would be the center of attention no matter where she went. In the trading area, countless cultivators looked at this seductive woman with burning eyes. Wu Qingqing, it was actually this woman. Many things had happened between Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing was a disciple of the Gu evil sect. The Gu evil sect was an evil sect that was good at rearing all kinds of poisonous creatures. Back then, they had explored a dangerous place in the Thunderblade secret realm together. All of them had been swallowed by 12 strange stone doors. Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing had been swallowed by the 11th stone door at the same time. They had joined forces to kill the remnant soul of the god fiend inside the stone door. However, Wu Qingqing wanted to take the treasures for herself. She had tried to sneak an attack on Lin Feng. However, she had been captured by Lin Feng. Later on, Lin Feng had enjoyed Wu Qingqing's beautiful body. This was his usual style of doing things. Lin Feng did not kill beautiful women. Instead, he punished them in another way. Lin Feng had always thought that beautiful women were the masterpieces of the heavens. How could he kill them? That would be too much of a waste of resources. Therefore, Lin Feng preferred to have a taste of them before sparing their lives. Although it had been many years, he could not help but recall the scene when he saw Wu Qingqing again. Lin Feng quickly retracted his gaze. Wu Qingqing did not see him. Lin Feng also did not have the intention to greet her. If Wu Qingqing saw him, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. This woman would not let go of him who had taken away her chastity. Lin Feng flew into the distance. He was now planning to head to the deepest place. It was said that there were 72 heavenly pillars of blessings, which were connected to the heavens and the earth. Some people called them the supreme pillars. Cultivators who could occupy a pillar could be called the supreme heaven's pride. Many people would fight for the supreme pillars because they would receive great benefits and blessings. That night, Lin Feng was resting in the forest. Late at night, it was pitch black. Lin Feng heard rustling sounds from afar. Soon, a woman flew over. What surprised Lin Feng was that it was Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing looked a little flustered, as if she was trying to avoid being tracked by someone. She looked back from time to time and jumped onto a big tree. Just as she jumped onto the tree, Wu Qingqing realized that something was wrong. There was another person here, but she didn't sense this person's aura. Wu Qingqing's expression changed abruptly. She sent a palm strike at the cultivator on the tree branch, but to her horror, her attack was easily broken. Then, her body was squeezed against the tree trunk and her hands were grabbed. Wu Qingqing could even feel the waves of her breasts being tightly pressed against her opponent's chest. The feeling was so clear. This made Wu Qingqing both embarrassed and angry. She gnashed her teeth in hatred, and killing intent rose in her heart. She was about to release some of the poison on her body to deal with the cultivator who was holding her down. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. "After not seeing you for so many years, you're still so ruthless. You're the one who trespassed on someone's resting place, yet you want to take their life. Do all evil cultivators view human lives as worthless?" Wu Qingqing would never forget this voice. It had been branded in her mind for a long time. She thought of how Lin Feng had robbed her in the stone room. Every time she thought of that scene, Wu Qingqing wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. But sometimes, Wu Qingqing realized that her killing intent towards Lin Feng seemed to have faded. As time passed, her killing intent seemed to have completely disappeared. It was replaced by an indescribable emotion. Women were sentimental by nature. For the man who had taken their first time, a woman's feelings were even more complicated. Wu Qingqing didn't expect to meet Lin Feng here. She said coldly, "Let go of me." Looks like you can tell who I am. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. I'm not blind. Not only can I hear, but I can also see. Wu Qingqing said unhappily. Although a cultivator's vision would be greatly reduced at night, Lin Feng and Wu Qingqing were very close to each other, so it wasn't strange for her to be able to see Lin Feng's face clearly. Lin Feng let go of Wu Qingqing and said, It's been so many years. How have you been? Wu Qingqing said coldly, Thanks to you, I've been working hard all these years to increase my strength. I've been hoping that one day, I'll be able to see you and cut you into pieces to repay you for the humiliation you brought me that day. Lin Feng said, You're lying. He looked at Wu Qingqing and said, I don't feel any killing intent from you. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and caressed Wu Qingqing's beautiful face, but Wu Qingqing moved away. Don't touch me. Show some respect, Wu Qingqing said coldly. Shoo. Someone's coming. Lin Feng made a shushing gesture. Soon, dozens of figures rushed over from afar. They stopped not far from the tree. Wu Qingqing covered her rosy lips, not even daring to let herself breathe. She was obviously nervous and afraid. Did you find it? The leading cultivator said in a deep voice. Sir, we searched everywhere but couldn't find it. One of the cultivators said. It can't escape. It must still be in this area. Continue searching. The leading cultivator said in a deep voice. Aren't they the people from Mount Blood Demon? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He recognized the leader of the cultivators. When Lin Feng and a group of cultivators entered Star Lake, they saw two groups of cultivators fighting. One of the groups of cultivators was from Mount Blood Demon. After the people from Mount Blood Demon killed the cultivators they had surrounded, they chased after Lin Feng and the others. Mount Blood Demon was one of the three great demonic forces and was extremely evil. After entering the battlefield of geniuses, these people were unscrupulous and killed people to steal their treasures. Lin Feng didn't expect that the people from Mount Blood Demon would target Wu Qingqing. He guessed that Wu Qingqing might have something on her that had piqued the interest of these people from Mount Blood Devil. Otherwise, these cultivators from Mount Blood Devil would not have mobilized so many people to search for her. The cultivators from Mount Blood Demon didn't stay and quickly left. Wu Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the cultivators from Mount Blood Demon leave. Why are the people from Mount Blood Demon targeting you? Lin Feng looked at Wu Qingqing and asked. Wu Qingqing snorted and said, It's none of your business. Then, she kicked Lin Feng and dashed into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly as he watched Wu Qingqing leave. Wu Qingqing was holding a sheepskin scroll in her hand. There were 4 words written on it. Heartless Palace. The Heartless Palace was very famous among the evil sections. It was said that it was the palace where the Heartless Immortal lived. The Heartless Immortal was an extraordinary person. She was a famous expert in the ancient times. When she was young, her beauty was unparalleled. However, it was said that she was seriously hurt by love. Because of the emotional setback, she was greatly affected and changed her name to the Heartless Immortal. She had not cultivated for long, but her cultivation was extremely heaven-defying. She had reached the heavenly god realm before she was 300 years old. She could be said to be a cultivation genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. However, the Heartless Immortal could not walk out of her feelings. When she was trying to break through to the giant god realm, her inner demons invaded and ruined her efforts. She also suffered a serious Dao injury. The Heartless Immortal knew that she did not have long to live. One night, she mysteriously disappeared. What disappeared with her was her Heartless Palace. Later, news spread that the Heartless Immortal had passed away in the Heartless Palace. She was a heavenly goddess, a peerless beauty, and a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Her short and sad life ended just like that. Back then, there were many geniuses who pursued the Heartless Immortal. After hearing the news of her death, a few geniuses even chose to become monks and accompany the Heartless Immortal. One could see how charming the Heartless Immortal was back then. Obviously, the sheepskin scroll in Wu Qingqing's hand should be the location of the Heartless Palace. This sheepskin scroll was personally given to Wu Qingqing by the Gu Evil Sect's sect master. Wu Qingqing and a dozen of her fellow disciples planned to search for the Heartless Palace together. However, the news was leaked. Wu Qingqing and the others were besieged by the cultivators of Mount Blood Demon. Her fellow disciples were killed by the cultivators of Mount Blood Demon. Only Wu Qingqing managed to escape. Wu Qingqing entered a very dense forest. The place was gloomy and there were many powerful ferocious beasts roaming about. It was extremely dangerous. Wu Qingqing encountered more than a dozen ferocious beasts along the way. She narrowly escaped death and finally arrived at the depths of the ancient forest. This should be the place, right? Wu Qingqing looked at the contents of the sheepskin scroll. There was a map of the route and a written description. It was very detailed. She confirmed again and finally confirmed that this was the place she was looking for. According to the scroll, there is a forbidden spell protecting the Hall of Heartless. If you want the Hall of Heartless to appear, you have to break the forbidden spell. Wu Qingqing looked at the content. She was a spiritual array master and had now broken through to an Earth-rank advanced spiritual array master. Wu Qingqing could be considered a genius when it came to spirit array masters. She carefully studied the formation-breaking technique recorded on the sheepskin scroll. It was written that there were 12 formation eyes in the restriction. Pull out the formation flag from each of the 12 formation eyes. The restriction would be broken. However, not only were there illusory formations around the 12 formation cores, there were also killing formations. It was not easy to reach the eye of the array and pull out the array flag. The only fortunate thing was that the sheepskin scroll recorded the method to pass through the illusory formation and the killing formation. It might be difficult for ordinary people to understand these complicated methods, but as an Earth-rank advanced spiritual array master, Wu Qingqing could understand them. She followed the instructions on the sheepskin scroll and walked towards the location of the first formation eye. Wu Qingqing was very careful because one wrong step would activate the illusory formation and the ultimate killing formation. At that time, she would only have a dead end. Wu Qingqing walked back and forth for half an hour. It was only a distance of a dozen meters, but Wu Qingqing walked back and forth. She came to a blue stone and moved it away. Then, she dug out the soil below. After digging about a dozen centimeters deep, Wu Qingqing saw a palm-sized green formation flag. She quickly took it out. Only then did Wu Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. After successfully taking out the first formation flag, Wu Qingqing gained some experience and her confidence increased a lot. After resting for a while, she walked toward the second formation flag. As time went by, Wu Qingqing found the formation flags one by one and pulled them out. When all the formation flags were pulled out, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The restrictions in the surroundings began to dissipate. Not long after, a huge palace appeared in her sight. The palace was 300 meters tall and was built with gold and jade. There was a huge plaque on top of it. On top of the plaque, there were 4 large words, Heartless Palace. It should have been called the Immemorial Palace, but now it has become the Heartless Palace. The word love has caused a lot of harm. Wu Qingqing thought of some rumors about the Heartless Immortal Lady and sighed. The Heartless Immortal Lady's name was Yuqing. She was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. She was called a fairy. However, after her relationship was thwarted, she became heartless to men. She seemed to no longer believe in men. It could be said that it was a tragedy. Wu Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. TSK, I didn't expect junior sister Wu to sigh about the relationship between men and women. Is this still the vicious Wu Qingqing I know? A faint laugh was heard. Then, nearly 100 figures flew out of the forest. Wu Qingqing's face turned pale when she saw the densely packed cultivators. These people were the experts from Mount Blood Demon who had chased after her. Now, they had caught up with her. Wu Qingqing despaired. Her strength was nothing in front of these cultivators from Mount Blood Demon. Wu Qingqing looked at the cultivator who had just spoken with resentment. Li Chao, you were the one who betrayed us. The cultivator called Li Chao was originally from the same sect as Wu Qingqing. They had come out to train together, but he had been injured and had stayed in a cave to recuperate. Wu Qingqing didn't expect Li Chao to be a spy. Betrayed us? I was originally a disciple of Mount Blood Demon. The major forces would send their disciples to infiltrate each other's sects to steal information or divine abilities. I'm sure you know this. I'm afraid there are also Gu evil sect's disciples in Mount Blood Demon. The cultivator called Li Chao sneered. Alright, don't waste your breath on her. Just kill her. The leader of the cultivators was called Lu Ju, and he sneered. Junior sister Wu Qingqing, I'm sorry. You've completed your mission. You can die now. Li Chao leaped out and instantly arrived beside Wu Qingqing. His body emitted waves of destructive energy. This person was actually at the 8th firmament of the creation realm. Wu Qingqing was only at the 9th firmament of the yin-yang realm. Compared to Li Chao, she was too weak. You were hiding your strength? Wu Qingqing's face was pale and filled with despair. Li Chao sneered and said, yes. Junior sister Wu Qingqing, you can take this secret of mine to hell with you. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm had already struck down. Wu Qingqing was shocked to find that she couldn't move at all. Although her cultivation was considered an expert, she was still too weak compared to Li Chao. Just when Wu Qingqing thought that she was going to die, she suddenly saw the space in front of her tremble. A man with shoulder-length black hair stepped out of the void. He lightly pointed at Li Chao. A golden finger of energy condensed into a golden finger. Pooh. The golden energy finger instantly pierced through Li Chao's head. Li Chao's body flew out and fell to the ground. He was already dead. A new week, looking for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Reward me. Old man to thanks. Seeing that Li Chao had been killed, the faces of the cultivators from Mount Blood Devil turned gloomy. Their leader, Lu Qi, had a cold, murderous look in his eyes. It's you. Lu Qi's gaze was gloomy. He recognized Lin Feng. Back at Star Lake, they had chased after Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng was extremely fast. In a short time, he had disappeared without a trace. Therefore, Lu Qi still remembered him. You have a good memory. Lin Feng said indifferently. When Lu Qi saw how indifferent Lin Feng was, he was furious. He smiled icily and said, there was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no gate to hell, but you chose to come here. You escaped from Xingluo Lake, and now you want to die. Since it's that way, I'll kill you and Wu Qingqing today. You want to deal with me with small fries like you? Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Brat, you're too arrogant. Kill him. Lu Qi ordered. Yes, my lord. Immediately, more than 20 experts from Mount Blood Demon flew out. Boom, 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 powerful waves of energy swept out. Magic power surged like a surging river. These cultivators from Mount Blood Devil were all experts. They were at least at the 7th stage of the creation realm and were not weaker than Li Chao, who had been killed by Lin Feng. Mount Blood Devil was one of the 3 major forces of the Devil Dao. It was an evil force that ruled over many forces of the Devil Dao. The cultivators they cultivated naturally had a high cultivation. The attacks of more than 20 people gathered together and formed a long river of attacks that flooded towards Lin Feng. With so many experts attacking together, even an ancient powerhouse would have to avoid them. Lin Feng, be careful. Wu Qingqing exclaimed. Wu Qingqing couldn't help but gasp. She was worried about Lin Feng. There were so many strong cultivators attacking at the same time. Even if Lin Feng was strong enough to compete with the strongest cultivators in the history of the world, he couldn't do much against so many strong cultivators. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't dodge, Wu Qingqing became anxious. However, what happened in the next moment shocked Wu Qingqing to the core. Facing the attacking river, Lin Feng waved his hand and punched the void. Bang, he shattered the attacking river with a single punch. The combined attacks of over 20 powerhouses were actually unable to harm him in the slightest. How is this possible? Wu Qingqing cried out in surprise. Her pink lips parted slightly, and her jade-like hand covered her alluring pink lips due to shock. The strength that Lin Feng displayed completely shocked Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing still remembered clearly that although Lin Feng was more powerful than her in the Thunderblade's secret realm, he only had a slight advantage over her. It had only been 5 years, and Lin Feng had already become so tyrannical. Clearly, Lin Feng's battle strength was not as simple as initial level life and death realm. He was able to shatter the attacks of 20 experts with a single punch. His cultivation base should be at the middle level of life and death realm at the very least. This was too shocking. Could it be that Lin Feng had already reached the supreme genius level? After entering the prodigy arena, Wu Qingqing met up with her fellow sect members to search for the Heartless Palace. Therefore, she didn't know what had happened in the prodigy arena. Of course, even if she knew that a genius named Lin Feng had stepped on Murong Tianxian and ascended to the prodigy arena, Wu Qingqing wouldn't necessarily think that it was the Lin Feng she knew. After all, there were too many people with the same name in this world. It's my turn to attack. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward and slashed out with Sky Splitter. A dazzling saber light condensed and instantly pierced through the void. Retreat. The cultivators from Mount Blood Demon felt the power of the saber light, and their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly retreated, and at the same time, took out their defensive treasures to block Lin Feng's attack. However, it was useless. Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. He had awakened his sovereign bloodline. A sovereign's power had condensed in his body. His cultivation had increased by at least 10 times. Unless it was a rebirth realm powerhouse, no one could suppress Lin Feng. These cultivators couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Feng. Puff, first, the treasures were torn apart by the saber light as if they were tofu. Then, the experts from Mount Blood Demon were instantly killed by the saber light. They couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack at all. Lu Qi was furious when he saw more than 20 experts from Mount Blood Demon being killed. He coldly shouted, "Attack together and kill him." There were still 60 to 70 experts on Mount Blood Demon's side. Lu Qi's battle strength was equivalent to the 9th or even 10th stage of the life and death realm. Besides Lu Qi, there were 2 other experts on Mount Blood Demon's side. One of them was called Nangong Di, and the other was called Nalan Mu. Both of them were at the 2nd stage of the life and death realm. However, they had amazing talent, so their battle strength was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary cultivator at the 7th stage of the life and death realm. They were also people who could challenge people of a higher realm. Lu Qi, Nangong Di, and Nalan Mu were the main attackers, while the others cooperated with them to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Lu Qi, Nangong Di, and Nalan Mu are too strong. Don't fight them head-on. Let's run. Wu Qingqing said with a pale face. She was a disciple of an evil faction, so she had a good understanding of the cultivators from Mount Blood Demon. It was because of this understanding that she knew how terrifying they were. In Wu Qingqing's opinion, Lin Feng was strong enough to become a supreme genius at such a young age. However, even a supreme genius would have to avoid Lu Qi, Nangong Di, and Nalan Mu. Back then, the 3 of them were almost as talented as the supreme prodigies. Furthermore, all 3 of them were cultivators who had cultivated for more than 100 years. Lin Feng was only 26 years old this year. Even if he started cultivating at the age of 6, he had only cultivated for 20 years. Sometimes, a large age gap was a disadvantage. Therefore, in Wu Qingqing's opinion, even supreme geniuses would be at a disadvantage when facing Lu Qi, Nangong Di, and Nalan Mu. Moreover, there were 60 to 70 experts supporting them. It's fine. I can kill these people with a wave of my hand. Lin Feng looked indifferent. If he hadn't awakened his sovereign bloodline, Lin Feng would have to avoid facing so many experts. However, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. He didn't care about these people at all. Shameless boasting. Go to hell, Lu Qi and the others sneered. The 3 of them attacked first. Demonic blood palm. A sea of blood. Demons wreaked havoc. The 3 experts gathered their powerful divine abilities and attacked. Next, the other 60 to 70 people also gathered their divine abilities and attacked Lin Feng. So many experts attacked at the same time. They gathered together. Even the void was torn apart. From this, it could be seen just how terrifyingly powerful this attack was. Wu Qingqing, who was standing in the distance, was shocked when she sensed the divine abilities gathered together. She felt like her soul was trembling. However, Lin Feng couldn't believe it. She saw Lin Feng's hands forming a seal. Divine light surrounded him. Lu Qi and the other 60 to 70 experts attacked together, but they were instantly sealed. Their attacks turned into a ball of energy that floated above Lin Feng's right hand. The void around the ball of energy started to distort. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with astonishment. Everybody was looking at him. Was he still human? In the blink of an eye, he had sealed the attacks of 60 to 70 experts. The ball of energy spun in Lin Feng's palm. All the cultivators of Mount Blood Demon retreated step by step, their faces full of fear. They were scared out of their wits by Lin Feng. How powerful was the attack of so many people? However, it was sealed by Lin Feng so easily. It was too unbelievable. When Wu Qingqing looked at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Lin Feng's strength was not only beyond her expectations, but also made her heart beat faster. As time passed, Wu Qingqing had developed a complicated feeling for Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was Wu Qingqing's first and only man. Even though Wu Qingqing didn't want to think about what she had done with Lin Feng in the stone room, many nights when she was alone, she couldn't help but think about it. At first, she hated Lin Feng, but later on, she couldn't help but think about it. In fact, whether it was a man or a woman, there was a law. If she still maintained her virginity, then she would be a virgin. Therefore, their tolerance towards the matters between men and women was relatively high. If they tasted the forbidden fruit, then their tolerance towards the matters between men and women would be greatly reduced. Their tolerance would decrease. In his mind, he would often let his imagination run wild. This was a very normal thing. Perhaps it was because of these wanderings that Wu Qingqing had developed a complicated feeling for Lin Feng. Now that she saw how powerful Lin Feng was, there seemed to be some joy in these complicated feelings. Subconsciously, Wu Qingqing seemed to think that since she had done that with Lin Feng, then she might have a deeper relationship with Lin Feng in the future. Seeing how powerful Lin Feng was, Wu Qingqing was naturally happy. Run! Lu Qi shouted in a deep voice. No matter how arrogant Lu Qi was, he now knew that Lin Feng wasn't someone they could provoke. How could he still have the courage to continue fighting with Lin Feng? The group turned around and was about to escape. At this moment, Lin Feng threw out the sealed torrent of attacks. Bang! The torrent of attacks landed in the crowd and exploded. Following that, miserable screams rang out incessantly. One cultivator after another was faked to death. Ordinary cultivators were naturally unable to withstand the powerful destructive force produced by the torrent of attacks. The casualties could be said to be extremely heavy. Of the 60 to 70 people, only 20 or so managed to survive, but all of them were injured. 9 steps of death, Lin Feng stepped forward in the void, and waves of death ripples swept out. Puff! Puff! The bodies of the Mount Blood Devil cultivators exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Qi, Nangongdi, and Nalan Mu were left. Do you really want to kill them all? If you kill us, you'll become an enemy of Mount Blood Demon. Mount Blood Demon won't let you off. Nangongdi's face was pale as he shouted threateningly. Lin Feng raised his eyelids and said, "Isn't it already an irreconcilable hatred?" Nangongdi said, "Of course not. The people you killed just now can't be considered core cultivators of Mount Blood Demon. The 3 of us are core cultivators of Mount Blood Demon. If you let us go, there's still a chance for things to turn around. With your cultivation, you can indeed become core cultivators of Mount Blood Demon." Lin Feng nodded. Nangongdi couldn't help but look happy as he said, "It seems like you're very sensible. Don't worry, after the 3 of us leave, we won't be enemies with you in the future." Nangongdi had a smile on his face, as if he really wanted to bury the hatchet with Lin Feng. In reality, Nangongdi wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. He sneered in his heart, and his killing intent was dense. "Brat, when we get out of here, we'll immediately find a few peerless experts of Mount Blood Demon to surround and kill you. When the time comes, you'll die without a grave." Lu Qi and Nalan Mu had the same thoughts as Nangongdi, but they were trying their best to restrain their killing intent. Mount Blood Demon. A demon called the Blood Abyss Old Demon massacred 1.2 billion innocent people and devoured their souls for the sake of cultivating his demonic arts. There's also a demon called the Dark Blood Demon who sacrificed all the people in 12 cities for the sake of cultivating his demonic arts. The number of people killed reached 700 million. There are too many examples like this. You cultivators of Mount Blood Demon willfully slaughter the innocent. None of you are good people. So, do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Lin Feng sneered. Swish, a dazzling saber light flashed. He used Sky Split and slashed at Nangongdi. You dare kill me? Nangongdi roared as he dodged Lin Feng's attack. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Feng's expression was cold. The blade light from Sky Split had already descended. Nangongdi saw that he couldn't dodge, so he hurriedly used a divine ability to block. As he condensed a divine ability, he shouted, Senior Brother Lu Qi. Junior Brother Nalan Mu. Give me a hand. However, Lu Qi and Nalan Mu didn't care about Nangongdi's life or death. Most demonic cultivators were selfish. Their relationship with each other was very thin. The two of them fled into the distance. A moment later, Nangongdi was killed. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he chased after Lu Qi and Nalan Mu. It was too difficult for them to compete with Lin Feng. They saw Lin Feng chasing after them. Lu Qi and Nalan Mu's expressions turned ugly. Lu Qi's eyes turned slightly, and he pointed to the right. He exclaimed, Junior Brother Nalan, look. It's our sect's senior brother Tai Wuxia. Cultivators determined seniority based on their cultivation level. Tai Wuxia was a supreme genius of Mount Blood Demon. Although he was young, his cultivation level was heaven-defying. Hearing Lu Qi's words, Nalan Mu's face lit up. If Tai Wuxia was here, they could definitely kill Lin Feng if they worked together. Nalan Mu turned his head, but the direction Lu Qi had pointed to was empty. Where was Tai Wuxia? Oh no. Nalan Mu wasn't stupid. After realizing that he had been tricked by Lu Qi, he knew that he was in trouble. He wanted to quickly move to the left, but it was too late. Lu Qi's palm landed on Nalan Mu's head. With a bang, Nalan Mu's head exploded, and he died on the spot. Lu Qi wrapped Nalan Mu's body with his magic power and flew towards Lin Feng. Nalan Mu's body began to expand. Lu Qi was obviously going to self-destruct. Nalan Mu was a life-and-death realm cultivator. If he self-destructed, the damage would be too terrifying. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated. Bang! In the next moment, Nalan Mu's body self-destructed. The terrifying energy swept through the world, and the forest within a dozen miles was completely destroyed. End of chapter 1161. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.